A chance encounter at the airport led Jiang Wanyin to a fateful romance. In the late autumn, Beijing International Airport was bustling with people, with travelers coming and going incessantly. The flight information display showed that CA606 from New York to Beijing had arrived. A graceful figure hurriedly weaved through the crowd, her moon-white dress fluttering in the breeze, and her slightly curled long hair adding a touch of liveliness. In her haste, Jiang Wanyin accidentally bumped into a broad chest, surrounded by a faint, cool fragrance. As she repeatedly apologized, she looked up to see a strikingly handsome face with chiseled features. The man, dressed in a black t-shirt, camouflage pants, and military boots, exuded an aura of cold righteousness. This man who left her in awe was Gu Huaijin, the eldest grandson of the Gu family, though few knew his identity. Gu Huaijin looked down at the clumsy girl, his eagle-like sharp eyes momentarily surprised, a blurred image flashing in his mind. When Jiang Wanyin asked again if he was hurt, he simply replied in a deep voice, "It's fine." The voice felt strangely familiar, but there was no time to ponder as Jiang Wanyin hurriedly left. Gu Huaijin bent down to pick up a small plush keychain from the ground, watching her retreating figure with a faint smile. Jiang Wanyin reached the international arrival gate and, seeing that passengers had not yet emerged, breathed a sigh of relief. The thought of seeing her boyfriend Lu Jingyan, who had returned after completing his studies, filled her with joy. 3 years of a long-distance relationship, with more time apart than together. Now that Lu Jingyan had graduated with his doctorate, they could finally end this period that felt almost like being single. Initially unable to greet him due to work, a last-minute cancellation allowed her to plan a surprise. As she waited in a corner, a group of men in black hurried towards the VIP exit. Jiang Wanyin paid them no mind, focused on waiting for Lu Jingyan. At last, his familiar figure appeared, and just as she was about to approach, a sweet voice called out, "Jingnian," and a woman threw herself into his arms. Her blood seemed to freeze. She recognized her half-sister, Jiang Xinyu. Over the past 3 years, she had no idea when they had become involved. When Jiang Xinyu feigned surprise and called out "sister," a gleam of triumph flashed in her eyes. Lu Jingyan hesitated for a moment, then blamed Jiang Wanyin for her sudden appearance. Jiang Wanyin fought back her heartache, coldly uncovering the truth. Faced with Jiang Xinyu's pretended innocence and Lu Jingyan's defense, she felt even more mocked. At that moment, she noticed the man from her earlier encounter watching the scene with interest. In a split second, she approached Gu Huaijin and quietly asked, "Sir, do you need a girlfriend?" The subtle scent of her perfume lingered in the air, and her clear almond eyes were filled with seriousness. Gu Huaijin smiled, replying softly, "I don't." After a pause, he leaned down to whisper in her ear, "I only need a wife." Jiang Wanyin was momentarily stunned. This man was even crazier than she was, taking things to such an extreme. "What's wrong, are you scared?" Gu Huaijin's voice was calm, but his eyes glinted dangerously, like a wolf waiting for a rabbit to fall into its trap. Jiang Wanyin hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and replied, "Deal." Since it was her idea, she couldn't back down now. She decided to play along for now and deal with the consequences later. She confidently hooked her arm around Gu Huaijin's and, feigning calm, led him in front of Lu Jingyan and Jiang Xinyu. With a charming smile but a hint of coldness in her voice, she said, "Lu Jingyan, I came here today to tell you 2 things. First, we're breaking up. Second, let me introduce you to my fiancé." This unexpected turn of events left Lu Jingyan and Jiang Xinyu wide-eyed in shock, their gazes inevitably falling on the man Jiang Wanyin was holding. Gu Huaijin stood tall and composed, exuding an aura of aloofness and decisiveness that was both intimidating and captivating. Despite his commanding presence, Gu Huaijin was dressed simply in a t-shirt and camouflage pants, looking like an ordinary soldier. Lu Jingyan, initially feeling overshadowed by Gu Huaijin's aura, regained his confidence upon seeing this attire. "Wanwan, breaking up is fine, but there's no need to randomly pull someone to pretend to be your fiancé," Lu Jingyan said, convinced that Jiang Wanyin had been devoted to him for the past 3 years and couldn't possibly have moved on so quickly. Jiang Xinyu, looking disdainful, chimed in, "Exactly, sister. This guy looks like a poor soldier. Why degrade yourself like this? What's wrong with being a soldier?" Jiang Wanyin scoffed, anger flashing in her eyes. "At least he's kind and righteous, serving the country, unlike some people who pretend to be innocent while being a homewrecker." Her words drew laughter from the onlookers, who looked at Jiang Xinyu with contempt. After all, someone willing to be a third party surely lacked moral boundaries. Gu Huaijin glanced down at Jiang Wanyin beside him, a slight smile playing on his lips, seemingly pleased with her retort. Jiang Xinyu's face turned pale as she clung tightly to Lu Jingyan's hand, feigning a pitiful expression. "Sister, why say such things? I'm just looking out for you. If you want a man, Jingyan and I can introduce you to someone." Pretending with a random guy is childish. "That's rich, acting like a queen." Jiang Wanyin was about to retort when Gu Huaijin's cold, deep voice interrupted. "And what makes you think I'm pretending, Miss Third?" Jiang Wanyin couldn't help but laugh at the title, Miss Third, This guy's got a sense of humor. Jiang Xinyu stiffened under Gu Huaijin's gaze, a fear creeping over her from this seemingly ordinary soldier. Lu Jingyan, however, remained composed, not easily intimidated like Jiang Xinyu. And how do you prove you're not pretending? The question was indeed a tricky one. Jiang Wanyin hesitated for a moment, then had a sudden idea. Looking up at Gu Huaijin with a playful gaze, she softly asked, "Honey, they don't believe you. What should we do?" Gu Huaijin's eye twitched slightly. This woman was smart, tossing the problem to him. Well, then he wouldn't hold back. He gently tilted Jiang Wanyin's chin and, before she could react, captured her lips in a deep kiss. Then, looking disdainfully at Lu Jingyan, he said coldly, "Mr. Lu, does this prove our relationship?" The unexpected kiss made Jiang Wanyin's heart race and her cheeks flush. Suppressing her shock, she pretended to enjoy it. Although it felt like she had shot herself in the foot, seeing the anger in Lu Jingyan's eyes was somewhat satisfying. "Wanwan, how is this possible? Haven't you been in love with me for the past 3 years?" Lu Jingyan couldn't believe it, staring intently at Jiang Wanyin. "You've always supported me, even sending money for my research. How could you suddenly have a fiancé?" Jiang Wanyin remained calm on the surface, but her mind was racing, considering how to counterattack. Since Lu Jingyan brought it up, it was time to settle the score. "Lu Jingyan, thanks for reminding me," Jiang Wanyin sneered. "Over the past 3 years, I've given you at least $1 million. It's time to pay it back." Lu's family business had been struggling for the past 2 years, leaving no extra funds for Lu Jingyan's studies. Without Jiang Wanyin's support, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. Hearing this, Jiang Xinyu was displeased. "Sister, you gave the money to Jingyan willingly. It's not like he borrowed it. Besides, isn't your money the Jiang family's money? I have a share in it too." Jiang Wanyin couldn't help but mock. "Jiang Xinyu, ever since I left the Jiang family, I haven't used a penny of their money. Oh, and you claim to love Lu Jingyan, right? Why not help him pay it back? It's just a round figure, $1 million, the rest can be a gift." She finally understood why Lu Jingyan ended up with Jiang Xinyu. They were both selfish and lacked moral integrity. If it weren't for that incident, she wouldn't have been blind enough to fall for Lu Jingyan. Lu Jingyan, humiliated, flushed with anger and shouted, "Jiang Wanyin, who are you calling a dog?" "Honey, did I call anyone a dog?" Jiang Wanyin feigned innocence, leaning against Gu Huaijin and acting coy. Gu Huaijin wrapped his arm around Jiang Wanyin's waist, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, and smiled faintly. "Whoever fits the description, I suppose. It's too noisy here, let's go." Jiang Wanyin responded with a light smile. "All right. What needed to be settled was settled. No need to linger." She allowed Gu Huaijin to lead her towards the airport exit. After a few steps, she turned back to Lu Jingyan. "Lu Jingyan, remember to transfer the money to my account within 2 days. Otherwise, I'll charge 10 interest for each overdue day." With that, Jiang Wanyin and Gu Huaijin left the terminal. "Jiang Wanyin, that's usury." Lu Jingyan shouted at their retreating figures, seething with anger. Jiang Xinyu quickly pulled him back. "Jingyan, stop shouting, everyone's watching. Let's go home." Inwardly, she was also fuming, but knowing she had taken Lu Jingyan from Jiang Wanyin felt like a victory. Although the Lu family wasn't wealthy, something she initially looked down upon, she was fond of Lu Jingyan. Moreover, with Lu Jingyan's current status as a hotshot researcher, his future was promising. She could already envision her future happiness. Outside the airport, amidst the bustling crowd, Jiang Wanyin skillfully extricated herself from Gu Huaijin's embrace, his large hand having just held her waist tightly. "Thank you," she said softly with a hint of distance in her voice. Gu Huaijin looked down at his now empty hand and couldn't help but silently admire the suppleness of this woman's waist. He glanced up at Jiang Wanyin, a faint, elusive smile playing on his lips. "Miss Jiang, are you just planning to thank me verbally?" Jiang Wanyin pressed her lips together, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. "How about a performance fee? How much do you want?" she thought. Since he had played along in the charade, it was only fair to compensate him. Gu Huaijin's gaze fixed on her, his voice cooling slightly. "Miss Jiang, you're not planning to back out, are you?" "Back out of what?" Jiang Wanyin asked, looking puzzled. Gu Huaijin didn't answer directly but pulled out his phone and tapped a few times. A short recording played. "Just missing a wife." "What? Afraid. Deal." Jiang Wanyin furrowed her brow, realizing she had perhaps fallen into a well-crafted trap. She hadn't expected this man to have recorded their conversation. Sensing the change in her expression, Gu Huaijin spoke calmly. "Recording is a habit of mine. However, if Miss Jiang intends to go back on her word, I won't force you." He paused, then added, "Besides, your ex-boyfriend didn't seem completely convinced of our relationship. If he finds out I was just an actor you hired, it might be awkward for you, right?" These words left Jiang Wanyin in a dilemma. Today, she either had to be someone who went back on her word or marry a man she had only met once. Yet, one question lingered in her mind. "Sir." Jiang Wanyin looked directly into Gu Huaijin's eyes, her voice cautious. "We don't even know each other's full names or what we do, yet you want to marry me. Surely you have some ulterior motive. Gu Huaijin met her probing gaze and calmly introduced himself. Gu Huaijin, 30 years old, former military. Marrying you isn't about any ulterior motive. It's just that I'm at the age where my family is pressing me, and you seemed a suitable choice. Jiang Wanyin scrutinized the handsome man before her, reluctantly admitting he indeed fit the saying. Those who look good are offered to the country. Perhaps due to Gu Huaijin's military background, she found herself believing he might be sincere about marriage. Seeing her deep in thought, Gu Huaijin's deep voice sounded again. Miss Jiang, do you not trust me? Jiang Wanyin was at a loss for words. Knowing marriage wasn't a trivial matter. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration. Mr. Gu, if you were in the military, you'd need to report your marriage, right? Let's wait until you've filed the report. She felt a sense of relief at finding a reason to delay. Gu Huaijin, with a faint smile, saw through her little ploy. You're overthinking it, Miss Jiang. I just retired, so no report is needed. We can get the marriage certificate now. He glanced at his watch and added, there's still an hour before the Civil Affairs Bureau closes. We can make it in time. Jiang Wanyin was stunned by the rapid turn of events. Well, I didn't bring my household registration book, so we can't get the certificate today. She tried to delay again. You don't need the household registration book, just an ID card, Gu Huaijin replied with a confident smile. A little backdoor help isn't out of the question. Jiang Wanyin was speechless, realizing she had dug herself into a hole. After Lu Jingyan's betrayal, she had lost faith in love. This man, Gu Huaijin, was strikingly handsome and had a military background, which suggested he might have decent character. Marrying him seemed like an acceptable choice, and it would also fulfill her grandmother's wish. Alright, Jiang Wanyin resolved, we can get married first. If it doesn't work out, we can always divorce. It's just another trip to the Civil Affairs Bureau. A flicker of an unreadable emotion passed through Gu Huaijin's eyes, but he said nothing more, following Jiang Wanyin into her car as they headed to the Civil Affairs Bureau together. An hour later, the setting sun cast a warm glow over the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, marking this special moment. Jiang Wanyin and Gu Huaijin stood side by side, each holding a brand new red booklet. Jiang Wanyin examined the photo on their marriage certificate. Both of their expressions were calm, clearly showing their unfamiliarity. She carefully placed the marriage certificate into her bag and turned to the man beside her. Mr. Gu, did you just get back from retiring today? Gu Huaijin nodded, replying softly. Jiang Wanyin suddenly understood. No wonder you're still in camouflage and happened to be at the airport. Where do you live? Do you need a ride? Just as Gu Huaijin was about to answer, his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he furrowed his brows slightly but answered the call. Hello. After a brief conversation, his expression darkened. I'll be back soon. Ending the call, he turned to Jiang Wanyin. I have something to attend to, so I need to leave. Jiang Wanyin nodded in understanding, not pressing for details. Suddenly remembering something, she added, should we exchange WeChat? Since we're married, I wouldn't want to have trouble finding you if we decide to divorce. Gu Huaijin opened his WeChat app. I'll scan yours. After they exchanged contacts, Gu Huaijin put away his phone and said briefly, I'll get in touch once I'm done. Jiang Wanyin responded nonchalantly, waving her hand dismissively. I'm leaving then, bye. As Jiang Wanjin's figure disappeared around the corner, a black Bentley quietly pulled up in front of Gu Huaijin. Ji Yuan efficiently got out and respectfully opened the car door for him, Mr. Gu. Gu Huaijin settled into the car and instructed plainly, take me home. After a moment's silence, he added, look into a woman named Jiang Wanyin for me. As dusk fell and the city was gradually enveloped in night, Jiang Wanyin returned home, kicked off her high heels, and curled up on the soft sofa. She exhaled deeply, her gaze passing through the window to the dazzling lights outside. Memories of the past 3 years with Lu Jingyan surged like a tide, and her long-suppressed emotions finally broke free. Tears flowed uncontrollably, dampening her cheeks. Jiang Wanyin was not heartless. Despite the infrequent meetings over the past 3 years, her feelings had already taken root. The pain of genuine affection being betrayed, especially by Jiang Xinyu, left her unable to remain calm. At the airport, she could still feign composure and reprimand the unfaithful couple. But now, all the grievances and heartache overwhelmed her defenses like a flood. She curled tighter, hugging her knees fiercely, and cried out loud. The fragility of love was glaringly evident at that moment. After an indeterminate time of crying, Jiang Wanyin finally calmed down. She fumbled for her phone, found Zhou Ziyu's number, and dialed it. The call was quickly answered by a slightly lazy male voice. My lady, thinking of me this late? Jiang Wanyin hastily wiped the remaining tears from her face, her voice hoarse from crying. Zhou Ziyu, let's meet at our usual spot for a drink. Zhou Ziyu, sensing something was off, immediately asked, Wanwan, have you been crying? Zhou Ziyu was a longtime confidant of Jiang Wanyin, a friendship spanning over a decade. Though people often claim there's no pure friendship between men and women, Jiang Wanyin firmly believed their relationship was purer than plain water. They knew almost everything about each other's lives. However, except for the initial year they met when family troubles often brought her to tears, Jiang Wanyin had seemingly matured overnight, becoming remarkably resilient. She would not shed tears easily unless faced with something deeply distressing. Hearing her tear-streaked voice now, Zhou Ziyu grew concerned. Jiang Wanyin sniffed, her voice slightly choked. "Come out for a drink, I'll tell you then." She needed to release these pent-up emotions to gather herself and face tomorrow. Zhou Ziyu hung up, glanced at his manager beside him, and quickly donned sunglasses and a mask before slipping out the door discreetly. The Gu residence, a quaint and traditional manor, comes into view. The courtyard is lush with greenery, and the rock gardens and flowing water create a serene and elegant atmosphere. Suddenly, a robust voice breaks the silence of the living room. "You brat, you still remember to come back." In the spacious living room, Madame Gu sits upright on the sofa, looking vigorous and rosy, showing no signs of illness. Gu Huaijin sits down unhurriedly, with a slight smile on his lips. "Grandma, you pretended to be sick. How could I not come back?" It turns out that the call at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau was from Uncle Qin, the butler of the Gu residence, saying that Madame Gu had fainted from anger. Gu Huaijin immediately knew that it was just his grandmother's trick to get him to return home. Madame Gu snorted. "You finally retired, and then you disappeared at the airport, just to avoid taking over the company, right?" She had specially sent bodyguards to the airport to pick him up today, but he was nowhere to be found, forcing her to resort to this ploy. Gu Huaijin fiddled with his phone and replied calmly, "No, I promised that after retiring I would officially take over the company. I won't go back on my word." From a young age, he understood the responsibility he carried. With his parents managing the company abroad for years, the Gu group in the capital had to be entrusted to him. This was also the condition Madame Gu set when she agreed to let him join the military. "That's good. Get started in the next few days so this old body of mine can finally rest," Madame Gu said, her tone filled with joy and her face brightening. Gu Huaijin nodded in agreement. Madame Gu took a sip of tea and earnestly continued, "You're not getting any younger. Now that you're retired, you should seriously think about marriage." She sighed softly, "If you don't hurry, I don't know if this old body of mine will live to see you get married and have children." Gu Huaijin's eye twitched slightly. "Grandma, you're healthy enough to live for decades. If you don't take action, I'll arrange it for you. That girl from the Su family isn't bad." Gu Huaijin put away his phone, stood up, and interrupted, "Grandma, you don't need to worry about this. I have my plans. I've got plans with He Jinzhou and the others, so I'll be going now." "What plans? You haven't even had a girlfriend all these years. If you don't act within a month, you're going on a blind date." "Got it, I'll bring someone back for you then." Gu Huaijin agreed readily, causing Madame Gu to become suspicious, wondering if he was just brushing her off again. At the Nightfall Club, in VIP room 806. Jiang Wanyin rested her head on one hand, swirling a glass of wine in the other, looking listless with red, swollen eyes, exuding an aura of sadness. Zhou Ziyu, seeing her in this state, was anxious. "What's happened, my dear?" Jiang Wanyin took another gulp of wine, mocking herself. "Lu Jingyan and I broke up." Zhou Ziyu was momentarily stunned, then poured himself a glass of red wine, a barely perceptible hint of delight in his voice. "Why?" Jiang Wanyin lowered her eyes, full of self-mockery. "I saw him at the airport with Jiang Xinyu today. He said he liked Jiang Xinyu. If I hadn't seen them, I would have been kept in the dark." She laughed bitterly. "At that moment, I realized how foolish I was. I did so much for him over these 3 years, only to be told he didn't like me. Isn't it ridiculous?" "Zhou Ziyu, you were right when you said women who spend money on men are utterly foolish." Zhou Ziyu's lips curved slightly as he clinked glasses with Jiang Wanyin. "Congratulations, Jiang Wanyin." "Congratulations for what?" Jiang Wanyin looked at him puzzled. Zhou Ziyu sipped his wine slowly. "Congratulations on finally seeing Lu Jingyan for who he really is, and on finally escaping that pitfall." As a man, he understood men better. From the first time he met Lu Jingyan, he felt that this man wasn't worthy of Jiang Wanyin. Yet, Jiang Wanyin, usually so rational, was completely devoted to Lu Jingyan. Over the past 3 years, he had witnessed how Jiang Wanyin treated Lu Jingyan with utmost care, and even financially supported him when the Lu family faced economic difficulties. He had advised her many times, but love-struck Jiang Wanyin never listened. Eventually, he stopped saying anything, knowing that one day Jiang Wanyin would hit a wall with Lu Jingyan. He hadn't expected that day to come so soon, and he felt relieved for Jiang Wanyin. Listening to Zhou Ziyu, Jiang Wanyin's knuckles turned white as she gripped her glass. She turned to look at Zhou Ziyu, a hint of doubt in her eyes. "Why aren't you surprised at all that Lu Jingyan cheated?" She recalled Zhou Ziyu had previously told her that Lu Jingyan wasn't a good man, but she always chose to ignore those negative comments. Looking back now, perhaps it's true that outsiders see more clearly than those caught in the situation. Zhou Ziyu lightly tapped Jiang Wanyin on the head, his eyes filled with a look of disappointment and frustration. He took a deep breath, his tone stern yet caring. "Wanyin, think carefully. In the 3 years you were with Lu Jingyan, what did he actually do for you? How could someone who truly cares about you forget your birthday? Stand by while you exhaust yourself working to fund his research? Did he ever once mention you in his future plans? Zhou Ziyu's words cut through Jiang Wanyin like a sharp knife, piercing her heart. He continued, "You're usually so smart. Why do you lose your senses when it comes to Lu Jingyan? People like him only see profit. Now that you've left the Jiang family, you're of no use to him, so naturally he turns to Jiang Xinyu, the current heiress." These words, harsh as they were exactly what Jiang Wanyin needed to hear. It was as if she had awakened from a dream, and any lingering feelings for Lu Jingyan vanished in that moment. Jiang Wanyin picked up her glass, downing most of its contents in one go, her voice steady and devoid of emotion. "After tonight, Lu Jingyan and I will have nothing to do with each other." Zhou Ziyu breathed a sigh of relief, patting Jiang Wanyin on the shoulder with a smile. "That's more like it. Don't worry, if you want, I can introduce you to plenty of handsome guys." With a slight buzz from the alcohol, Jiang Wanyin rested her chin on her hand and chuckled. "No need, I'm already married." "What?" Zhou Ziyu's eyes widened in shock. "Are you drunk, dear? You just broke up today. How could you be married already?" Jiang Wanyin stood up, wagging her finger at Zhou Ziyu with a mysterious air. "Just wait and see." She rummaged through her bag for a moment, then slapped a small red booklet onto the table. "Look, a marriage certificate." As her close friend, Zhou Ziyu knew Jiang Wanyin wouldn't hide anything from him. He carefully picked up the marriage certificate, inspecting the official seal to confirm its authenticity. Just as he was about to ask about the sudden marriage, his eyes landed on the groom's name, Huaijin. Zhou Ziyu's head snapped up, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at Jiang Wanyin. "Wanyin, your new husband is Huaijin?" Faced with the question, Jiang Wanyin hesitated for a moment. She took the marriage certificate from Zhou Ziyu and examined the names carefully before nodding. "Yes, it's Huaijin." Zhou Ziyu furrowed his brows, pondering. Is he from the Gu family in Beijing? Although the Zhou family wasn't as prominent as the Gu family, they were still part of the elite circles. He had heard some rumors about the Gu family. It said that the most outstanding member of the youngest generation of the Gu family is named Huaijin, but hardly anyone has seen what he looks like, Zhou Ziyu continued. Over the years, no media outlet has managed to capture a single photo of Huaijin, not even a shot from behind. Some say he's been living abroad, while others claim he's been frail since childhood and has never left home. The Gu family has never clarified these rumors. Jiang Wanyin couldn't help but smile slightly. "Zhou Ziyu, I think you're the one who's drunk. How could someone from the Gu family just be picked up by me at the airport and married? The Huaijin I married is just a retired soldier, probably even unemployed now." She briefly recounted the events at the airport and added, "A Gu family member would certainly marry someone of equal status, not someone like me. Besides, I have no interest in marrying into such a wealthy family. It sounds exhausting." Zhou Ziyu listened and found her reasoning made sense. Beijing is a big city, and people sharing the same name isn't uncommon. This Huaijin probably wasn't the one from the Gu family. It wasn't that he doubted Jiang Wanyin's charm. Having been in the entertainment industry for years, he'd seen many actresses, and Jiang Wanyin was more attractive than many of them. He was more concerned about the complexities of marrying into a family like the Gus, fearing Jiang Wanyin might not be happy. After dismissing his doubts, Zhou Ziyu thought of another issue. Wanwan, you said your husband doesn't have a job yet. Could he be living off you? Remember, women who spend money on men don't usually end up well. Jiang Wanyin carefully put away the marriage certificate and shot him a look. He's not freeloading. He's just temporarily unemployed. Oh, just got married and already defending him, Zhou Ziyu teased, raising an eyebrow. Wanwan, did you marry Huaijin because you were smitten by his looks? He genuinely hoped she was attracted to him rather than marrying out of spite against Lu Jingyan. Jiang Wanyin took another large sip of her wine, recalling Huaijin's appearance, and chuckled. He is indeed quite handsome. Zhou Ziyu sipped his wine and cautioned. Jiang Wanyin, be reserved. Don't give too much of yourself before you know him well. Jiang Wanyin hiccuped, clearly tipsy, and scoffed. Zhou Ziyu, you change girlfriends every month, and you tell me to be reserved? I'm a woman. Can't I appreciate a handsome man? That's sexist. She hummed softly. I'm done talking to you. I need to go to the restroom. With that, she staggered out, leaving Zhou Ziyu frowning. Are you okay? Want me to go with you? Zhou Ziyu asked with concern. Jiang Wanyin glanced back at him, her eyes glazed, and teased. Are you planning to go into the ladies' room? Zhou Ziyu was at a loss for words and could only watch her wobble away. Meanwhile, room 606 across the hall from 608 was lively. To welcome Huaijin back, He Jinju had ordered a table full of drinks, intending for everyone to have a good time. Zhou Yanqing had even hung a banner in the private room, boldly stating, Congratulations to Huaijin on his honorable discharge, wishing you freedom and happiness. Huaijin found the banner an eyesore and couldn't resist pulling it down himself. Hey, I spent $100 getting that custom made for you, Zhou Yanqing lamented, watching the banner hit the floor. Huaijin gave him a sidelong glance. So expensive? Should I transfer you the 100? Zhou Yanqing grinned mischievously. No need for that. Now that you're back, what's 100 to us? He Jinju poured drinks for everyone. To our eldest brother's safe return from the military. Their glasses clinked together, a testament to their decade-long friendship. Zhou Yanqing lounged back on the sofa and asked, when are you officially taking over Gu Corp? Gu Huaijin leaned back as well, gently swirling his wine glass, and replied nonchalantly, in the next couple of days. So soon? I was hoping we could hang out for a bit now that you're back, He Jinju lamented. Before Gu Huaijin's discharge, his special status meant they could only meet up in clubs for drinks. Zhou Yanqing teased, He Jinju, what do you plan to do with the boss? He shot He Jinju a slightly mocking glance. With a roguish grin, He Jinju added, boss, you've spent 7 years in the military and you're 30 now. Want us to introduce some girls to you? Gu Huaijin shot him a, you've got too much time on your hands, look and couldn't be bothered to respond. However, he suddenly thought of Jiang Wanyin. On his way to the club, he had texted her, saying he was busy for the next few days and wouldn't be able to see her. Yet, the woman hadn't replied. It seemed she'd forgotten about his existence. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanyin, exiting the restroom, realized the wine had hit her hard, leaving her dizzy and her mind in a fog. She stumbled back toward the private rooms, and relying on her instincts, stopped at a door marked VIP 606. Her mind seemed to short-circuit, unable to recall if this was her room. She glanced at the door across the hall, VIP 608. 606? 608? It should be this one, right? Jiang Wanyin muttered to herself as she pushed open the door in front of her. Jizu. Her voice trailed off as she found herself staring at 3 men who turned to look at her. Maybe she had really drunk too much. How had Zhou Ziyu become 3 people? And who were these stunningly handsome men? One of them looked vaguely familiar. Jiang Wanyin, what are you doing here? A cold voice snapped her out of her daze, sending a shiver down her spine. Slightly more sober, she realized she had entered the wrong room. If she could, she would prefer not to be sober at this moment. She recognized the familiar-looking man as her newlywed husband, Gu Huaijin. Awkwardly, Jiang Wanyin waved at them. Hi there, I walked into the wrong room, sorry. Just as she was about to pretend nothing had happened and make her exit, a large hand gripped her arm. She turned to meet Gu Huaijin's deep, inscrutable eyes. Feeling a bit intimidated, she swallowed nervously and quickly lowered her gaze, her head spinning even more. Gu Huaijin had a faint, almost imperceptible smile on his lips as he looked directly at Jiang Wanyin. You haven't forgotten me already, have you? Is this a side effect of a flash marriage? As soon as he said this, He Jinzhou and Zhou Yanqing, who were initially surprised, immediately perked up with curiosity. When they saw Jiang Wanyin suddenly burst into the private room, they thought she might have entered by mistake. But when Gu Huaijin called out her name, the two exchanged a knowing glance. In their memory, Gu Huaijin had only ever dated one woman in his 30 years, Xia Chang'e. After they broke up, he joined the military and hadn't been seen with another woman since. They even suspected he had developed gynophobia because of Xia Chang'e. Now, seeing him actively reach out to this unfamiliar girl was more shocking than the sun rising in the west. Jiang Wanyin forced an awkward smile. Gu Huaijin, what a coincidence. Before she could finish, a wave of nausea hit her, her stomach churned, and her head spun so badly she could hardly stand. Gu Huaijin frowned, wondering how much she had drunk. Without a word, he scooped Jiang Wanyin up in his arms. Startled by the sudden movement, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck and then began to struggle. What are you doing? Put me down. Don't move. I'm taking you home, Gu Huaijin said with unexpected gentleness, which strangely calmed Jiang Wanyin down. Witnessing this, He Jinzhou couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer and asked, Boss, who is this girl? Gu Huaijin replied casually, my wife. Wife? He Jinzhou and Zhou Yanqing pinched each other's arms in disbelief, worried they had misheard. Their minds raced with questions. When did Gu Huaijin get married? Didn't he not even have a girlfriend? Gu Huaijin seemed to read their thoughts and preemptively said, I'll explain later, but for now, don't tell anyone about this. I'm leaving. With that, he carried Jiang Wanyin out of the room. He Jinzhou and Zhou Yanqing exchanged looks. So is the boss having a secret marriage? He Jinzhou murmured. Zhou Yanqing rubbed his nose thoughtfully. It seems like they don't know each other that well. Just as Gu Huaijin exited the room, he bumped into Zhou Ziyu, who was coming out of the room across the hall. Zhou Ziyu immediately recognized Jiang Wanyin in Gu Huaijin's arms and demanded, Who are you? Put Wanyin down right now. Gu Huaijin gave Zhou Ziyu a cold once-over and retorted, And who are you? He wasn't familiar with the entertainment industry, so he didn't recognize this popular idol. Zhou Ziyu paused, then realized, You're Gu Huaijin? He had just seen Jiang Wanyin's marriage certificate and hadn't expected to meet her husband so soon. The man before him, though plainly dressed, exuded an aura of sophistication and danger that couldn't be underestimated. Gu Huaijin's brow furrowed slightly as he scrutinized Zhou Ziyu. You know me. He had just returned from military service, so not many people should know his identity. Zhou Ziyu met his gaze and explained, I'm a good friend of Jiang Wanyin. She showed me the marriage certificate. Gu Huaijin understood then that Zhou Ziyu only knew him as Jiang Wanyin's husband. He asked in a deep voice, was she drinking with you? Zhou Ziyu nodded, then sneered, Mr. Gu, you should know why Wanyin married you, right? Gu Huaijin glanced down at Jiang Wanyin, who was now passed out in his arms, recalling the incident at the airport. He understood the implication of Zhou Ziyu's words. Even though Jiang Wanyin had acted indifferent, leaving that scumbag couple speechless, how could 3 years of feelings be cut off so easily? Without replying, Gu Huaijin turned to leave. Zhou Ziyu quickly called after him, Mr. Gu, Wanyin's bag. And don't take advantage of her. Gu Huaijin took the bag and left a final remark, she's my wife now. Watching them walk away, Zhou Ziyu muttered to himself, if it weren't for your marriage, I wouldn't have let you take Wanyin. He silently hoped, I hope Gu Huaijin can help Jiang Wanyin forget Lu Jingyan soon. After all, they say the best way to get over someone is to start a new relationship. The next day, at the Jiang family villa, Jiang Xinyu hummed a tune as she breezed into the living room. Sitting on the couch, Meng Milan frowned at her daughter and asked, you didn't come home last night. Where were you? Jiang Xinyu casually sat beside her mother, admiring her freshly done nails. Brother Jingyan came back yesterday, so of course I was with him. Meng Milan poked her daughter's forehead in exasperation. You didn't give yourself to him, did you? I told you to keep him on the hook. Mom. Jiang Xinyu interrupted, pouting playfully. Jiang Xinyu couldn't hide her pride, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Yesterday, Lu Jingyan, whom she had admired for a long time, finally broke up with Jiang Wanyin. What thrilled her even more was that Jingyan was about to join the Gu group as the head of the RD department. When this news reached Meng Milan, her tense expression finally relaxed a bit. As the current matriarch of the Jiang family, she was well aware of the Lu family's declining fortunes in recent years. If it weren't for Lu Jingyan's impressive capabilities, they wouldn't even compare to the Jiang family. By the way, what's Lu Jingyan's salary? Meng Milan asked casually, though a shrewd glint flashed in her eyes. Jiang Xinyu counted on her fingers. His annual salary is 5 million, plus bonuses. It should be over 10 million a year. And the Gu group values him highly, they're planning to throw a welcome party for him. Upon hearing this figure, Meng Milan didn't show much delight. In her eyes, a mere 10 million was just a drop in the bucket compared to the Gu group's CEO's pocket money. Her ambitions were clearly much larger than her daughter Jiang Xinyu's. Recalling her own past, a faint smile tugged at Meng Milan's lips. She had once been a mere accountant at Jiang Corporation, but with her alluring looks, she had captivated Jiang Jiangguo. Using a few tactics, she had managed to become Mrs. Jiang. However, in recent years, Jiang Corporation had also struggled due to the wider economic environment. To maintain her status in high society, Meng Milan pinned all her hopes on her daughter, Jiang Xinyu. In her eyes, the Lu family was insignificant, but Jiang Xinyu was infatuated with Lu Jingyan. It wasn't until 3 years ago, when she heard Lu Jingyan was going abroad for further studies and would have a promising future upon return, that she reluctantly agreed to let Jiang Xinyu keep him on a string while secretly scouting for better prospects for her daughter. Jiang Xinyu linked arms with her mother, excitedly saying, Mom, so many people envy that Jingyan can join the Gu group. Plus, when he joins, we might have the chance to meet the Gu family, and that's the real opportunity. Are you sure we'll get to meet the Gu family? Meng Milan's interest was piqued, her eyes gleaming with cunning. Of course. The Gu group is hosting a welcome party for Jingyan, and I heard the Gu group's CEO will attend. That's our chance. Jiang Xinyu said confidently. Hearing this, Meng Milan beamed, really? Xinyu, can we go together? She recalled hearing from the socialite circle that the Gu family's matriarch had handed over the Gu group to her grandson Gu Huaijin. Although no one knew what he looked like, it was said he wasn't married yet, and many wealthy mothers were eager to introduce their daughters to him. Becoming in-laws with the Gu family would elevate one's status in Beijing and bring a slew of business opportunities. Meng Milan naturally hoped to latch onto the Gu family. She had been worried about lacking an opportunity, but now, hearing Jiang Xinyu's words, she was secretly delighted, feeling that fate was on her side. Jiang Xinyu nodded firmly. Of course, I'll let Jingyan know, and we can all go together. Great, great, Meng Milan said eagerly. Tell him quickly. No, invite him over for dinner at our house as a welcome gesture. All right, I'll tell him right away. Jiang Xinyu, thinking this was her mother's approval of Lu Jingyan, happily went upstairs to call him. However, she had no idea that Meng Milan was scheming other plans. In her mind, this might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, not only to meet the Gu family but potentially to find a better match for her daughter than Lu Jingyan. Xiangshan apartment. Jiang Wanyin awoke with a pounding headache from a hangover, her eyes stinging as if she had cried. She looked around the familiar room, trying hard to recall the events of the previous night. She remembered drinking with Zhou Ziyu, and assumed he must have been the one who brought her home. Struggling to get up, she dragged herself to the bathroom to freshen up. The hot water eased her discomfort slightly. Wrapping herself in a towel out of habit, Jiang Wanyin stepped out of the bedroom to get a drink of water from the living room. However, the sight before her jolted her awake. Gu Huaijin was standing by the dining table, carefully arranging breakfast. Hearing her movement, he looked up, his gaze lingering on her for a moment, his eyes darkening slightly. It was then that Jiang Wanyin realized her attire was quite revealing. The towel barely covered the essentials, accentuating her alluring curves. Her skin was smooth and fair, and her long legs stood out in the morning light. Her cheeks were flushed from the shower, exuding an alluring charm. Suddenly aware of her situation, Jiang Wanyin let out a startled cry and dashed back into the bedroom. 10 minutes later, she emerged fully dressed, pointing at Gu Huaijin in surprise. "What are you doing in my house?" Gu Huaijin took a step closer, his eyes locking onto her still flushed face. "You don't remember last night?" Jiang Wanyin tried to recall, and fragmented memories surfaced. Last night at the nightclub, she had accidentally entered the wrong room and ran into Gu Huaijin. She got so drunk that she passed out, and he carried her home. "How did you know where I live?" she asked, puzzled. Gu Huaijin paused for a moment. "You woke up halfway and told me," he replied, a white lie to cover the fact that Ji Yuan had actually found her address. Revealing the investigation was not an option. Jiang Wanyin tried to remember but couldn't. She switched the topic. "Did you sleep here last night?" "I didn't do anything embarrassing, did I?" Seeing her anxious expression, Gu Huaijin's lips curved slightly. "You kept holding on to me, not letting me leave, so I had to stay." Feeling his gaze and recalling the earlier awkwardness, Jiang Wanyin was both embarrassed and frustrated. "Didn't do anything, did we? We're legally married now, so even if something did happen, it's all above board," Gu Huaijin teased her. Jiang Wanyin ran a hand through her hair in exasperation. "I'm just worried that I might have forced myself on you." Gu Huaijin chuckled, but his mind wandered back to the previous night. Jiang Wanyin had cried in her sleep, calling out for Lu Jingyan and her mother. He knew her mother had died in a car accident when she was 15, and her father had remarried soon after, bringing a stepsister, Jiang Xinyu, into the family. At 20, Jiang Wanyin moved out on her own, for reasons that were obvious. Last night, Jiang Wanyin was so vulnerable, clinging to him tightly. Gu Huaijin had sat beside her bed, silently keeping her company through the night. "Don't worry, nothing happened. I slept on the sofa," Gu Huaijin reassured her softly. "Come and have some breakfast." Jiang Wanyin breathed a sigh of relief and walked to the dining table. Looking at the neatly arranged breakfast, she couldn't help but smile. "You really were in the army. Even your breakfast setup is so orderly." "What's so funny?" Gu Huaijin served her a bowl of millet porridge. "Have some porridge. You drank a lot last night. It's not good for your stomach." Jiang Wanyin recalled Zhou Ziyu's suspicions and thought Gu Huaijin didn't seem like one of the Gu family. "Nothing, thank you." The two ate in silence. Occasionally, Jiang Wanyin glanced up, captivated by Gu Huaijin's elegant eating habits. Even a simple bun seemed like a gourmet dish in his hands. "What's wrong? Doesn't it taste good?" Gu Huaijin noticed her gaze. Jiang Wanyin quickly shook her head and changed the subject. "By the way, have you found a job since you retired?" Gu Huaijin hesitated for a moment, then replied vaguely, "Almost." Jiang Wanyin reassured him, "It's okay, take your time. You'll find something suitable." Gu Huaijin's lips curved slightly. He thought to himself that taking over the Gu Corporation could be considered finding a job. Jiang Wanyin tentatively asked, "Do you have a place to stay in Beijing?" Gu Huaijin was about to answer when she interrupted, "If you don't have a place yet, you can stay here. It's not big, but there's a spare room." Gu Huaijin was momentarily speechless. He had intended to say he owned a house, more than one, in fact. But in Jiang Wanyin's eyes, he seemed like an unemployed, rather poor person. He suddenly didn't know how to reveal his true identity to her, afraid of startling her. Jiang Wanyin noticed Gu Huaijin's silence and assumed he had reservations about her suggestion. She gently explained, "This house was bought by my mom a long time ago. You're currently unemployed, and renting in the capital is so expensive. We're technically a couple now, so you should stay here. If you find it uncomfortable later, you can always move." Her words were filled with kindness. She simply wanted to help Gu Huaijin save some money. Little did she know, her suggestion played right into Gu Huaijin's plans. He had been contemplating how to get Jiang Wanyin to move in with him, and now she had offered him a place to stay. Gu Huaijin glanced around the room. Though the house wasn't large, it was more than enough for two people. He planned to reveal the truth to her at the right moment, and then move her into his villa on the hill. "Thank you," Gu Huaijin nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, I'll work hard to earn money." Jiang Wanyin suddenly remembered something and smiled. "You know, last night my friend saw your name and thought you might be from the Gu family in the capital." Gu Huaijin's grip on his chopsticks tightened slightly. Before he could respond, Jiang Wanyin continued, "I told them. How could that be? Someone from the Gu family wouldn't be jobless, homeless, and carless. and just marry me on a whim. Would you mind being with someone who has no job, no house, and no car? Gu Huaijin suddenly asked, his eyes fixed intently on Jiang Wanyin. Jiang Wanyin quickly waved her hand, worried her words might hurt his pride. I'm not saying that at all. Actually, I earn a decent salary, and I have a house and a car. I can support both of us. In reality, Jiang Wanyin was something of a heiress, having grown up in comfort and luxury. She had chosen to leave her family home to live an ordinary life. Gu Huaijin had discovered through his research that she worked as a translator at the largest translation company in the capital, with impressive skills and a handsome income. Gu Huaijin chuckled inwardly, wondering if she thought he couldn't support himself and was planning to take care of him instead. It was the first time he had met a woman who didn't mind his lack of wealth and was even willing to support him. He felt a bit touched by her gesture. The difference between people can be vast. Someone he once cared for had left him without hesitation when he lost his money and status. Yet here was a woman willing to accept him with nothing. Gu Huaijin put down his chopsticks and looked earnestly into Jiang Wanyin's eyes. If I told you I'm a wealthy man, would you believe me? Jiang Wanyin rested her chin on her hand, genuinely pondering the question. After a moment, she laughed and countered. If you were rich, why would you marry me? Rich people usually marry someone of their own standing. Besides, the world of the wealthy is too complicated. Her expression dimmed as she thought of her parents, who had built the Jiang Corporation from nothing, only to find that money didn't bring happiness. Jiang Wanyin sighed, not out of insecurity, but because she didn't want to get caught up in the intrigues of high society. Gu Huaijin noticed the change in her expression and decided not to reveal his true identity just yet. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll work hard to support us." "All right, good luck." Jiang Wanyin encouraged him with a thumbs up before continuing her breakfast. Just then, Gu Huaijin's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he said to Jiang Wanyin, "I need to take this call." He stepped onto the balcony and answered, "What's up?" A voice filled with excitement came through the phone. "Bro, when did you become Wanyin's fiancé?" It was his sister, Gu Shiqing. From her words, it was clear she knew Jiang Wanyin, and they seemed to be quite familiar. Gu Huaijin frowned slightly. "How do you know? And how do you know Jiang Wanyin?" His answer confirmed Gu Shiqing's suspicion. She was even more excited. "Didn't you know that a video of you and Wanyin at the airport dealing with those jerks went viral?" Gu Shiqing had stumbled upon the video while browsing social media. Initially she thought she was mistaken, but after checking multiple times, she was sure it was indeed her brother and Jiang Wanyin. Coincidentally, she knew them both. Gu Shiqing continued with enthusiasm. "I interned at Wanyin's company recently, and she was my mentor. Can you believe it? My boss is now my sister-in-law." Gu Shiqing had just graduated, majoring in Spanish and English. Although their grandmother wanted her to join the Gu group, she preferred to gain experience elsewhere, using the opportunity to avoid losing her freedom. Gu Huaijin didn't expect such a coincidence and asked, "Does Wanyin know your identity?" "No, she thinks I'm just an ordinary girl. Only the company director knows I'm from the Gu family, which is why I was assigned to someone as capable as Jiang Wanyin. But she and the others have no idea who I really am." "That's good." Gu Huaijin sighed with relief. "For now, don't reveal your identity or our relationship to her." "But why?" Gu Shiqing was puzzled. "I was hoping she'd look out for me at work." "She doesn't know who I am, and it's not the right time to bring her into the family," he explained. The line fell silent for a moment before Gu Shiqing sheepishly admitted, "Bro, it might be too late." Before she could finish, their grandmother's voice, filled with anger, came through the phone. "You little rascal, you actually got married? How can you keep such an important thing from us?" Gu Shiqing had shown the video to their grandmother, who was now listening in on the call. Gu Huaijin felt a headache coming on. He explained quietly, "Grandma, it's complicated. I'll explain everything when I come home." "How complicated can it be?" she pressed. "If you're married, bring her home. It's not fair to keep her hidden." While she was reasonable and happy about his marriage, she wanted to ensure the family approved, given their status. Gu Huaijin replied, "She doesn't know who I am, and it's not the right time for her to meet the family." "Are you pretending to be poor in front of her?" Gu Shiqing asked, amused by her brother's tactics. "She doesn't like the wealthy lifestyle, so it's best to keep things under wraps for now," he said, having initially hidden his identity out of necessity. Now, even if he wanted to tell her, he hesitated, knowing her views on wealthy families. Their grandmother seemed intrigued by Jiang Wanyin's aversion to wealth. "All right, but you better bring her home soon," she agreed, already scheming in her mind. After hanging up the phone, Gu Huaijin immediately dialed his assistant Ji Yuan's number. There was a barely noticeable urgency in his voice. "Ji Yuan, please buy some regular clothes and send them to the apartment from last night." Ji Yuan was momentarily taken aback and couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Gu, how regular are we talking?" He pictured the high-end attire the Gu family usually wore, struggling to imagine what would be considered regular in Gu Huaijin's eyes. Gu Huaijin pondered for a moment and finally said, "Something similar to what you usually wear. By the way, I'll be staying at the Xiangshan apartment for the foreseeable future." Ji Yuan was puzzled. He had personally driven Gu Huaijin and Jiang Wanyin back to that small apartment last night and knew they had registered their marriage. But why would they choose the cramped apartment over the luxurious villa on the hillside? Could this be some kind of newlywed quirk? But then again, compared to the surprise of Gu Huaijin's sudden marriage to Jiang Wanyin, everything else seemed less shocking. As an assistant, he didn't dare to inquire too much into his boss's private affairs. Understood, Mr. Gu, Ji Yuan replied and then asked, are you going to the office today? Is there anything important scheduled? Gu Huaijin countered. Ji Yuan succinctly reported, there's a government annual project meeting at the International Exhibition Center at 3 p.m. Also, are you attending Lu Jingnian's welcome party? Lu Jingnian. Gu Huaijin squinted, recalling the man he had encountered at the airport, Jiang Wanyin's ex-boyfriend. Sensing his boss's interest, Ji Yuan quickly added, yes, the one we've hired as the RD director. He has won several awards for research projects abroad, and it took a lot of effort to bring him back. To show the company's appreciation, we're throwing a welcome party for him and also promoting the company's future direction. Gu Huaijin's lips curled into a faint smirk. A man who furthered his education with a woman's money and then forgot his debts deserves a warm welcome. After ending the call, Gu Huaijin returned inside. Jiang Wanyin had finished her breakfast and was preparing to leave for work. Just before she left, she suddenly remembered something and said, let me record your fingerprint for the front door lock. Sure, Gu Huaijin agreed with a smile, feeling secretly pleased. This meant he was officially becoming part of her life. Jiang Wanyin took the elevator down to the underground garage. Just as she was about to get into her car, a Bentley worth millions drove in. Though not particularly knowledgeable about cars, this luxury vehicle caught her attention. Through the window, she vaguely recognized the man in the driver's seat but didn't think much of it before driving away. Meanwhile, Gu Huaijin approached the recently parked Bentley. Ji Yuan got out to open the door for him, curiously asking Mr. Gu, I just saw Mrs. Gu. Why didn't you come down together? Gu Huaijin replied calmly, she doesn't know my identity. Be careful when you pick me up in the future. Don't let her see. Are you planning to keep it from her? Ji Yuan, as an assistant, couldn't help but ask, what if she finds out later? Women hate being lied to. Gu Huaijin pressed his lips together, not answering, and quietly got into the car. He knew he had to find a way to tell Jiang Wanyin before she discovered it herself. Jiang Wanyin arrived at Yue Translation Company, the largest translation firm in the capital, where the work hours were relatively flexible. As a middle manager, her schedule was even more so. Shortly after settling in, Gu Shiqing cheerfully entered with a bag. Good morning, Sister Wanyin. Gu Shiqing beamed. Good morning, Jiang Wanyin replied with a smile. Gu Shiqing placed the bag in front of Jiang Wanyin. Sister Wanyin, this is for you. Having learned that Jiang Wanyin was her sister-in-law this morning, she wanted to give a gift. In a hurry, she chose a recently purchased limited edition perfume, cautious not to choose something too extravagant that might reveal her identity. Jiang Wanyin glanced at Gu Shiqing, then at the perfume in the bag, and put it back. Shiqing, the company doesn't allow gift giving. Normally, Jiang Wanyin wouldn't have to mentor an intern, but the company had specifically asked her to guide Gu Shiqing. Knowing that Gu Shiqing had a notable background, Jiang Wanyin remained strict at work, treating everyone equally regardless of their status. Gu Shiqing cleverly explained, Sister Wanyin, don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to bribe you. I just genuinely like you and see you as a sister, wanting to share nice things with you. She internally lamented her brother's request for secrecy. Otherwise, she could openly call Jiang Wanyin her sister-in-law. Jiang Wanyin chuckled. Just focus on your work. No need to give me anything. Gu Shiqing, 5 years her junior, had eyes that curved into crescents when she smiled, radiating sweetness and innocence, clearly someone who had been cherished. Jiang Wanyin liked her, feeling a sisterly bond. Moreover, today she noticed an inexplicable familiarity in Gu Shiqing's features. But I really think this perfume suits you, Gu Shiqing insisted. I rarely wear perfume. Jiang Wanyin pushed the bag back to Gu Shiqing, handing her a stack of documents. Please proofread these today. We have an on-site interpretation this afternoon, and you'll accompany me. She then turned to her computer and began working. Gu Shiqing left, dejectedly holding the bag and documents, thinking today's plan to win over her sister-in-law had failed. At 4 p.m., Jiang Wanyin brought Gu Shiqing to the International Exhibition Center. A long-term Spanish client of Yue Company was hosting a business promotion event, and Jiang Wanyin was responsible for simultaneous interpretation. It was Gu Shiqing's first time at such an event, and she curiously looked around. Suddenly, she spotted a familiar figure approaching her brother. Excited, Gu Shiqing waved at Gu Huaijin and was about to call out when she remembered Jiang Wanyin beside her and quickly lowered her hand. However, Jiang Wanyin had already noticed her excitement and followed her gaze. Seeing Gu Huaijin in a suit, Jiang Wanyin was momentarily stunned. Gu Huaijin also saw them, and it was too late to avoid them. He took a step back towards Ji Yuan and whispered, Ji Yuan, from now on you're my boss. What? Ji Yuan looked at Gu Huaijin in shock. Mr. Gu, how could he dare to impersonate the boss? Gu Huaijin caught a glimpse of Jiang Wanyin walking towards him, and his heart skipped a beat. He quickly leaned close to Ji Yuan's ear and whispered a threat. Don't let my wife know my identity, or you'll be on the next flight to Africa. Ji Yuan's face changed, and he nodded hurriedly. All right. Gu Huaijin, what are you doing here? Jiang Wanyin had reached them, her gaze lingering on Gu Huaijin, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. The Gu Huaijin before her, in a tailored suit, exuded the sophisticated aura of a CEO, a stark contrast to his casual attire from the day before. However, she quickly dismissed any unrealistic thoughts from her mind. Noticing the change in Jiang Wanqing's expression, Gu Huaijin felt a lump in his throat, worried she might suspect something. He quickly explained, I'm here with my boss for a meeting. When did you find a job? Jiang Wanqing asked, puzzled. Didn't you say this morning that you were still looking? Gu Huaijin calmly concocted a story. I had already sent out my resume, and this morning I was confirmed as Mr. G's bodyguard. I didn't have the chance to tell you. It seemed reasonable enough for a retired soldier to be hired as a bodyguard. Jiang Wanqing turned her gaze to Ji Yuan, frowning slightly. He seemed familiar, but she thought that perhaps she had seen him in a professional setting before. She offered Ji Yuan a polite smile. Hello, Mr. Ji, I'm Huaijin's wife. Ji Yuan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. The lady of the house was greeting him, and it felt like his life was on the line. But for the sake of his boss and his own future, he forced a smile. Hello, Mrs. Gu. Nearby, Gu Shiqing struggled to hold back her laughter. Her brother, the CEO, was now pretending to be a bodyguard. It was too amusing. She feigned ignorance and teased, Wanqing, I didn't know you were married. But you're so beautiful and successful. Why settle for a bodyguard as a husband? As soon as she finished, she felt Gu Huaijin's icy stare. Gu Shiqing quickly moved closer to Jiang Wanqing, knowing she was safe with her sister-in-law around. Jiang Wanqing glanced at Gu Huaijin, whose expression wasn't too pleasant, and chuckled softly. No job is beneath anyone. As long as one works hard, that's what matters. Like some people, they may have impressive degrees and enviable jobs, but they can still be ungrateful scoundrels. Hearing his wife's response, Gu Huaijin couldn't help but smile slightly. He asked, Wanwan, what brings you here? I have a job here. Jiang Wanqing glanced at her watch. The meeting is about to start and I'm running late. I'll see you later. Work hard. She nodded at Ji Yuan. Mr. Ji, please take care of my husband. With that, she hurried off towards conference room 3 with Gu Shiqing in tow. Watching Jiang Wanqing leave, Gu Huaijin heaved a sigh of relief. He reminded Ji Yuan, remember to play your role well when you encounter my wife. Ji Yuan nodded reluctantly, thinking how challenging it was to be an assistant not only fulfilling his primary duties, but now also having to act. Is this what they mean by being versatile? In conference room 3, the meeting was in full swing. Jiang Wanqing's Spanish interpretation was going smoothly. It was the first time Gu Shiqing saw her in such a professional and focused state, and she couldn't resist secretly recording a few short videos to send to Gu Huaijin. Brother, your wife is stunning when she's working. At that moment, Gu Huaijin, attending another meeting in a different room, felt his phone buzz. He opened WeChat and watched one of the videos. In the clip, Jiang Wanqing was wearing headphones, holding a notebook, her expression focused, her red lips moving with professional grace. Even without hearing her words, her dedication was palpable. Gu Huaijin's lips curled into a smile. He had known 2 years ago that Jiang Wanqing had a strong aptitude for languages. Cousin, you're here too? Suddenly, a man sat down next to Gu Huaijin. It was Gu Yanji, his uncle's son, making him Gu Huaijin's cousin. Since Gu Huaijin had joined the military, they had had little interaction. Gu Yanji had been working as a general manager at one of the subsidiaries of the Gu family business, with commendable performance. Recently, the family matriarch had plans to bring him back to the main group. Gu Huaijin glanced at him, barely furrowing his brow, locked his phone screen, and responded with a curt. Gu Yanji was unfazed and continued. Grandma said you just returned from the military yesterday. I didn't expect to see you here today. I thought you wouldn't attend this meeting. This government annual project meeting is crucial for the Gu group, as you're well aware, Gu Huaijin said in an even tone. Of course, that's why I thought I'd attend, so I could report back to you, Gu Yanji replied, fully aware that even though Gu Huaijin had been with the military for years, he remained the real power behind the Gu group. The family matriarch only managed things on the surface. Gu Huaijin stood by the office window, gazing thoughtfully at the bustling cityscape outside. His expression was contemplative, as if he were weighing something in his mind. Just then, Gu Yanji's voice came from behind, carrying a subtle hint of warning. Gu Huaijin, just focus on doing your job well. There was an underlying message in Gu Yanji's words, clearly reminding Gu Huaijin not to overstep his bounds. Gu Huaijin chuckled lightly, though his eyes remained serious. Well, now that you're back, there won't be any issues with Gu Group. My place is over there, I'll head off now. Gu Huaijin watched Gu Yanji's retreating figure thoughtfully before turning his attention back to considering the company's situation. At 6 in the evening, Jiang Wanyin finished her day's work as an interpreter. After bidding goodbye to Gu Shiqing, she decided to head straight home and stop by the supermarket on her way. With Gu Huaijin suddenly moving in, many household supplies needed replenishing. After a moment's hesitation, she sent Gu Huaijin a message. I'm at the supermarket buying household items. Is there anything you need? Gu Huaijin quickly replied, send me your location, I'll come over. Half an hour later, Gu Huaijin arrived at the supermarket and found Jiang Wanyin browsing the shelves of women's products. He stood behind her, his gaze curiously sweeping over the array of items. Jiang Wanyin snapped back to reality, noting the look in Gu Huaijin's eyes, and felt a wave of embarrassment. She hurriedly pushed him away. Why are you here? Go pick out what you need. Gu Huaijin, however, maintained a serious demeanor. I'm just getting familiar with this. In case you need anything in the future, I can help you buy it. A warm feeling rose in Jiang Wanqin's heart as she recalled her previous relationship with Lu Jingyan, who had never shown such thoughtfulness in their 3 years together. A nearby supermarket staff member, observing the scene, remarked with a smile, Miss, you're lucky. Not many men would help buy these kinds of products for their partners these days. Jiang Wanqin's lips curled into a slight smile, though she still felt a bit embarrassed. She quickly grabbed 2 packages of essentials and tossed them into the shopping cart, urging, let's go. Watching Jiang Wanyin hastily retreat, Gu Huaijin's lips curved into a smile, thinking, her shy demeanor is rather endearing. After picking out some essentials, Jiang Wanyin checked the time and suggested they buy some groceries to cook at home. She curiously asked Gu Huaijin if he knew how to cook, and he nodded, indicating he knew a little. Jiang Wanyin gestured a little with her fingers, explaining that she gradually learned after living alone. They both easily agreed on a few vegetables and walked out of the supermarket after paying. At that moment, they bumped into Jiang Xinyu and Lu Jingyan. Jiang Wanyin initially intended to ignore them, but Jiang Xinyu provocatively spoke up. She looked Gu Huaijin up and down and pretended to be concerned as she said to Jiang Wanyin, sister, wouldn't it be easier to find someone rich so you don't have to shop for yourself? Gu Huaijin smirked sarcastically. Dressed plainly, he only reinforced Jiang Xinyu's belief that he was poor. Jiang Wanyin retorted, aren't you shopping here too? Did you find a poor guy as well? Jiang Xinyu was momentarily at a loss for words, but quickly regained her composure and, in irritation, lifted her shopping bag to flaunt a bracelet, boasting, I'm here to shop at the mall. Look, this is a bracelet Jingyan just bought me. It was from the popular G brand this year. Gu Huaijin asked out of the blue, is this brand expensive? His question prompted laughter from Lu Jingyan and Jiang Xinyu. Jiang Xinyu smugly explained that it was a brand under the Gu family, insinuating Gu Huaijin's ignorance. Unfazed, Gu Huaijin pointed out that Jiang Xinyu's bracelet wasn't the latest model, which required an appointment. Jiang Xinyu's confidence wavered, but she tried to maintain her composure. Gu Huaijin turned to Jiang Wanyin and asked if she liked it, saying he could have one sent over. Jiang Wanyin quickly shook her head, thinking the boast was a bit much. Jiang Xinyu seized the moment to mock, sister, is it that you don't like it, or are you afraid your man will embarrass himself? Lu Jingyan chimed in, advising Jiang Wanyin not to be deceived by unreliable people. Jiang Wanyin felt a pang of hurt but held her ground, stating that Lu Jingyan was the biggest mistake of her life. Gu Huaijin held Jiang Wanyin's trembling hand and told Lu Jingyan, own up to your mistakes instead of making excuses. Then he pulled out his phone, claiming the latest bracelet would arrive within 5 minutes. Jiang Xinyu provocatively suggested a bet, with the loser banned from entering the mall again. Jiang Wanyin accepted the challenge. As time was about to run out, several people hurried over. The leading middle-aged man respectfully addressed Gu Huaijin as Mr. Gu and handed him a jewelry box. This unexpected turn left the other 3 stunned. Realizing that Gu Huaijin might not be as simple as he appeared, Gu Huaijin took the jewelry box and gently opened it. Inside, a delicate bracelet lay quietly on the velvet lining, shimmering softly under the light. He carefully took out the bracelet and, without hesitation, lifted Jiang Wanjin's left hand, securing the bracelet around her slender wrist. Wanwan, do you like it? Gu Huaijin asked softly, his gaze tender as he looked at Jiang Wanyin. Jiang Wanyin nodded with a smile, her fingers gently tracing each detail of the bracelet. The design was indeed captivating, and she genuinely liked it. However, a trace of doubt crossed her mind. She wasn't familiar with G brand's latest styles and couldn't confirm the authenticity of the bracelet. At that moment, Jiang Xinyu's face turned pale. As a jewelry designer, she was well acquainted with G brand's latest collections. Seeing the bracelet, she widened her eyes in disbelief, stunned that someone with limited means like Gu Huaijin could actually acquire such a rare piece. Lu Jingyan was equally puzzled, watching the G brand uniformed staff treating Gu Huaijin with utmost respect. Gu Huaijin's cold gaze swept over the two with displeased expressions, and he said in a deep voice, I've had the bracelet delivered. Do you have anything else to say? Jiang Xinyu sneered reluctantly, How do I know if this bracelet is real? You might have staged this whole thing. Gu Huaijin did not respond directly, but instead looked at the middle-aged man beside him. The man understood immediately, retrieving a document from his briefcase and respectfully presenting it to Jiang Xinyu and Lu Jingyan. This is the certificate for every product from our G brand, the man explained seriously. If you still have doubts about our product, feel free to verify at any time. Jiang Xinyu stared at the prominent red seal on the certificate, her hands unconsciously clenching into fists. In the jewelry design world, this red seal was a symbol of authority, and forging such a certificate was impossible. The truth was clear: the bracelet was indeed genuine. Lu Jingyan couldn't even get an appointment, yet with a single call, Gu Huaijin had the item delivered to him. Jiang Xinyu narrowed her eyes, glaring at Gu Huaijin with suspicion. Who exactly was this man? Noticing Jiang Xinyu's expression, Jiang Wanyin frowned slightly and instinctively stepped forward, shielding Gu Huaijin. She spoke coldly, Jiang Xinyu, a bet is a bet. You've seen the bracelet now. Isn't it time to apologize? Jiang Wanyin. Jiang Xinyu was so angry she nearly threw her shopping bag. Lu Jingyan quickly grabbed her arm. He didn't want to make a scene in front of so many people. He looked at Jiang Wanyin and Gu Huaijin, saying quietly, Wanwan, I'm sorry. Then, he gently nudged Jiang Xinyu, signaling her to apologize as well. Jiang Xinyu, unwilling and resentful, muttered, I'm sorry, before trying to leave. Wait, Gu Huaijin called out sternly. Jiang Xinyu gritted her teeth. I've already apologized. Gu Huaijin turned to the middle-aged man and instructed calmly, in the future, these two are not allowed to step into this mall again. The man nodded promptly. Understood, Mr. Gu. Jiang Xinyu immediately turned to Lu Jingyan, saying indignantly, Brother Jingyan, this is too much. Why are they banning us from the mall? Lu Jingyan felt not only humiliated but deeply insulted. His face flushed with anger. He demanded, Jiang Wanyin, do you really need to be so ruthless? Jiang Wanyin chuckled coldly. Lu Jingyan, if we had lost, would you have let us off easily? This question left Lu Jingyan speechless. The middle-aged man then gestured to the security guards. Please escort these two out of the mall. The guards stepped forward, but Lu Jingyan raised his hand to stop them. We'll leave on our own. He pulled Jiang Xinyu along as they briskly exited. As they were about to walk out the door, Jiang Wanjin's voice called from behind, Lu Jingyan, you have only 1 day left to repay the money. Lu Jingyan paused for a moment before hastening his departure. Mr. Gu, do you have any other instructions? The middle-aged man asked respectfully. Gu Huaijin replied calmly, No, you can go about your business. Once everyone had left, Jiang Wanyin turned to the man beside her, her eyes filled with curiosity. Gu Huaijin, who exactly are you? How did you manage to have someone from G brand personally deliver the bracelet? Gu Huaijin cleared his throat and explained softly, I'm just a retired soldier. I happened to help out the head of G brand before, so this was just him returning the favor. Is it really that simple? Jiang Wanyin remained somewhat skeptical, feeling the situation was too coincidental. Gu Huaijin nodded confidently. Really, if you don't believe me, we can ask that man again. He silently thanked Ji Yuan for reminding everyone to keep his identity confidential. Seeing his earnest expression, Jiang Wanyin decided not to press further. After all, someone had helped them put Jiang Xinyu in her place, and she didn't want to overanalyze it. She took off the bracelet and carefully placed it back in the jewelry box. Then you should return the bracelet. It must be quite expensive. Don't you like the bracelet? Gu Huaijin asked, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Jiang Wanyin pursed her lips. I do, but wasn't this just borrowed for the act? Gu Huaijin smiled and placed the bracelet back on her wrist with gentle care. Since you like it, keep it. Consider it a wedding gift. This bracelet wasn't cheap, was it? Jiang Wanyin frowned as she looked at the exquisite gift box in Gu Huaijin's hand, her tone tinged with a bit of concern. She knew that Gu Huaijin had just found a job and wasn't in a great financial position. As someone who never cared for vanity, Jiang Wanyin always believed in living within one's means. Sensing his wife's apprehension, Gu Huaijin sighed inwardly. It seemed to him that Jiang Wanyin increasingly saw him as someone struggling financially. To ease the awkwardness, he softly explained, Wan, I'm not so broke that I can't even give my wife a gift. Although the bracelet's original price was high, the brand's manager gave me a significant discount, so it wasn't actually expensive. Hearing that there was a discount, Jiang Wanyin quietly breathed a sigh of relief. She really liked the bracelet, and refusing it might hurt her husband's pride. She silently decided that she would find an opportunity to give Gu Huaijin a gift in return. With this thought, she looked up at him, a gentle smile appearing on her lips. Then I'll accept it, thank you. Seeing that Jiang Wanyin didn't probe further, Gu Huaijin also felt relieved and suggested, let's head home. After returning to their Xiangshan apartment, Jiang Wanyin handed the newly bought household items to Gu Huaijin to organize while she headed into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Gu Huaijin carried the items into the guest room designated for him and looked around. The room was small, almost like a tiny living space for him. It contained only a bed, an unopened mattress, and a desk, clearly having been unoccupied for some time. However, having experienced life in the military, he wasn't picky about his living quarters. Just as Gu Huaijin was about to unwrap the mattress, he suddenly heard the faint sound of footsteps behind him. Instinctively, he turned around, unexpectedly bumping into Jiang Wanyin, who had just reached the doorway. She lost her balance and instinctively grabbed onto Gu Huaijin's shirt. Reacting quickly, he wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Jiang Wanyin froze, feeling the warmth and solidity of his arms around her. Through their clothes, she could hear Gu Huaijin's strong heartbeat, which inexplicably made her feel safe and captivated. For a fleeting moment, she had the impulse to stay in that embrace forever. The tranquility was broken by Gu Huaijin's deep voice from above her head. "Sorry, did I scare you?" he explained. "I had hearing training in the military, so I'm quite sensitive to sounds." Jiang Wanyin suddenly snapped back to reality, her delicate, fair face quickly flushed with a rosy hue. Embarrassed, she stepped back from the man's embrace, cleared her throat, and with a twinkle in her eye said, "I just remembered I didn't buy a new set of bedding, so I brought one I bought earlier for you to use temporarily." Gu Huaijin glanced down at the bedding set in her hands. After a moment of silence, Jiang Wanyin added, "It's pink. I've never used it." Seeing his hesitation, she worried he might not like it and quickly suggested, "Or I can go buy another one later." "No need, this one is fine," Gu Huaijin replied with a resigned smile. "I've never used pink bedding before." Jiang Wanyin then realized the issue. Having a tough guy sleep on pink sheets did seem a bit mismatched. "You can use it for one night, and I'll get you a different one tomorrow." Gu Huaijin nodded. "It's alright, we can buy it when there's time." "You organize your things, I'll get back to cooking," Jiang Wanyin said, quickly leaving the room while patting her flushed cheeks. Gu Huaijin watched her retreating figure, lost in thought. The blush on Jiang Wanyin's face and her eyes, sparkling like stars, reminded him of their first encounter 2 years ago. At the airport, he was captivated by her calm, mesmerizing gaze that seemed to hold an irresistible allure. Once he finished organizing, Gu Huaijin left the room, drawn by the aroma wafting from the kitchen. He stood at the doorway, watching Jiang Wanyin busily preparing food, her long hair tied up revealing her graceful neck. Dressed in casual home attire, the pink apron accentuated her slender waist. The warm yellow light bathed her in an aura of warmth and tranquility. Gu Huaijin suddenly felt a sense of homeliness, a ripple of warmth in his heart. Jiang Wanyin turned off the stove and, seeing him leaning against the doorframe, said softly, "It's almost ready. Do you need any help?" Gu Huaijin asked, stepping into the kitchen. Jiang Wanyin pointed to the dishes nearby. "You can take these to the table." Once the dishes were set, Jiang Wanyin removed her apron and sat down. "I wasn't sure what you like, so I made a little of everything. Give it a try." Gu Huaijin glanced at the sweet and sour ribs, stir-fried lotus root slices, and sautéed beef, all simple home-cooked dishes that looked quite appetizing. He sampled a rib, finding it sweet and not greasy, better than the meals at the barracks, though not quite as refined as those from the Gu family chef. "How is it?" Jiang Wanyin asked, eyes full of expectation. Gu Huaijin swallowed and smiled lightly. "It's quite good." Jiang Wanyin breathed a sigh of relief and began to eat. "How did you learn to cook?" Gu Huaijin asked, curious since she was a daughter of the Jiang family, presumably accustomed to a life of ease. Jiang Wanyin was silent for a moment before smiling faintly. "Sometimes when I had nothing to do, I'd learn from videos. I can only make simple dishes. If no one cooks for you, you learn to cook for yourself." Gu Huaijin watched her for a moment, then said suddenly, "I can cook for you when I have time." Jiang Wanyin paused, as if it had been a long time since anyone had offered something like that to her. Since her mother's departure, apart from her grandmother, no one had cared whether she ate well. A warmth spread through her heart, and she nodded softly, continuing her meal. She didn't have high expectations for this marriage, just to get by as companions. After they finished eating, Gu Huaijin took the initiative to clear the table. Jiang Wanyin watched his tall figure in the kitchen, a small smile playing on her lips, thinking that this lifestyle might not be so bad. She tidied the living room, collected the laundry, and prepared to shower. While sorting the clothes, Jiang Wanyin didn't notice Gu Huaijin had finished washing the dishes and was standing in the living room waiting for her. "Jiang Wanyin," Gu Huaijin called out. "Yes." Jiang Wanyin stopped and looked up at him. Gu Huaijin's gaze fell on her hands, a playful smirk on his lips. Jiang Wanyin followed his eyes and realized she was holding 2 pieces of pink lace lingerie. Her face turned bright red as she awkwardly covered them with other clothes, giving Gu Huaijin a glare. "Don't look." Gu Huaijin chuckled and asked, "Do you really like pink?" "The sheets are pink, the apron is pink, even the lingerie. A woman who seems so cool and aloof has such a girlish heart." Jiang Wanyin was taken aback for a moment, a flicker of emotion passing through her eyes, but she quickly composed herself, giving a soft snort. "Isn't it normal for girls to like pink?" Gu Huaijin just smiled faintly and didn't argue. He handed her a bank card. There's some money on this card for household expenses. I'll deposit money into it every month, so if you need anything for the house, just buy it. Jiang Wanyin accepted the card. Alright, let's use this as our household fund. I'll deposit money into it every month too, and we can use it for shared expenses. Gu Huaijin was surprised by her approach, feeling an inexplicable discomfort. He responded coolly, alright, do as you see fit, and then turned back to the room. Jiang Wanyin watched his retreating figure, puzzled, thinking, is he upset? Everything seemed fine just now. Why is he upset? She shook her head, thinking that understanding a man's mind was like trying to read a needle at the bottom of the ocean. The first day of marriage passed uneventfully, with no surprises or mishaps. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, gently waking Jiang Wanyin. She glanced at the alarm clock on her bedside table, which read 8:30 a.m. hastily. She got up, washed, and stepped out of the bedroom, only to find that Gu Huaijin was already gone. On the dining table, a steaming breakfast awaited her, accompanied by a note with bold handwriting. Eat breakfast while it's hot. I'm off to work. A smile crept onto Jiang Wanyin's lips, and a warmth blossomed in her heart. As she enjoyed her breakfast, she sent Gu Huaijin a brief thank you message. Upon arriving at the office, Jiang Wanyin received Gu Huaijin's reply a simple. She shook her head slightly, thinking how sparing he was with words. Just then, Gu Shiqing walked into the office carrying some documents. Wanyin, these files have been reviewed, she said. Jiang Wanyin took the papers and placed them aside, praising her. Great job on the translation you organized the other day. Keep up the good work. A bright smile spread across Gu Shiqing's face at the compliment. Suddenly, she noticed the bracelet on Jiang Wanyin's wrist and asked curiously, Wanyin, your bracelet is really pretty. Can I take a closer look? Only then did Jiang Wanyin remember she had forgotten to take off the bracelet Gu Huaijin had given her the previous day. She handed it over to Gu Shiqing, casually explaining, I heard it's the latest from G brand. Gu Shiqing exclaimed, oh, it's from G brand. This bracelet is priced at 100,000. Who gave it to you, Wanyin? Jiang Wanyin smiled lightly, a friend. She put the bracelet back on, unwilling to elaborate. However, Gu Shiqing's curiosity was piqued, and she pressed on, who gave it to you? Is someone pursuing you? Jiang Wanyin chuckled and cut off her questioning, a friend. Don't be so nosy, little girl. Get back to work. Yet, she wondered inwardly how Gu Huaijin could afford such an expensive gift. Seeing that Jiang Wanyin was reluctant to discuss further, Gu Shiqing wisely returned to her desk and immediately messaged Gu Huaijin, brother, you have a rival. Meanwhile, at the top floor of the Gu Group headquarters, Gu Huaijin stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in his office. Dressed in a well-tailored dark suit, the sunlight cast a golden glow over his handsome features. From today, he would officially take over the Gu Group and step into the public eye. After Ji Yuan finished briefing him on the day's schedule, he asked, Mr. Gu, many media outlets want to interview you. Are you interested in any of them? Gu Huaijin withdrew his gaze and replied calmly, no interviews for now, and let's keep my identity under wraps. He wasn't ready for Jiang Wanyin to know who he really was. As the workday drew to a close, Gu Huaijin received a message from Gu Shiqing, causing him to frown. He immediately inquired about the situation and learned that someone had given Jiang Wanyin an expensive gift. His expression turned cold, and he quickly sent a message to Ji Yuan. Around 7 p.m., just as Jiang Wanyin was preparing to leave work, she received a bank transaction notification Lu Jingyan had transferred 1,000,000 yuan to her account. Shortly after, Lu Jingyan messaged her, Jiang Wanyin, the money has been transferred. Where even now? The brief message cut into Jiang Wanyin's heart like a knife. She let out a bitter laugh, took a deep breath, and decisively deleted Lu Jingyan's contact information. Having done so, she felt an unprecedented sense of relief, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. As she packed up and left the office, Jiang Wanyin noticed Gu Shiqing still working overtime. Shiqing, why are you still here? Gu Shiqing quickly stood up. Wanyin, are you leaving? I was just about to head out. In truth, she was waiting to see if someone would come to pick Jiang Wanyin up. Jiang Wanyin nodded, an idea forming in her mind. Shiqing, do you have plans tonight? If not, let me treat you to dinner. She hoped to heal her heart with good food. Gu Shiqing eagerly agreed. Sure, what are we eating? Jiang Wanyin thought for a moment. Let's have a feast. Let's go. The two of them left the office together, walking into the bustling night. They arrived together at the West Tower building near their company, where the top floor houses Shenguiyuan, a renowned restaurant in the capital. As they pushed open the heavy glass doors, the opulent decor of Shenguiyuan greeted them. Crystal chandeliers cast a dazzling light, and the gilded, ornate walls along with the deep red velvet curtains all showcased the restaurant's high-end taste. Gu Shiqing was familiar with everything here, as the Gu family often dined at this place, and the restaurant even reserved a private room for the Gu matriarch. However, she pretended to be a newcomer, excitedly saying, Wanyin, I've heard the food here is delicious. Jiang Wanyin smiled and replied, yes, let's eat to our heart's content later. A waiter in a tailcoat approached them with a professional smile. Good evening, do you have a reservation? Jiang Wanyin shook her head. No, we'll just sit in the main dining area. She knew that the private rooms required advance booking, whereas the main hall usually did not. The waiter apologized. I'm sorry, the main dining area is currently full, and there's a waiting list. How long will the wait be? Jiang Wanyin asked. The waiter checked the tablet in his hand and responded. At least an hour. It was already past 7 in the evening, and waiting another hour would push their dinner past 8. Jiang Wanyin, concerned that Gu Shiqing might get hungry, was about to suggest going somewhere else when the waiter added, Miss, we just had a private room become available. I'll take the private room, a sharp female voice suddenly interrupted. Jiang Wanyin squinted and turned towards the voice. Two sophisticated women in high heels were approaching. The one who spoke had long, sleek black hair, a seductive face, and was wearing a tight leather skirt that accentuated her alluring figure, carrying a Chanel bag. The waiter looked at her with difficulty. Miss, this guest was here first. The woman glanced disdainfully at Jiang Wanyin and Gu Shiqing, lifted her chin slightly, and said, I'll add a 20 service charge. Upon hearing this, Gu Shiqing's temper flared. She usually disliked flaunting wealth but despised others showing off in front of her. She stepped forward and sneered. So what if you have money? We were clearly here first. As she got closer, Gu Shiqing suddenly found the woman familiar. Upon closer inspection, her pupils contracted. Wasn't this Xia Qianji, Gu Huaijin's girlfriend from a few years ago? They met and fell in love while studying abroad, but Xia Qianji didn't know Gu Huaijin's true identity. They broke up for unknown reasons. Although Gu Shiqing had never met Xia Qianji, she had seen her photos on Gu Huaijin's phone and learned about their relationship from Yijinzhou. Xia Qianji was even more captivating and alluring than in the photos. Perhaps due to her protective feelings for Gu Huaijin, Gu Shiqing had no fondness for Xia Qianji. Now, seeing her arrogant demeanor only made her more displeased. Xia Qianji glanced at Gu Shiqing dismissively and continued to the waiter, I know your manager Wang. I can call him and still get the private room. Gu Shiqing looked at Xia Qianji with disdain and quickly sent a text message. The waiter, hearing Xia Qianji's words, looked helplessly at Jiang Wanyin. Jiang Wanyin smiled and asked, your restaurant follows the basic etiquette of first come, first served, right? The waiter nodded, looking even more troubled. Xia Qianji's companion snorted. First come, first served means queuing in the main hall. Private rooms aren't for people like you to use at will. She turned to the waiter, aggressively saying, Qianji is the Xia family's daughter. We don't have time to wait here. Take us to the private room, or we'll have to speak with your manager. The waiter looked at Jiang Wanyin cautiously. Miss, shall I check if any other private rooms might become available soon? If so, I'll reserve one for you first. Jiang Wanyin hadn't intended to fight over the private room. There were plenty of good restaurants in the capital. But the woman's aggressive attitude, combined with her already sour mood, brought out her temper. If Miss Xia knows the restaurant manager, then please have him come over and let's discuss who should have the private room. Exactly, call him over, Gu Shiqing chimed in, a sly glint in her eyes. They're really asking for it. It's just the Xia family after all. Xia Qianji flipped her hair, looked condescendingly at Jiang Wanyin and Gu Shiqing, and took out her phone to make a call. Manager Wang, it's me. I'm at your restaurant's private room area. Come over, please. After hanging up, Xia Qianji's friend looked at Jiang Wanyin even more arrogantly. Just wait, you might not even get into the main hall. Whatever. Gu Shiqing rolled her eyes and linked arms with Jiang Wanyin, whispering, Wanyin, just wait for the show. Jiang Wanyin was puzzled by Gu Shiqing's words, feeling slightly anxious, as the world of the wealthy often played by different rules. About 5 minutes later, a man in a sharp suit hurried over, looking flustered. The waiter, seeing him as a savior, quickly explained, Manager Wang, both these guests want the private room, but we only have one left. Seeing him arrive, Xia Qianji smiled. Manager Wang, you got here so quickly. She felt secretly pleased, thinking she had considerable influence here. However, Manager Wang merely glanced at Xia Qianji before walking straight to Jiang Wanyin and Gu Shiqing, speaking respectfully, Are you Miss Jiang and Miss Gu? Jiang Wanyin nodded, her brow furrowing slightly, puzzled as to how Manager Wang knew their surnames. Are you looking to dine in a private room? Manager Wang asked again. Jiang Wanyin replied calmly, We don't mind where we eat, but we were here first. The waiter said a private room was available for us, and these two claim to know you and want to cut in line for that room. Manager Wang looked apologetic. I'm sorry, we have a lot of guests today. I'll arrange something for you right away. Xia Qianji's friend sensed something was off and stepped forward to question Manager Wang. What do you mean by this? We called you here to get that private room. Manager Wang glanced at her with irritation and then turned to the waiter. Take Miss Xia and her friend to that private room. Hearing this, Jiang Wanyin frowned, realizing that Manager Wang was still siding with the wealthy. However, Gu Shiqing seemed confident, as if she was waiting for the real showdown. When Xia Qiang's friend heard this, a mocking smile appeared on her lips as she cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Wanyin and Gu Shiqing. Xia Qiang wasn't to be outdone. She raised her chin proudly and turned to Manager Wang with a smile. Thanks, Manager Wang. I'll introduce some more friends to dine here later. Having been taught from a young age that wealth and connections are paramount, Xia Qiang was certain that Manager Wang would side with her over this ordinary woman. It was a given. The waiter, relieved, respectfully gestured to Xia Qiang and her companion. This way, please. Xia Qiang raised an eyebrow at Jiang Wanyin, her tone provocative. Miss Jiang, I'm sorry, but you'll have to wait in line for a table in the main hall. She expected to see Jiang Wanyin flustered, but was surprised to find her maintaining a calm and composed demeanor. Just as Xia Qiang and her friend were about to follow the waiter to a private room, Manager Wang's voice suddenly rang out, even more respectful than before. Miss Jiang, Miss Gu, I've had the 666 private room prepared for you. Please follow me. This restaurant had 3 VIP luxury rooms, one of which was permanently reserved for Madame Gu. The remaining 2 required the owner's direct approval to use. Those who could access these rooms were invariably influential figures in the capital. Xia Qiang abruptly stopped, incredulous. Manager Wang, you're giving them the 666 room? Even I don't qualify for that room. Why do these 2 women? Jiang Wanyin was also puzzled, but Gu Shiqing remained unperturbed, as if she had anticipated this. She silently praised her brother's efficiency for handling the situation so swiftly. Manager Wang, smiling broadly, gestured for them to proceed. There's no mistake. Miss Jiang, Miss Gu, please come this way. Gu Shiqing turned and made a face at the still shocked Xia Qiang and her friend, laughing. Miss Xia, having your face slapped must sting, huh? Although Jiang Wanyin wasn't sure why the situation had suddenly turned in their favor, she couldn't deny that putting such an arrogant person in her place felt good. She took Gu Shiqing's hand and smiled. Shiqing, let's go. Watching Manager Wang respectfully lead them to the 666 room, Xia Qiang clenched her fists. She had just returned to the country and was already overshadowed by such women, which filled her with a burning anger. Her friend, equally envious, muttered in confusion. They look so ordinary. How can they get the 666 room? Once inside the private room, Manager Wang personally recommended the day's specialties. After they placed their order, he excused himself and left. Jiang Wanyin and Gu Shiqing were left alone in the room. Jiang Wanyin tapped her fingers lightly on the table, then looked at Gu Shiqing, who was sipping tea, and slowly asked, Shiqing, do you know the owner of this restaurant? She didn't believe in coincidental windfalls. Manager Wang's sudden arrangement of this luxurious room had to have a reason. If it wasn't her, then it had to be Gu Shiqing. Caught off guard by the question, Gu Shiqing took a big gulp of tea. She couldn't admit to asking Gu Huaijin for help. That would reveal her brother's identity, and he'd kill her for it. Gu Shiqing's eyes darted around before she shook her head. I don't know them. Jiang Wanyin wasn't easily fooled. Then why did you seem to know that Manager Wang would help us? Gu Shiqing laughed awkwardly and explained, Wanyin, you know the Gu family in the capital, right? I'm actually a distant relative of theirs. Seeing those 2 act so arrogantly, I just asked someone from the Gu family to lend a hand. She silently hoped this explanation wouldn't be exposed. Jiang Wanyin observed Gu Shiqing thoughtfully. If the Gu family had intervened, it wasn't impossible for Manager Wang to arrange the 666 room for them. After all, everyone knew the Gu family's influence in the capital. Whether Gu Shiqing was really a distant relative of the Gu family didn't concern her much. With that in mind, Jiang Wanyin decided not to probe further and smiled. That was a good move. I'm going to the restroom. Start eating if the food comes. After Jiang Wanyin left, Gu Shiqing breathed a sigh of relief, glad she hadn't slipped up. She took out her phone and called Gu Huaijin. As soon as the call connected, she excitedly said, Bro, great job. Those 2 got a real slap in the face. After a pause, she added with significance, Guess who one of them was? Who? Gu Huaijin asked, uninterested in guessing. Xia Qiang. Hearing this name, there was a long silence on the other end before Gu Huaijin's indifferent voice came through. Was your sister-in-law bullied? Earlier, he had received a message from Gu Shiqing saying someone was giving Jiang Wanyin a hard time, so he called the restaurant owner to handle it. He didn't expect it to be Xia Qiang. So she was back too. Gu Shiqing teased. Bro, don't you care about your sister at all? If you're so worried about her being bullied, you should let everyone know she's part of the Gu family. Then no one would dare to bully her. Especially Xia Qiang, who should know that Jiang Wanyin is Gu Huaijin's wife. It's not the right time yet, Gu Huaijin replied, considering not only the potential impact on Jiang Wanyin if she knew his identity, but also the risks that might still exist from his recent retirement, as they might pose a danger to her. Gu Shiqing pouted. All right. It's rare that she invited me to dinner, so I'll leave it at that. Oh, and Grandma is also at Shenghua Garden right now. Don't run into her and blow your cover, Gu Huaijin reminded her. Got it. We'll head back after dinner. Meanwhile, in the restaurant restroom, Jiang Wanyin had just finished washing her hands when an elderly lady and Xia Qiang entered. The floor was a bit slippery, causing the elderly lady to lose her footing and instinctively grab Xia Cheng's arm to steady herself. What are you doing? Xia Cheng snapped, shaking off the elderly lady's hand with disdain, brushing off her clothes as if the lady carried some disease. The elderly lady stumbled against the wall and was about to fall when Jiang Wanyin quickly stepped forward to support her. Are you alright? Jiang Wanyin asked with concern. The elderly lady steadied herself with Jiang Wanyin's help, gently patting her back as she expressed her relief. Good thing I didn't fall, or these old bones wouldn't have taken it. She looked gratefully at Jiang Wanyin. Thank you, young lady. As she looked at Jiang Wanyin, the elderly lady was momentarily taken aback. The young woman in front of her was not only pretty but also seemed familiar, resembling the girl in the video Gu Shiqing had shown her yesterday. Could it be such a coincidence that this was the girl her grandson, Gu Huaijin, had suddenly married? If so, that would be wonderful. Jiang Wanyin stood at the entrance of the restroom, her gaze resting on an unfamiliar elderly lady. The old lady was staring at her intently, with a scrutinizing look in her eyes. Jiang Wanyin pressed her lips together and politely asked, "Ma'am, is everything okay? Are you feeling unwell?" Madame Gu snapped out of her thoughts and a kind smile appeared on her face. "No worries, dear. You're truly beautiful and kind-hearted, unlike some people." At this moment, Xia Qinji glanced over, her expression immediately turning sour. She recognized Jiang Wanyin and cursed inwardly. What a small world. It was clear that Madame Gu's words were a veiled criticism of her, using Jiang Wanyin as an example, which only fueled Xia Qinji's anger. "Ma'am, what do you mean by that? What have I done to you?" Xia Qinji questioned harshly. Jiang Wanyin frowned slightly, unable to hold back any longer. "Miss Xia, are you really unaware of what you just did? You almost caused the lady to fall. Do you realize how serious an elderly person's fall can be?" Although she had intended to avoid further interaction with Xia Qinji after the issue with the private room, Xia Qinji's attitude towards the elderly woman compelled her to step in. Xia Qinji shot a disdainful glance at Madame Gu, dismissively saying, "Isn't she fine? Who knows if I help her, she'll accuse me of something. Besides, she just wrinkled my dress, and I haven't even brought that up." Hearing this, Madame Gu looked at Xia Qinji with piercing eyes. "Miss, I don't need to accuse you of anything. How much is your dress? I'll compensate you." Her gaze was filled with authority and wisdom, causing Xia Qinji to feel a moment of unease. However, Xia Qinji quickly regained her composure, snorted coldly and mocked. "You think you can afford it? I'll be the bigger person and not bother with you. Move aside." As she spoke, she pushed Madame Gu's shoulder with a finger, her face full of disdain. Jiang Wanyin quickly supported Madame Gu, stepping back with a frown. "Miss Xia, hasn't anyone taught you to respect the elderly and care for the young? You'll grow old one day too, and you might find someone treating you the same way." Thinking of her own grandmother, she felt even more disgusted by Xia Qinji's behavior. "Miss Jiang, why are you pretending to be a saint here?" Xia Qinji sneered at them. "If you're so kind-hearted, why were you competing with me for the private room earlier?" Jiang Wanyin chuckled coldly and retorted, "What, is the private room you took not to your liking? Would you like to join us in room 666 for a meal?" Xia Qinji's face turned a shade of green with anger. Yet mindful of her socialite status, she refrained from causing a scene. Seeing this, Jiang Wanyin smirked dismissively and chose to ignore her. She turned to Madame Gu and gently asked, "Ma'am, do you still need to use the restroom? The floor here is slippery. Please be careful." "No need, it's too chaotic here," Madame Gu replied with a smile, growing fonder of this kind-hearted yet sharp young woman. "Let me help you out," Jiang Wanyin said as she carefully assisted Madame Gu out of the restroom. Watching their retreating figures, Xia sneered. What an act. Outside the restroom, Jiang Wanyin advised, "Grandma, if you feel unwell, remember to have your family take you to the hospital." "I'll be off now." "Young lady," Madame Gu called after her, "what's your name?" "Jiang Wanyin," she replied with a smile, a name inspired by the beauty of evening poetry. With that, she turned and headed back to her private room. Madame Gu nodded in approval, murmuring to herself, "What a wonderful name. It would be perfect if she were my granddaughter-in-law." An hour later, after finishing dinner with Gu Shiqing, Jiang Wanyin found herself in the underground parking lot. Gu Shiqing received a call from Madame Gu and stepped aside to speak softly. Jiang Wanyin located her car and asked, "Shiqing, do you need a ride home?" Gu Shiqing waved her hand. "No need, Wanyin, someone's coming to pick me up." "Alright, take care," Jiang Wanyin reminded her before driving away. Gu Shiqing immediately returned to the restaurant to find Madame Gu, suspecting that her grandmother might have encountered Jiang Wanyin. Around 10 o'clock, Jiang Wanyin arrived home. The living room was dark, with only a faint light coming from the guest room. She walked into the kitchen to grab a yogurt and was startled by the sudden appearance of Gu Huaijin, nearly dropping the yogurt. "Why so jumpy?" "Feeling guilty," Gu Huaijin said nonchalantly. Jiang Wanyin rolled her eyes. "It's pitch black, and you suddenly appear behind me without a sound. Anyone would be scared." Gu Huaijin stepped forward, closing the distance between them abruptly. The faint scent of his body wash filled the air, causing Jiang Wanyin to step back in surprise, her heart racing. Gu Huaijin reached towards her face. What are you doing?" Jiang Wanyin asked, her eyes wide with tension. Gu Huaijin smirked slightly, his hand moving past her face to the fridge behind her, grabbing a bottle of water. He took a large sip before leisurely saying, "What did you think I was going to do?" Jiang Wanyin froze for a moment, realizing he just wanted a drink. Annoyed, she pushed Gu Huaijin aside. "I didn't think anything," she retorted, heading to her room, relieved the lights were off so her embarrassment wasn't visible. "Wait," Gu Huaijin called after her, "hold on a second, I have something for you." Jiang Wanyin turned back. "What is it?" Gu Huaijin didn't answer, instead returning to his room. Jiang Wanyin turned on the living room light, taking deep breaths to calm her earlier embarrassment. Before long, Gu Huaijin emerged from the room. Jiang Wanyin glanced up and was taken aback. The man before her seemed completely different from the one she had seen earlier in the day. He wore a simple white t-shirt and light gray, casual pants. His hair was still slightly damp, with his bangs gently falling over his forehead. The usual cold aura was absent, making him appear several years younger, like a university student in his early 20s, and handsome enough to be the heartthrob of the campus. Gu Huaijin smirked playfully. "So, do I look better than your admirers?" Jiang Wanyin was puzzled and asked, "Huh? What admirers?" She thought to herself that this man was acting strange tonight, even a bit narcissistic. Gu Huaijin didn't explain. Instead, he extended his hand, revealing a small box that looked like it might contain rings. Jiang Wanyin was even more confused, not understanding his intention. Gu Huaijin opened the box, and indeed, it contained a pair of rings. The design was simple, but they were unmistakably a couple's set. Jiang Wanyin's eyes showed a hint of surprise as she looked up at Gu Huaijin. Before she could ask, Gu Huaijin calmly explained, "I thought about it, and since we're married, we should let others know about our marital status." His tone was even, but there was a slight emphasis on others. It was Gu Shiqing's words earlier that day that prompted him to have Ji Yuan buy these rings immediately. "There's no need," Jiang Wanyin quietly argued. "We just have a marriage certificate and haven't announced it. Besides, we might divorce soon." Hearing this, Gu Huaijin frowned slightly. It seemed what Gu Shiqing said was true. This woman indeed had admirers and thus saw no need for others to know she was married. "Jiang Wanyin, are you unwilling to wear the ring because you have other thoughts?" Gu Huaijin's tone carried a hint of accusation. Jiang Wanyin rolled her eyes at him. "I just think that since we're secretly married, if people see me wearing a ring, they'll definitely ask about it." She simply wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble. "You just need to tell them you're married." No need to specify who you're married to, Gu Huaijin had already thought of the answer for her. Jiang Wanyin considered it and found nothing wrong with it, so she nodded, "All right." She reached out to take the women's ring, but Gu Huaijin slapped her hand away. "A pair of rings shouldn't be worn by oneself." "Hand," Gu Huaijin commanded. Jiang Wanyin paused for a moment. "Oh, is it that particular?" She extended her left hand, and Gu Huaijin carefully slid the ring onto her ring finger. The cool touch seemed to make her heart tighten for a moment. The ring glimmered faintly under the light, and Jiang Wanyin gazed at it, feeling a strange sensation. Previously, aside from their names on a marriage certificate, there seemed to be nothing to prove that she and this man were married. Now, this ring reminded her that she was truly married to Gu Huaijin. It felt somewhat unreal, yet oddly comforting. Jiang Wanyin picked up the men's ring and gently placed it on Gu Huaijin's finger. She smiled. "Gu Huaijin, looking forward to our time together." Regardless of how long this marriage might last, their lives were now intertwined. Gu Huaijin responded with a soft tone, his deep, magnetic voice resonating. "Jiang Wanyin, although I'm retired, a soldier's marriage is meant to be lifelong. In my household register, there will only be widower, not divorced. Don't entertain other thoughts." His words were like a gentle spring breeze in March, making one involuntarily captivated. Gu Huaijin looked at the dazed woman, gently ruffled her hair, smiled, and returned to his room. Jiang Wanyin stood there for a long time, her heart racing. What did he mean by what he just said? Meanwhile, the Jiang household was in chaos. "Dad, I won't marry him." Jiang Sinyu's shrill voice pierced the quiet night. "You know I like brother Jingyan. That man is almost 50, nearly as old as you." Jiang Jiangguo looked helpless. "Sinyu, I have no choice. If we don't get an investment soon, our company will go bankrupt. Mr. Mo said he would invest 10 million in our company if we have a family alliance." For the past 2 years, Jiang's company had been struggling, and this year's tough economic environment had only worsened their financial woes. He had been seeking investment everywhere, but only Mr. Mo was willing, with the condition of marrying his daughter. Jiang Xinyu clung to Meng Mylan's arm, tearfully pleading, "Mom, I can't marry him. I'm your biological daughter. You can't do this to me. I can't betray brother Jingyan. If that Lu Jingyan had any capability, he would help our family. But he has nothing." What use is he to you? Jiang Jiangguo frowned, his tone full of disdain for Lu Jingyan. Brother Jingyan is about to join the Gu group. He has a promising future, Jiang Xinyu argued. Jiang Jiangguo scoffed, but he's still just an employee, not the president of Gu group. Can he help our family? Mom, seeing she couldn't persuade Jiang Jiangguo, Jiang Xinyu turned to Meng Milan. She was determined not to marry Mr. Amo no matter what. Meng Milan sighed, Xinyu, your dad is right. Why do you insist on liking a man like Lu Jingyan who has no money or power? She then looked at Jiang Jiangguo. Honey, I heard Mr. Amo is quite a womanizer, often involved with different women. If Xinyu marries him, she won't be happy. Jiang Xinyu was her only daughter, and she was reluctant to let her daughter fall into such a trap. Jiang Jiangguo glanced at Meng Milan annoyed. Don't you think I know that? But do you have any other solutions? If I don't agree to his terms, our family is headed for bankruptcy. Meng Milan was momentarily speechless. The bankruptcy of the Jiang family would mean the end of her life as a wealthy wife. Once someone has tasted luxury, they don't want to return to a life of hardship. Just then, Jiang Xinyu's eyes lit up with an idea. She looked at Jiang Jiangguo. Dad, didn't Mr. Mo say he wanted to marry into our family, but he didn't specify whom? That's right, Jiang Jiangguo nodded. Jiang Xinyu beamed. Dad, did you forget you have another daughter? Sister is so beautiful. Mr. Mo might prefer her. However, she didn't mention to Jiang Jiangguo that Jiang Wanyin had a fiancé. She planned to have Jiang Wanyin marry Mr. Mo before Jiang Wanyin's wedding, solving the problem and allowing her to stay with Lu Jingyan. Upon hearing this, Meng Milan clapped her hands in joy. Yes, Jiang Wanyin is also a daughter of the Jiang family, and as the eldest, she should marry first. Jiang Jiangguo was silent for a few seconds before speaking worriedly. That's a good idea. But when that girl moved out, she said she had nothing to do with us. She definitely won't agree to marry for an alliance now. Dad, you have to find a way to make sister agree. I won't marry that Mr. Mo. If you force me, I won't live, Jiang Xinyu said resolutely, her eyes red with determination. Her hands clutched the hem of her shirt tightly, her body trembling slightly. Meng Milan quickly stepped forward, taking her daughter's hand and soothing her gently. Xinyu, don't be impulsive. Your father and I will think of something. Yet, her eyes flickered with uncertainty, suggesting she had other plans in mind. Jiang Jiangguo frowned, pacing back and forth irritably. What can we do? Should we tie her up and force her to marry? His mind was consumed with saving the company, giving no thought to how this marriage would push Jiang Wanyin into a dire situation. Meng Milan squinted, a calculating glint in her eyes. She lowered her voice and said, then let her and Mr. Mo become a done deal first. That way she won't have the option to refuse. With that leverage, we won't have to worry about her disobedience. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jiangguo's frown deepened momentarily, but soon relaxed. He sighed, consoling himself, I can't be blamed for not considering our father-daughter bond. I have no other choice. The three exchanged glances, a sinister smile curling at their lips as they began to whisper about how to execute their despicable plan. Outside, the autumn rain drizzled, shrouding the entire city in a misty veil. In her office, Jiang Wanyin stared blankly out the window. This damp, chilly weather always reminded her of the day her mother passed away. The sudden ring of the phone interrupted her thoughts. Seeing it was her grandmother calling, Jiang Wanyin forced herself to sound cheerful. Grandma. The kind voice of Wang Shufan came through the line. Wanyin, have you been busy with work lately? Remember to take good care of yourself. Hearing her grandmother's concern warmed Jiang Wanyin's heart. She replied softly, not too busy, just missing you a bit. Her grandmother was the only one she could be vulnerable with. Wang Shufan chuckled. If you miss Grandma, come visit. After a brief pause, her voice turned softer. Wanyin, remember to stay happy today. Only then will your mother be at peace watching over you from above. Jiang Wanyin held back her tears, striving to keep her voice light. Grandma, I'm fine, don't worry. Wang Shufan sighed gently. I know you're a strong girl. Grandma, I'll come see you in a few days and share some good news, Jiang Wanyin said, planning to tell her grandmother about her marriage plans during her visit. Wang Shufan responded with joy. Great, great. Grandma will cook something delicious for you. Not long after hanging up, Jiang Wanyin's phone rang again. The screen displayed a number she despised but couldn't ignore. Wanyin, why did it take you so long to answer? Are you at work? Without parents, you'd starve if you didn't work, Jiang Jiangguo's voice came through. Jiang Wanyin's tone was icy. I've lost all hope in you, Jiang Jiangguo. You dare speak to me like that? I'm a Jiang, and you can come back anytime. Suppressing his anger, Jiang Jiangguo forced a gentle tone. Wanyin, why don't you come home for dinner after work today? It's your mother's death anniversary. Come home, have a meal with Dad, and talk. Jiang Wanyin sneered. Jiang Jiangguo, do you have the nerve to mention my mom? Aren't you the one who knows best why today is her death anniversary? Jiang Jiangguo was taken aback, his voice rising. Wanyin, I've told you many times your mother's death was an accident. Why won't you believe it? Even if her death was an accident, Would she have fallen into depression if it weren't for you? Jiang Wanyin questioned. Memories surged like a tide. That morning, her mother had been excitedly planning to bake a cake. But when she returned from school, she was greeted by a cold, lifeless body. It was drizzling that day, but Jiang Wanyin felt as if it were the dead of winter, her whole body frozen stiff, standing in front of the greenhouse for a long, long time. Jiang Jiangwo's voice came through the phone, explaining the cause of Jiang Wanyin's mother's death. He claimed it was due to a bout of depression, leading her to take her own life in the greenhouse. The police investigation found no other conclusions, and the case was closed. Although Jiang Wanyin had her suspicions about her mother's death, having witnessed her mother's suicidal tendencies and after years of fruitless searching, she gradually accepted the fact. However, the resentment in Jiang Wanyin's heart did not dissipate. She knew all too well that her mother's depression stemmed from discovering Jiang Jiangwo's affair. Even if Jiang Jiangwo wasn't directly responsible for her mother's death, the root of the tragedy lay with him. This unforgivable resentment was deeply etched in Jiang Wanyin's heart. Jiang Jiangwo's voice suddenly pulled Jiang Wanyin back to reality. Wanwan, I bear some responsibility for your mother's depression, but you can't entirely blame me. Jiang Wanyin responded coolly, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Wait, Jiang Jiangwo hurriedly stopped her. Your mother left something for you before she passed, saying you should have it when you turn 25. If you want it, come and get it. Jiang Wanyin asked warily. What is it? A calculating smile appeared on Jiang Jiangwo's lips. You'll find out when you come. Despite sensing something was off, the mention of something left by her mother compelled Jiang Wanyin to decide to visit the Jiang family. She glanced at the time and told Jiang Jiangwo, all right, I'll come over now. Great. I'll have someone prepare dinner for you, Jiang Jiangwo said happily before hanging up. Jiang Wanyin asked her boss for an hour off, grabbed her bag, and left the office. Just as she reached the door, she bumped into Gu Shiqing, who was returning from the break room. Wanyin, is everything okay? Gu Shiqing asked with concern. I have something to take care of, Jiang Wanyin replied briefly, leaving quickly. Gu Shiqing thought for a moment and sent a message to Gu Huaijin. Brother, I just saw your wife leave the office in a hurry. Not sure if something is wrong. Half an hour later, Jiang Wanyin stood in front of the Jiang family villa, took a deep breath and pushed open the door. It was her first time back since she had moved out. Stepping into the familiar living room, she felt a strange sense of alienation, as if she were in a foreign place. Jiang Jiangwo was sitting on the sofa. Seeing Jiang Wanyin enter, he immediately stood up, his face beaming with a smile. Wanyin, you got here so quickly. Jiang Wanyin ignored her father's pleasantries and asked directly, where are my mom's things? Jiang Jiangwo's smile froze for a moment, but he quickly regained his enthusiastic demeanor. Don't rush. You haven't been back for so long. Why not have a meal with your dad first? Just then, Meng Milan emerged from the kitchen, her face filled with feigned concern. Wanwan is back? You must have had a tough time outside, you've lost weight? Jiang Wanyin frowned, feeling a sense of wariness. Her father and stepmother's unusual warmth made her uneasy. If you don't have my mom's things, I'll leave. She turned to go. Wait. Jiang Jiangwo quickly stopped her. Have a seat. I'll fetch them right away. He gave Meng Milan a meaningful look and hurried to the study. Meng Milan pulled Jiang Wanyin to the sofa, pretending to be affectionate. Don't worry, woman. You'll definitely get your mother's things. She turned towards the kitchen and called out, Lin Ma, is the bird's nest soup ready? Bring it out for Wanwan. Jiang Wanyin coldly declined, no need. Unfazed, Meng Milan poured tea for Jiang Wanyin. I've been simmering this for 2 hours. Women should take good care of themselves. Jiang Wanyin took a sip absent-mindedly, playing with her phone, missing the malicious glint in Meng Milan's eyes. Lin Ma brought out the bird's nest soup, and Meng Milan continued to fuss over Jiang Wanyin. Glancing at the soup, Jiang Wanyin suddenly asked, You're being so kind. Did you add something to it? A flicker of panic crossed Meng Milan's eyes, wondering if Jiang Wanyin had caught on to something. At that moment, Jiang Xinyu came downstairs, sneering, Sister, you're taking Mom's kindness the wrong way. If you're worried we're trying to harm you, I'll drink it for you. With that, she downed the bird's nest soup in one gulp. Meng Milan feigned reproach. Xinyu, that was for your sister to replenish her health. Listening to the mother-daughter performance, Jiang Wanyin smirked inwardly, wondering what they were truly up to. Just then, Jiang Jiangwo returned with a small locked box. This was in your mother's room cabinet, with a note saying it was for you, he explained. I didn't pay much attention when sorting out her belongings, so I just placed it with some other stuff. I only remembered it recently when thinking of ways to get you home. Jiang Wanyin reached for the box, but Jiang Jiangwo held it back. What do you mean by this? She glared at him. Sighing deeply, Jiang Jiangwo feigned difficulty. Wanwan, the Jiang family is in trouble and I need your help. Jiang Wanyin laughed coldly, thinking her suspicions were confirmed. What is it? Jiang Jiangwo began lamenting. The company's been struggling more and more in the past 2 years. Without investment, we'll soon go bankrupt. Jiang Wanyin replied blandly. waiting for him to continue. I've managed to find Mr. Mo, who's willing to invest, but he wants to form an alliance with our family, Jiang Jiangguo said, watching Jiang Wanyin closely. Mr. Mo may be older, but the Mo family is well established. If you marry him, you'll never have to worry about a thing. Meng Milan chimed in. Older men are more considerate. A figure flashed in Jiang Wanyin's mind, and she asked tentatively, "Are you talking about Imodahai?" Jiang Jiangguo, thinking she was interested, responded excitedly, "Yes, you know him? That makes things easier. If you marry him, you'll help our company and live comfortably." Jiang Wanyin sneered inwardly but kept her expression neutral. "I've heard of him. He's around 50, right? And divorced twice." "Divorce doesn't matter. What matters is that he's wealthy," Meng Milan praised continuously. "Marry him, and you can live like a rich lady without the need to work." Jiang Wanyin nodded, seemingly in agreement. "That does sound good." As Jiang Jiangguo was about to speak, Jiang Wanyin coldly interrupted. "Such a great deal, I'm afraid I can't handle it. Let your beloved daughter Jiang Xinyu marry him instead." "What do you mean, Jiang Wanyin?" Jiang Xinyu, who had been watching from the sidelines, glared with heavily shadowed eyes. Jiang Wanyin smirked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Since your parents think so highly of Mr. Mo, wouldn't it be better if you married him?" Meng Milan's face darkened immediately, her feigned concern vanishing. She snapped, "Jiang Wanyin, don't be ungrateful. You're the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. It's your duty to marry him." Jiang Wanyin stood in the center of the Jiang family living room, her gaze icy as she swept her eyes over the three people before her. Jiang Jiangguo sat on the sofa, exuding an air of superiority, while Meng Milan and Jiang Xinyu stood to the side, their eyes filled with calculation. "So, now I'm suddenly the eldest daughter of the Jiang family?" Jiang Wanyin's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Where was this recognition when you ignored me as part of the family before?" Her words cut like a knife, exposing the Jiang family's hypocrisy. Memories of the unpleasant times since Meng Milan and Jiang Xinyu entered the Jiang household flashed through her mind, making her gaze even colder. Jiang Jiangguo dropped his pretense of being a benevolent father, his tone turning firm. "Wanwan, whether you agree or not, you have no choice in this matter. Otherwise, don't even think about getting your mother's belongings back." Jiang Wanyin let out a light laugh, speaking calmly and steadily. "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I'm already married." "What?" The three Jiang family members exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with disbelief. Jiang Xinyu was the first to recover, urgently asking, "How is that possible? You only had a fiancé, didn't you?" Meng Milan immediately turned to Jiang Xinyu, pressing further. "Xinyu, when did she get a fiancé? Why didn't you mention it? Didn't she just break up with Lu Jingyan?" Jiang Xinyu stammered as she explained. She just grabbed a random guy and called him her fiancé when she broke up with Jingyan. I had no idea it was real." She felt relieved she hadn't revealed the truth to them, or they might have forced her to marry Boss Missouri. She hadn't expected Jiang Wanyin to actually be married. Jiang Jiangguo's eyes flickered as he quickly responded. "You say you're married? Who's your husband? Where's the marriage certificate?" He was convinced Jiang Wanyin was making excuses to avoid marrying Boss Missouri. Jiang Wanyin shook her head helplessly. "Who carries a marriage certificate around?" She extended her left hand, where a simple ring glinted under the light. "However, this is our wedding ring." It was the ring Huaijin had placed on her finger, and she had worn it ever since that night. Jiang Xinyu eyed the ring, which only had a few small diamonds, with a touch of disdain. "Sister, did you really marry that poor soldier? He couldn't even afford a proper ring." Hearing the words, "poor soldier," Jiang Jiangguo relaxed. Even if they were truly married, a low-ranking soldier was unlikely to cause any trouble. He stood up, looking down at Jiang Wanyin, and spoke with authority. "I don't care if you're married or not. Today, you need to entertain Boss Missouri properly." Jiang Wanyin stood up, ready to grab her suitcase and leave. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit her, accompanied by an intense heat spreading through her body. She glanced at the cup of tea she had drunk from. Disbelief etched on her face as she looked at Jiang Jiangguo and angrily exclaimed, "Jiang Jiangguo, did you drug me again?" A chill ran down her spine as memories from over 4 years ago flooded back. Jiang Xinyu had drugged her with sleeping pills just because a businessman had taken a liking to her. Jiang Jiangguo, in order to secure a deal, had intended to offer her to that businessman. Now, the Jiang family was resorting to drugging her again to force her compliance. It was laughably absurd. Abandoning the suitcase, Jiang Wanyin staggered towards the door, desperate to escape this treacherous place. Just then, a portly, greasy, middle-aged man in his 50s entered the room. Jiang Jiangguo immediately approached him with obsequiousness. "Mr. Mo, you're here." "Mr. Mo." Jiang Wanyin's heart sank as she realized the trapped Jiang Jiangguo had used her mother's belongings to lure her home and drug her, all to deliver her to Imodahai. Imodahai approached, unabashedly eyeing both Jiang Xinyu and Jiang Wanyin. Jiang Xinyu hid behind Meng Milan, relieved it wasn't her who had to marry this repulsive man. A sinister glint flashed in Meng Mylan's eyes as she pushed Jiang Wanyin forward, smiling. Mr. Mo, this is our eldest daughter. If you're interested, we can arrange for her to marry you. Mo Dahai's lecherous gaze fixated on Jiang Wanyin, and he nodded with satisfaction. Are you sure you want to offer this beauty to me? Jiang Jiangguo nodded eagerly. Of course, as long as Mr. Mo agrees to invest in the Jiang family business. That's no problem. Mo Dahai waved generously, his eyes once again shamelessly scanning Jiang Wanyin's body. Jiang Wanyin took a step back, struggling against the effects of the drug, and shouted, Mr. Mo, don't be fooled by them. I'm already married. If you force me to marry you, it's bigamy. Mo Dahai's face darkened, turning to question Jiang Jiangguo, who hurriedly explained that it was merely an excuse Jiang Wanyin had concocted. Weighing his options, Mo Dahai remained captivated by Jiang Wanyin's beauty. While they talked, Jiang Wanyin, trembling, took out her phone to call the police. But Meng Mylan noticed and snatched it away, turning it off and shoving Jiang Wanyin forcefully. Jiang Wanyin fell to the ground, pain shooting through her knee, momentarily tempering the turmoil inside her. She looked up and warned Mo Dahai, if you lay a finger on me today, my husband will make you pay. Jiang Xinyu mocked from the side. Sister, how is your poor soldier fiancé supposed to take on Mr. Mo? Her words reassured Mo Dahai, who crouched down, attempting to touch Jiang Wanyin's face, but she evaded him. Feisty. I like that, he said, reaching again for her arm. Quick-witted. Jiang Wanyin grabbed a teacup from the table and smashed it in front of Mo Dahai. Seizing the moment of shock, she picked up a shard and held it to her jugular, glaring at everyone. Don't any of you dare come near me. Jiang Jiangguo tried to coax her into dropping the glass while inching closer. Jiang Wanyin stumbled toward the door, but Mo Dahai suddenly lunged and grabbed her wrist. Meng Mylan seized the chance to snatch the shard, cutting Jiang Wanyin's palm in the process. Tears welled in Jiang Wanyin's eyes, whether from pain or despair. Mo Dahai wrapped his arm around her, leading her upstairs as Jiang Jiangguo fawned over him, showing the way. In that critical moment, the door was violently kicked open. A man in a black suit, his expression dark and menacing, strode in. Before anyone could react, Mo Dahai let out a piercing scream, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. Huaijin kicked Mo Dahai aside and pulled Jiang Wanyin into his embrace. Seeing the blood on her hand, his pupils contracted, and he kicked Mo Dahai again, not stopping until the man lay on the ground, writhing in agony. Jiang Wanyin, tears streaming down her face, looked at the man who had suddenly appeared, her pent-up grievances and pain overwhelming her. She choked out, Huaijin, take me home. All right, I'll take you home, Huaijin replied, holding her tightly, his heart aching. Jiang Jiangguo turned pale with fear, stammering, Who are you? Only then did Jiang Xinyu recognize him. Dad, he's Jiang Wanyin's fiancé. Jiang Jiangguo scrutinized Huaijin, puzzled by his demeanor that didn't match that of a poor man. Meng Mylan finally snapped back to reality, pointing at Huaijin and angrily yelling, How dare you, a soldier, hit Boss Missouri. Are you out of your mind? Huaijin's cold gaze turned to Meng Mylan, and a dangerous smile played at the corner of his lips. He turned his head towards the door and called out, Xiaofeng. As soon as he spoke, Xiaofeng, dressed in a black outfit, strode in, followed by several similarly dressed men. With a small gesture from Huaijin, the men swiftly subdued the Jiang family trio, forcing them to kneel. Xiaofeng effortlessly dragged Mo Dahai next to Jiang Jiangguo, making him kneel as well. Mo Dahai, clutching his broken arm and grimacing in pain, still shouted defiantly, How dare you, a soldier, lay a hand on me? Do you know who I am? Just you wait. Huaijin glanced down at Jiang Wanyin in his arms, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. Then he looked up, his gaze sweeping over the kneeling four with a deep, commanding voice. I'm Huaijin, Jiang Wanyin's husband. Huaijin. Mo Dahai's face turned pale as he stammered. What's your relationship with the Gu family? Jiang Jiangguo also looked at Huaijin in fear, secretly wondering if this man was really connected to the influential Gu family in the capital. Huaijin didn't answer directly, responding coldly, My relationship with the Gu family is none of your concern. Jiang Xinyu scoffed. How could he be related to the Gu family? He's just a poor soldier. Hearing this, a flash of anger crossed Xiaofeng's eyes. He grabbed a cloth from the sofa and quickly gagged Jiang Xinyu to silence her. Seeing her daughter treated this way, Meng Mylan was heartbroken. She raised her voice and shouted at Jiang Wanyin, Jiang Wanyin, stop pretending. Tell your husband to let us go, or he'll call the police. Jiang Wanyin frowned deeply, the effects of the drug beginning to take hold, making her feel as if ants were gnawing at her entire body. She clutched Huaijin's shirt weakly, whispering, I feel so unwell. Seeing his wife in such a state, Huaijin's expression grew even darker. His gaze fell on Jiang Jiangguo and Meng Mylan, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the ring on his finger. He spoke deliberately. I am a cold-hearted person, fiercely protective of my own. Every bit of harm my wife suffered today will be repaid double. You want to call the police? Let me help you. He then instructed Xiao Feng, deal with them and hand them over to the police. After giving his orders, he bent down to lift Jiang Wanyin into his arms and walked away. The four left kneeling watched his retreating figure in terror, cold sweat dripping down their faces as they glanced fearfully at Xiao Feng. Soon, the villa was filled with the sounds of agonized cries. Huaijin carefully placed Jiang Wanyin in the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. As he was about to close the door, she clung tightly to his shirt. He paused, gently pried her hand away, and reassured her softly, "Don't worry, we're going home now." Jiang Wanyin looked up at him with tear-filled eyes, her face flushed, murmuring in a daze, "I'm so hot." "Hang in there, be good," Huaijin coaxed softly, then shut the car door, got into the driver's seat, and drove away. Back at the Xiangshan apartment, Zhou Yanqing was already waiting at the door. He was the family doctor of the Gu family and also worked at the Gu Group's hospital. Seeing the woman in Gu Huaijin's arms, Zhou Yanqing understood why he had been summoned so urgently. Gu Huaijin carried Jiang Wanyin to her room and gently laid her on the bed. He turned to Zhou Yanqing and said, "Her hand is hurt, and she's been drugged." Zhou Yanqing frowned, approaching the bed to examine Jiang Wanyin's condition closely. He asked, "Who dared to drug her?" "Her father," Gu Huaijin replied, his voice icy. Zhou Yanqing was taken aback, glancing at Jiang Wanyin again, dismayed that such a despicable father could exist. He began tending to Jiang Wanyin's wounds, explaining, "I'll bandage her hand first, but for the drug, I can only give her acupuncture to lessen its effects, not completely remove it." Gu Huaijin's brow furrowed. "What do you mean?" Zhou Yanqing didn't answer directly. Instead, he quickly administered acupuncture, cleaned the wound, and bandaged it, completing the task in under 10 minutes. Then he stood up and said slowly, "The drug's effects in her body have been reduced, but she will still be uncomfortable. If you want to completely neutralize the drug, you know what to do." After a pause, he added, "Or you could let her soak in ice water to alleviate her discomfort." Leaving the room, Zhou Yanqing surveyed the small apartment and patted Gu Huaijin's shoulder meaningfully, saying, "Brother, this place is smaller than your kitchen, and you're living here. You're truly dedicated. No need to see me out, I'll be on my way." After Zhou Yanqing left, Gu Huaijin returned to Jiang Wanyin's room, only to find it empty. Hearing water running from the bathroom, he rushed in. He found Jiang Wanyin standing under the shower, dousing herself with cold water, her clothes soaked and clinging to her, revealing the outline of her pink underwear beneath. Gu Huaijin's gaze deepened. He quickly stepped forward to turn off the shower and wrapped her in a towel. The weather in the capital had turned chilly, and taking a cold shower like this could easily lead to a cold. Jiang Wanyin's touch reignited the heat within her, and an indescribable longing drove her to lean into him. She raised her hazy eyes, gazing intensely at Gu Huaijin, her voice hoarse as she pleaded, "Gu Huaijin, help me, I'm so uncomfortable." Her wet hair fell over her shoulders, her long lashes adorned with glistening droplets, and her flushed cheeks and full, inviting lips all spoke of her current state. Gu Huaijin's gaze grew even more profound. He hadn't wanted to take advantage of her vulnerability, but recalling Zhou Yanqing's words, Gu Huaijin's warm palm held Jiang Wanyin's slender waist, gently lifting her chin to meet his gaze directly. His voice was husky. "Wanyin, do you know who I am?" Jiang Wanyin, only half conscious, nodded slightly, her voice soft, "You're Gu Huaijin." "And who is Gu Huaijin?" he pressed, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. "Gu Huaijin is my husband." As soon as Jiang Wanyin finished speaking, Gu Huaijin swept her out of the bathroom. He carefully laid her on the bed before leaning over her. The overwhelming male scent made Jiang Wanyin let out a soft, sweet moan that tingled his ears. Gu Huaijin whispered by her ear, "Wanyin, I'll take responsibility for you." With that, he kissed her full red lips. The air was thick with a heated, ambiguous tension, with clothes strewn haphazardly on the floor. In the darkness of the night, a red rose quietly bloomed. 2 hours later, Gu Huaijin once again carried the unconscious Jiang Wanyin out of the bathroom. He gently fetched a first aid kit, carefully replacing her bandages, and then tucked her in. He placed a light kiss on her forehead, turned off the light, and went to the living room. Gu Huaijin dialed Xiao Feng's number. "How's it going?" "Boss, I've gathered all the information about Mo Dehai's past assaults and his company's tax evasion. It's all been handed over to the police." Xiao Feng, Gu Huaijin's loyal assistant and former comrade from the military, had just learned about Gu Huaijin's marriage and was furious about the misfortune his wife had suffered. Gu Huaijin's voice was cold. "Dig into his background. I want him to rot in prison." His tone carried an unmistakable threat for a mere Mo family member to dare touch my woman. "Understood," Xiao Feng replied, then asked, "Boss, what about the 3 from the Jiang family?" Gu Huaijin pondered for a moment. "Keep an eye on them for now. I'll ask Wanwan what she wants to do." Although he was tempted to send them to prison as well, Jiang Jiangguo was, after all, Jiang Wanyin's father, and he decided to respect her wishes. After hanging up, Gu Huaijin looked up at the night sky. It was pitch black, devoid of stars. If not for Gu Shiqing's timely message, he wouldn't have tracked down Jiang Wannin's whereabouts in time. He would never forget the sight of Jiang Wannin's bleeding hand and the despair in her eyes. In the room, Jiang Wanyin was lost in a long dream. She returned to that day over 4 years ago. A repulsive old man tried to pin her down, and she ran desperately, only to find no escape. The 3 Jiang family members stood by indifferent, mocking her with laughter. Jiang Wanyin, it's your turn now, ah. The revolting man approached step by step. She cried out in despair, stay away. Jiang Wanyin jolted awake, sweating and frightened, surrounded by darkness. The helplessness from 4 years ago surged back. She couldn't believe Jiang Jiangwo, as her father, could repeatedly push her into the abyss for money. If Gu Huaijin hadn't appeared today, her life might have ended. Jiang Wanyin turned slightly, curling up, tears uncontrollable and pouring out. In the living room, Gu Huaijin seemed to hear her sobbing and quickly entered the room, turning on the light. He saw the woman wrapped in the quilt, crying her heart out, trembling all over. The sight pierced his heart, a pain he had never known flooding through him. Gu Huaijin sat on the edge of the bed, gently patting Jiang Wanyin's back through the quilt. Don't be afraid, I'm here. It's okay now. Hearing these words, Jiang Wanyin couldn't hold back her grievances any longer and cried out loud. Everyone thought she was the privileged daughter of the Jiang family, but they didn't know she had a father unworthy of the title and a stepmother who viewed her as a thorn. Aside from her late mother and grandmother, she had no one to rely on, facing all hardships alone. She appeared strong, but inside she was fragile. Gu Huaijin's words snapped the tension she had held for years, releasing a flood of emotions. Gu Huaijin was at a loss on how to comfort her as she cried, so he pulled her up and held her in his arms. It took a long time for Jiang Wanyin's sobs to subside. She pulled away from Gu Huaijin, her beautiful eyes red like a wronged little rabbit. Gu Huaijin tenderly wiped away her tears, a steely glint in his eye. The person who hurt you has been handed over to the police. I'll make sure he stays in prison for good. He paused before asking, as for the 3 from the Jiang family, what do you plan to do? Whatever decision she made, he would fully support her. Jiang Wanyin sat in silence for a while, hugging her knees, her voice hoarse from crying. Let me tell you a story. She started recounting her birthday over 4 years ago. It was her 20th birthday, and Jiang Jiangwo said he wanted to celebrate at the Huaijin Hotel. She thought her father had finally remembered her and went with hopeful anticipation. But at the so-called family dinner, she met a strange old man. Jiang Jiangwo introduced him as the biggest business partner of the Jiang family and told her to keep him company. Realizing something was off, Jiang Wanyin tried to leave, but it was too late. Jiang Xinyu had already spiked her drink with sleeping pills. If she hadn't encountered Lu Jingyan while being taken to the hotel room, her life might have been ruined. Because of this incident, she was grateful to Lu Jingyan. Despite Zhou Ziyu's repeated warnings that the man wasn't trustworthy, she gave him her heart during their 3-year relationship. Who would have thought that Lu Jingyan would eventually cheat on her with Jiang Xinyu? Jiang Wanyin had considered going to the police but had no evidence. Worse, Jiang Jiangwo threatened her that if she spoke out, he would harm her grandmother. To protect her grandmother, she swallowed her grievances. From then on, she moved out of the Jiang family home to live independently. Yet even then, Jiang Jiangwo wouldn't leave her alone, using such despicable means to push her into the abyss again. She still couldn't comprehend how a father could treat his child this way. Jiang Wanyin finished the long-buried secret with a bitter smile, her voice filled with helplessness. In the capital, the Jiang family isn't particularly wealthy or powerful, but over the years, Jiang Jiangwo has built some connections. We can't fight him. Gu Huaijin finally understood Jiang Wanyin's predicament. He looked at the woman before him, who had been misunderstood as foolish, with a sudden surge of compassion. She wasn't dull-witted. She was simply isolated and helpless, clinging to Lu Jingyan as her only lifeline. Her gratitude for Lu Jingyan was profound, leading her to give him her entire heart. The 3 members of the Jiang family, on the other hand, repeatedly tried to push Jiang Wanyin into peril for their own selfish gains. Gu Huaijin felt a wave of anger rise within him. Their actions were utterly inhumane. Gently stroking Jiang Wanyin's hair, he softly said, "If you want, I can help you." Jiang Wanyin lowered her eyes and shook her head slightly. "I'll handle this myself. As for that boss Missouri, just leave him to the police. I don't want to cause you any trouble." She was worried that since Gu Huaijin had just retired and found a job, provoking those people might have serious consequences. Gu Huaijin's voice turned low and firm. "Jiang Wanyin, I'm your husband now. There's no such thing as causing trouble." Jiang Wanyin responded softly. Exhausted from her long night of crying, she soon fell asleep in Gu Huaijin's arms. Half asleep, she seemed to hear a gentle yet resolute voice saying, "Don't worry, no one will dare to bully you again." The next morning, the sun broke through the clouds, and the weather finally cleared. As Jiang Wanyin got up to change clothes, she noticed the marks on her body, and the memories of the previous night flooded back. She finally understood why she felt so sore, as if she'd been run over by a truck. Though her mind had been hazy, she knew that Gu Huaijin had helped her mitigate the drug's effects. She felt grateful that it was Gu Huaijin she encountered, rather than Boss Missouri. After changing, she walked into the living room and was surprised to find Gu Huaijin in casual clothes, focused on his laptop. It was already 10 in the morning. She had taken the day off but didn't expect Gu Huaijin to be home as well. The memories of last night flashed in her mind, and her face turned crimson. The awkwardness she hadn't fully processed during her nightmare resurfaced now, in the bright light of day. Hearing footsteps, Gu Huaijin looked up to see Jiang Wanyin standing there, her face flushed. He set aside his laptop, walked over to her, and said naturally, "You're awake? Let's have some breakfast." Okay. Jiang Wanyin bit her lip. "Why aren't you at work?" Gu Huaijin took her hand and led her to the dining table, then went to the kitchen to bring out breakfast. He explained softly, "I took the day off to stay with you. I'm fine now, you should go to work." Jiang Wanyin shook her head. "You've only just started, taking leave isn't a good idea." Gu Huaijin chuckled. "No one would dare fire me." He pushed the breakfast towards her. "Don't worry, I won't lose my job. I can take care of you." Jiang Wanyin picked up a bun and took a bite, muttering under her breath, "I don't need you to take care of me, I can take care of myself." With sharp hearing, Gu Huaijin caught her muttering and frowned slightly. "Jiang Wanyin, I said last night I would take responsibility for you, so from now on, it's my job to take care of you." Jiang Wanyin paused mid-bite, her face flushing even more. She explained, "About last night, you were just helping me. Besides, we're legally married. Even though it was just in name before, doing that is perfectly legitimate." Gu Huaijin's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile. "Since we're legally married, we should face any troubles together." Jiang Wanyin looked up at him, the sincerity in his eyes warming her heart. "By the way, how did you know I was at the Jiang family villa last night?" Jiang Wanyin suddenly remembered. Gu Huaijin had texted her asking for her location, but she had only mentioned going home, without giving the specific address. Gu Huaijin hesitated for a moment before answering, "It was just a gut feeling from my time in the military. I had Mr. G help me find your address." In truth, he had learned from previous investigations that Jiang Wanyin had a strained relationship with her family. When Gu Shiqing told him Jiang Wanyin had left the company looking unwell, he immediately sensed trouble and had Ji Yuan look up the address and rush over. Jiang Wanyin didn't press further. She suddenly remembered something and said, "Could you come with me to the Jiang family later? I need to retrieve my mother's belongings." "Sure." Gu Huaijin nodded in agreement. Soon after, they arrived at the Jiang family villa. Seeing Jiang Wanyin and Gu Huaijin walk in together, Jiang Jiangguo was furious and wanted to hurl insults, but his body ached from the beating he received last night. He could only sit there, pointing at Jiang Wanyin and shout, "Jiang Wan, you ungrateful wretch, how dare you come back?" His words were cut short by Gu Huaijin's icy gaze, sending a shiver down his spine. After much deliberation last night, he concluded that Gu Huaijin couldn't possibly be related to the wealthy Gu family. If he were truly wealthy, why would he marry someone as mismatched as Jiang Wanyin? Jiang Wanyin couldn't be bothered to argue with Jiang Jiangguo and asked directly, "Where's the box my mother left me?" "You have the nerve to ask for the box?" Jiang Jiangguo retorted angrily. "Look at what your man did to me. You'd better pay for my medical bills. It hurts." He accidentally pulled at his wounds, grimacing in pain. Jiang Wanyin glanced at Jiang Jiangguo's injuries, which did indeed look severe. She turned to Gu Huaijin and asked, "Did you do this?" Gu Huaijin nodded, anticipating she might think he was too harsh. He was about to explain when Jiang Wanyin gave him a thumbs up, saying, "Well done." Jiang Jiangguo fumed with rage. "Jiang Wanyin, are you turning against me with an outsider?" Jiang Wanyin sneered, "An outsider?" "Jiang Jiangguo, Gu Huaijin is my husband, my family. And you, have you ever treated me like your daughter? What father would push his own daughter into the fire?" Jiang Jiangguo was momentarily speechless, trying to justify himself. "You're part of the Jiang family. What's wrong with making some sacrifices for the family?" Hearing this, Gu Huaijin frowned deeply. He stepped forward, looking Jiang Jiangguo straight in the eye, and warned coldly, "If you ever try to harm Wanyin again, don't blame me for being ruthless." Jiang Jiangguo, intimidated by Gu Huaijin's presence, shrank back and didn't dare to speak further. Jiang Wanyin scanned the living room but didn't see the box from the night before. She asked again, "Jiang Jiangguo, I'll ask one more time, where's my mother's box?" "I don't know," Jiang Jiangguo replied, feigning ignorance. He hadn't had the chance to open the box to see what was inside and wasn't willing to hand it over easily. Gu Huaijin picked up a fruit knife from the table and played with it nonchalantly. He glanced at Jiang Jiangguo and asked in a calm tone, "Are you sure you don't know?" He was well versed in dealing with scoundrels. Jiang Jiangguo stared at the knife in his hand, the brutal scene from last night's beating flashing in his mind, causing a cold sweat to break out on his back. With a trembling voice he asked, What do you want?" Gu Huaijin's lips curled into a cold smile. "Helping you remember where the box is." Before Jiang Jiangguo could react, Gu swiftly grabbed his wrist and pinned him to the sofa. The cold glint of the fruit knife flashed before Jiang Jiangguo's eyes, ready to strike. I remember. I remember. Jiang Jiangguo immediately gave in, shouting loudly. The knife tip deviated just in time, sinking deeply into the sofa. Jiang Jiangguo, still in shock, collapsed onto the sofa, trembling as he said, The box is in my study. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanyin quickly turned and headed to the study, soon returning with the box. She glanced at Gu Huaijin and said succinctly, Let's go. Gu Huaijin returned the fruit knife to its place, stood up, and dusted off his clothes. Looking down at Jiang Jiangguo, he said, Better behave yourself in the future, or you won't be so lucky next time. Once the two had left the living room, Jiang Jiangguo finally regained his composure and yelled angrily, Who do you think you are? How dare you threaten me? Back in the car, Jiang Wanyin eagerly tried to open the box, only to find it secured with a combination lock. She attempted several possible numbers, but none worked. Gu Huaijin reassured her, Don't worry, think about whether your mother ever mentioned anything to you. Jiang Wanyin calmed down, recalling bits and pieces of her time with her mother. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. Her favorite five-star hotel, 1973, where after dining, her mother would always take her to ride the Ferris wheel. Her mother had once said, Wanwini, when you grow up and find someone you love, you can come ride the Ferris wheel together. Young Jiang Wanyin didn't understand love then. She just wanted to be with her mother forever. The last time they rode the Ferris wheel was a month before her mother passed away. At the highest point, her mother held her and said, Wanwini, look, we're so close to the stars here, and in the future, I can be this close watching over my Wanwini. At that time, Jiang Wanyin didn't grasp the meaning behind her mother's words. Remembering this, Jiang Wanyin studied her emotions and entered 1973. The box clicked open, revealing a share transfer agreement and a property deed. It turned out her mother had transferred all shares of the Jiang Corporation to her grandmother for safekeeping, to be automatically transferred to Jiang Wanyin when she came of age. The Jiang family villa was also in Jiang Wanyin's name. Gu Huaijin glanced at the documents and scoffed, Those three living in your house and treating you poorly, how shameless. Jiang Wanyin sighed lightly, smiling faintly. Luckily, Jiang Jiangguo wasn't interested in my mother's things. If he had opened this box early, he would have destroyed everything. Gu Huaijin held her hand, trying to hide the pain in his eyes with a forced smile. Feeling the warmth in her hand, Jiang Wanyin's heart felt a bit warmer. She smiled and said, Now I'm a rich woman. I should treat you to a feast to thank you for helping me get the box back. Gu Huaijin chuckled. I didn't expect to marry a rich woman. From now on, the rich woman will take care of you, Jiang Wanyin said, lifting her chin playfully, her earlier sadness easing somewhat. They arrived at the 1973 restaurant. Despite the lunch rush, there were still seats available in the main hall. After they sat down, Jiang Wanyin handed the menu to Gu Huaijin, saying, Order whatever you like. She seemed quite generous. Gu Huaijin didn't hold back and ordered a few regular dishes. Just as he put down the menu, the restaurant manager approached. The manager, surprised to see Gu Huaijin in the main hall, quickly asked respectfully, Mr. Gu, why are you sitting here today? Mr. Gu. Jiang Wanyin, who had been checking her phone, looked up in confusion, glancing between the manager and Gu Huaijin. Is he talking to you? Gu Huaijin tried to stop the manager, but it was too late. He gave the manager a look, saying, You must have mistaken me for someone else. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. The manager quickly caught on to Gu Huaijin's hint, though still puzzled. As the manager walked away, Jiang Wanyin squinted her eyes at Gu Huaijin. Was that manager calling you the Mr. Gu from the Gu Group? Do you two look alike? Gu Huaijin stammered. I've never met that Mr. Gu, so I wouldn't know. He frequently dined at this restaurant and had a private room. He thought sitting in the main hall would keep him from being recognized, but fate had other plans. Jiang Wanyin recalled the gossip she had overheard at the office earlier and nodded slightly. Her gaze fell on the man across from her as she said, That's true. I heard the CEO of Gu Group is quite mysterious, so it's normal that you haven't seen him. She paused before continuing. But I've heard that this Mr. Gu is rather plain-looking and not very likable, cold and aloof, like some noble who doesn't mingle with ordinary people. Her tone was teasing. Yet, because of his immense wealth, these flaws don't seem to stop him from being the top choice for the city's elite women. Gu Huaijin's expression grew darker as he listened. He couldn't help but defend himself. How can they say he's not good-looking or difficult to get along with when they haven't even met him? Maybe he's actually quite handsome and approachable. Noticing the unusual reaction, Jiang Wanyin asked curiously, Why are you so worked up, Gu Huaijin? You sound like you know Mr. Gu quite well. Realizing he almost gave himself away, Gu Huaijin quickly explained, I just think that someone who manages Gu Group so well can't be that bad. His voice was a bit flustered, a stark contrast to his usual calm demeanor. Jiang Wanyin took a sip from her glass and didn't argue with his point. Instead, she looked intrigued and said, You have a point. If I ever get the chance, I'd like to see what this mysterious Mr. Gu looks like. Gu Huaijin feigned nonchalance as he asked, why, are you interested in him too? Secretly, he wondered if she'd be shocked to learn she was already married to him. Jiang Wanyin propped her chin on her hand, her gaze fixed on Gu Huaijin. After a moment of thought, she replied, who wouldn't be interested in the richest man in the city? Marrying him would make someone the CEO's wife of Gu Group, living a life of luxury. Seeing his face grow colder, Jiang Wanyin raised her left hand, the ring on her finger glinting under the light. She smiled and said, but don't worry, I'm only interested in Mr. Gu's capabilities, nothing more. After all, she wiggled her fingers, I'm already married. Hearing this, Gu Huaijin felt a mix of emotions, unsure whether to be happy or unhappy. His wife's lack of interest in Mr. Gu didn't seem like a good sign. Throughout the meal, Gu Huaijin ate absent-mindedly, feeling a growing sense of frustration. As they finished dining, Jiang Wanyin stood up and said, I'm going to the restroom. Wait for me a moment. She headed towards the restroom, leaving Gu Huaijin alone at the table, lost in thought. After leaving the restroom, Jiang Wanyin headed towards the main hall, but unexpectedly stumbled into a man. She quickly apologized, sorry, I wasn't watching where I was going. However, the man grabbed her arm, reeking of alcohol, and mocked, just a sorry and that's it? Jiang Wanyin frowned, trying to pull her arm back, and calmly said, what do you want then? If you're hurt, I can pay for your medical expenses. She thought to herself that this man was clearly drunk and looking for trouble. The man looked her up and down with a leering gaze. You look pretty good. How about you join me for a drink as an apology? Ridiculous, Jiang Wanyin retorted, struggling to free herself, but the man held on tighter. You filthy woman, who are you calling ridiculous? He sneered. Do you even know who I am? Having you drink with me is doing you a favor. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Wanyin's eyes. I don't care who you are. Let go, or I'll call for help. The man stepped closer, his breath heavy with alcohol. Go ahead, see if anyone in this restaurant dares to cross me. Unable to bear it any longer, Jiang Wanyin stomped hard on the man's foot, and as he let go in pain, she turned to leave. But before she could take more than 2 steps, he grabbed her hair. You bitch, are you tired of living? He snarled. Just as Jiang Wanyin was about to cry from the pain, a cold voice pierced through the air. Let her go. Gu Huaijin appeared out of nowhere, pulling Jiang Wanyin behind him and landing a solid punch on the man's face. Blood immediately streamed from his nose and mouth, and the alcohol fog in his mind cleared slightly. Clutching his face, the man realized this newcomer was not to be trifled with, but still blustered. Who are you? I'm from the Li family in the capital, and you dare hit me? Gu Huaijin was about to strike again when Jiang Wanyin quickly stopped him. Don't hit him anymore. If he's seriously injured, we'll have to pay for his medical expenses, and we might end up at the police station. The man, thinking they were scared, smugly took out his phone and called someone. Uncle, I've been assaulted, right by the restroom corridor. Hanging up, he taunted. Just you wait. Jiang Wanyin looked anxiously at Gu Huaijin, aware that the Li family was among the top 10 influential families in the city. If this man indeed had connections, they could be in big trouble today. Gu Huaijin, however, remained calm and reassured her. Don't worry, it'll be fine. He then made a brief phone call, simply saying, come up to the restaurant. Before long, a man in his 50s stormed in angrily. Who dares to bully my nephew Li Jiangkai? The drunken man immediately complained, Uncle, it's this guy who beat me up. It hurts so much. He whined like a schoolboy, completely disregarding his burly appearance. Jiang Wanyin cast a disdainful glance at him and explained to Li Jiangkai, Mr. Li, your nephew insisted I accompany him for drinks. When I refused, he started getting physical, and that's when my husband stepped in. Li Jiangkai snorted. Did anyone see my nephew getting physical with you? But he did get beaten up for sure. Like uncle, like nephew. Jiang Wanyin replied helplessly. If you don't believe me, you can ask the restaurant to check the security footage. Hearing about the footage, the drunken man defensively retorted. I'm dizzy from the beating. Are you trying to deny it? Gu Huaijin coldly stated. We'll see who's denying soon enough. Just then, the restaurant manager and Ji Yuan hurried over. Mr. Ji. Assistant Ji. Jiang Wanyin and Li Jiangkai both exclaimed in surprise. Li Jiangkai quickly approached with a fawning smile. Assistant Ji, what brings you here? Ji Yuan glanced at his boss and, trying to maintain composure, imitated Gu Huaijin's usual indifferent tone. I heard my friend was being bullied, so I came to check it out. Inside, he was panicking, fearing that if Li Jiangkai exposed his identity, his boss would hold him accountable. Li Jiangkai pointed at Gu Huaijin, cautiously asking, is he a friend of Assistant Ji? Ji Yuan nodded, yes. Then he turned to the restaurant manager, show Mr. Li the recent footage, otherwise he might think my friend is causing trouble. Li Jiangkai didn't take the tablet but instead smiled obsequiously. Assistant Ji, you're joking. Just looking at your friend, I can tell he's reasonable. My nephew must have been at fault first. The drunken man, unfamiliar with Ji Yuan, didn't understand why Li Zhongkai's attitude suddenly changed, and continued to protest. Uncle, he's the one who hit me. Li Zhongkai slapped him abruptly. Shut up. Don't I know your character? The Li family relied heavily on projects with the Gu group, and Ji Yuan was a key figure by Gu's side. There was no way he could afford to offend them. Jiang Wanyin was pleased with the turn of events, but puzzled why Li Zhongkai addressed Ji Yuan as Assistant Ji instead of Mr. Ji. Ji Yuan stole a glance at Gu Huaijin, his eyes full of inquiry. Understanding his look, Gu Huaijin turned to Li Zhongkai, his tone calm yet authoritative. Since you acknowledge your nephew's mistake, shouldn't you apologize to my wife? Li Zhongkai glanced awkwardly at Ji Yuan, and after receiving his nod, nudged the defiant young man beside him. Apologize. Reluctantly, the young man mumbled a half-hearted sorry to Jiang Wanyin. Seeing this, Ji Yuan waved them off. All right, just don't cause trouble here again. Li Zhongkai nodded repeatedly, bowing slightly. Of course. We'll be on our way. Assistant Ji, let's have a meal sometime. With that, he hurriedly left with his nephew. Jiang Wanyin finally relaxed and sincerely thanked Ji Yuan. Thank you, Mr. Ji. And thank you for letting my husband take the day off to accompany me. Ji Yuan was taken aback and quickly waved his hand dismissively. No need to thank me. Your husband may be my bodyguard, but we're friends too. The restaurant manager, overhearing the word bodyguard, was utterly confused. Although Assistant Ji had instructed not to reveal Mr. Gu's identity, how did he become a bodyguard? While pondering this, he saw Gu Huaijin exchange a look with Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan immediately understood and addressed Jiang Wanyin. Mrs. Gu, considering the unpleasant incident you experienced at our restaurant, tonight's meal is on the house. Jiang Wanyin was surprised. This restaurant belongs to Mr. Ji? That's not necessary, really. She waved her hands in refusal. Still perplexed, the restaurant manager wisely chimed in. Mrs. Gu, if you refuse, it would be like not giving Mr. Ji any face. Jiang Wanyin paused, thinking it rare to encounter such a generous boss. Though something felt off, she didn't want to decline the offer, so she tugged at Gu Huaijin's sleeve. Thank Mr. Ji quickly. Gu Huaijin shot Ji Yuan a glance, reluctantly muttering, thank you, while thinking to himself that since the hotel was part of the Gu Corporation, he didn't really need to thank anyone. No need to thank. Have a good evening, the restaurant manager said, bowing respectfully as they left. Watching them depart, Ji Yuan was about to relax when Jiang Wanyin turned back to ask, Mr. Ji, my husband is allowed to take today off, right? Ji Yuan nodded vigorously. Yes, of course. Despite the stack of documents waiting for Gu Huaijin's signature back at the office, he wouldn't dare say otherwise. Jiang Wanyin smiled and thanked him, then looked at Gu Huaijin beside her, sincerely remarking, your boss is quite nice. Gu Huaijin replied with a flat feeling a mix of emotions and unsure how to explain this farce. On their way home, the two made a stop at the supermarket to buy some groceries, planning to cook dinner at home. After parking the car, Gu Huaijin took the initiative to carry the groceries as he and Jiang Wanyin took the elevator up to their floor. When the elevator doors slowly opened, Jiang Wanyin stepped out first and was about to head to their door when she suddenly heard the sound of a door opening. Xiao Jin. The familiar voice made Gu Huaijin freeze in his tracks, turning his head with a growing sense of foreboding. Jiang Wanyin also looked over, and was taken aback by what she saw. It was the kind, elderly lady she had encountered in the restroom at the Shenguiyuan restaurant a few days ago. Standing at the doorway, Madame Gu's eyes landed on Gu Huaijin holding the grocery bags and Jiang Wanyin standing beside him, a smile spreading across her face. What a perfect couple, she silently admired. Grandma, what are you doing here? Gu Huaijin asked with a frown. Although he didn't know why the elderly lady was in this apartment, he had a vague feeling she was planning something behind the scenes. Grandma. Jiang Wanyin widened her eyes, looking at Gu Huaijin uncertainly. Is this your grandmother? Madame Gu's eyes twinkled mischievously, her face adorned with an innocent smile as she pretended to be unaware. Xiao Jin, is this my granddaughter-in-law? So you both live here too? Gu Huaijin watched as his grandmother's smile almost reached her ears, his eye twitching involuntarily. He gritted his teeth and introduced, Yes, this is my wife, Jiang Wanyin. Wanwan, this is my grandmother. Quick as a flash, Madame Gu pushed past Gu Huaijin and warmly took Jiang Wanyin's hand. So this beautiful and kind girl is my granddaughter-in-law, she exclaimed, looking Jiang Wanyin up and down with approval. Caught off guard, Jiang Wanyin had never anticipated meeting Gu Huaijin's family, let alone that the kind lady she met at the restaurant would be his grandmother. The sudden encounter left her flustered, but she politely greeted, Grandma. Yes, dear, Madame Gu responded, her smile growing even brighter. Wanwan, when I met you that day, I thought it would be wonderful if you were my granddaughter-in-law. I never expected it to be true. We must be fated. Gu Huaijin frowned and asked, Grandma, when did you meet Wanwan? Madame Gu explained with a smile, it was at Shenguiyuan restaurant. I was almost knocked over by a girl, but luckily, Wanwan caught me. Xiao Jin, marrying such a beautiful and kind girl is the best decision you've made. Gu Huaijin recalled that Gu Shiqing had mentioned going to Shangguiyuan with Jiang Wanyin, coincidentally on the day his grandmother was there. He sighed inwardly, certain that her presence today was no accident, and the ominous feeling grew stronger. Jiang Wanyin felt awkward under Madame Gu's praise and glanced at Gu Huaijin. Noticing, Gu Huaijin worried that his grandmother's enthusiasm might overwhelm Jiang Wanyin. He gently separated their clasped hands and changed the subject. "Grandma, why did you come out of that apartment?" Madame Gu seemed prepared and immediately explained, "This apartment belongs to an old friend of mine. He's abroad and asked me to check if everything's locked properly. I just finished and was about to head home." Gu Huaijin knew all too well that his grandmother had no such friend who would own a small apartment like this. It was likely bought for the sake of orchestrating this encounter. He admired her cunning while also appreciating her discretion in keeping his identity a secret. Hearing that Madame Gu was about to leave, Jiang Wanyin asked with concern, "Grandma, where do you live? How are you getting home?" As if expecting this question, Madame Gu lightly tapped her leg, feigning fatigue. "I live in the suburbs, and my legs aren't as strong as they used to be. I'll just take a cab. It's a bit far, so no need to trouble you." Gu Huaijin helplessly pinched his brow, thinking his grandmother was laying it on a bit thick. Jiang Wanyin checked the time, nearly 5 in the evening, and felt it wasn't right to let Madame Gu take a cab alone. She suggested, "Grandma, if you don't mind, you can stay at our place tonight. We can take you home tomorrow." Madame Gu beamed with joy at the suggestion. "That would be wonderful." Jiang Wanyin quickly opened the door and carefully helped Madame Gu inside, not noticing Gu Huaijin's dark expression. "Grandma, have a seat." "I'll get you a glass of water," Jiang Wanyin said, placing a glass in front of Madame Gu. "Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? We just bought groceries, and if you don't mind, you can try my cooking tonight." "I don't mind at all," Madame Gu replied with a broad smile. "I didn't know you could cook. But don't tire yourself out. Xiaojin can handle these things." Carrying the groceries inside, Gu Huaijin couldn't help but quip, "Seems like Grandma has forgotten her grandson now that she has a granddaughter-in-law." Jiang Wanyin chuckled and nodded, noticing Gu Huaijin's displeased expression. She approached him, offering to take the groceries. "I'll put these in the fridge. You can keep Grandma company." Just as Gu Huaijin handed over the bags, Madame Gu shot him a reproachful look. "Xiaojin, you shouldn't let Wanwan do the heavy lifting." "It's no problem," Jiang Wanyin started to say, but Gu Huaijin had already taken the bags back. "I'll do it," he insisted, knowing his grandmother would keep nagging otherwise. Satisfied, Madame Gu watched Gu Huaijin obediently head into the kitchen before turning to Jiang Wanyin. "Wanwan, could you show me around your home?" "Of course," Jiang Wanyin replied, guiding Madame Gu and giving a brief tour of the small apartment. Soon, they reached the bedroom doors. "Grandma, the place is small, just 2 bedrooms. This is the guest room, and this is the master bedroom," Jiang Wanyin explained, unaware of Madame Gu's ulterior motive for the tour. Madame Gu casually toured the newlyweds' home, her sharp eyes sweeping over the 2 distinctly styled rooms. She understood immediately that the young couple was indeed sleeping in separate rooms. One of her reasons for visiting today was to observe their living situation, and it seemed her suspicions were confirmed. This sudden marriage really was just a formality to appease her. Madame Gu felt a twinge of anxiety. Her long-awaited plan to have great-grandchildren might be delayed once again. Despite the turmoil within, Madame Gu maintained a benevolent smile, her eyes gleaming with shrewdness as she quietly contemplated her next move. After the tour, Jiang Wanyin glanced at her watch and turned to Madame Gu, saying, "Grandma, please have a seat. I'll go prepare dinner." "All right," Madame Gu replied, taking a seat and fixing her gaze on Gu Huaijin, who was lounging on the sofa. The thought of him sleeping separately from his new wife made her glare at him disapprovingly. "Why are you sitting here instead of helping your wife?" she scolded. Gu Huaijin looked at her in confusion, not understanding what he had done wrong this time. Nevertheless, he obediently got up and headed to the kitchen. "I'll handle it. You can assist," Gu Huaijin offered as he approached Jiang Wanyin. Jiang Wanyin eyed him suspiciously. "Do you really know how to cook?" Washing his hands, Gu Huaijin replied confidently, "Trust me." Deciding to give him a chance, Jiang Wanyin said, "All right, I'll wash the vegetables." She handed him a pink apron. Gu Huaijin glanced at the apron with a slight frown but saw no other option. "My hands are wet. Can you help me?" he asked. Jiang Wanyin pursed her lips and stepped closer, standing on tiptoe to tie the apron around him. As they drew near, her gaze inadvertently fell on his attractive Adam's apple. She couldn't help but think how unfair it was that he was blessed with not only handsome features but also a perfect physique. Even his Adam's apple was captivating. "You're drooling," his teasing voice suddenly broke her reverie. Startled, Jiang Wanyin's cheeks flushed red, and she glared at him in embarrassment before quickly tying the apron from behind. Gu Huaijin chuckled softly, "You can look anytime you want." Jiang Wanyin's hand slipped, nearly tying the apron into a knot. How could he say something so flippant with a straight face? Pretending not to hear him, she moved aside to prepare the vegetables. Gu Huaijin stopped teasing and began chopping the vegetables with practiced ease. Watching his skilled knife work, Jiang Wanyin couldn't help but ask, "Who taught you to cook?" "I taught myself while studying abroad, though it's been a while since I last cooked," Gu Huaijin replied, and they fell into silence again. A moment later, Gu Huaijin broke the silence. "Where do you plan for grandma to sleep tonight?" Jiang Wanyin paused, realizing she hadn't considered this. With only 2 bedrooms, each occupied by one of them, there was no spare room. After a moment of thought, she tentatively suggested, "How about I share a room with grandma?" "Are you planning to openly tell grandma that we're sleeping separately and make her think we don't get along?" Gu Huaijin said calmly, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Jiang Wanyin muttered internally, "It's not like we have any real feelings for each other." But she understood the need to maintain appearances. After a moment of hesitation, she quietly proposed, "Then why don't you move into my room tonight?" "What did you say?" Gu Huaijin asked, pretending not to hear. Jiang Wanyin glanced at him, seemingly making up her mind. "I said you can sleep with me tonight. After all, we've already slept together." Oh, Gu Huaijin couldn't help but laugh, finding her quite endearing. Hearing his laughter, Jiang Wanyin realized he'd been teasing her all along. He had heard her perfectly well. Annoyed, she focused on tearing the leaves off the vegetables, ignoring him. Gu Huaijin decided not to push further, letting the matter rest. Half an hour later, a table full of delicious-looking dishes was ready, a soup and 3 main courses. "Wanwan, your cooking is excellent." "It looks so appetizing," Madame Gu praised as she sat down. "Grandma, how do you know it's good if you haven't tasted it yet?" Gu Huaijin quipped lightly, earning a glare from the old lady. Jiang Wanyin served Madame Gu a bowl of soup, explaining somewhat awkwardly, "Grandma, actually, I only made the soup. Gu Huaijin cooked the other dishes. He wanted you to try his cooking." Madame Gu was a bit surprised, thinking her grandson must have changed after getting married. She had never seen him cook before. "No wonder the dishes look ordinary, but this soup smells wonderful," she said with a smile as she tasted it. "It's truly delicious. The best soup I've ever had." Gu Huaijin thought to himself, "That's an exaggeration. Grandma has tasted all kinds of great soups in her lifetime. This favoritism is too obvious." Jiang Wanyin felt a bit embarrassed by the praise and offered Madame Gu some dishes. "Grandma, these dishes are also good. Gu Huaijin's cooking is actually better than mine." In the kitchen earlier, Jiang Wanjin couldn't help but admire Gu Huaijin's impressive cooking skills as she watched him in action. At the dinner table, Grandma Gu smiled warmly as she placed a piece of rib on Jiang Wanjin's plate and gave Gu Huaijin a meaningful look. "See how your wife looks after you? You should serve her some food too." Gu Huaijin glanced at Jiang Wanjin, who was focused on eating, then silently peeled a shrimp and placed it in her bowl. Jiang Wanjin looked up at him, a slight smile on her lips, and softly thanked him. Grandma Gu watched the young couple with satisfaction, and then continued to enjoy her delicious dinner. The meal was filled with joy and laughter. Afterward, Gu Huaijin took the initiative to clear the table and wash the dishes, his skillful actions surprising yet pleasing Grandma Gu. She couldn't help but remark on how different he was now that he had a wife. Jiang Wanjin brought out some fruit after washing it. "Grandma, have some fruit." Grandma Gu patted her hand affectionately and said, "Wanwan, you've really taught Xiaojin well. He used to be all about studying and working, then he joined the army, completely lacking in warmth. Now he finally seems to have a bit of that homey touch." Jiang Wanjin was taken aback and quickly explained, "Grandma, I haven't taught him anything. Since we started living together, sometimes I cook, and he helps with washing the dishes and other chores." Her gaze drifted to the man in the kitchen, reflecting on how Gu Huaijin had indeed changed since they first met. From initially finding him cold and arrogant, hard to get along with, she now felt a comfortable harmony between them, almost like an old married couple. "That's because Xiaojin knows how to care for his wife." Grandma Gu chuckled, her eyes crinkling with delight. She casually asked, "But this rascal has quite a temper when he wakes up. He hasn't given you a hard time, has he? If he does, let Grandma know, and I'll set him straight." Jiang Wanjin was momentarily confused and instinctively asked, "Does Gu Huaijin have a bad temper in the morning?" Realizing they hadn't shared a bed, she wasn't actually aware of this trait. "If anyone wakes him up, they'll be in trouble." Lady Gu winked at Jiang Wanyin, lowering her voice with a playful sparkle in her eyes. "But now with a lovely wife by his side, maybe he's not so grumpy in the morning." Jiang Wanyin blushed instantly, unsure of how to respond. Just then, Gu Huaijin emerged from the kitchen, his face stern. With keen hearing, he had caught every word the old lady said. "Grandma, since when have I been grumpy in the morning?" Gu Huaijin frowned as he questioned. Lady Gu's eyes twinkled. "Weren't you grumpy when you were a child?" So it was about his childhood. Jiang Wanyin suddenly understood and couldn't help but cover her mouth to stifle a laugh. This old lady was truly adorable. Lady Gu glanced at the clock on the wall, stood up and yawned. "It's getting late. This old body of mine is tired. I'll go rest now." Jiang Wanyin quickly stood up. "Grandma, there are only 2 rooms here. Why don't you take the guest room tonight? I'll change the sheets for you." Lady Gu waved her hand dismissively. "No need to change them. I'm only staying for one night." Her plan had succeeded. By staying in the guest room, the couple would have to share the master bedroom. As Jiang Wanyin led Lady Gu to the guest room, the old lady gently nudged her out. Wanyin, don't worry about me. You two should get some rest and make the most of your time. Alright, good night, Grandma. Jiang Wanyin hadn't yet caught on to the other meaning behind Lady Gu's words. Huaijin stood at the door, arms crossed, watching the old lady's antics with amusement. Inwardly, he felt a bit smug, secretly observing Jiang Wanyin. After last night, he felt their relationship had grown closer, and it seemed appropriate not to sleep in separate rooms anymore. However, if he suggested moving into one room himself, he worried she might suspect his intentions. Now, with the old lady's little performance, he had a legitimate reason to move into the master bedroom. What are you standing there for? Go to bed with your wife. Lady Gu nudged Huaijin at the door. The words, go to bed, made Jiang Wanyin instantly realize the implication behind Lady Gu's earlier comment. Her face flushed hotly, and she dared not look at Huaijin as she quickened her steps towards the room. Huaijin watched her retreat with a smile, then turned to Lady Gu and whispered, Grandma, you've done enough. Make sure someone comes to pick you up tomorrow. You brat, if I didn't come, who knows when I'd get to hold a great-grandchild. Lady Gu gave him a sidelong glance. I have my plan. Get some rest. Huaijin gathered his pajamas and toiletries from the guest room and strolled towards the master bedroom. Lady Gu shook her head, muttering to herself, so clueless. As Huaijin pushed open the door, he saw Jiang Wanyin holding her pajamas, heading to the bathroom. Their eyes met, and the room fell into a brief silence. Jiang Wanyin pursed her lips and spoke first. I'll take a shower first. Okay. Huaijin nodded, his gaze involuntarily drifting to the bed, memories of their intimacy from the night before flashing through his mind. His body tensed instantly, throat dry, and he hurried to the living room for a glass of water. When he returned to the bedroom, Jiang Wanyin had already finished her shower and was applying skincare products. She wore a white nightgown, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, her fair skin tinged with a faint pink. Her graceful figure was tantalizingly outlined, exuding an alluring charm. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air, making Huaijin swallow hard as he quickly averted his gaze and headed into the bathroom. He turned on the shower, letting cold water cascade over him, trying to quell the restless fire within. After a long cold shower, he emerged to find Jiang Wanyin already nestled in bed, seemingly asleep. Huaijin moved to the other side of the bed, lifting the covers to lie down. Jiang Wanyin's long lashes fluttered slightly. She wasn't actually asleep. Normally, she wouldn't sleep until nearly midnight, and it was only 11 now. But worried about the awkwardness when Huaijin came out of the shower, she had quickly pretended to be asleep. Now, with Huaijin beside her, her heart raced, and she instinctively edged toward the side of the bed. If you move any further, you'll fall off. His teasing voice broke the room's quiet, having already seen through her feigned sleep. Jiang Wanyin stopped pretending, opening her clear eyes to look at him. You're taking a cold shower in this weather? She had felt the coolness when he got into bed. Her words reignited the fire he struggled to control. He deliberately leaned closer to Jiang Wanyin. What do you think? Though Jiang Wanyin wasn't naive, the desire in his eyes made her shrink back under the covers. Huaijin's lips curled into a smile. We were together last night. No need to be shy. Sleep now. I won't do anything tonight. Last night, he had already been quite demanding, given the circumstances, and it wouldn't be right to push further tonight. Jiang Wanyin exhaled softly. Although they had been intimate the previous night, she had been somewhat out of it then. Now, with him lying beside her, she swallowed nervously, her mind replaying scenes from last night. It was no wonder, given his military background, that his stamina was so impressive, leaving her utterly exhausted. Are men in their 30s really as fierce as wolves and tigers? The room fell into silence, with a hint of awkwardness lingering in the air. Jiang Wanyin and Huaijin both avoided each other's gaze, lost in their own thoughts. After a while, Jiang Wanyin softly broke the silence. Huaijin, besides your grandmother, do you have any other family? She had never considered learning about his family before, as she believed this marriage wouldn't last. But today, the warmth of Gu's grandmother made her curious to know more about this man. Huaijin calmly replied, my parents and a younger sister. My parents are mostly away on business. Assuming away on business meant in other cities, Jiang Wanyin asked, and your sister? She just graduated and is doing an internship, Huaijin answered briefly. Jiang Wanyin sneaked a glance at the perfect profile of the man beside her and couldn't help but speculate, your sister must be very pretty, right? After all, with such a handsome face, his sister couldn't be much different. Huaijin paused for a moment before slowly saying, she's all right, but you're prettier. Jiang Wanyin was taken aback, her cheeks instantly flushed with a hint of red. Was that a compliment? Then, Huaijin's deep voice sounded again, besides your family, do you have any other relatives? I have a grandmother. Jiang Wanyin's tone softened at the mention of her grandmother. She dotes on me, but she loves the countryside air and doesn't want to come to the capital. She sighed softly. Her health is declining, so I'm planning to visit soon and try to persuade her to come to Beijing so I can take care of her. Alright. Gu Huaijin responded mildly. I'll find a bigger place by then, so we can all live together. In his mind, he was already planning to reveal his true identity to Jiang Wanyin and then move to his villa. Gu Huaijin's words were like a spring breeze warming Jiang Wanyin's cold heart. Whether he meant it sincerely or not, the fact that he had this thought showed he considered her family as his own. Thank you, Jiang Wanyin said gratefully, but my mom left me a villa, so you can save your salary. Gu Huaijin felt a bit helpless. I can still afford to support us. He couldn't help but wonder how poor she thought he was. The two of them chatted intermittently until Jiang Wanyin's breathing became steady. Gu Huaijin gently shifted her towards the center of the bed and whispered, "Good night." The temperature dropped sharply in the late autumn nights of Beijing. In the middle of the night, Jiang Wanyin felt a chill in her sleep and instinctively turned over to seek warmth. Her slender arm wrapped around the human heater beside her, and her soft body pressed against the man's firm chest, with a small hand restlessly exploring downward. Gu Huaijin woke up with a start and quickly caught the wandering hand. He held Jiang Wanyin's hand in his palm, wrapped an arm around her waist, and secured her in his embrace before drifting back to sleep. The next morning, Jiang Wanyin was startled awake by a wave of heat. She found herself tightly surrounded by a human furnace, unable to move. She lifted her only free foot to kick off the covers to cool down. Suddenly, a pained yelp sounded by her ear. She opened her eyes abruptly, meeting Gu Huaijin's pained expression. It was then she realized she was lying in the man's arms, and her foot had hit somewhere it shouldn't have. Jiang Wanyin glanced awkwardly at the bulge and asked softly, "Are you okay?" Gu Huaijin released his hold on her waist, gritting his teeth. "Are you trying to murder your husband?" He thought to himself that if she kicked any harder, she might be compromising their future happiness. Jiang Wanyin breathed a sigh of relief and tried to get up, forgetting that the covers were still pinned by Gu Huaijin, causing her to fall back onto him. "Sorry," she mumbled apologetically, her messy hair lazily draping over his face. Her skin was as delicate as jade, her lips slightly parted, and her clear eyes carried a hint of panic, yet they were irresistibly alluring. Gu Huaijin's gaze became heated. Despite his strong self-control, having a beauty in his arms made certain morning responses hard to suppress. Jiang Wanyin sensed his change and instinctively tried to move away, but his strong arms held her tightly. His lips captured hers, the kiss deepening as if he wanted to devour her. Just as things were about to escalate, there was a knock on the door, and the voice of Gu Laoforan came through. "Xiaojin, are you up? I'm heading home now." Jiang Wanyin hurriedly pushed Gu Huaijin away. He sat up with a sullen expression, taking a deep breath to quell his desire. He muttered to himself, wondering if the old lady would regret missing a chance at having a great-grandchild. Jiang Wanyin tidied her disheveled hair, calmed her racing heart, and went to open the door. "Grandma." She stood at the doorway with flushed cheeks. Gu Laoforan looked at her with a knowing smile. "Sorry to disturb you. I just wanted to say I'm heading home." "No, we were just about to get up." "Grandma, won't you stay a few more days?" Jiang Wanyin felt a bit uneasy under Gu Laoforan's meaningful gaze. Gu Laoforan chuckled. "I won't be the third wheel here. Next time, let Xiaojin bring you home to visit me." "Okay." Jiang Wanyin nodded. "Grandma, wait a moment. I'll tidy up and see you out." "No need, no need." Gu Laoforan waved her hands. The butler was downstairs to pick her up, likely in her usual Rolls-Royce. If Jiang Wanyin saw it, she wouldn't be able to help but reveal her grandson's identity. "I'll see Grandma out. You go freshen up for work." Gu Huaijin suddenly appeared behind Jiang Wanyin, startling her. Gu Laoforan nodded. "All right." She had more to say to Gu Huaijin. Gu Laoforan took Jiang Wanyin's hand and said, "Wan, if this rascal bullies you, just tell Grandma, okay?" "Okay." Jiang Wanyin found Gu Laoforan to be like a mischievous old child, both amusing and heartwarming. "Take care of yourself, Grandma." Gu Huaijin accompanied Gu Laoforan downstairs, while Jiang Wanyin quickly washed up to get ready for work. In the parking lot, Gu Huaijin opened the door of the Rolls-Royce for the old lady. "Grandma, let me know in advance next time you visit." "You rascal, if I didn't sneak in, how would I know you and your wife are sleeping in separate rooms?" Gu Laoforan glared at him. "I don't care why you married Wan, but since you're married, you must take responsibility." "I understand. And when do you plan to tell Wan about your real identity?" "I don't think she's the type who's materialistic." Gu Laoforan had seen many people and could tell from their meetings that Jiang Wanyin wasn't like those spoiled and arrogant rich girls. She was a kind-hearted girl, and most importantly, she matched well with Gu Huaijin. "I can help you keep your identity a secret, but your parents will return to the country soon, and then it won't be possible to hide it." Gu Huaijin rubbed his temples. "I have my own plans." Gu Laoforan lightly scolded. "You're a 30-year-old man, and it's not easy to find a wife. If you keep messing around and your wife leaves, let's see what your plans will be then." Gu Huaijin had no response to that. "Also, what about the in-laws? You married their daughter without a dowry or a wedding, and they have no objections." Gu Laofuran didn't know much about Jiang Wanyin's family background, but since it was their family marrying someone's daughter, they couldn't be disrespectful. Mentioning the Jiang family, Gu Huaijin's eyes darkened. It's a bit complicated, but I'll handle it myself. You should get in the car. I need to head to the office too. Alright, take care of it yourself. But Wanwan is now my granddaughter-in-law, and she shouldn't be mistreated, nor should you mistreat her. Gu Laofuran reminded him again before getting into the car and leaving. As the Rolls-Royce drove away, a Bentley pulled up and stopped in front of Gu Huaijin. Ji Yuan got out, stunned to see the pink slippers on Gu Huaijin's feet. This, married men really are different. Gu Huaijin glanced at Ji Yuan, looked down at the pink slippers on his feet, and, perhaps having gotten used to them, didn't find anything wrong. Wait here for me for a moment. I'll go change. Gu Huaijin entered the elevator, just as Jiang Wanyin came down to the parking lot in another elevator. She got into her car and drove towards the exit. Her mind drifted back to the morning when Gu Huaijin almost lost control, and her cheeks flushed slightly. As Jiang Wanyin's thoughts wandered, she turned a corner, and the steering wheel veered slightly off course, causing the front of her car to graze the Bentley's door. She quickly hit the brakes and hurried out to check. Fortunately, the collision wasn't severe, but it left a scratch on the Bentley's door. Even a minor scratch on such a luxury car could cost tens of thousands to repair. However, since it was her fault, she knew she had to compensate. Jiang Wanyin waited for a while but didn't see anyone emerge from the car. She had no choice but to approach and knock on the window. At this moment, Ji Yuan was sitting in the car, feeling extremely anxious. When he saw his wife getting out of her car, he quickly grabbed a document to cover his face, terrified of being recognized. The driver in the front seat was confused and turned to Ji Yuan asking, "Assistant Ji, should I get out and check?" Ji Yuan hurriedly stopped him, whispering, "No, don't get out." The driver pointed to Jiang Wanyin, who was knocking on the car window, and asked, puzzled. But Ji Yuan instructed quietly, "Just roll down the window a little and let her leave." "But she scratched our car. Shouldn't she compensate us?" the driver asked, perplexed. Ji Yuan chuckled to himself, knowing he couldn't let his wife pay for anything. This car belonged to Mr. Gu, which meant it was technically hers too. It didn't matter if she scratched it or even smashed it. He whispered, "No need. Just tell her the insurance will cover it." The driver, still full of questions, complied. He rolled down the window slightly and told Jiang Wanyin, "It's fine, you can go. Our car is insured." Jiang Wanyin was taken aback and kindly offered, "How about I leave my number? In case you need to claim insurance." "No need, you can leave," the driver replied, quickly rolling up the window afterward. Jiang Wanyin stood there momentarily stunned before hurriedly saying thank you. She thought to herself that her luck had been pretty good lately, meeting such nice people. Watching Jiang Wanyin's car drive away, Ji Yuan let out a sigh of relief, thankful he hadn't been recognized. The scene shifts to the marketing department of Gu Group. Anna, the marketing director, walked out of her office and said to Xia Chenji, "Chenji, get ready. You're coming with me to a meeting." Xia Chenji put down her phone and curiously asked, "Director, what meeting? Do I need to prepare any materials?" Anna replied with a meaningful look, "It's the quarterly report meeting, and the new president will be there. Make sure you look presentable." Hearing that she would be meeting the president of Gu Group, Xia Chenji eagerly agreed, "Okay." She quickly grabbed her makeup bag and rushed to the restroom. In the office, some people whispered, "How did Xia Chenji, a newcomer, get the chance to attend a high-level meeting with the director? I heard she has connections with the director." "No wonder. But isn't she the daughter of the Xia family? Why work here as a lowly employee? Who knows? The lives of the rich are beyond our understanding." Half an hour later, Anna took Xia Chenji to the top floor of Gu Group's building, where the president's office was located. Anna glanced at Xia Chenji, who had applied perfect makeup, and reminded her, "Chenji, it's rare to meet the president of Gu Group. Make the most of this opportunity. Also, I heard our president doesn't like airhead women, so you'll be presenting our department's report." Xia Chenji confidently replied, "Don't worry, cousin. I've memorized the report materials you gave me." It turned out that she and Anna were cousins. Xia Chenji's entry into Gu Group was partly due to Anna's influence. As the daughter of the Xia family, she wasn't interested in being an ordinary employee. Her motivation for joining Gu Group was the rumor in elite circles that the new president was young and handsome. With Gu's family wealth and power in the capital, becoming the lady of the Gu family would give her unparalleled status in the city, and perhaps even the world. However, no one she knew had seen the president's true face, and her only chance to meet him was through her cousin Anna, who was a director at Gu Group. Initially, Anna thought Xia Chenji's idea was far-fetched. Even as a Xia family heiress, she couldn't compare to the Gu family, let alone be considered a match. But the allure of potential benefits was irresistible. Anna held on to a sliver of hope that Xia Chenji, with her beauty and education abroad, might catch the president's eye, thus boosting Anna's own career in the company. Therefore, she pulled some strings to bring Xia Chenji into her department. Today's quarterly meeting was the new president's first public appearance, and Anna saw it as the only chance for Xia Chenji to make an impression, so she brought her along. As they entered the meeting room, it was already filled with department heads and company executives. The attendees were both impressed and curious about Xia Chenji, who followed Anna inside. Joe, the head of the finance department, asked, "Anna, is this lovely lady from your department?" Anna coughed lightly and smiled. "Yes, she's Xia Chenji, our new team member. I've had a sore throat lately, so she'll be helping with the presentation." She had to come up with a reason, as Xia Chenji's position didn't qualify her for this meeting. "The marketing department is truly our company's highlight. This young lady Xia is more beautiful than a celebrity and has caught Anna's attention, so she must have some skills," another person joked. Xia Chenji humbly said, "Not at all. I believe ability is most important. I have a lot to learn from all of you." Inside, though, she was thrilled. She couldn't believe that the president wouldn't be at least a little intrigued by her. The room filled with chatter again. Xia Chenji felt a gaze on her and looked up to see a man in a white suit sitting in the first seat to the left of the president's chair, watching her with a playful smile. She frowned slightly and whispered to Anna, "Cousin, who's that man in the first seat on the left?" "Gu Yanji. He used to be in one of the subsidiary companies and was just recently brought back to the group. He's the second in command," Anna simply explained. Hearing his surname was Gu, Xia Chenji became interested. "What relation does he have to the Gu family?" "Rumor has it he's the president's cousin," Anna replied, though she wasn't entirely sure, as it seemed he wasn't particularly valued in the Gu family. Xia Chenji wanted to ask more, but the meeting room door opened just then. Ji Yuan walked in, and the previously lively room fell silent as everyone turned to the entrance. Gu Huaijin entered, wearing a perfectly tailored high-end black suit, his expression indifferent. He walked steadily to his seat at the head of the table. Most of those present were company executives who had met Gu Huaijin before. Those seeing him for the first time were intimidated by his aura. Xia Chenji was completely stunned. Gu Huaijin, the man Xia Chenji once looked down upon, turned out to be the CEO of the Gu Corporation? Xia Chenji's eyes widened in disbelief as memories flooded her mind. 2 years ago, on a foreign campus, she was drawn to Gu Huaijin's noble demeanor, mistakenly thinking he was a wealthy heir. Although he bore the surname Gu, she never associated him with the richest family in Beijing. They had known each other for nearly 2 years and dated for less than a year, during which Gu Huaijin often gifted her expensive presents. However, Xia Chenji gradually realized that he seemed to come from a modest background, unable to satisfy her desire for a luxurious life. When a richer suitor appeared, she didn't hesitate to break up with him. Now, Xia Chenji suddenly realized that Gu Huaijin had deliberately concealed his true identity while studying abroad. Her thoughts wandered until Anna softly called her name, snapping her back to reality. "What's wrong?" Xia Chenji asked blankly. Anna, slightly annoyed, reminded her, "What are you daydreaming about? It's almost our department's turn to report." Xia Chenji remembered the task at hand and secretly felt relieved. Since Gu Huaijin was the CEO of the Gu Corporation, reconciling with him could easily secure her the position of the CEO's wife. Despite their years apart, there seemed to be no other woman in Gu Huaijin's life, and perhaps he still had feelings for her. This thought boosted Xia Chenji's confidence. In the meeting room, it was the marketing department's turn to present. Anna briefly introduced the department's current status, and then said, "Mr. Gu, the detailed situation for the third quarter will be presented by my subordinate, Xia Chenji." Xia Chenji adjusted her hair, stood up, and flashed what she thought was her most appropriate smile at Gu Huaijin. "Hello, Mr. Gu. I am Xia Chenji. I will now report on the marketing department's work for the third quarter from 3 aspects." Hearing her name, Gu Huaijin frowned and finally looked up at Xia Chenji. He recalled Gu Shiqing mentioning that Xia Chenji had returned to Beijing, but he hadn't expected her to join the Gu Corporation. He remembered that she wasn't among the company's middle or senior management, which left him wondering why she was present at today's meeting. 20 minutes later, Xia Chenji flawlessly recited her report from memory, earning admiring glances from many in the room, including Gu Yanji. However, when she turned to gauge Gu Huaijin's reaction, she found him focused on his tablet, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Xia Chenji felt a pang of disappointment but quickly regained her confidence, reasoning that it was normal for Gu Huaijin not to pay much attention to her in a work setting. She was certain he recognized her. The meeting lasted over an hour. Once it ended, attendees began to leave. A senior executive was discussing business with Gu Huaijin, and Xia Chenji deliberately took her time packing up, waiting until the executive left before approaching Gu Huaijin. "Huaijin, long time no see. I didn't expect us to meet again like this," she said softly. Gu Huaijin stood up, cast her a detached glance, and replied in a distant tone, "Call me Mr. Gu at the company." Xia Chenji tightened her grip on her laptop, maintaining a smile. "All right, Mr. Gu. If you're free after work, maybe we could have dinner and catch up. If you need to schedule something, contact my assistant," Gu Huaijin said, leaving the office without a backward glance. Xia Chenji gritted her teeth, silently vowing to win Gu Huaijin back. She left the meeting room in frustration, while Gu Yanji, who hadn't yet left, watched the scene unfold with a thoughtful raise of his eyebrows. Back in the CEO's office, Gu Huaijin instructed Ji Yuan, "Find out why Xia Chenji attended today's meeting." "Understood," Ji Yuan replied and left. He Jinju, who had been waiting in the office for half an hour, curiously asked, "Xia Chenji, could she be your first love, Xia Chenji?" Gu Huaijin gave him a knowing look. He Jinju walked over to the desk, stared at him for a few seconds, and with a teasing smile on his handsome face, said, "Don't tell me you're still hung up on her? What do you think?" Gu Huaijin shot him a glance and raised his left hand, the ring on his finger glinting softly. "I'm already married." He Jinju scoffed dismissively. "You just had a flash wedding. Do you really have feelings for her? If you did, you wouldn't have kept it a secret." Gu Huaijin furrowed his brows, his dark eyes filled with depth. "Feelings will develop over time." He paused, then looked at He Jinju. "And remember, she's your sister-in-law, so stop calling her that woman." Upon hearing this, He Jinju understood. He nodded slightly, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. It seemed that Gu Huaijin was serious about Jiang Wanyin, which meant he no longer needed to worry about Gu Huaijin having lingering feelings for Xia Chenji. Although he didn't know much about Jiang Wanyin, he was well aware of Xia Chenji's true nature. Her entry into the Gu Corporation was surely not with pure intentions. He Jinju let out a gentle sigh, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Well, that's a relief. Next time we have a gathering, you should bring your lady along so we can get to know her better." Gu Huaijin leaned back lazily in his chair, raising an eyebrow. "You didn't come over just to discuss relationship matters with me, did you? You're single and don't really understand these things." He Jinju's mouth twitched, silently grumbling. "Just because I'm single, do I deserve to be looked down upon?" But he quickly composed himself, took a deep breath, and got to the point. "I came to talk to you about the land in Qianwan. Are you planning to bid as well?" Gu Huaijin nodded slightly. "That area is a key region for the government's development of emerging industries. It's worth a shot." "Why is the He Corporation interested too?" "We were considering it, but if the Gu Corporation is participating, we'll sit this one out," He Jinju shrugged, adding, "though I've heard 5 companies have already confirmed their participation." Gu Huaijin's expression remained calm. "It's all fair competition. The number of competitors doesn't matter." He Jinju's demeanor suddenly turned serious. "I'm here to give you a heads up. I've heard your cousin is quite interested in that land too." Gu Huaijin's long fingers tapped the desk, his gaze turning icy. "I'm aware." "All right then, it seems you have a plan." He Jinju stood up, waving his hand. "I'll be off. Make sure to bring your lady to meet up sometime." Meanwhile, at Yui Company, Jiang Wanyin had just received a notification. Her eyes skimmed over her phone screen, her brows slightly furrowing. The company was invited to attend the Gu Corporation's banquet tomorrow, and Manager Li had asked her to accompany him. Jiang Wanyin thought to herself that this banquet was likely the one Jiang Xinyu had mentioned before, held to welcome Lu Jingyan. Despite her reluctance to be associated with those two, as the company's most capable employee, Jiang Wanyin understood the responsibility she held in securing a partnership with the Gu Corporation. As a dedicated employee, she couldn't refuse. Just then her phone, lying beside her, started vibrating. The screen displayed Zhou Ziyu's name, and a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Jiang Wanyin's eyes as she quickly answered the call. "How did it go?" On the other end of the phone, Zhou Ziyu's curious voice came through. "I checked, and it turns out Mo's company is indeed involved in tax evasion and has been shut down. We can't find out who reported them, but there aren't many people in the capital who could do such a thorough job." Jiang Wanyin frowned in thought. Yesterday, she saw the news about Mo Dehai's company being shut down and him being imprisoned. Although she thought he deserved it, she couldn't help but wonder who was behind it. She recalled Gu Huaijin saying that Mo Dehai would end up in prison, but how could an ordinary worker have such influence? With these questions in mind, Jiang Wanyin asked Zhou Ziyu to investigate, but the result was still fruitless. Zhou Ziyu said indignantly, "But if someone hadn't beaten me to it, I wouldn't have let Mo Dehai off for bullying you." Jiang Wanyin chuckled, "That's true. I should be grateful to whoever helped me out." "Exactly, no need to dwell on it. People like him are just the scum of society," Zhou Ziyu agreed, then changed the subject. "By the way, did you hear about the welcome party Guz is throwing for Lu Jingyan tomorrow?" Jiang Wanyin sighed. "Yes, I have to attend with my boss." Zhou Ziyu paused for a moment, then said firmly, "Don't worry, I'll be there too to back you up." He explained that the Zhou family was also on the guest list, and although he hadn't planned on attending, he decided to go to support Jiang Wanyin and ensure she wasn't bullied. "Great," Jiang Wanyin replied with a smile, "see you tomorrow." The next evening at 7, the welcome party was held as scheduled at a hotel owned by Guz. The event was not large, with most attendees being business partners of Guz. Officially, it was a welcome and signing ceremony for Lu Jingyan, but it was also an opportunity for Guz to announce their foray into pharmaceutical research, as Lu Jingyan held a PhD in the field. When Jiang Wanyin and her boss, Mr. Li, arrived, Many guests were already mingling, creating a lively atmosphere. Jiang Wanyin wore a light blue, off-the-shoulder gown that highlighted her slender waist and porcelain skin, her elegant presence drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Meanwhile, Huaijin stood in a room on the second floor, looking down at the ballroom through a one-way glass. His gaze never left Jiang Wanyin from the moment she entered. He knew she was beautiful and had a great figure, but her appearance tonight was breathtaking. Seeing the other men staring at Jiang Wanyin, his expression darkened. "Brother, what are you looking at so intently?" Gu Shiqing asked curiously as she joined him, following his gaze. "Wow, sister-in-law is stunning. Look at all those men staring at her." Hearing this, Gu Huaijin's eyes grew even darker. Gu Shiqing patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, brother. I'll go keep an eye on her for you." With that, she lifted her skirt and hurried downstairs. Gu Huaijin hadn't planned on attending the party. He initially agreed to host it for Lu Jingyan because he recognized his talent. However, after learning about Lu Jingyan's involvement with Jiang Wanyin, he had no intention of hiring someone with questionable morals. This party was merely a chance for Jiang Wanyin to put them in their place. In the ballroom, a few people approached Mr. Li to greet him, curious about Jiang Wanyin. "Mr. Li, who is this beautiful lady?" Mr. Li smiled. "She's one of our company's top talents." Jiang Wanyin nodded politely. "Hello. Young, pretty, and capable." "Mr. Li, you're lucky to have such a great employee," someone complimented. "Miss, interested in joining our company?" "Whatever Mr. Li pays you, I'll double it," another joked. Jiang Wanyin knew these were just pleasantries and replied with a light laugh, "I can only do translations. I wouldn't be able to handle other jobs." While people gathered around Jiang Wanyin, praising her, Jiang Xinyu watched from a distance, her eyes burning with jealousy. She hadn't expected Jiang Wanyin to look so dazzling. Originally, she thought she would be the star of the evening, but now all eyes were on Jiang Wanyin. That wretched woman, why is she everywhere? Jiang Xinyu muttered to Meng Milan, who still bore the marks of their last confrontation. Seeing Jiang Wanyin made Meng Milan furious. She whispered something to Jiang Xinyu, who then sneered and said, "I see how she got in." The mother-daughter duo headed straight for Jiang Wanyin. With a mocking tone, Jiang Xinyu said, "Sister, isn't this party by invitation only? How did you get in? Did you use another man?" Jiang Wanyin didn't want to engage with them and turned to walk back to Mr. Li. But Jiang Xinyu grabbed her arm. "Sister, are you here to cause trouble? Do you think this will make Jingyan come back to you?" Jiang Wanyin pulled her arm free and replied sarcastically, "Jiang Xinyu, if you like trash, take it. Don't assume everyone else does too." "What do you mean, Jiang Wanyin?" Lu Jingyan, who had just arrived, overheard and his face darkened. Gu Shiqing came to Jiang Wanyin's side and said clearly, "Wanyin means you're the trash." Her words elicited low laughter from the crowd. However, since Lu Jingyan was the guest of honor, they didn't dare laugh too loudly, fearing to anger him. "Shiqing, what are you doing here?" Jiang Wanyin asked, surprised to see Gu Shiqing. Gu Shiqing leaned in and whispered, "I got an invitation from the Gu family to come and see for myself." Jiang Xinyu frowned at their familiarity and asked, "Who are you? Do you know who you just insulted?" Gu Shiqing shrugged nonchalantly, "I don't care who you are, but don't mess with Wanyin. By the way, just so you know, my last name is Gu." She said it deliberately to intimidate the woman. Jiang Xinyu and Lu Jingyan, upon hearing the girl in front of them was surnamed Gu, immediately asked in unison, "Are you from the Gu family?" However, Jiang Xinyu quickly caught on and sneered, "Do you think that would scare us? This banquet is organized by the Gu group specifically for brother Jingyan." Gu Shiqing just smiled silently at their remarks, a smile that gave Lu Jingyan an uneasy feeling. At that moment, Mr. Li, having finished socializing, approached and asked with concern, "Wanyin, what's going on?" Meng Milan, overhearing Mr. Li's familiar way of addressing Jiang Wanyin, showed a hint of scorn in her eyes and sharply remarked, "Jiang Wanyin, didn't you say you were married? So why are you mingling with another man behind your husband's back?" Her comment immediately drew curious glances from the surrounding guests towards Jiang Wanyin. Jiang Wanyin chuckled coldly and retorted without hesitation, "Meng Milan, have you forgotten the pain after your wounds healed? Do you want to get hit again?" Meng Milan's face changed at these words, feeling a twinge of old injuries. Turning to Mr. Li, Jiang Wanyin explained, "This is my boss. Please keep your mouths clean." Jiang Xinyu, however, persisted disdainfully, "If you didn't use your looks to charm men, would you even be here tonight?" Mr. Li frowned and seriously said, "Miss Jiang Wanyin and I have a professional relationship. You're spreading rumors." In a bid for revenge, Meng Milan continued to stir trouble. "Sir, I'm just kindly warning you. Jiang Wanyin has many men around her. Be careful." Just then, a playful voice interjected, "Wow, such a lively scene. I guess I'm one of Wan's men too." Everyone turned to see the popular idol, Zhou Ziyu, strolling over casually. He put an arm around Jiang Wanyin's shoulders and addressed Meng Milan, "Auntie, you must be 60 by now, right? Is your brain always this empty when you speak?" Zhou Ziyu's appearance instantly caused a stir in the crowd, with exclamations and whispers spreading. Gu Shiqing also stared at Zhou Ziyu, thinking how surreal this all seemed. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Gu Huaijin's eyes were fixed on Zhou Ziyu's arm around Jiang Wanyin's shoulders. Ji Yuan, standing nearby, cleared his throat softly and asked in a low voice, "Mr. Gu, should we have those people removed?" Gu Huaijin narrowed his eyes slightly and replied calmly, "No need. Have Xiaofeng prepare. The show is about to start." Downstairs, Jiang Wanyin glanced at Zhou Ziyu and shrugged off his arm, warning him in a low voice, "Behave yourself. You might want the spotlight, but I don't." Seeing this, Meng Milan and Jiang Xinyu became even more aggressive, demanding Jiang Wanyin leave the banquet. Jiang Wanyin calmly responded, "I have an invitation. Why should I leave? This event is hosted by the Gu Group. What authority do you have to make me go?" As tensions rose, there was a sudden commotion at the entrance of the banquet hall. Xiaofeng entered, holding some documents, with several men in black following him. Lu Jingyan immediately stepped forward with a bright smile, asking, "Assistant Xiao, hasn't Mr. Gu arrived yet?" Xiaofeng gave him a brief glance and said, "Mr. Gu is occupied and sent me to apologize to everyone." Although Lu Jingyan felt a bit disappointed, he tentatively asked, "Then Assistant Xiao, can we start the signing?" Xiaofeng walked past Lu Jingyan without a glance, striding confidently onto the stage. With a serious expression, he picked up the microphone, surveyed the room, and spoke loudly and firmly. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am now officially announcing on behalf of President Gu that Gu Group is canceling the contract with Mr. Lu Jingyan. Thank you for attending tonight's banquet, and we apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Please continue to enjoy the food and drinks." As soon as he finished speaking, the banquet hall erupted in chaos. Guests began whispering to each other, their conversations buzzing with curiosity. The grand event, initially meant to celebrate the signing, was now overshadowed by the abrupt cancellation, delivering a public humiliation to Lu Jingyan. The Jiang family mother and daughter, along with Lu Jingyan, stood frozen as if struck by lightning. They stared at Xiaofeng on the stage, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. Lu Jingyan was the first to recover. He quickly walked to the front of the stage and questioned, "Assistant Xiao, are you mistaken? It was your Gu Group that persistently invited me to join. How could the signing be suddenly cancelled?" Xiaofeng, expressionless, raised the folder in his hand and replied calmly and clearly, "Mr. Lu, if all your achievements are genuine, Gu Group would naturally cherish such talent. Unfortunately, you know best how much of your accomplishments abroad are authentic." These words were like a bomb detonating in the hall. The guests' gazes turned disdainful, focusing on Lu Jingyan. The whispers grew louder, with phrases like, "Turns out he achieved success by stealing others' work," echoing in the air. Lu Jingyan's face turned pale, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He was well aware that some of his research achievements were bought at a high price. He thought he had covered his tracks perfectly, but clearly, he had been exposed. Standing not far away, Jiang Wanyin appeared unusually calm in the face of this sudden change. Her expression remained unruffled, as if she had anticipated Lu Jingyan's actions all along. Meng Milan and Jiang Xinyu also looked deeply embarrassed, overwhelmed by a sense of shame. Jiang Xinyu's gaze suddenly flicked to Jiang Wanyin, and it seemed she had an epiphany. She quickly grabbed Lu Jingyan's arm and whispered, "Brother Jingyan, are they framing you? I saw this man before. He must have been brought by Jiang Wanyin." "Don't speak nonsense," Lu Jingyan scolded quietly. "He really is President Gu's assistant. I've been to Gu Group and met Xiaofeng." Jiang Xinyu scrutinized Xiaofeng again, her doubts growing. She thought to herself, this man is clearly someone connected to Jiang Wanyin's poor husband. How could he be President Gu's assistant? If he truly is, then who exactly is Jiang Wanyin's husband? Xiaofeng stepped down from the stage and gestured for several men in black to approach. "Escort those three out," he commanded coldly. Lu Jingyan panicked instantly, his facade of arrogance crumbling. "Assistant Xiao, I can explain," he pleaded urgently. "I did borrow some research results from others, but most of the work was my own experiments." Seeing Xiaofeng remain unmoved, Lu Jingyan became even more desperate. "Perhaps you could take me to see Mr. Gu. I can explain to him personally." His eyes shone with a pleading light, unwilling to lose the opportunity to join the Gu Group. Xiaofeng cast him a sidelong glance, his tone laced with disdain. "Meet Mr. Gu? Do you think you're worthy?" Stunned by the retort, Lu Jingyan hardened his resolve and grabbed Xiaofeng's sleeve. "How about this? We can renegotiate my terms. I can accept a lower salary." Xiaofeng shook off his hand and replied coldly, "Mr. Lu, we're already doing you a favor by not charging you with fraud and plagiarism." He paused, adding meaningfully, "By the way, a word of advice, some people are not to be crossed." With that, Xiaofeng nodded slightly to Jiang Wanyin and strode away. The men in black gestured for Lu Jingyan and the Jiang family women to leave. Meng Milan had hoped to find a promising match for her daughter at this event, but now she had to leave in disgrace. She shot Lu Jingyan a vicious glare, muttering through gritted teeth, Useless fool. She then hurriedly pulled Jiang Wanyin out of the banquet hall. Lu Jingyan stood in place dazed. The blow was like a bolt from the blue. He didn't quite grasp the meaning of Xiao Feng's parting words, but he noticed Xiao Feng's apparent respect for Jiang Wanyin. He had a vague sense he was missing something important. Let's go. Seeing Lu Jingyan still frozen, one of the men in black grabbed his arm, forcefully dragging him out of the hall. After this drama concluded, the other guests quickly resumed their conversations. To them, Lu Jingyan was just an insignificant footnote. Gu Shiqing picked up a piece of cake, muttering quietly, "Crossing my brother is terrifying." What did you say? Jiang Wanyin didn't catch her words. Gu Shiqing's heart skipped a beat, realizing she almost let something slip. She quickly changed the topic. "Wanyin, would you like some cake?" Jiang Wanyin gently wiped the cream from Gu Shiqing's face with a napkin, smiling, "No, thank you." Although Gu Shiqing was just an intern she was mentoring, she always felt like a little sister. Jiang Wanyin turned to Zhou Ziyu. "Can you keep an eye on her? I need to go to the restroom." Zhou Ziyu pointed at himself, surprised. "Me? I don't even know her." "Her name is Gu Shiqing, and she's my intern," Jiang Wanyin explained simply. "Don't bully her." Zhou Ziyu rolled his eyes. "Do I look like someone who bullies kids? Who's a kid?" Gu Shiqing retorted, displeased. "I'm already 22. She didn't know why she cared so much." Zhou Ziyu glanced at the half-eaten cake in her hand and teased, "Only kids like sweets." Gu Shiqing pouted. "Sweets make people happy. Want one?" She had always loved sweets since she was little, but her family never let her have much. Now, with the dessert right in front of her, she couldn't care less about maintaining any image, even in front of the celebrity Zhou Ziyu. Zhou Ziyu looked at it disdainfully. "I'm not a kid." Gu Shiqing ignored him, continuing to enjoy her cake, and picked up a drink that looked like juice. Meanwhile, upstairs, Xiao Feng finished reporting the earlier incident to Gu Huaijin and asked, "Mr. Gu, what should we do about Lu Jingyan?" Gu Huaijin narrowed his eyes. "No need to worry about him. After tonight, no company will want him. His only option is to return to his family's Sunto bankrupt business." He then turned to leave. "Mr. Gu, where are you going?" "Should I drive you?" Xiao Feng quickly asked. "No need, I'm going to pick up my wife," Gu Huaijin replied without looking back. Elsewhere, Jiang Wanyin excused herself from Mr. Li and headed to the restroom. After coming out, she intended to return to the banquet hall to leave with Gu Shiqing. Suddenly, she heard a familiar male voice from the balcony beside the hall. "We have nothing to talk about." Thinking she was hearing things, Jiang Wanyin took a few steps closer and looked through the transparent glass door of the balcony. She saw a man in a sharp suit standing there. Even from the side, she recognized Gu Huaijin. Opposite him stood a woman with an elegant demeanor. Though she couldn't see her face clearly, the woman exuded beauty and an inexplicable familiarity. With a soft voice, the woman said, "Huaijin, it's been so long. I've missed you." Gu Huaijin let out a derisive laugh. "Xia Chang'e, you were the one who wanted to break up. Don't you think it's hypocritical to say that now?" He turned to leave. Xia Chang'e suddenly threw herself into his arms. "I'm sorry, Huaijin. After we broke up, I realized I've always loved you. You haven't dated anyone all these years. Does that mean you still have feelings for me?" Hearing this, Jiang Wanyin felt a pang of bitterness. So Gu Huaijin and this woman had been lovers. Now the woman he liked was back, confessing her feelings. What was she? Though she knew her marriage to Gu Huaijin was just a partnership, she couldn't help but feel a sting of sadness. "Let go." Gu Huaijin's voice was cold, his aura tense. "I won't," Xia Chang'e pouted. "Are you afraid to admit you still like me?" This tactic used to work on Gu Huaijin when they were dating. She had heard he would attend the banquet tonight, so she dressed up to accidentally run into him, hoping to gauge his feelings for her now. Gu Huaijin impatiently removed Xia Chang'e's hands and was about to speak when he saw Jiang Wanyin standing at the doorway. He paused, then strode over and took her hand, calling her wife. Hearing those words, Xia Chang'e turned to look, her eyes widening. "It's you. Huaijin, what did you just call her?" Jiang Wanyin recognized Xia Chang'e and thought it was a small world indeed. Gu Huaijin lifted Jiang Wanyin's hand, intertwining their fingers. The wedding band on her ring finger glinted under the light, its significance clear. "Xia Chang'e, I'm married. This is my wife, Jiang Wanyin." Xia Chang'e frowned, her gaze hostile as she stared at Jiang Wanyin. She couldn't believe Gu Huaijin was married. How could there be no news if he was? And Jiang Wanyin wasn't a name known in high society. She seemed like an ordinary person. How could the wealthiest man in the capital marry a commoner? Was Gu Huaijin faking a marriage to upset her? Thinking this, Xia Chang'e felt a glimmer of hope. "Huaijin, even if you're married, I don't mind. I know you love me." Jiang Wanyin's expression darkened at her words. "Miss Xia, are you planning to be the other woman knowingly? I can't believe someone could be so shameless. I was with Huaijin first. How could I be the other woman?" Xia Chang'e scoffed. "Even if we broke up, the fact that Huaijin hasn't dated anyone means he only has feelings for me. Jiang Wanyin gazed calmly at Xia Qianga, a slight smile playing on her lips. She spoke with ease. The past is the past. Now, I'm the one by his side. With that, she turned to Gu Huaijin and affectionately called, "Honey, shall we go?" Jiang Wanyin knew well that regardless of who occupied Gu Huaijin's thoughts, she was determined to make Xia Qianga uncomfortable. Gu Huaijin's lips curled into a tender smile as he softly replied, "All right." He took Jiang Wanyin's hand, interlocking their fingers as they walked towards the elevator. Huaijin. Xia Qianga watched their retreating figures, a wave of unwillingness washing over her. She had to admit, this couple seemed perfectly matched. Suddenly, Gu Huaijin halted. Xia Qianga felt a flicker of hope, thinking he still harbored feelings for her. However, in the next moment, she saw him nonchalantly remove his suit jacket and toss it into the trash can beside the elevator. Xia Qianga clenched her fists, seething with anger. The man had discarded the jacket she had touched, a blatant act of humiliation. Jiang Wanyin, a bit puzzled, asked, "Why did you throw away your jacket?" Gu Huaijin replied with nonchalance, "It smelled of perfume, so it was dirty." Jiang Wanyin suddenly acted a bit petulant, pulling her hand away from his grip. "I sprayed on perfume tonight too. Wouldn't want to dirty your hands." Gu Huaijin took her hand again, indulgently saying, "We share a bed. Don't worry, I don't mind." Jiang Wanyin gave him a playful glare, though her heart felt warm. She commented, "That jacket looked expensive. What a waste." Gu Huaijin chuckled lightly, "It's just a jacket. Don't worry, I'm not so poor that I can't support us." As they entered the elevator, Gu Yanji quietly appeared behind Xia Qianga. He spoke softly, "Miss Xia, my cousin values his commitments. Since he married that woman, he won't divorce her." Xia Qianga turned around, taking a moment to recognize the less favored grandson of the Gu family. Just as she was about to leave, Gu Yanji added, "Miss Xia, would you consider collaborating with me?" Xia Qianga paused, intrigued, and asked, "Collaborate on what?" Gu Yanji's lips curled into a knowing smile. "You want to be Mrs. Gu, don't you? Marrying me would achieve the same." Xia Qianga scoffed, "You? You're not the president of the Gu group." Gu Yanji remained unruffled. "If we work together, that position could very well become ours." His words piqued Xia Qianga's interest, though she needed more information before deciding. She feigned contemplation and gave a non-committal response. "Give me some time to think about it." "Of course," Gu Yanji replied confidently, "feel free to reach out whenever you've made up your mind." Meanwhile, Gu Huaijin and Jiang Wanyin returned to Xiangshan Apartments, approaching 10 o'clock. The silent car ride left Gu Huaijin a bit uneasy, unsure if Jiang Wanyin was upset about Xia Qianga. As soon as they got home, Jiang Wanyin headed straight to the bathroom to remove her makeup and take a shower. When she emerged into the living room, she was greeted by a delicious aroma, realizing just how hungry she was. "Come have some noodles," Gu Huaijin called, carrying 2 bowls from the kitchen. He had been watching Jiang Wanyin at the banquet and knew she hadn't eaten much. Jiang Wanyin didn't hold back, diving into the noodles hungrily. Gu Huaijin's cooking was truly impressive, making even a simple bowl of noodles taste extraordinary. She quickly finished her meal and looked up at the man across from her, who was eating at a more leisurely pace, suddenly aware that her eating habits might have been less than graceful. Meeting her gaze, Gu Huaijin spoke up, "Xia Qianga was my ex-girlfriend." "Hmm?" "Oh," Jiang Wanyin quickly responded, "It's all right, everyone has a past. You don't need to explain." But Gu Huaijin continued, "I met her when I was studying abroad." He recounted briefly how he met, dated, and eventually parted ways with Xia Qianga. After hearing his story, Jiang Wanyin's impression of Gu Huaijin improved even more. She smiled and said, "I've always trusted you actually. Then why were you so quiet on the way back?" Gu Huaijin asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Jiang Wanyin realized his worry and laughed, explaining, "I was just a bit tired from standing so long at the banquet tonight." Gu Huaijin felt relieved. Jiang Wanyin then inquired why he had been at the hotel. Gu Huaijin, already prepared, calmly replied, "President Ji also attended the Gu family banquet. I ran into Xia Qianga after President Ji left. I was just about to head home." Jiang Wanyin patted her slightly rounded belly contentedly and nodded in thanks. Gu Huaijin said gently, "Why don't you sit on the sofa for a bit and get some rest? I'll handle the cleanup." Jiang Wanyin gratefully replied, "Thank you so much." She lazily nestled into the soft sofa and casually turned on the TV. The evening financial news was airing, something she usually had little interest in, but she just wanted some background noise. Suddenly, a familiar name caught her attention. Jiang Wanyin glanced at the screen and realized they were announcing the annual list of the richest people in the capital. To her surprise, Gu Huaijin was at the top of the list. Excitedly, she called out to the kitchen, "Gu Huaijin, come and see this." Gu Huaijin walked over, puzzled. But when his eyes landed on the TV, a hint of tension flashed across them. Before he could explain, Jiang Wanyin teased, "What a coincidence, the richest man in the capital shares your name. Could it be that you're actually him?" She laughed and continued, "If that's true, Then I must be incredibly lucky to have married the richest man on a whim. I'd be the richest man's wife, huh? She laughed at the absurdity of her own thought. Gu Huaijin sat down beside her and said with a meaningful tone, "It's not entirely impossible." His serious expression left Jiang Wanyin stunned for a few seconds, almost believing him. But logic quickly prevailed. She reasoned that if Gu Huaijin were truly the richest man in the capital, how could he have casually married her? Moreover, what kind of billionaire would live in a small apartment with her, without a house or car? Jiang Wanyin thought she wasn't some Cinderella from a fairy tale, and he wasn't a prince. Sitting cross-legged, she mused aloud, "Whether or not I married the richest man isn't important. I just hope that the CEO of the Gu Group can collaborate with our company, so my year-end bonus will be higher." Gu Huaijin looked at her and casually asked, "Do you want the Gu Group to work with your company?" Of course, Jiang Wanyin nodded. "Otherwise, I wouldn't be attending the Gu Group's banquet tonight." But seeing Lu Jingyan and Jiang Sinyu's mother get embarrassed at the party was worth it. Even though I've never met the CEO, I have to give him credit. Seeing those three leave in disgrace was immensely satisfying for Jiang Wanyin, thanks to the CEO's wise and decisive actions. The CEO, being praised by his wife, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, feeling more delighted than when signing a billion-dollar contract. "This banquet was definitely worth hosting," he said nonchalantly. "Your company, Yui, is quite capable. A smart person like the CEO wouldn't turn down a collaboration with you." "How do you know?" Jiang Wanyin asked, a hint of confusion on her face, feeling that his tone was uncannily like that of the CEO himself. Gu Huaijin calmly replied, "Just a guess. How about we make a bet?" "What kind of bet?" "The loser fulfills one wish of the winner?" Jiang Wanyin thought for a moment and agreed readily, "You're on." "It's a deal." A sly glint appeared in Gu Huaijin's eyes, making Jiang Wanyin feel like she might have walked into some kind of trap. Meanwhile, Zhou Ziyu was dealing with a similar predicament. He regretted agreeing to help Jiang Wanyin look after Gu Shiqing, who was proving to be quite a handful, especially after drinking. Gu Shiqing, thinking she was drinking juice, was already tipsy after 2 glasses, seeing double. She looked at Zhou Ziyu with a silly grin and said, "You're so handsome. Come here, give me a kiss." She attempted to throw herself at him. Zhou Ziyu quickly blocked her face with his hand and said sternly, "Gu Shiqing, get a grip." "You're so annoying," Gu Shiqing complained, swatting his hand away. Unable to kiss the handsome guy, she staggered toward the door. "I'm sleepy. I want to go home and sleep." The remaining guests in the banquet hall looked on curiously. Seeing Gu Shiqing about to stumble into a table full of drinks, Zhou Ziyu took a deep breath, hurriedly stepped forward, and pulled her into his arms. "Where do you live?" "I'll take you home," Zhou Ziyu said, feeling a headache coming on. He wasn't sure if he owed Jiang Wanyin or Gu Shiqing a favor, but he knew he shouldn't have shown up tonight. With her cheeks flushed from the alcohol, Gu Shiqing leaned against Zhou Ziyu, feeling an unprecedented sense of security, and quickly fell asleep. Zhou Ziyu sighed helplessly, pondering what to do. He couldn't just leave her there. Finally, he gritted his teeth and carried her out of the banquet hall. Meanwhile, at the Jiang family villa, the lights were bright. Lu Jingyan was stopped at the door by Meng Milan, who said coldly, "Jingyan, I don't think you and our Sinyu are a good match. You should stop seeing her." Mom Jiang Sinyu quickly interjected. She understood why Meng Milan was saying this. Having always looked down on Lu Jingyan, tonight's events only made her more disdainful. But Jiang Sinyu truly liked Lu Jingyan, and despite her disappointment tonight, she never thought of breaking up. Lu Jingyan hadn't expected the banquet to turn into such an embarrassing situation. He was already angry, and now facing Meng Milan's sarcastic attitude, his pride made him swallow any pleas. He stepped back and said coldly, "Auntie, even if I can't join the Gu Group, I still have the Lu family business. There's no need to be so snobbish. Sorry for the disturbance, I'll be leaving." With that, he left without looking back. "Jingyan." Jiang Sinyu wanted to chase after him, but Meng Milan grabbed her arm and scolded softly, "Don't go. A man whose pride is stronger than anything else. What future can he have? You should stop wasting your time on him." "I don't care, I just like Jingyan," Jiang Sinyu said, feeling wronged. Meng Milan poked her forehead with a finger, frustrated by her stubbornness. "Do you want to end up like Jiang Wanyin, marrying a pauper?" Jiang Sinyu hesitated, torn between love and a comfortable life. Seeing that her words were finally sinking in, Meng Milan softened her tone. "Don't worry, I'll find someone better for you." With the Jiang family's business declining, if they couldn't find a promising son-in-law, her daughter's future would be difficult. 2 days later, a piece of exciting news was announced within Yui Company. They had secured a partnership with the Gu Group, and year-end bonuses would be doubled. When Jiang Wanyin saw the news, she thought she was seeing things and checked it several times to be sure. Gu Huaijin had been right. She couldn't help but wonder if his words were somehow enchanted. Eagerly, she picked up her phone and texted Gu Huaijin. "Gu Huaijin, you're amazing. Our company really secured a deal with the Gu Group." Gu Huaijin sat in the center of the conference room, his expression cold as ice, his gaze as sharp as a blade sweeping over the head of the sales department who had just finished their report. The air seemed to freeze as everyone held their breath, awaiting Mr. Gu's reaction. Just then, the screen of the phone beside Gu Huaijin lit up. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a message from Jiang Wanyin. He picked up the phone and tapped open WeChat. After reading the message, the corners of his tightly pursed lips lifted slightly. He quickly replied, congratulations. Looks like I won our bet. The outcome was expected. It turned out he had personally signed a contract with the head of UE company to make his wife happy. Jiang Wanyin quickly responded, a bet's a bet. What's your wish? Gu Huaijin replied, I haven't thought of one yet. I'll let you know when I do. Jiang Wanyin asked, all right. Are you coming home for dinner tonight? I'll make a feast to celebrate. Seeing this message, the curve of Gu Huaijin's lips widened, and he swiftly typed a single word. The conference room was silent, everyone witnessing their boss texting during the meeting. More surprisingly, they seemed to catch a glimpse of him smiling. Gu Huaijin put down his phone and looked at the sales department head still waiting for his feedback. He said calmly, the sales figures for this project are unsatisfactory. Identify the problem and propose a solution. I want a report by tomorrow. Next department, continue with your report. The sales department head quickly responded, yes, Mr. Gu. His heart finally settled. It was clear that Gu Huaijin's good mood, after reading the message, had spared them from his wrath. Everyone was curious about who had the power to make their boss smile in a meeting. The meeting lasted until 6 o'clock. Gu Huaijin handed his laptop to Ji Yuan, saying, take this back to the office for me. I'm leaving for the day. Ji Yuan promptly reminded him, Mr. Gu, you have a dinner appointment with Mr. Wu tonight. Reschedule it. I'm having dinner at home tonight. Ji Yuan was at a loss for words. What could he say when the boss wanted to go home to have dinner with his wife? It was clear that the once workaholic Mr. Gu had changed now that he had a wife. Jiang Wanyin finished work on time today and went to the supermarket to buy a large amount of seafood, preparing to cook a lavish dinner. She drove back to the underground parking lot, carrying 2 large bags of ingredients into the elevator lobby when she unexpectedly ran into someone she didn't want to see. Lu Jingyan, what are you doing here? Jiang Wanyin asked, frowning. Lu Jingyan wasn't surprised to see Jiang Wanyin because he had come specifically to find her. After realizing he had been blocked, he went straight to Jiang Wanyin's usual residence at Xiangshan Apartments. Lu Jingyan sneered. Wanwan, aren't you married? Does that man not have a house and has to live here with you? Jiang Wanyin couldn't be bothered to respond and simply pressed the elevator button. Lu Jingyan continued, I'm here today to ask you, do you know Assistant Xiao? Was it you who told him about the information he had that day? He recalled the moment at the banquet when Xiao Feng nodded at Jiang Wanyin, suspecting they had some kind of connection. Jiang Wanyin remembered the man who exposed Lu Jingyan's plagiarism at the banquet and smirked coldly. Lu Jingyan, if you don't want people to know, don't do it. What difference does it make who told Assistant Xiao? So it was you? Lu Jingyan's face darkened instantly. The elevator doors opened, and as Jiang Wanyin was about to step in, Lu Jingyan grabbed her arm. He gritted his teeth. Jiang Wanyin, we used to love each other. Why are you so heartless, ruining my future like this? Jiang Wanyin, unable to shake him off while carrying the groceries, flashed a cold look in her eyes. Let go. And if I had known you were using my money for such dirty deeds all these years, I would never have given it to you. Do you think the Gu Group is easy to fool? They hired you at a high salary, so they would certainly do a background check. You think you've covered your tracks perfectly, but there's no such thing as a flawless secret. Every word from Jiang Wanyin felt like a slap to Lu Jingyan's face, causing his expression to shift unpredictably. Many people do the same thing. It's not just me, he still tried to justify. Jiang Wanyin looked at Lu Jingyan, finding the man before her utterly unfamiliar. She chuckled lightly, the laughter not reaching her eyes. Lu Jingyan, adults should be responsible for their choices. I didn't know or want to know about this beforehand, so please don't show up here again. Let go, I want to go home. Lu Jingyan was stung by the unfamiliarity in Jiang Wanyin's eyes. They had only been apart for 2 months, yet he had become a stranger. Perhaps out of unwillingness, he tightened his grip on her hand. Jiang Wanyin winced in pain, her brow furrowing. Lu Jingyan, let go. You're hurting me. As soon as she finished speaking, a strong hand suddenly reached out and forcefully pulled Lu Jingyan's hand away from Jiang Wanyin. Gu Huaijin's icy voice echoed, as biting as a cold wind. Mr. Lu, please show some respect. Wanyin is my wife now. Caught off guard, Lu Jingyan staggered back a few steps when Gu Huaijin threw him aside. When he steadied himself and looked up to see who it was, his expression darkened instantly. Through gritted teeth, he said, you're just someone Jiang Wanyin randomly married. Do you really think she likes you? Jiang Wanyin didn't give Gu Huaijin a chance to speak. She sternly interrupted Lu Jingyan. Whatever is between my husband and me is none of your business. She then turned to Gu Huaijin, her tone softening slightly. Let's go home. With that, she stepped into the elevator, with Gu Huaijin following closely behind. As the elevator doors slowly closed, Gu Huaijin and Lu Jingyan's eyes met like two sharp lightning bolts colliding. Gu Huaijin's gaze was deep and piercing, like a cold, still pond that sent shivers down one's spine. In that moment, Lu Jingyan felt a twinge of unease. He had seen that look before, perhaps within the Gu Corporation. He couldn't help but wonder, who exactly is this man? Inside the elevator, the air was thick with silence. Jiang Wanyin stole a glance at the man beside her, noting his tense jawline. She bit her lower lip lightly and murmured as if unintentionally, "So heavy." Hearing this, Gu Huaijin glanced down at her and silently took the shopping bags from her hand. Jiang Wanyin's lips curved into a slight smile as she sweetly remarked, "My husband is the best." Although Gu Huaijin didn't speak, the sternness on his face noticeably softened. Meanwhile, as Lu Jingyan walked towards the parking lot, he kept replaying the memory of Gu Huaijin's familiar gaze. He secretly speculated, could this person really have some connection with the Gu Corporation? Just then, a sharp female voice interrupted his thoughts. Jiang Xinyu stood not far away, furious, and demanded, "Lu Jingyan, is this the business you were talking about? Are you still hung up on Jiang Wanyin?" It turned out that despite Meng Milan's insistence that Jiang Xinyu break up with Lu Jingyan, she found it hard to let go of their relationship. Today, she managed to evade Meng Milan's watchful eye and secretly followed Lu Jingyan. Upon witnessing his altercation with Jiang Wanyin, she could no longer suppress her anger and jealousy. Lu Jingyan looked at Jiang Xinyu with a hint of impatience in his eyes. Jiang Xinyu's spoiled and arrogant demeanor flared up as she demanded, "Are you following me? If you haven't done anything wrong, why are you afraid of being followed?" Lu Jingyan couldn't be bothered to argue. Recently, due to a plagiarism incident, all his honors had been revoked, and the school was even considering expelling him. With his future in ruins, he was too overwhelmed to deal with Jiang Xinyu's unreasonable behavior. But Jiang Xinyu wouldn't let it go. She grabbed Lu Jingyan's arm and pressed on, "Lu Jingyan, do you still have feelings for Jiang Wanyin?" "No, I don't. I'm not in the mood to talk about this," Lu Jingyan said irritably, shaking off her hand. Jiang Xinyu staggered, her eyes instantly reddening with tears. She shouted in frustration, "Lu Jingyan, do you know my mom is forcing me to break up with you? I snuck out to find you, and you went to see Jiang Wanyin. Do you really want to break up with me?" Lu Jingyan felt even more agitated by her outburst, and his mind drifted to Jiang Wanyin's calm and composed nature. He suddenly realized how foolish he had been to disdain her tranquil demeanor. Before he could respond, Jiang Xinyu's handbag hit the back of his head. Though small, it stung. Furious, Lu Jingyan turned and yelled, "Jiang Xinyu, are you crazy? You want to break up? Fine, let's break up." Jiang Xinyu's initial regret turned to tears of anger upon hearing this. "Lu Jingyan, have you always wanted to break up with me and get back with Jiang Wanyin?" Not wanting to dwell on the topic any longer, Lu Jingyan replied coldly, "Think whatever you want. Since your mom is pushing for it, let's just break up and make things easier for both of us." He knew Meng Milan had never thought highly of him. With that, Lu Jingyan ignored Jiang Xinyu's cries and drove away. Jiang Xinyu stomped her feet in anger, shouting at the disappearing car, "Lu Jingyan, fine. Let's break up. Don't come looking for me again." Meanwhile, Gu Huaijin and Jiang Wanyin returned home. As Gu Huaijin put the shopping bags in the kitchen, Jiang Wanyin stood at the door, eager to explain, "Gu Huaijin, I didn't know Lu Jingyan would come looking for me. It's all in the past between us. Please don't be upset. Just like when you ran into Xia Qianji, we were both caught off guard." Gu Huaijin responded calmly, "I'm not upset." He trusted Jiang Wanyin and believed she wouldn't get entangled with someone like Lu Jingyan. Still, Lu Jingyan's provocative words had left him slightly unsettled. Jiang Wanyin scrutinized Gu Huaijin's expression, unsure. "Are you really not upset?" Gu Huaijin smiled wryly. "I'm not upset. Didn't you say you wanted to cook a big meal to thank me? When can we eat?" Jiang Wanyin glanced at the time and quickly said, "I'll start now, it won't take long." She had mostly bought seafood, which required some preparation. Gu Huaijin rolled up his sleeves. "I'll help you." Together, they quickly prepared dinner. At the table, Jiang Wanyin poured Gu Huaijin a glass of wine, smiling, "A client gave me this. I couldn't bear to drink it before, but let's enjoy it together tonight." Seeing her happiness, Gu Huaijin's lips curled slightly. "Is partnering with Gu Group making you this happy?" "Of course, if the company does well, we employees benefit too." Jiang Wanyin raised her glass. "Gu Huaijin, I've noticed that ever since marrying you, my luck has improved. Things seem to go my way. Here's to you, for the good fortune you've brought me." She downed her drink and poured herself another. Gu Huaijin frowned slightly. "Take it easy." "No worries, I can handle my drink," Jiang Wanyin said, placing a large prawn on his plate. "Eat." Gu Huaijin wiped his hands, peeled the prawn, and placed it in her bowl, teasing gently. "I wonder who it was that got so tipsy last time." Jiang Wanyin paused, quickly clarifying, "I wasn't asking you to peel it, I meant for you to eat." Gu Huaijin silently peeled a few more prawns for her before speaking softly. My father always peeled shrimp for my mother. You don't need to feel burdened. A warm feeling spread through Jiang Wanyin, and she smiled slightly. Thank you. Recalling something her mother once said, she felt a twinge of sadness, taking another hearty sip of her drink. Gu Huaijin noticed the shift in her mood and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Jiang Wanyin shook her head, reaching for the wine bottle, only for Gu Huaijin to stop her. "That's enough. Just one more glass." She held up a finger, her tone slightly tipsy. Gu Huaijin reluctantly poured her a small glass, "Little drinker." Jiang Wanyin laughed as she reached for the glass, when suddenly the room went dark. Startled, her hand jerked, knocking the glass to the floor with a sharp crash. "Are you okay?" Gu Huaijin's concerned voice came from the darkness. Jiang Wanyin took a deep breath. "I'm fine. It's probably a power outage. It's happened before." She pulled out her phone and turned on the flashlight, bending down to pick up the broken glass. "Be careful not to cut yourself," Gu Huaijin warned, just as she let out a small yelp. "Ouch. What happened? Are you alright?" He quickly crouched down, using the faint light to hold her hand, anxiously asking, "Where did you get hurt?" At that moment, the lights flickered back on. They looked up, eyes meeting, frozen in place. They were close, hands entwined, a subtle, unspoken connection forming between them. The air felt still, enveloped in silence. After a moment, Jiang Wanyin regained her composure, smiling lightly. "Well, the power's back." She tried to pull her hand away, but Gu Huaijin held on tighter. The man suddenly spoke up. "Wanwen," Lu Jingyan said, "I'm just someone you randomly picked to marry. Is that how you see it now?" Gu Huaijin's gaze was fixed intently on Jiang Wanyin, waiting for her response. The question made him uneasy, despite not being the type to dwell on such things. But when Lu Jingyan brought it up, he found himself desperately wanting to know Jiang Wanyin's true thoughts. Jiang Wanyin remained silent for a moment, her brow slightly furrowed, as if she was deep in thought. Finally, she spoke softly. "At first, I did feel like we were just partnering up to get by. But gradually, I realized that having you at home made life different. Someone to share meals with, someone to help when needed. Most importantly, whenever I faced difficulties, you were always there by my side. This feeling, it's nice, and I think it's the life I want." Gu Huaijin's deep eyes locked onto hers, and he softly said, "Then let's keep living this kind of life." His words seemed like a promise for the future, causing Jiang Wanyin's heart to flutter slightly. Jiang Wanyin recalled how she and Gu Huaijin got married. It was unexpected, and their cohabitation just followed naturally. She had never thought about how long this relationship would last, let alone considered the future. However, as time passed, she found herself increasingly reliant on Gu Huaijin. If this relationship could continue, it didn't seem like a bad thing. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Wanyin pressed her lips together and asked, "Gu Huaijin, what about you? Did you really think I was the right one when you married me?" Gu Huaijin didn't answer immediately. Instead, he asked, "Jiang Wanyin, didn't you recognize me?" His gaze grew more profound as he looked straight at her. Jiang Wanyin was taken aback, puzzled. "Wasn't the airport our first meeting?" She recalled feeling a fleeting sense of familiarity with his voice at the airport but hadn't paid it much mind. Now, being questioned, she couldn't help but feel that his voice was indeed familiar. Gu Huaijin carefully guided Jiang Wanyin around the glass shards on the floor, and they sat together on the sofa. He spoke in a low voice. 2 years ago, did you go to South Africa?" "Yes," Jiang Wanyin nodded, recalling when her company sent her and a colleague to South Africa for a project. Gu Huaijin continued, "I was there with the peacekeeping forces. One day, we received a notification that a local village was experiencing a riot. When we arrived, the rioters had already taken many villagers hostage. They were speaking a local dialect that none of our team understood." At this point, Jiang Wanyin's eyes widened in realization. "You were Black Hawk," she exclaimed confidently. Memories flooded back. That day 2 years ago, she and her colleague happened to be passing by the village and narrowly avoided being captured by the rioters by staying in their car. She vividly remembered seeing several tall figures in camouflage rapidly descending from a helicopter. From their uniforms, Jiang Wanyin recognized them as soldiers from her country. As the soldiers escorted them out of the village, Jiang Wanyin heard someone addressing a man in a black mask as Black Hawk. The man called Black Hawk had a deep voice and asked, "Does anyone understand the language?" Due to her work, Jiang Wanyin had learned some of the local language, and although she wasn't fluent, she could grasp the general meaning. She gathered her courage and approached Black Hawk, whispering, "I can understand what they're saying." Black Hawk's sharp gaze swept over her, and after a brief pause, he nodded. "All right, stay behind us." With Jiang Wanyin's translation, the rescue team understood the rioters' plan, found a breakthrough, and successfully completed the mission. Gu Huaijin's lips curved slightly. "I recognized you at the airport." Curious, Jiang Wanyin asked, "But back then, I was wearing a headscarf. How did you recognize me?" She remembered that she had followed the local women's custom of covering half her face with a scarf, leaving only her eyes visible. Gu Huaijin smiled faintly. Men's intuition. He recalled those clear eyes, undaunted in such a dangerous environment, which left an indelible impression on him. So when they met by chance at the airport, he immediately recognized those familiar eyes. Even though he hadn't seen Jiang Wanyin's full face back then, he was certain she was the brave girl he remembered. When Jiang Wanyin proposed the idea of them pretending to be a couple, he impulsively suggested marriage. Jiang Wanyin chuckled. Seems like men's intuition is sharper than women's. She paused, teasing. So is that why you married me? Did you fall for me at first sight? Gu Huaijin shook his head, honestly saying, no, but it was definitely why I proposed marriage. My family was always pressuring me to settle down, so I figured it was better to make my own choice than be arranged. Jiang Wanyin felt a twinge of disappointment in her eyes when she heard the answer. Her heart sank, thinking that his heart was still with his first love. However, just as she was about to accept this reality, the man's deep voice interrupted her thoughts. But during this time with you, I found that this life is quite good. And it seems, I've fallen for you. At these words, Jiang Wanyin's breath caught in her throat. She looked up to meet Gu Huaijin's sharp, dark eyes, which were gazing at her with an undeniable warmth. In that moment, it was as if a shooting star had streaked across her heart, igniting a brilliant spark. Her heart skipped a beat, and her cheeks flushed. Do you mean the person you like now is me? She asked, swallowing hard, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Gu Huaijin gently pinched her cheek, a slight smile playing on his lips. I wasn't sure before. But tonight, when I saw Lu Jingyan holding your hand, it really bothered me. After thinking it over, I realized it's probably because I like you. He spoke candidly, sharing his thoughts. Though he had only a brief experience with romance and was still figuring out his feelings, he wanted Jiang Wanyin to know where his heart lay. His straightforward words made Jiang Wanyin's face turn even redder, and her heart pounded like a drum. She had felt the same way but had subconsciously ignored it, perhaps afraid to admit that she had feelings for Gu Huaijin. Jiang Wanyin tried to avoid his intense gaze, but his arms held her in place, forcing her to meet his eyes. Wanwan, whether or not you like me now, I won't let you leave me, Gu Huaijin declared with a possessive tone that made Jiang Wanyin smile. I never said I wanted to leave you, she mumbled softly. Hearing this, Gu Huaijin's heart soared, and he pulled her into a tight embrace. Remember what you said? Jiang Wanyin nodded gently. Although she had once considered divorce if their marriage didn't work out, now that they had expressed their feelings, she had no other thoughts. Being with someone who reciprocates her feelings was already a great fortune. As for love, time would reveal the answer. Looking at the charming woman in his arms, Gu Huaijin's eyes flickered slightly. Jiang Wanyin noticed the increasingly intense gaze from the man, and her heart began to race. She tried to stand up, softly saying, shall we continue eating? Gu Huaijin's strong arm pulled her back into his embrace, his deep voice whispering in her ear, Wan, I'm more interested in you than the food. His warm breath on her ear sent a shiver through Jiang Wanyin. Despite having been intimate before, it was purely for the antidote. Faced with such a straightforward hint from Gu Huaijin, Jiang Wanyin still felt nervous and wanted to escape. However, since their first intimate encounter, the man's desire was no longer restrained. Don't be afraid, Wan. Gu Huaijin's husky voice carried an irresistible allure. Before Jiang Wanyin could respond, his lips were on hers. The initially gentle kiss gradually relaxed Jiang Wanyin, prompting her to respond. Sensing her willingness, Gu Huaijin's eyes darkened like turbulent waves. He held the back of her head, pressing her closer to his chest, deepening the kiss. Trapped in his arms, Jiang Wanyin felt the firm warmth beneath her hands and couldn't help but clutch at his shirt. The room was silent, save for their entwined breaths, the air charged with a heated tension. Gu Huaijin's lips moved down to lightly nibble her neck and collarbone. Clothes fell to the floor, mingling together. Afterwards, Gu Huaijin carried Jiang Wanyin to the bathroom to clean up, then back to the bedroom. As they passed through the living room, Jiang Wanyin glimpsed the evidence left on the sofa, grateful she'd covered it with a waterproof protector. Time flew by, and Beijing swiftly transitioned into early winter. Since expressing their feelings for each other, Jiang Wanyin felt time passed quickly. Happiness always seemed to do that. Wow, a woman in love is different, Zhou Ziyu teased, watching Jiang Wanyin smile at her phone. Can't even come out for a meal without your husband worrying? Jiang Wanyin glanced up at him. You wouldn't understand being single. Zhou Ziyu snorted, biting into his food. He eats meat, not dog food. Just then the door opened, and a cheerful female voice called out, Wanyin Jia. Zhou Ziyu looked up to see Gu Shiqing entering, his eyes pausing before returning to his meal. Gu Shiqing hadn't expected Zhou Ziyu to be there, looking slightly awkward. Jiang Wanyin pulled out the chair beside her. Shiqing, sit here. After we eat, we need to head out. She had a sudden task to attend to and invited Gu Shiqing to join her. The seat was right next to Zhou Ziyu, but Gu Shiqing chose to sit on Jiang Wanyin's other side. I'll sit here. Jiang Wanyin handed her utensils. Shiqing, you met Zhou Ziyu at the party last time. No need to be shy. She's not shy, Zhou Ziyu interjected between bites. Gu Shiqing blushed slightly at his words. Noticing the odd tension between them, Jiang Wanyin recalled something and asked, "Oh, Zhou Ziyu, I forgot to ask. Did you send Shiqing home after the party?" Zhou Ziyu glanced at Gu Shiqing smirking. "I did. How could I not? Did something happen that night?" Jiang Wanyin's question was met with simultaneous denials from both. No. Their reaction was almost too quick. Jiang Wanyin turned to Zhou Ziyu, her years of friendship enabling her to tell if he was lying. "Zhou Ziyu, you didn't bully Shiqing, did you?" Zhou Ziyu rolled his eyes, glancing at Gu Shiqing, not sure who bullied who. That night, Gu Shiqing was too drunk to know where she lived, so Zhou Ziyu had no choice but to take her to his place. Once home, she woke up, started acting up, clinging and kissing him, and even threw up on him. If not for his promise to Jiang Wanyin, he might have left her outside. The next morning, upon realizing her clothes had been changed, Gu Shiqing kicked Zhou Ziyu in the groin, thinking she'd been taken advantage of. Luckily, she remembered her drunken antics later, sparing Zhou Ziyu from further trouble. Hearing Zhou Ziyu's account, Jiang Wanyin couldn't help but laugh. "You're laughing." Zhou Ziyu glared at her. "If I knew she'd be this much trouble, I wouldn't have agreed." Being called trouble, Gu Shiqing pouted. "You changed my clothes, saw everything. Didn't you take advantage of me? Miss, you were covered in vomit, stinking. You think I wanted to change your clothes?" Zhou Ziyu retorted. "You could have found a woman to help. There was no woman at my place. Besides, your figure is like a child's." "My figure?" Gu Shiqing was too flustered to respond, knowing well she had a good figure. "All right, you two," Jiang Wanyin interjected, watching them bicker like children. "You're quite the pair." "Zhou Ziyu, did you really see everything?" Zhou Ziyu pursed his lips. "Just a few glances. Do I need to take responsibility?" Though he only glanced, he did notice her figure was quite nice. Jiang Wanyin patted Gu Shiqing's hand. "Shiqing, do you want him to take responsibility?" Gu Shiqing curiously asked, "How would he do that?" Then, raising an eyebrow, she added, "Let me have a look in return?" Zhou Ziyu, being a popular idol, was tempting enough for her to joke about it. "Dream on." Zhou Ziyu hugged himself, feigning modesty. Gu Shiqing scoffed, "Fine, I won't look. It's not like I haven't touched before." She recalled her drunken behavior that night. "Gu Shiqing." Zhou Ziyu started, but Jiang Wanyin quickly interrupted to prevent another argument. "All right, enough joking. Shiqing, let's get going." "Okay." Gu Shiqing stood up, made a face at Zhou Ziyu, and dashed out of the room. Zhou Ziyu shook his head, so childish. Yet, as someone in the entertainment industry, he found Gu Shiqing's candid nature refreshing and intriguing. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanyin and Gu Shiqing drove to the Gu Corporation building. Only then did Gu Shiqing realize, "Wanyin-jia, we're going to the Gu Corporation today?" No wonder the route felt so familiar. Jiang Wanyin quickly typed a response to Gu Huaijin's message, her fingers gliding over the screen. "I've been assigned a last-minute task, so I might be late getting off work." They had planned to have dinner together after work, and now she was worried about being able to make it on time. "Well, the Gu group has a meeting with some foreign clients today. Lily, who was supposed to handle the translation, fell ill, so I'm stepping in for her," Jiang Wanyin explained, glancing at Gu Shiqing beside her. Gu Shiqing felt a wave of panic but tried to stay calm as she asked, "Are we meeting with the president of Gu Group?" She silently hoped her brother wouldn't attend the meeting, or else her identity would be exposed. Jiang Wanyin noticed Gu Shiqing's odd expression but didn't think much of it. She shrugged and replied, "I'm not sure, we'll find out soon." She also felt a twinge of excitement at the thought of meeting the rumored president of Gu Group. "It's quite a coincidence that this tycoon in the capital shares the same name as my husband," she mused. The two women arrived at the lobby, where Jiang Wanyin explained their purpose to the receptionist. They then followed the staff member into the elevator, heading straight to the floor where the president's office was located. Gu Shiqing nervously watched the elevator's floor display, having secretly texted Gu Huaijin earlier, unsure if her brother had seen the message. "Shiqing, are you okay? You look a bit tense," Jiang Wanyin asked with concern. "I'm fine," Gu Shiqing replied with a forced smile. Jiang Wanyin assumed she was nervous about meeting the president and reassured her, "Don't worry, I'm here with you. If you want to work in this field, you need to maintain a calm mindset. We often face unexpected situations, and staying composed is crucial." Gu Shiqing nodded repeatedly, but as the elevator doors opened, her heart raced even faster. Jiang Wanyin stepped out first, noticing the meeting room nearby and headed straight for it. Just as she was about to push the door open, it swung open from the inside. "Mr. Ji." Jiang Wanyin was taken aback to see Ji Yuan at the door. Ji Yuan was equally shocked, momentarily at a loss. He had intended to fetch the boss for the meeting, never expecting to encounter his boss's wife here. Standing beside Jiang Wanyin, Gu Shiqing frantically signaled to Ji Yuan with her eyes. Recognizing her, Ji Yuan quickly understood her intent and was about to continue his role as Mr. Ji when he saw Gu Huaijin approaching with the business partners. He wanted to warn his boss, but it was too late. Jiang Wanyin heard someone call out President Gu and turned around curiously. When she saw the man in a suit, surrounded by others, her face showed a confused expression. President Gu? Did I hear that right? Jiang Wanyin looked back at Ji Yuan, who avoided her gaze, and she seemed to realize something. Gu Huaijin's heart skipped a beat upon seeing Jiang Wanyin. He hurried over, his voice slightly flustered. Wanwen, what are you doing here? Are you the president? The president of Gu Group. Jiang Wanyin stared intently at Gu Huaijin, seeking confirmation. Wanwen. Gu Huaijin reached for her hand, but she pulled away. Without needing him to answer, Jiang Wanyin had already pieced it together. She took a step back, took a deep breath, and with a steady voice said, President Gu, my colleague who was supposed to handle the meeting translation is sick, so I'm here to fill in. Despite her mind being in turmoil, Jiang Wanyin's years of work experience allowed her to quickly regain her composure and prepare for the task at hand. Gu Huaijin clenched his empty hand, nodded slightly with a furrowed brow. All right, let's start the meeting. Unable to read Jiang Wanyin's emotions, he decided to proceed with the meeting and explain things afterward. They entered the meeting room one after the other, while those who witnessed the scene exchanged curious glances, speculating if there was a special relationship between President Gu and the woman. Ji Yuan and Gu Shiqing exchanged a glance and both sighed inwardly. Our president's identity has been exposed, they thought. In the meeting room, Gu Huaijin sat at the head of the table, exuding a cold aura. His sharp, penetrating gaze naturally exerted a sense of pressure. Jiang Wanyin looked at this commanding figure with mixed emotions. She smiled wryly, realizing how foolish she had been to think he was just an ordinary retired soldier. Jiang Wanyin, Gu Shiqing called softly, bringing Jiang Wanyin back from her thoughts, her eyes filled with apology. Jiang Wanyin turned to her and said with certainty, Shiqing, you said you were distant relatives of the Gu family. You must have known who the president was all along. Gu Shiqing fiddled with her hands and lowered her eyes, whispering, I'm sorry, Jiang Wanyin. It's because of my brother. Your brother? Jiang Wanyin raised an eyebrow. Gu Huaijin is your brother? Gu Shiqing nodded, her head hanging lower. Jiang Wanyin chuckled in disbelief. Upon closer inspection, the siblings did share some facial similarities. No wonder she always felt a sense of familiarity with Gu Shiqing. Recalling Gu Shiqing's unusual behavior at the exhibition center when they met Gu Huaijin, everything made sense. She had been kept in the dark by these siblings all along. Gu Shiqing looked up at Jiang Wanyin's mocking smile and hurriedly explained, Jiang Wanyin, ever since I found out you were my sister-in-law, I've wanted to call you that. But my brother said you didn't know his identity yet and asked me to keep it a secret. My brother was wrong to hide it from you, but he was planning to come clean with you soon. It's just... Her voice trailed off, becoming increasingly timid. Ultimately, it was their fault for keeping Jiang Wanyin in the dark. Jiang Wanyin felt even more disappointed and said coolly, let's start the meeting. Her disappointment stemmed not from their deception, but from the fear that they hid their identity because they thought she might covet the Gu family's wealth. The meeting proceeded smoothly, with Jiang Wanyin's professionalism earning praise from the participants. After the meeting, Gu Huaijin was still engaged in discussions with the business partners. Jiang Wanyin packed her things and turned to leave the meeting room. Gu Shiqing quickly approached Gu Huaijin, pretending to be casual. President Gu, we're leaving. Gu Huaijin glanced at her, understood, and said to Ji Yuan, you escort them. Then he hurried out. Gu Shiqing sighed deeply, feeling exasperated by her brother's situation. 1-1. Jiang Wanyin was about to step into the elevator when the man caught her arm. She turned to look at Gu Huaijin, her expression still calm. President Gu, is there anything else? Hearing her distant address, Gu Huaijin's brow furrowed deeply. 1-1, come to my office. Jiang Wanyin was filled with anger and grievance, initially not wanting to pay any attention to Gu Huaijin. However, as she glanced around, she realized they were in the Gu Corporation building, and any scene would surely attract attention. She suppressed her emotions and said calmly, all right, let go of me first. People are watching. Gu Huaijin breathed a slight sigh of relief but didn't release her hand. He held onto Jiang Wanyin's hand firmly and led her straight to his office. Several high-level executives, who had just finished a meeting, saw this and widened their eyes in surprise. Is President Gu taking a woman to his office? Isn't that the translator consultant from earlier? What's their relationship? President Gu seems quite fond of her. The group whispered among themselves, excitedly discussing this unexpected event. Ji Yuan, coming out of the meeting room, saw these usually serious executives gossiping like village elders and frowned. He approached them and kindly reminded, everyone, it's best not to spread what you've seen today. Inside the CEO's office, Gu Huaijin gently pushed Jiang Wanyin onto the sofa to sit down, then sat close beside her. Holding her hand, he carefully explained, Wanwen, I'm sorry. I admit I didn't intend to reveal my identity at first. Later, I thought about it but was afraid you'd have other thoughts, and I never found the right opportunity. Please don't be mad, okay? Gu Huaijin, who usually remained unfazed signing billion-dollar contracts, now looked panicked. He was terrified that Jiang Wanyin might leave him in anger. Jiang Wanyin looked down at her tightly held hand, her tone tinged with sarcasm. I must be too dense not to see through all the coincidences. From the beginning, you could get a brand bracelet with just a call to those chance encounters and the people around you playing along. Even the bankruptcy of Boss Mo's company and Lu Jingnian's plagiarism scandal, it was all orchestrated by you. She knew in her heart that Gu Huaijin did all this to pamper her. But by hiding his identity as a billionaire, he was probably guarding against her too. Gu Huaijin gently caressed Jiang Wanyin's cheek and spoke softly. It's not that you're dense, it's that you're kind. You never judge people by their wealth, so you didn't care about my identity or fortune. If you did, you wouldn't have married a retired soldier. Jiang Wanyin brushed his hand away and muttered, that day, when I joked about marrying a billionaire with your name, you still didn't tell the truth. Were you afraid I'd cling to you once I knew? Gu Huaijin anxiously declared his feelings. Why would I be? I'd be thrilled if you'd cling to me forever. Wanwan, from the day we got married, everything I have is yours. Jiang Wanyin quietly gazed at him, as if trying to see through his heart. Seeing her silence, Gu Huaijin became even more flustered. Wanwan, you can be angry, hit me or scold me, but you can't leave me. You promised. Jiang Wanyin rubbed her temples in frustration. Though she was upset about being deceived, she hadn't considered divorce. Marrying the capital's wealthiest man was a dream for many, and this billionaire actually liked her. While she wasn't one to covet wealth, she wasn't entirely indifferent either. Still, the lingering irritation of being deceived for so long made her decide to teach him a lesson. She cleared her throat and said with a stern face, I'll think about it. I need to go home now. Let's both cool off for a couple of days. She stood up to leave, but Gu Huaijin held her back. We agreed to have dinner together tonight, Gu Huaijin insisted, shamelessly. Jiang Wanyin glared at him. President Gu, we're having a fight right now. Fighting or not, we still have to eat, Gu Huaijin said, determined to appease his wife, even at the cost of his pride. I don't want to eat with you. Jiang Wanyin shook off his hand and stood up. By the way, since you're the capital's richest man, you don't need to squeeze into my little apartment anymore. Hearing this, Gu Huaijin realized she intended to separate from him. He tried to move closer, but Jiang Wanyin quickly stepped back. Wanwan, wherever you live, I'll live. I don't mind. Jiang Wanyin wasn't swayed by the man. She took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil inside her. Looking at Gu Huaijin, her voice trembled slightly. I need to calm down. How can I do that with you here? I'm leaving, and don't follow me. Afraid that she might soften if she heard another word, Jiang Wanyin quickly turned and left, her high heels clicking urgently on the ground. Gu Huaijin wanted to follow but feared angering his wife further, so he stood there helplessly, watching her silhouette fade away. At that moment, Gu Huaijin was filled with regret, wishing he could slap his past self. He silently berated himself for not being honest about his identity from the start, realizing it was too late for regrets now. Winning his wife's forgiveness seemed as daunting as climbing a mountain. The scene shifts to a private room in a bar. Gu Huaijin exuded a gloomy aura, downing drink after drink. He Jinzhou finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, Boss, what happened? Weren't things great just a few days ago? You were showering us with your lovey-dovey moments, looking all happy in love. Why the sudden change in mood today? Gu Huaijin downed another glass in one gulp and replied in a low voice. Wanwan found out about my identity. He Jinzhou and Zhou Yanqing exchanged a glance, unable to suppress a slightly amused smile. Zhou Yanqing, trying to stifle his laughter, said, You're the richest man in the capital. How could you keep that a secret forever? It was only a matter of time before she found out. So, is she angry? Gu Huaijin shot him a glare, clearly annoyed by the obvious question. He Jinzhou lazily crossed his legs and suggested, I told you long ago to come clean sooner. But when a woman is upset, you have to appease her. Take her shopping, buy everything she likes, jewelry, limited edition handbags that's guaranteed to work. Gu Huaijin took another sip of his drink, sounding frustrated. Tried that, didn't work. He briefly recounted yesterday's events. After Jiang Wanyin left in anger, he sought advice from Ji Yuan on how to appease her. Following the suggestion, he bought her various luxury items. But when they were delivered to her apartment, she was so upset that she returned everything. She even refused to let him into the house last night. All day today, she hadn't responded to any of his messages. Gu Huaijin added that Gu Shiqing told him his wife showed up to work on time and seemed normal, which only added to his confusion and frustration. He felt that winning over a woman was more challenging than any business deal he had ever faced. He Jinzhou and Zhou Yanqing exchanged helpless glances, unable to offer any advice for Gu Huaijin's emotional predicament. Zhou Yanqing couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that your wife is afraid the boss is hiding his identity to keep her from the family inheritance? He Jinzhou nodded in agreement. Gu Huaijin gave them a resigned look, silently lamenting that he had sought advice from the wrong people. Just then, Gu Huaijin's phone rang. He hurriedly took it out, only to see it was his mother, Zhang Yuling, calling. Her irritated voice came through. Gu Huaijin, come home immediately. Gu Huaijin rubbed his temples, realizing his mother had already learned about the situation. Wang Yuling and her husband, Gu Zhenhua, had just returned from abroad. They were eager to meet their new daughter-in-law, only to hear that their son had driven her away. Exasperated, she scolded, "Why did you pretend to be poor in front of her? Now you've shot yourself in the foot, haven't you?" Gu Huaijin wanted to defend himself but found he had nothing to say. Zhang Yuling continued her nagging, "You need to make it up to her. Stop being so cold all the time. If you can't win back my daughter-in-law, don't bother coming home." After hanging up, Gu Huaijin drained his glass and stood up to leave, facing his friend's sympathetic looks. "I'm going to make it up to my wife," he said. He Jinjua couldn't resist teasing, "If your wife won't let you in and your mom won't let you come home, where will you go?" Meanwhile, Jiang Wanyin was curled up on the sofa, browsing through dozens of apology messages from Gu Huaijin. From pouting emojis to promises of giving her his black card and all his assets, Gu Huaijin had pulled out all the stops. Moved by his sincerity, she was about to reply when the doorbell suddenly rang. She opened the door to find Gu Huaijin sitting pitifully at the entrance, looking like a forlorn wolf. He asked with a hurt expression, "Did you change the door code? Have you abandoned me?" Jiang Wanyin suddenly remembered she had indeed changed the code in anger last night. The strong smell of alcohol hit her and she frowned. "Have you been drinking?" Gu Huaijin's eyes were filled with grievance. "My wife won't let me come home, I'm upset." Jiang Wanyin's heart softened a little, but she still couldn't help asking, "And you think deceiving me makes me happy?" Gu Huaijin sincerely apologized. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. We got married and I hid my identity. That was my fault. But I really wasn't worried about you wanting the family fortune. From the first time we met, I knew what kind of person you were." As he spoke, he sneezed, seemingly chilled by the night air. Jiang Wanyin couldn't bear to see him freezing outside and stepped aside, saying, "Come in, it's cold out there." Hearing this, Gu Huaijin quickly slipped inside, as if afraid she might change her mind. Once inside, Gu Huaijin immediately curled up on the sofa and closed his eyes. Jiang Wanyin looked at his weary face and the dark circles under his eyes, sighed softly, and her reproach turned to concern. "Gu Huaijin, get up and go sleep in your room." After waiting for a while, the man on the sofa remained still. Jiang Wanyin quietly approached and crouched down beside him. She gently nudged his shoulder and whispered, "Gu Huaijin, it's too cold in the living room. Go back to the bedroom to sleep." Gu Huaijin seemed to be in a deep sleep, his breathing steady and even. Jiang Wanyin guessed that he might have had some drinks, or perhaps he hadn't rested well the night before. Under the soft light above, she took a moment to closely observe the man's handsome face for the first time. Thick eyebrows like swords, a high-bridged nose, seductive thin lips, every feature of Gu Huaijin's face perfectly matched her aesthetic preferences. Jiang Wanyin couldn't help but recall how she was drawn to him at the airport, picking him out from the crowd because of that very face. As she continued to gaze, Jiang Wanyin couldn't resist reaching out, her fingertips softly tracing the man's eyebrows and eyes. When her fingers touched Gu Huaijin's lips, his eyes suddenly opened, looking directly at her with a clear hint of amusement. Startled, Jiang Wanyin quickly tried to withdraw her hand, but Gu Huaijin caught it. In a deep, seductive voice he said, "Wan, if you want to touch, go ahead. I'm all yours." Jiang Wanyin's face turned crimson immediately. Realizing what had happened, she indignantly pulled back her hand and said, "Gu Huaijin, you were pretending to be asleep." Seeing his wife upset, Gu Huaijin quickly sat up and explained, "I didn't sleep at all last night. The couch was just too comfy, and I really did fall asleep for a bit. I wasn't pretending." His tone carried a hint of humility. Hearing this, Jiang Wanyin's anger mostly dissipated, but she still huffed and said, "Go back to the bedroom and sleep. I'm done with you." With that, she left him and returned to her room. Watching her retreating figure, Gu Huaijin sighed softly. It seemed pretending to be vulnerable wasn't going to win her sympathy. The next morning, Gu Huaijin awoke to noises outside his room. He glanced at the time. It was only 6:30 a.m. Feeling the expected hangover from last night's drinks, he got up and went to the kitchen for a glass of water. Passing by Jiang Wanyin's room, he noted the silence and, assuming she was still asleep, decided not to disturb her. After tidying up, he left a note for her and headed to work. At Gu Group, as soon as Gu Huaijin exited his car and walked toward the elevator lobby, he spotted Xia Cheng waiting at the entrance. She immediately put on a sweet smile and approached him. "Huaijin, good morning." Her gaze was filled with affection, as if they had never broken up. Xia Cheng knew Gu Huaijin used this elevator every day, so she got up early, meticulously did her makeup, and waited for him. Despite being harshly rejected by him a few days ago, she was unwilling to give up, determined to try again. After all, the position of Gu Group's CEO's wife was too tempting. Gu Huaijin didn't even spare her a glance and walked straight past her. Xia Cheng clenched her fists, but maintained her smile and followed him. "Huaijin, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? I brought your favorite." She offered the breakfast she held with hopeful eyes. She had learned that Jiang Wanyin was just a disowned daughter of the Jiang family, with nothing special except her looks. She assumed Gu Huaijin married Jiang Wanyin because she appeared to be a virtuous wife. If that was the case, Xia Chang'e thought she could pretend to be the same. No need. Gu Huaijin glanced at her coldly and said in a businesslike tone, "If it's about work, please report to your supervisor. Coming straight to me is overstepping. If you're unclear, review the employee handbook." Seeing his aloof demeanor, Xia Chang'e felt aggrieved and said, "Huaijin, I know it was a mistake to break up, but I've never forgotten you. You're still the one I love the most. I regret it every day since we parted." Watching her performance, Gu Huaijin found it amusing. "Xia Chang'e, if I weren't the CEO of Gu Group, just an ordinary man, would you still regret it?" He was well aware of why Xia Chang'e had broken up with him back then, so he agreed without hesitation, and his feelings ended at that moment. Xia Chang'e nodded repeatedly, her eyes even reddening a bit. "I like you for who you are, regardless of your status." Gu Huaijin's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Xia Chang'e, do you believe yourself when you say that? You know best how many men you've been with since we broke up. And as for my feelings for you, they ended when we broke up. I'm married now, and the one I love is my wife." "That's impossible," Xia Chang'e protested angrily. "You've known that woman for such a short time. How could you love her? She must have used some trick to seduce you, right?" "Xia Chang'e, please have some self-respect." Gu Huijin's voice turned stern. "If you ever disrespect my wife again, don't blame me for being unkind." Xia Qinji felt a shiver run through her heart under Gu Huaijin's cold gaze, but she was unwilling to give up her last chance. She reached out and grabbed the man's sleeve, tears welling up in her eyes. Her voice choked with emotion. "Huaijin, is there really no hope for us? I truly like you. If you need time, I can wait no matter how long it takes." Gu Huaijin pulled his arm back with an expressionless face, as if erasing her touch, and brushed off his sleeve. His voice was as icy as a frozen blade. "From the moment we broke up, there was no longer any possibility." He glanced at the breakfast bag in Xia Chenji's hand, his lips curling down slightly. "I've long since stopped liking this kind of breakfast." With that, Gu Huaijin strode into the exclusive elevator, without a backward glance. As the elevator doors slowly closed, Xia Chenji bit down hard, seething with anger. She fiercely threw the breakfast into the nearby trash can, her high heels clicking sharply on the floor as she turned to leave. Back in his office, Gu Huaijin immediately summoned his assistant, Ji Yuan. "Find out how Xia Chenji got into Gu Group. If there's any improper means, you know what to do," he instructed in a deep voice, clearly doubting Xia Chenji's abilities. Ji Yuan respectfully replied, "Understood, President." He thought to himself that the boss had been in a bad mood these days, and it seemed like someone was going to be in big trouble. Just after Ji Yuan left, Gu Huaijin received a message from his sister, Gu Shiqing. "Brother, sister-in-law didn't come to work today. I heard she took a leave. Is she sick?" Gu Huaijin frowned, recalling that he thought Jiang Wanyin was still asleep when he left home that morning. Could she really be ill? He immediately dialed Jiang Wanyin's number, but was met with the cold beep of a shutdown message. A sense of foreboding suddenly struck him. Grabbing his car keys, Gu Huaijin hurriedly left the office. Half an hour later, he arrived at Xiangshan apartment and opened Jiang Wanyin's door, only to find the place empty. He tried calling her again, but it was still turned off. Gu Huaijin's heart sank, the feeling of unease growing stronger. Gu Huaijin's brows were tightly knit as his fingers swiftly slid across his phone screen, dialing Ji Yuan's number. "Ji Yuan, find out Wanwan's whereabouts immediately," he demanded, a hint of urgency in his voice. In less than half an hour, Ji Yuan returned with news. "Mr. Gu, your wife left the apartment in a hurry around 6 this morning. She went to the airport and bought a ticket to Qixian." "What is she doing in Qixian?" Gu Huaijin questioned, his brows furrowing even deeper. "We're still looking into it, but your wife's grandmother lives in Qixian," Ji Yuan added. Upon hearing this, Gu Huaijin abruptly stood up, the chair screeching against the floor. "Get me the earliest flight to Qixian. Keep investigating if something happened with Wanwan's grandmother." Ji Yuan hesitated for a moment. "But, Mr. Gu, there's an important meeting this afternoon regarding the South Suburban plot." Gu Huaijin was silent for a moment before looking sharply at Ji Yuan. "You attend the meeting. Keep a close eye on Gu Yanji's side." Although the South Suburban plot meeting was crucial, he was more concerned about Jiang Wanyin's situation at the moment. Ji Yuan understood his boss's intention and quickly responded, "Understood. I'll book the ticket right away." He thought to himself that it seemed the importance of the wife now surpassed everything else in his boss's heart. Meanwhile, at Qixian People's Hospital, Jiang Wanyin rushed into the hospital lobby, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it might leap out of her chest. Earlier that morning, she was still in a deep sleep when she got a call from Aunt Wang, saying her grandmother had fallen in the bathroom and was taken to the hospital. The news was like a heavy blow, jolting her wide awake. In her panic, she threw on some clothes and dashed to the airport, forgetting to inform Gu Huaijin. The hour-long flight felt endlessly prolonged as she could only pray for her grandmother's safety. Upon reaching the hospital, Jiang Wanyin hurriedly asked for directions to the operating room at the service desk. She weaved through the crowded corridors, practically running. At the operating room's entrance, she found Aunt Wang anxiously waiting. "Aunt Wang, how's my grandmother?" Jiang Wanyin asked breathlessly. Seeing Jiang Wanyin, Aunt Wang sighed with relief. "Wanyin, you're finally here. Your grandmother is still in surgery." The doctor said, "The situation isn't very optimistic." Jiang Wanyin felt a wave of dizziness but forced herself to ask, "How long has the surgery been going on?" Aunt Wang glanced at the clock on the wall. "About 3 hours." Although a 3-hour surgery isn't particularly long, for an elderly woman like her grandmother, it was undoubtedly a significant ordeal. Jiang Wanyin's face turned pale instantly. Noticing her distress, Aunt Wang quickly consoled her. "Don't worry too much, your grandmother will be all right." Jiang Wanyin nodded weakly, trying to maintain her composure. "Aunt Wang, you should go home and rest. Later, could you please bring some of my grandmother's personal items?" Aunt Wang agreed and left, leaving Jiang Wanyin alone at the operating room's door. Her eyes were fixed on the closed doors, filled with anxiety and unease. As time ticked by, the hospital's cold atmosphere combined with the fatigue from her journey weighed heavily on Jiang Wanyin, making it hard for her to breathe. She began to tremble involuntarily, slowly sinking down to support herself against the cold wall. In this interminable wait, her world seemed to shrink to just the closed doors of the operating room. After what felt like an eternity, the doors finally opened. A doctor in surgical attire emerged. Jiang Wanyin hurried to stand up but was momentarily dizzy from squatting too long, causing her to sway unsteadily. Just then, a strong hand suddenly steadied her, pulling her into a warm, broad embrace. The familiar scent instantly calmed her. Jiang Wanyin looked up to see Huaijin's furrowed brow and eyes brimming with concern. "Why are you here?" she asked softly. "We'll talk later," Huaijin replied, holding her close as he approached the doctor. "Doctor, how is the patient?" After the plane landed, Ji Yuan had briefed him on the situation with Jiang Wanyin's grandmother. He understood the significance of her grandmother to Jiang Wanyin and could imagine the turmoil in her heart. That's why he rushed to the hospital, determined to be by her side. The doctor removed his mask and looked gravely at Huaijin and Jiang Wanyin, who were waiting anxiously. Taking a deep breath, he slowly explained the situation. "The patient has suffered a stroke, and the fall without immediate medical attention has made her condition critical. We've done our best to resuscitate her, but we'll have to wait until she wakes up to assess her condition fully." He paused, his gaze shifting between the two, his tone becoming more cautious. "You should prepare yourselves for the worst." These words hit Jiang Wanyin like a heavy blow. She trembled violently, her legs nearly giving way beneath her. Fortunately, Huaijin was quick to catch her, holding her steady. Jiang Wanyin bit her lip hard, holding back tears, but her voice still trembled uncontrollably. "Doctor, what do you mean by preparing ourselves?" Her eyes were filled with disbelief and despair. The doctor, accustomed to life and death, remained expressionless, his tone almost indifferent. "The patient is elderly. Even if she regains consciousness, she will likely be bedridden. If her condition worsens, there's nothing more we can do." Huaijin's grip on Jiang Wanyin tightened slightly, silently offering comfort. He asked in a steady voice, "Is there any special medication we can try?" "Money is not an issue." The doctor shook his head. "There is currently no special medication. However, this is a county-level hospital. Once the patient stabilizes, you might consider transferring her to a big city where medical facilities are better. She will be moved to the ICU shortly, and you can see her from outside." "Thank you," Huaijin said to the departing doctor. He then helped Jiang Wanyin to a nearby chair. Kneeling in front of her, he held her hand and softly reassured her. "Wanwan, don't worry. I'll find the best medical team for Grandma. Wait here for me." With that, he took out his phone and called Zhou Yanqing. Once connected, Huaijin briefly explained the situation with Grandma, and then asked directly, "Do you have any solutions?" Zhou Yanqing was silent for a moment before slowly responding. "The doctor wasn't wrong. In cases like your grandmother-in-law's, the damage is irreversible. Even prolonging her life might just be prolonging her suffering." Huaijin's tone turned icy. "Aren't you always boasting about your medical skills? Why is it that you have no solution now?" "Boss, I'm a doctor, not a miracle worker who can bring people back from the dead," Zhou Yanqing complained, his tone filled with resignation. He understood why Huaijin was so anxious the patient was his sister-in-law's grandmother. Even the steely Huaijin softened at the thought of his beloved's distress. Zhou Yanqing continued, "Let me examine the patient first to make a better judgment." "All right, I'll send you the address right away," Huaijin replied, ending the call before turning to Jiang Wanyin. "I've asked Zhou Yanqing to come over. He's highly skilled and might have a solution. The expert team is on their way too." Jiang Wanyin nodded in gratitude, a wave of warmth washing over her. Her grandmother was her only remaining family, and upon hearing the news of her illness, Jiang Wanyin had been overwhelmed and lost. With Huaijin by her side, arranging everything, She felt immense gratitude but struggled to express her emotions. One thing she knew for sure was that meeting and marrying Gu Huaijin was the luckiest event of her life. Silly girl, no need to thank me. She's my grandmother too. Gu Huaijin gently stroked her hair. Let's go see Grandma. They arrived at the ICU. Through the glass, they saw Grandma lying quietly on the bed, surrounded by tubes. Without the life signals on the monitors, it would be hard to tell she was alive. Jiang Wanyin bit her lip, her eyes filled with deep sorrow. Gu Huaijin held her close, whispering reassurances. Grandma will be okay. Yes, she'll be okay. Jiang Wanyin softly replied, though she understood the doctor's prognosis was grim. Huaijin, I'm really scared Grandma will leave me like this, she choked out. I haven't properly introduced you to her, haven't taken her to Beijing to enjoy life, and there are so many things I want to ask her. The tears she had held back finally flowed freely. In Gu Huaijin's arms, she let herself cry, releasing all her pent-up emotions. Gu Huaijin gently patted her back, offering silent comfort. His woman didn't need to pretend to be strong in front of him. After crying, Jiang Wanyin looked at his tear-stained suit with embarrassment. Sorry for messing up your suit. I'll buy you a new one. It's all right. Gu Huaijin hugged her tighter. You've got me now, don't worry. Okay. Jiang Wanyin nestled in his embrace, feeling a deep sense of security. They stood quietly for a while before Gu Huaijin suddenly spoke. Jiang Wanyin, when Grandma fell ill, you rushed here without telling me and even turned off your phone. Are you not considering me your husband? Even if you're mad at me, we should handle this first before anything else. His tone was slightly stern, but his worry was evident. Jiang Wanyin lifted her tear-stained eyes, explaining, I was so scared when I got the call that I just rushed over and forgot to tell you. My phone was off during the flight, and I forgot to turn it back on. Gu Huaijin chuckled helplessly, seeing her weary appearance, unwilling to blame her further. He held her hand gently, saying, Luckily, Shirqing told me you didn't go to work today, so I found out about Grandma's condition. Wanyin, promise me, no matter what happens, don't bear it alone. You have me now. All right. Jiang Wanyin felt warmth spreading through her heart. Grandma won't wake up anytime soon. Let me take you to get something to eat, and then you should rest, Gu Huaijin suggested. Jiang Wanyin glanced at the ICU, then nodded. Okay? She knew she needed to take care of herself to care for Grandma. The next morning, Grandma regained consciousness and was moved out of the ICU. However, as the doctor had said, she was still confused, unable to move or speak. Seeing her frail grandmother, Jiang Wanyin felt a wave of sadness. Just then, Zhou Yanqing arrived, looking weary from his journey. Gu Huaijin led him into the room. I've already informed the hospital. You can start the treatment. Seeing Zhou Yanqing, Jiang Wanyin felt a glimmer of hope. Although she wasn't familiar with his medical skills, she trusted him because Gu Huaijin did. Dr. Zhou, please help us. Sister-in-law, please just call me Yanqing. Let me examine Grandma first, Zhou Yanqing replied, diving straight into the examination. Afterwards, he retrieved a set of silver needles from his bag. Jiang Wanyin glanced at Gu Huaijin in confusion, who explained, Yanqing is also from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Zhou Yanqing skillfully inserted a long needle into an acupoint on Grandma's head, then continued to apply needles to her head, hands, and legs. After about 5 minutes, he gently rotated the needles. The room was silent, everyone holding their breath, afraid to disturb the procedure. After another 10 minutes, Zhou Yanqing removed the needles and exhaled softly. How is she? Gu Huaijin asked first. Zhou Yanqing packed up the needles, stood up, and said, The situation isn't optimistic. I will need to perform multiple sessions to see if she can speak. But... He glanced at Jiang Wanyin and continued, Grandma might not hold on for too long. He didn't want to give false hope. Being honest with the family was his responsibility. Hearing this, Jiang Wanyin didn't react too emotionally. After last night's reflection, she had gradually come to terms with Grandma's grave condition. She crouched by the bedside, holding Grandma's hand, whispering, I understand. After the acupuncture, Grandma appeared slightly better. Zhou Yanqing turned to Gu Huaijin, brother. It's best to transfer Grandma to my hospital. Gu Huaijin nodded. I've arranged it already. If she stabilizes by tomorrow, we'll transfer her. The Zhou family's hospital had better equipment, making it easier for Zhou Yanqing to continue treatment. I'll go speak with the attending doctor to get a detailed understanding of Grandma's condition, Zhou Yanqing said, showing his dedication since it was Jiang Wanyin's family. Jiang Wanyin thanked him. Thank you. Zhou Yanqing waved it off. No need to thank me, sister-in-law. With that, he left the room. Gu Huaijin moved beside Jiang Wanyin, reassuring her, I'll find a way. Jiang Wanyin squeezed his hand. Don't worry, I'm okay. I'm aware of Grandma's condition. I'll cherish the time we have left together. Gu Huaijin, seeing her trying to be strong, held her hand tightly, saying tenderly, we'll face this together. On the third day, Gu Huaijin swiftly transferred Wang Shufan to the Zhou family hospital in the capital and arranged for a team of specialists to treat her. During this time, Zhou Yanqing continued to administer acupuncture to Wang Shufan. His exceptional skills gradually helped her regain consciousness, and she was able to slowly utter simple words. In the hospital room, Jiang Wanyin sat by the bedside, gently holding her grandmother's hand. "Grandma, do you know who I am?" Wang Shufan nodded slightly, struggling to say, "Little girl." The familiar term brought tears to Jiang Wanyin's eyes. Wang Shufan wanted to caress her granddaughter, whom she had cherished for over 20 years, but found her body unresponsive. She made an effort to speak. "Don't cry." Jiang Wanyin wiped away her tears and forced a smile. "Grandma, let me introduce someone to you." She reached out to Huaijin, who came over and knelt by the bedside, holding her hand. Jiang Wanyin said excitedly, "Grandma, I got married. This is my husband, Huaijin." She lifted their left hands, showing the rings. "Look, these are our wedding rings." Wang Shufan's gaze lingered on Huaijin for a moment before she weakly said, "Perfect." Despite her illness, she could see that Huaijin was an extraordinary match for her granddaughter. She had many things to say but lacked the strength. Jiang Wanyin whispered, "Grandma, Huaijin takes great care of me. You don't have to worry." Huaijin solemnly promised, "Grandma, I will do my utmost to take care of Wanwan and ensure her happiness and safety." Wang Shufan nodded with relief. "Little girl, is in your hands." She closed her eyes, exhausted. Jiang Wanyin gently stroked her grandmother's wrinkled face, feeling heartbroken. Seeing this, Huaijin embraced her for comfort. At that moment, Ji Yuan walked in with some documents and felt a bit awkward witnessing the scene. Jiang Wanyin pulled away from Huaijin, composing herself. "You should get back to work." Huaijin instructed Ji Yuan to wait outside and reminded Jiang Wanyin, "Call me or find Zhou Yanqing if you need anything." Jiang Wanyin smiled and nudged him towards the door. "Got it, you go ahead." In the afternoon, Zhou Yanqing came to give Wang Shufan acupuncture. Jiang Wanyin took a walk in the hospital garden and unexpectedly ran into Jiang Xinyu and Meng Milan. Despite Jiang Xinyu wearing a mask, Jiang Wanyin recognized her. She turned to leave, but Meng Milan had already spotted her. "Jiang Wanyin? What are you doing here?" Jiang Xinyu asked nervously. "Are you following us?" Jiang Wanyin retorted, "Is this hospital yours? Why can't I be here?" Meng Milan looked her up and down. "Are you here for treatment?" Jiang Wanyin replied helplessly, "I don't need to report my reasons for being at the hospital to you." Jiang Xinyu, sounding weak, said, "Jiang Wanyin, just pretend you didn't see us." Noticing Meng Milan supporting her, Jiang Wanyin suspected Jiang Xinyu might be ill. Meng Milan gave Jiang Wanyin a warning look before leaving with Jiang Xinyu. A few days later, under Zhou Yanqing's care, Wang Shufan's condition improved. Huaijin arranged for professional caregivers to look after her. Jiang Wanyin worked during the day and spent her evenings with her grandmother. Despite his busy schedule, Huaijin made time to visit, and Gu Shiqing came to the hospital every day after work. One day, Jiang Wanyin said to Gu Shiqing, "You don't have to come every day. Young people should live their own lives." Gu Shiqing linked arms with Jiang Wanyin. "My brother is busy, so I have to keep my sister-in-law and grandma company." She curiously asked, "Sister-in-law, have you forgiven my brother?" Jiang Wanyin laughed. "You're too young to worry about these things. By the way, what's going on with you and Zhou? He said you two had a fight." Gu Shiqing's expression darkened. "We're just friends who had a disagreement." Jiang Wanyin sensed the subtlety in their relationship. As they stepped out of the elevator, they saw a middle-aged couple standing at the hospital room door with gifts in hand. Gu Shiqing exclaimed in surprise, "Dad, Mom, what are you doing here?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanyin's back stiffened, and she thought to herself, "Are we meeting the parents again?" She took a deep breath to steady her nerves. Gu Shiqing's parents turned around as they heard their daughter's voice. Gu Shiqing promptly introduced them. "Sister-in-law, these are my parents. They just returned from abroad." Jiang Wanyin tried to maintain her composure as she stepped forward to greet the couple. She bowed slightly and politely said, "Hello, Mom and Dad." Gu Zhenhua nodded kindly with a smile. Zhang Yuling's gaze lingered on Jiang Wanyin, curious yet gentle. Jiang Wanyin felt her heart race under the scrutiny. After a moment, Zhang Yuling withdrew her gaze, her lips curling into a warm smile. "You must be Wanwan, right? You're quite beautiful. No wonder Xiaojin got married without even notifying us." Jiang Wanyin mistook this for reproach and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Huaijin and I didn't inform you beforehand." "This marriage was well done," Zhang Yuling interrupted her with a laugh. "It's you who must have been put through a lot." Jiang Wanyin was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. This wasn't the scenario she had anticipated. Weren't mothers-in-law supposed to chase brides away with a check in dramas? Gu Shiqing chimed in from the side. "Even though my brother is outstanding, I believe my sister-in-law is a perfect match for him." Zhang Yuling nodded in agreement, taking Jiang Wanyin's hand. "I heard about your grandmother yesterday and came specifically to see you today. You've been through a lot, child." Jiang Wanyin regained her composure, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Mom, it's not hard for me. Huaijin arranged everything. I should have visited you, but my grandmother suddenly." "It's all right. We're family, there's no need for formalities," Jiang Yuling reassured her, holding Jiang Wannin's hand and feeling increasingly satisfied with her daughter-in-law. Gu Zhenhua spoke up, "Can we go in and see your grandmother?" Of course, Jiang Wanyin replied, briefly explaining her grandmother's condition. But she has difficulty speaking now. Zhang Yiling nodded understandingly. Xiaojin has already told us. Jiang Wanyin opened the door to the hospital room and let them in. She approached the bedside and said to her grandmother, "Grandma, these are Huaijin's parents. They're here to see you." Wang Shufan was awake and, upon hearing the introduction, struggled to turn her eyes towards Gu Zhenhua and Zhang Yuling. She tried to smile and murmured, "Unless thank you." Zhang Yuling, unfazed by Wang Shufan's current state, personally wiped her mouth with a tissue. She spoke gently, "Grandma, there's no need to thank us. Now that Wanwan is married into our family, we're all family. Take good care of yourself, you'll need to attend their wedding." "Yes, yes," Wang Shufan responded repeatedly. Though she knew her days were numbered, she wished to hold on a little longer, hoping to witness her granddaughter's wedding and then find peace in reuniting with her daughter. Turning to Jiang Wanyin, Zhang Yuling asked, "Wanwan, when do you plan to have the wedding?" "What?" Jiang Wanyin's eyes widened in surprise. She had assumed Zhang Yuling was merely making conversation. A warm feeling surged through her, dispelling the gloom that had been weighing her down. She felt the warmth of family, their trust and love. Seeing Jiang Wanyin's astonished expression, Zhang Yuling felt even more affection for her. She gently explained, "Since Huaijin has married you, our family certainly won't let you down. We'll hold a grand wedding for you, so everyone knows you're the future mistress of the Gu family." Jiang Wanyin was even more taken aback by these words. She pressed her lips together and softly said, "I haven't thought about the wedding yet. Maybe Huaijin and I can discuss it." Zhang Yuling laughed heartily. "All right, you two discuss it and let me and Grandma know." She then said to Wang Shufan, "In-law, just wait to enjoy your granddaughter's wedding." Though Wang Shufan couldn't speak, she understood Zhang Yuling's intent, and a glimmer of satisfaction appeared in her eyes. Although Jiang Wanyin didn't know Gu Huaijin's true identity, her intuition told her he was not an ordinary person. In the hospital room, Wang Shufan frowned slightly as she thought of her daughter's unfortunate marriage, worrying about Jiang Wanyin's future after marrying into a wealthy family. However, seeing the Gu family's kind attitude towards Jiang Wanyin, her worries were somewhat eased. With teary eyes, Wang Shufan managed to say a difficult "okay." At that moment, the door suddenly swung open, and Gu Huaijin rushed in, looking travel-worn. It turned out that Gu Shiqing had informed him about the visit from their parents, prompting him to hurry from the company. Gu Huaijin scanned the room, his gaze finally resting on Jiang Wanyin. "Did you leave work early?" Jiang Wanyin asked softly, her tone carrying a hint of dependence. She was surprised to find that as long as Gu Huaijin was by her side, she felt particularly at ease. Gu Huaijin carefully observed Jiang Wanyin's complexion, and seeing her usual demeanor, he felt somewhat relieved. He responded quietly and then turned to his parents, "Mom, Dad, what brings you here?" Zhang Yuling immediately saw through her son's thoughts, knowing he was worried that his mother-in-law might be mistreated. She shot Gu Huaijin a glance and said in a mock-annoyed tone, "We're just here to see Wanwan and her grandmother." "What did you think?" "I'm not a wicked mother-in-law." Gu Zhenhua chimed in. Exactly. This husband-and-wife duo's seamless understanding was something Gu Huaijin and Gu Shiqing were long accustomed to. Jiang Wanyin gently tugged at Gu Huaijin's sleeve and explained, "Mom and Dad came to see Grandma." Hearing the exchange, a slight smile appeared on Gu Huaijin's lips as he realized his worries were unnecessary. His expression softened and he suggested, "Grandma needs rest. We should probably head back." Noticing Wang Shufan's tiredness, Zhang Yuling stood up and said, "You should get some rest. We'll visit another time." She was keenly aware of Wang Shufan's grave condition and felt a pang of sympathy for Jiang Wanyin. Before leaving, Zhang Yuling turned to Jiang Wanyin with a smile and asked, "Wanwan, do you have time tomorrow since it's the weekend? How about going shopping with me?" Upon hearing the words, Jiang Wanyin felt her heart tighten slightly again. She subconsciously pressed her lips together, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. Although it was her first time meeting Zhang Yuling and she was expected to accompany her shopping, the sudden intimacy of the situation left her feeling a bit uneasy. As she hesitated, Gu Shiqing's eyes lit up, and she quickly interjected, "Mom, I'll go too." Gu Huaijin, noticing Jiang Wanyin's discomfort, gently suggested, "Mom, why not take both of them along?" With Gu Shiqing joining, Jiang Wanyin visibly relaxed. She gave Gu Huaijin a grateful glance. "All right," Zhang Yuling agreed cheerfully. "I'll come to pick you up tomorrow." She stood up and said to Gu Shiqing, "Come with us. Don't be a third wheel here." Gu Shiqing pouted reluctantly but followed her parents out. Jiang Wanyin politely saw them to the door of the hospital room. Zhang Yuling turned back to remind her, "Wanyin, when you have time, let Huaijin bring you to stay at the Gu residence." "Okay," Jiang Wanyin replied with a smile. Once they left, Jiang Wanyin exhaled a small sigh of relief, her shoulders visibly relaxing. Although she wasn't sure if Gu's parents truly accepted her, she was grateful that they hadn't said anything unpleasant in front of her grandmother. Seeing her relaxed expression, Gu Huaijin ruffled her hair with a smile. Are you that scared of my parents? Jiang Wanyin shook her head. No, it's just the first meeting. I'm not sure how to interact yet, she admitted candidly. Even though my mother was once considered a wealthy lady, the Gu family is the richest in Beijing. I rarely interact with families of such status. Gu Huaijin reassured her. You've met the main members of my family, and they're quite easygoing. There's no need to feel pressured. Plus, you have me, so don't worry. Jiang Wanyin looked up at him quietly, feeling a need to voice her thoughts. Taking a deep breath, she began, Gu Huaijin, you're the CEO of Gu Group and the heir to the Gu family. Logically, you should marry someone of equal social standing. You know my situation well. We aren't exactly a match in that sense. So what? Gu Huaijin frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Jiang Wanyin mustered her courage and met his gaze directly. So, have you thought it through? If you have other thoughts, I'll let you go, she explained. Marriage is based on love, but it's not just about two people. It's about families. In wealthy families, there are many external factors involved, and love alone might not be enough to sustain it. Gu Huaijin looked at her intently, as if trying to see into her soul. After a moment, he spoke softly, Jiang Wanyin, I was clear about my intentions the moment I decided to marry you. Marriage isn't a transaction. I don't need a partner of equal status, nor do I need to exchange marriage for benefits. Are you sure? Jiang Wanyin asked again for confirmation. Gu Huaijin nodded solemnly, I'm sure. Jiang Wanyin extended her pinky finger seriously. Then let's promise to work hard on our marriage together. Amused by her childlike gesture, Gu Huaijin hooked his pinky with hers. All right, I promise. Pinky swear. Their thumbs gently touched, sealing a promise to spend their lives together. Gu Huaijin gazed at the smile in Jiang Wanyin's eyes and couldn't resist placing a gentle kiss on her lips. Wanyin, does this mean you've forgiven me? Jiang Wanyin playfully blinked. I haven't finished being angry yet. Gu Huaijin frowned, suddenly remembering something. Wanyin, remember the bet you lost? You owe me a chance to fulfill a wish. Yes, Jiang Wanyin recalled. Then my wish is for you not to be angry anymore, Gu Huaijin stated plainly. Jiang Wanyin couldn't hold back her laughter. I haven't been angry for a while now. Even though you deceived me, marrying the most envied man in Beijing seems like I came out ahead. Gu Huaijin breathed a sigh of relief and pulled her into his arms, giving her a playful pat on the bottom. You little rascal. Startled by his action, Jiang Wanyin quickly wriggled free, her face flushed red as she glared at him. Mr. Gu, this is a hospital. Be careful not to get caught. It might tarnish your CEO image. Gu Huaijin leaned closer to her ear and whispered, does that mean we can when we get home? I'm going in to see Grandma. Jiang Wanyin interrupted, her cheeks still red as she fled into the hospital room. Watching her retreating figure, Gu Huaijin smiled to himself, finding teasing his wife quite amusing. The next afternoon, Jiang Wanyin received a call from Zhang Yuling, saying she was near the hospital. She initially thought it was just a polite gesture, but Zhang Yuling really came to pick her up for shopping. As Jiang Wanyin got into the car, she politely greeted Mom. Zhang Yuling responded with a smile, explaining, Shirqing is still sleeping in. She said she couldn't get up. Jiang Wanyin felt a twinge of anxiety, realizing it was just her and Zhang Yuling today, which added a bit more pressure. I haven't been back to China for long, and it's been ages since I shopped in Beijing, Zhang Yuling said enthusiastically as she looked out at the bustling streets. I'm glad to have your company today. Jiang Wanyin echoed her sentiment. It's been a while since I went shopping too. Then let's indulge ourselves a bit, Zhang Yuling suggested. Okay, Jiang Wanyin said, feeling a bit more at ease with her enthusiasm. She remembered Gu Huaijin's words from the night before, saying that his mother's personality was influenced by her time in the US easygoing and warm, and indeed, she seemed quite approachable. The two arrived at the most bustling commercial district, home to numerous international brands. Wanyin, it's already noon. Let's eat first, and then we can shop to walk off the meal, Zhang Yuling proposed, taking Jiang Wanyin's hand. Sure, Jiang Wanyin agreed without hesitation. Zhang Yuling confidently led Jiang Wanyin to the fifth-floor dining area. Wanyin, is there anything you'd like to eat? She asked considerately. I'm fine with anything. Whatever you like, Mom, Jiang Wanyin replied politely. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Yuling said, let's go to the place I used to frequent. As soon as Jiang Wanyin stepped into the restaurant, she was instantly struck by the opulent aura surrounding Zhang Yuling. The lavish decor silently spoke volumes about the upscale nature of the place, clearly not meant for just anyone to casually enter. Today, Zhang Yuling dressed modestly, appearing at first glance like an ordinary person. However, the restaurant manager hurried over with a respectful demeanor that revealed her true status. Mrs. Gu, the usual, the manager respectfully inquired. Zhang Yuling smiled slightly, not today. Bring the menu over. I'll let my daughter-in-law choose. Her words both introduced Jiang Wanyin and highlighted the importance she placed on her. Jiang Wanyin felt a warmth in her heart but also a bit of pressure. She understood that becoming the mistress of the Gu family meant navigating more complex social dynamics. The manager immediately adjusted his attitude and handed the menu to Jiang Wanyin. Young Mrs. Gu, here is the menu. Jiang Wanyin modestly handed the menu back to Zhang Yiling. Mom, why don't you order? I'm not picky. Zhang Yiling gave Jiang Wanyin an appreciative look and quickly selected a few dishes, instructing, make them a bit lighter, please. The manager acknowledged and left, leaving the room in a brief silence. Jiang Wanyin felt a bit uneasy, unsure of how to start a conversation. At this moment, Zhang Yiling took an envelope from her bag and slid it over to Jiang Wanyin. Curious, Jiang Wanyin opened it to find a blank check inside. Her heart tightened as various thoughts raced through her mind. Seeing her misunderstanding, Zhang Yiling hurriedly explained, Wanyin, don't misunderstand. This is a gift from your father and me. We were in a rush yesterday, so we're giving it to you today. Jiang Wanyin breathed a sigh of relief but still declined. Mom, there's no need. I have enough money. Zhang Yiling insisted. It's a token of our regard. The check is without an amount and is valid indefinitely. It's important for a woman to have financial security. Gratefully, Jiang Wanyin accepted. Thank you, Mom. Zhang Yiling shifted the conversation. Wanyin, marrying Huaijin means you'll become the mistress of the Gu family, which comes with significant responsibilities. Are you ready for that? After careful thought, Jiang Wanyin replied, I know this role won't be easy, but with Huaijin by my side, I have the confidence to face everything. I will strive to be a good wife and a good Mrs. Gu. Zhang Yiling nodded in approval. I believe in you. Just then, the manager returned with the waitstaff to serve the food. Zhang Yiling promptly invited, come let's eat. She personally served Jiang Wanyin some food, smiling warmly and said, eat more, you're too thin. It's better to gain some weight so you can give us a grandchild to dote on. This made Jiang Wanyin pause slightly with her chopsticks, her cheeks turning a bit red. She softly replied, thank you, Mom, you should eat too. The meal concluded in a warm and joyful atmosphere. After dinner, Zhang Yiling enthusiastically took Jiang Wanyin shopping. Although Jiang Wanyin didn't have anything particular she needed to buy, Zhang Yiling eagerly picked out clothes for her in every store they entered. Before they knew it, half of the shopping bags they carried were filled with items for Jiang Wanyin. In a high-end clothing store, Zhang Yiling's eyes lit up as she picked up a burgundy mermaid gown and handed it to Jiang Wanyin. This dress suits you perfectly. Why don't you try it on? Jiang Wanyin looked at the exquisite dress, thinking it was beautiful but not something she would have many occasions to wear. She hesitated and said, Mom, I don't think I'd have a chance to wear this dress. A sly glint appeared in Zhang Yiling's eyes. The Gu Group's charity gala is coming up soon, and you can wear it then. She added, a beautiful dress is a woman's armor. You can never have too many. Jiang Wanyin then recalled that Gu Huaijin had indeed mentioned last night about taking her to the Gu Group's event to introduce her. Given this, a proper gown was indeed necessary. She took the dress from Zhang Yiling's hands. I'll go try it on then. While Jiang Wanyin was trying on the dress, Zhang Yiling continued browsing the store. Soon, she found another dress she liked, a moon-white one that she thought would also suit Jiang Wanyin. Just as she was about to pick it up, a hand suddenly reached over and snatched it away. Salesperson, I'll take this dress, a haughty voice declared. Xia Qiange spoke arrogantly to the nearby staff. It turned out she was also shopping for the upcoming Gu Group Gala. This store was a brand by internationally renowned fashion designer Lake. Xia Qiange favored this brand not only for its prestigious reputation, but also because Lake's dresses were mostly limited editions. For the high society event she was about to attend, her biggest concern was wearing the same outfit as someone else, which would undoubtedly be embarrassing. As soon as she entered the store, she immediately set her sights on this dress. Zhang Yiling elegantly turned around, her gaze landing on Xia Qiange. Her tone was calm yet carried an undeniable authority. Miss, I saw this dress first. Xia Qiange looked Zhang Yiling up and down, noting that although she was dressed simply, she exuded an extraordinary aura. She estimated that the woman must be in her 50s. With a disdainful smirk, Xia Qiange taunted, Auntie, may I ask your age? Do you really think you can pull off this dress? Zhang Yiling's eyes narrowed slightly, clearly displeased with such rude remarks. She responded with composure, clothes are meant to be worn, and who wears them or at what age is none of your concern, is it? Xia Qiange let out a scornful laugh, raising her chin. But a dress by Master Lake isn't something just any old lady can wear. Hearing this, Zhang Yiling smiled knowingly. Oh, it's a piece by Master Lake. At that moment, Jiang Wanyin emerged from the fitting room wearing the contentious red dress. She immediately recognized Xia Qiange Gu Huaijin's first love. Jiang Wanyin frowned slightly and quickly walked over to stand beside Zhang Yiling. Xia Qiange also noticed Jiang Wanyin, but it took her a moment to recognize her. This time, Jiang Wanyin's aura in the red dress was completely different from their last meeting, her beauty making Xia Qiange grit her teeth in frustration. She thought to herself that Gu Huaijin was probably enchanted by her alluring appearance. One day, Gu Huaijin would tire of this woman who, in her opinion, had no substance. With undisguised contempt, Xia Qiange sneered, so you two are together. No wonder you both seem so inexperienced, not even knowing who Master Lake is. Jiang Wanyin sensed that Xia Qiang'e didn't recognize Jing Yuling and silently worried for her. Jing Yuling turned to Jiang Wanyin and gently asked, "Wanwan, do you know her?" Jiang Wanyin replied nonchalantly, "Met her once or twice, not well acquainted." Although Gu Huaijin had assured her that he was no longer involved with Xia Qiang'e, Jiang Wanyin wanted to avoid unnecessary entanglements with her husband's ex-girlfriend. Jiang Yuling nodded and ignored Xia Qiang'e. She carefully examined the dress on Jiang Wanyin and smiled. "Wanwan, this dress suits you well, buy it. And try this one too." She reached to retrieve the moon-white dress from Xia Qiang'e. However, Xia Qiang'e held onto the dress tightly. "I want this dress." Initially, she intended to try it on first, but hearing that the other party wanted it, her jealousy flared, making her unwilling to let go. Jiang Wanyin finally understood the earlier dispute between Zhang Yuling and Xia Qiang'e. She called over a sales assistant and asked, "Do you have another of this dress?" The sales assistant shook her head apologetically. "I'm sorry, this dress is a limited edition, and we only have this one in our store." Hearing this, Xia Qiang'e sneered again. "You really are country bumpkins. Master Lake Does designs aren't like street market goods." Zhang Yuling's gaze turned cold, but her tone remained steady. "We may be country bumpkins, but who might you be? I saw this dress first, and there's a principle of first come, first served, don't you think?" The sales assistant, recognizing Xia Qiang'e, cautiously advised Jing Yuling, "Ma'am, this is Miss Xia, the daughter of the Xia family. Perhaps you could look at other styles? There are others suitable for this lady." Zhang Yuling maintained a smile but spoke bluntly. "Just a mere daughter of the Xia family, and she's so arrogant. Does being from the Xia family exempt one from following rules? This store should have surveillance. We can check who saw the dress first." The sales assistant, caught between the two, looked at Xia Qiang'e, knowing her identity and not daring to offend her. Xia Qiang'e, knowing she was in the wrong, refused to check the surveillance. Instead, she pulled out her phone and opened the payment app. "I'll pay directly." Jiang Wanyin was about to speak up against Xia Qiang'e's arrogance when Zhang Yuling stopped her. Zhang Yuling smiled at the sales assistant. "I'll pay double the price." "Double?" The sales assistant's eyes lit up, thinking of the doubled commission. Xia Qiang'e bit her lip, refusing to back down. "I'll pay triple." She was determined not to lose to Jiang Wanyin. "Triple?" The sales assistant beamed, knowing her commission for the day would be substantial. Zhang Yuling looked at Xia Qiang'e with a meaningful gaze, making Xia Qiang'e feel uneasy. After a few seconds, Zhang Yuling told the sales assistant, "I don't want the dress anymore. Let Miss Xia have it." She then turned to Jiang Wanyin. "Wanwan, this dress is just average. Let's look at other options, and if we can't find one you like, I'll have Lake to design a custom gown for you. After all, I just helped him sell a dress for triple the price. He owes me a favor." Jiang Wanyin realized that Zhang Yuling had set a trap for Xia Qiang'e, making her pay triple for the dress. Truly, she was a member of the Gu family, with a knack for strategy. Jiang Wanyin linked arms with Zhang Yuling and replied with a smile, "Okay, ma'am." Initially, Xia Qiang'e dismissed Zhang Yuling's words, thinking someone like her couldn't possibly know Master Lake De personally. But when she heard Jiang Wanyin call Zhang Yuling mom, her eyes widened in shock. "What did you just call her?" She had investigated Jiang Wanyin's background and knew her mother was deceased. The only person she would call mom could only be one person. Jiang Wanyin looked at Xia Qiang'e's paling face and innocently said, "She's my husband's mother, shouldn't I call her mom?" At that moment, Xia Qiang'e felt the dress in her hands grow impossibly heavy. She finally recognized Zhang Yuling's familiar face as Gu Huaijin's mother. Realizing she had insulted Mrs. Gu by calling her a country bumpkin and claiming she didn't understand Lake Does designs, Xia Qiang'e regretted her words deeply. But then she quickly redirected her anger towards Jiang Wanyin. This woman must have done it on purpose. If she had revealed Zhang Yuling's identity from the start, she wouldn't have said such ridiculous things. Now desperate to salvage the situation, Xia Qiang'e turned to Zhang Yuling with a demure expression, trying to please her. "Auntie, so you're Huaijin's mother. I'm sorry for what I said earlier, but I didn't mean to target you. It's just that." She glanced at Jiang Wanyin, her eyes suddenly welling with tears, and said pitifully, "Auntie, I was actually Huaijin's ex-girlfriend. After we had to break up, I never stopped loving him. So I returned to find him, only to discover he had a flash marriage. Auntie, I was just overcome with jealousy when I saw Jiang Wanyin, and that's why I said those things. I'm sorry. I just love Huaijin too much." Her words were so heartfelt that if Jiang Wanyin didn't know the real reason for Xia Qiang'e and Gu Huaijin's breakup, she might have believed she was the one who had intruded on their relationship. She hadn't expected Xia Qiang'e to be such a good actress. Jiang Wanyin glanced at Zhang Yuling, feeling a bit nervous, wondering if she would think Xia Qiang'e was more suitable for Gu Huaijin. After listening to Xia Qiang'e's words, Zhang Yuling narrowed her eyes slightly, her sharp gaze lingering on Xia Qiang'e's face for a few seconds. Suddenly, she spoke coldly, "Miss Xia, I don't care what your past relationship with my son was, but now and in the future, my daughter-in-law is and will only be Wanwan. I advise you to behave yourself and not have any ulterior motives." Although this was the first time Zhang Yuling met Xia Qiang'a, she keenly sensed the scheming nature of this woman. She secretly resolved that someone like Xia Qiang'a would never be allowed to step into the Gu family. Feeling protected by her mother-in-law, Jiang Wan felt a warm surge in her heart, sincerely appreciating Zhang Yuling's goodwill. Meanwhile, Xia Qiang'a's face showed embarrassment and resentment, but she dared not speak further in front of Mrs. Gu, fearing it would implicate the Xia family. Reluctantly, Xia Qiang'a shoved the dress she was holding back to the sales assistant and was about to leave when Jiang Wan stopped her. Miss Xia, weren't you just saying you'd buy this dress at 3 times the price? You haven't paid yet. Xia Qiang'a glared at Jiang Wan, wanting to retract her words. But upon seeing Zhang Yuling's indifferent expression, she could only grit her teeth and ask the sales assistant how much. The sales assistant, eager not to lose such a big sale, quickly replied, the original price of this dress is 300,000, so 3 times would be 900,000. 900,000? Xia Qiang'a raised her voice. This is daylight robbery. The sales assistant quickly handed her the price tag. Miss Xia, our original price really is 300,000. At this moment, Zhang Yuling spoke slowly, her tone laced with sarcasm. Miss Xia, can't you even solve a simple math problem like 3 times 30? Or are you suggesting that Master Lei Qid's work isn't worth the price? Xia Qiang'a was furious and wanted to lash out, but she had no comeback. Only then did she realize she'd fallen into a trap. Zhang Yuling had never intended to compete for the dress. Begrudgingly, Xia Qiang'a paid and stormed out of the store, vowing revenge in her heart. After Xia Qiang'a left, Zhang Yuling turned to Jiang Wan, speaking gently. Wan, have confidence in yourself. Since Huaijin married you, it means he acknowledges you. You may encounter more women like Miss Xia in the future, but remember, you are part of the Gu family, and that is your strength. We should not be bullied. Zhang Yuling recognized Jiang Wan's kind nature and noticed her efforts to restrain her own brilliance. But as the mistress of the Gu family, she needed to first build up confidence and a strong presence. Mom, I understand, Jiang Wan responded, knowing Zhang Yuling was genuinely trying to help her. Zhang Yuling nodded with satisfaction, believing that the clever Jiang Wan would continue to improve. This dress suits you well, buy it. Then we can look at other things. Alright, I'll go change out of it first. Jiang Wan decided not to be overly modest. Since she married Gu Huaijin, there were times when a bit of grandeur was necessary. After leaving the store, Zhang Yuling took Jiang Wan to a few more shops. As they passed a men's boutique, Jiang Wan suddenly stopped, her gaze caught by a tie on a mannequin in the window. She couldn't help but imagine how handsome Gu Huaijin would look wearing it. What is it? Zhang Yuling stopped as well, following Jiang Wan's gaze, and immediately understood, smiling as she asked, "Want to buy it for Xiaojin?" Jiang Wan nodded shyly. Do you think Huaijin will like it? Since getting their marriage certificate, she hadn't given Gu Huaijin a gift, mainly because she didn't know what to give. But this tie seemed perfect for him at first sight. Zhang Yuling assured her, he'll definitely like it. Knowing her son, even a simple tie pin from Jiang Wan would make him overjoyed. With that assurance, Jiang Wan didn't hesitate to buy the tie. The two of them shopped until 4 in the afternoon. If Gu Huaijin hadn't called to check in, Zhang Yuling would have taken Jiang Wan for a spa session. Wan, I'll take you home now, and we can shop again next time, Zhang Yuling said, aware that Jiang Wan needed to visit her grandmother in the hospital and didn't want to occupy too much of her time. Jiang Wan opened the car door for her. Mom, it's okay, Huaijin said he's coming to pick me up. Alright then, I'll head back. Come home for dinner sometime, Zhang Yuling said as she got into the car, waving goodbye to Jiang Wan. After the car drove off, Jiang Wan waited for Gu Huaijin at the mall entrance. The weather was a bit chilly, so she placed her shopping bags on the ground and pulled her coat tighter. Wan, came Jiang Jiangwo's voice suddenly. Jiang Wan looked up to see Jiang Jiangwo approaching her, and she couldn't help but frown. Since retrieving the box her mother left her, she'd blocked Jiang Jiangwo's number and hadn't seen him since. However, she had heard that Jiang's company was in severe financial trouble, facing potential bankruptcy if they couldn't secure more funding. After just a few months, Jiang Wanyin was taken aback when she saw Jiang Jiangwo again. His face was etched with deep wrinkles, and his eyes betrayed exhaustion, clearly showing the toll the company had taken on him. Yet, recalling his past actions towards her, Jiang Wanyin felt no sympathy. Wan, is that really you? I thought I was mistaken, Jiang Jiangwo said, quickly approaching her with a glimmer of joy in his eyes. He had been thinking of reaching out to her, and now they had unexpectedly crossed paths. Do you need something? Jiang Wanyin asked coolly, her tone clearly distant. Jiang Jiangwo seemed oblivious to his daughter's coldness and replied with a smile, "It's been a while since I last saw you. I tried calling but couldn't get through. That's because I blocked you," Jiang Wanyin replied bluntly. Oh, that explains it. Jiang Jiangwo's smile faltered momentarily before he continued. By the way, I heard your grandmother is in the hospital? This was news he had learned from Meng Milan the day before. Hearing this, Jiang Wanyin looked at Jiang Jiangwo with suspicion. What do you want? She asked warily, recalling how indifferent he had always been towards her grandmother, especially after her mother's death, which had led to a huge argument. Perhaps that's why her grandmother had always refused to come to the capital. A flicker of calculation crossed Jiang Jiangwo's eyes, but he feigned sincerity, saying, "What do you mean by that? What could I possibly want? Your grandmother is ill, and as her son-in-law, of course, I should visit her." Jiang Wanyin couldn't help but scoff. "When my mom was alive, you never acknowledged her as your mother-in-law. Now you're pretending to be the good guy." Jiang Wanyin. Jiang Jiangwo started to flare up but held back, remembering the real reason he was there. Jiang Wanyin, uninterested in playing games, asked directly, "Just tell me, what do you want?" Jiang Jiangwo rubbed his hands together and finally revealed his purpose. "Wanwan, the family company is on the brink of bankruptcy. Can you help your father out?" As expected, Jiang Wanyin thought to herself, he only remembers he has a daughter when he needs something. She responded icily, "What does the company have to do with me? Why should I help you? Besides, when I moved out of the Jiang family, I didn't take a dime from you." Jiang Jiangwo immediately resorted to the usual family guilt trip. "You're still part of the Jiang family. Your mother invested so much of her effort into the company. Can you really bear to watch it go under?" When Jiang Wanyin thought of her mother, a sharp pain pierced her heart. She struggled to control her emotions, glaring coldly at Jiang Jiangwo as she gritted her teeth and said, "You're not worthy to mention my mother. I have no money, and even if I did, I wouldn't help you." Jiang Jiangwo frowned, his tone accusatory. "How can you not have money? Sinyu said you gave Lu Jingyan $1 million for studying abroad. If you can help someone else, why can't you help your father?" Having said this much, Jiang Jiangwo dropped his pretense, a flash of greed in his eyes. "And that suitcase you took last time, didn't your mother leave it for you? Just take it out to save the company, and I'll definitely pay you back." These days, he had tried everything, begging everywhere, but no one would lend him money. If Jiang Xinyu hadn't inadvertently mentioned that Jiang Wanyin gave Lu Jingyan over $1 million for studying abroad, Jiang Jiangwo wouldn't have known that his daughter had money. He also thought of the suitcase his ex-wife left behind, which might contain something valuable. So now he pinned all his hopes on Jiang Wanyin. Jiang Wanyin looked at Jiang Jiangwo with disdain, her eyes full of disgust. "That suitcase was left to me by my mother, and whatever's inside is none of your business. How can someone who would send his own daughter into a pit of fire call himself a father? Don't look for me again. I have no money and I don't want to see you anymore." As she finished speaking, she picked up her shopping bags and was about to leave when Jiang Jiangwo grabbed her by the wrist. His eyes fell on the branded shopping bags. "How can you buy so many branded things if you have no money? That's none of your business. Let go." Jiang Wanyin glared at him, trying to pull away. At that moment, a voice as cold as ice rang out. "Let her go." Gu Huaijin strode over and forcefully pulled Jiang Jiangwo's hand off Jiang Wanyin. Jiang Jiangwo stumbled, and upon seeing Gu Huaijin, his anger flared up. "It's you, that penniless boy. I'm Jiang Wanyin's father. How dare you treat me like this? You hardly deserve the title," Gu Huaijin said coldly, his eyes full of warning. "Did you forget what I said last time? If you bother Wanwan again, don't blame me for being rude." Jiang Wanyin didn't want to get entangled with Jiang Jiangwo any further. She gently pulled on Gu Huaijin's hand and said softly, "Let's go." "All right." Gu Huaijin took her shopping bags, gave Jiang Jiangwo a warning glance, and walked with Jiang Wanyin towards the car. Jiang Jiangwo watched them leave, seething with anger. Suddenly, he thought of something and shouted at Jiang Wanyin's retreating figure, "Wanwan, say hi to your grandma for me." But Jiang Wanyin, already far away, didn't see the sinister smile on his face. Gu Huaijin had brought the Bentley he usually drove. Seeing the car, Jiang Wanyin suddenly realized something and smiled wryly. "What's up?" Gu Huaijin asked as he put the shopping bags in the trunk and noticed Jiang Wanyin smiling at the car. Jiang Wanyin looked up at him and explained, "I've seen this car a few times in the apartment parking lot. Once I accidentally scratched it, but the driver was very generous and didn't ask me to pay. I thought I had met a kind person." She paused, then laughed helplessly. "Turns out it's your car. The driver must have been your assistant, recognizing me and letting it slide." Worried she might be upset, Gu Huaijin quickly explained, "It's fine, it's all in the past," Jiang Wanyin interrupted. "Luckily it was your car, or I would have had to pay a large sum." She realized that most of the good things that happened to her recently weren't due to luck but because Gu Huaijin was silently helping her. But then again, marrying Gu Huaijin was also a stroke of good fortune for her. Seeing she wasn't upset, Gu Huaijin was relieved and opened the car door. "Let's get in." They got in and drove away from the mall. Meanwhile, Jiang Jiangwo stood there in shock, unable to comprehend. Wasn't Jiang Wanyin supposed to have married a poor guy? How could she be driving such a luxury car? He felt like he had missed something. On the highway, Gu Huaijin drove steadily as Jiang Wanyin leaned against the window, watching the scenery pass by. "How was shopping with Mom today?" The gentle voice of the man broke the silence in the car. Thinking about her time with Zhang Yuling, Jiang Wanyin smiled. "It was nice, she took good care of me." From Zhang Yuling, she felt a motherly love she hadn't experienced in a long time. Gu Huaijin glanced at her, noticing the smile on her face, and smiled himself. My mom only puts in effort for someone she truly likes. Jiang Wanyin seemed to naturally attract affection from his family, even he had quickly grown fond of her. Perhaps it's true that birds of a feather flock together. Jiang Wanyin felt a warmth in her heart and suddenly remembered, oh, mom gave me a blank check, telling me to fill it out if I ever needed anything. Gu Huaijin smiled silently, knowing his mother was more generous than he was. Jiang Wanyin suddenly leaned in closer to him, resting her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling as she joked, Gu Huaijin, you're the richest man in the capital. Just how much are you worth? Aren't you worried I'll fill in an astronomical number and bankrupt you? Just then the traffic light turned red, and the car stopped. Gu Huaijin turned to her and gave her a quick kiss on the lips, then smiled. I have more than the number you saw on TV last time. If you need it, feel free to fill it in, or just name a number, and I'll have it transferred to you. He would love for his wife to spend his money. The card he gave her before hadn't even been used. Jiang Wanyin had only been joking, not expecting him to be so eager to give her money. She sighed helplessly. Poverty limits my imagination. Gu Huaijin gently patted her head, dotingly saying, what's mine is yours. When the light turned green, he started the car and continued driving. Jiang Wanyin sat up straight and imagined having lots of money. She thought for a long time and realized that if she had a lot of money, she just hoped to use it to cure her grandmother's illness. Noticing her sudden silence, Gu Huaijin glanced at her and reassured her, don't worry, I've already arranged for another expert from abroad to come and diagnose your grandmother. Okay. Jiang Wanyin nodded softly. They all knew what the outcome might be, but she was still grateful to Gu Huaijin. She turned to look out the window again and suddenly realized that the route they were taking was unfamiliar. Jiang Wanyin turned to the man driving. Where are we going? This isn't the way to the apartment or the hospital. You'll find out soon, Gu Huaijin said mysteriously. What's so mysterious? Jiang Wanyin's curiosity was piqued, and her mood lightened. She began to guess Gu Huaijin's destination. Are we going to a restaurant for dinner? Jiang Wanyin ventured, considering it was the perfect time for an evening meal. Gu Huaijin smiled and shook his head. You're not taking me back to the Gu residence, are you? Jiang Wanyin asked nervously, but then realized that was unlikely. If they were headed there, she would probably be returning with Zheng Yuling. Gu Huaijin shook his head again, glancing at Jiang Wanyin's puzzled expression with a hint of mischief in his eyes. Nope. How about you give me a kiss and I'll tell you? Jiang Wanyin felt a slight warmth in her cheeks but leaned over to plant a gentle kiss on his cheek. Alright, spill it. We're going home, Gu Huaijin said softly as he turned the steering wheel, guiding the car onto a tree-lined mountain road. Before Jiang Wanyin could fully grasp the meaning of his words, a magnificent European-style villa, perched on the hillside, came into view. Its dark blue roof contrasted beautifully with the elegant cream-colored walls, surrounded by lush greenery. As the car passed through the villa's gates, a meticulously manicured garden greeted them. A winding stone path led through the garden to the front door, flanked by orderly shrubs that created an atmosphere of elegance and tranquility. Do you like it? This is our home, Gu Huaijin said, holding Jiang Wanyin's hand as they took a brief tour. He explained that it was one of his properties, chosen for its peaceful surroundings, thinking she would appreciate it. Jiang Wanyin looked around with wonder, genuinely admiring. I love it. It's beautiful here. At that moment, a middle-aged man who appeared to be the butler approached them respectfully, saying, Good evening, young master, young madam. Gu Huaijin introduced him. This is Uncle Li, the butler. He takes care of everything here. Jiang Wanyin politely greeted, Hello, Uncle Li. Let's go inside and have a look, Gu Huaijin said, wrapping an arm around Jiang Wanyin's waist as they walked into the villa. The three-story villa boasted a unique design. Standing on the balcony, they could take in the breathtaking views of rolling mountains and a shimmering lake in the distance. Our bedroom is on the second floor, Gu Huaijin said, leading Jiang Wanyin to a room on the second floor and opening the door. The spacious room was predominantly white, with subtle touches of pink, as if specially tailored for Jiang Wanyin. Feeling a warm sensation in her heart, Jiang Wanyin turned to Gu Huaijin and softly asked, Did you add these just for me? Gu Huaijin nodded, admitting, Do you like it? The house was decorated a long time ago. I wanted to redecorate it to suit your tastes, but that would take a long time, so I added some pink accents. Thank you, I really like it. Jiang Wanyin stood on tiptoe to plant a gentle kiss on his lips. As she moved to step back, Gu Huaijin's strong arm encircled her waist. He gazed down at her with eyes filled with intensity. Jiang Wanyin met his gaze, her heart suddenly racing. Gu Huaijin kissed her softly but briefly, his voice slightly husky, clearly restraining his emotions. There's another room I want to show you. Although Jiang Wanyin was not naive and had long been open with Gu Huaijin, she was curious about what kind of room could make him hold back his desire. However, when she entered the room, she was stunned into silence, unable to calm herself for a long time. The room was simply furnished, but the pink tent in the center was identical to the one from her childhood. Gu Huaijin hugged Jiang Wanyin from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, and gently explained, Your grandmother told me you like pink because it gives you a sense of security. He had once wondered why this cool and composed woman was so fond of pink until Wang Shufan had shared the difficult truth. Jiang Wanyin's heart tightened as memories flooded back. During the time before her mother's death, her parents, Jiang Jiangguo and her mother, often quarreled, sometimes even violently. Young and helpless, Jiang Wanyin didn't know how to stop their fights and could only hide in her tent. It was a pink tent she and her mother had set up together at home, a color she had chosen herself. Little girls loved soft, pastel colors. The pink tent was like a little castle, where her mother always said she was the princess. It was originally a place for her to play as a happy little princess but became a fortress she built for herself. Inside, she couldn't see her parents arguing or the slow collapse of her family. Her world was only filled with warm pink. Since then, she unconsciously chose pink whenever she bought things. Huaijin tightened his embrace, continuing, I thought you might feel uneasy moving here, so I set up a tent like the one from your childhood to give you a sense of security. Noticing her silence, he turned her around and saw her eyes red, tears brimming. Huaijin panicked. Wanyin, don't you like it? I'm sorry, Huaijin, why are you so good to me? Jiang Wanyin choked out. They had only known each other for a few months, yet his attentiveness and affection made her feel as if she were dreaming. Huaijin calmed himself upon hearing this. He gently wiped the tears from her eyes, smiling softly. You're my wife. Who else would I be good to? This tent can give you security, but now you have me. I hope you can rely on me and let me be your source of comfort. Huaijin, have you really only been in one relationship? You're so good at sweet talking, Jiang Wanyin said with a smile through her tears. Seeing her smile, Huaijin also smiled. Born smart. Narcissist? Jiang Wanyin playfully rolled her eyes at him, then sincerely said, Thank you, but I've grown up now and can give myself security. And with you here, I'm not afraid of anything anymore. The wall I once built is no longer necessary. Huaijin leaned down to gently kiss the corner of her mouth, his eyes full of tenderness. I'm your husband. You don't need to thank me. But if you really want to, there are other ways. Hearing this, Jiang Wanyin suddenly remembered something. I actually have a gift for you. She led Huaijin back to the bedroom and took out a tie from a shopping bag. Feeling a bit nervous, she approached him. I saw this tie while shopping with Mom and thought it would suit you. Do you like it? Seeing the tie in her hands, Huaijin's eyes lit up. It was the first gift from his wife, and he couldn't be happier. He quickly removed the tie he was wearing and slightly lowered his head, a smile playing on his lips. Help me put it on. Jiang Wanyin skillfully picked up the tie, wrapping it around Huaijin's neck, and started to tie a knot. Her fingers moved deftly through the silk fabric, and despite being a bit out of practice, she managed to create a perfect knot. How does it look? She asked expectantly, pulling Huaijin over to the mirror. Their reflections appeared in the mirror, and Jiang Wanyin nodded in satisfaction. Huaijin's eyes sparkled with admiration, not only because of the tie his wife had carefully chosen, but also because of Jiang Wanyin's unique taste. He gently embraced Jiang Wanyin, planting a soft kiss on her cheek and whispered, I love it, thank you my dear. His warm breath brushed against Jiang Wanyin's ear, and the words seemed to carry a deeper meaning that sent a shiver down her spine. She gazed at their reflection, and the phrase, a match made in heaven, came to mind. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the bedroom door, and the butler, Uncle Li, called from outside. Young master, young madam, dinner is ready. Let's go have dinner and then visit grandma at the hospital, Huaijin said, releasing his embrace and taking Jiang Wanyin's hand as they headed downstairs. In no time, the Gu Group's charity gala arrived as scheduled. As night fell, the opulent five-star hotel was ablaze with lights, and the entrance was bustling with luxury cars and distinguished guests. The second-floor ballroom was buzzing with chatter and clinking glasses as elites from various circles exchanged pleasantries and business information. When Huaijin entered the ballroom with Jiang Wanyin, the room fell silent, and all eyes turned to the stunning couple. This was Huaijin's first high-profile appearance since taking over the Gu Group, and many were amazed by the young and handsome new president. More eyes, however, were drawn to Jiang Wanyin, whose beauty and Huaijin's attentive care sparked curiosity and speculation among the crowd. Among them was Jiang Xinyu, dressed in a blue evening gown, aiming to catch the attention of the Gu Group's president. However, seeing Jiang Wanyin and Huaijin hand in hand, she felt both curious and envious. She couldn't comprehend how this couple had gained access to the Gu Group's event and was jealous of Jiang Wanyin's radiant presence that captivated all the men in the room. What Jiang Xinyu found hardest to accept was that Huaijin, whom she once dismissed as a mere soldier, now exuded an undeniable aura of elegance in a perfectly tailored black suit, looking every bit the domineering Xiao. In contrast, the short and portly older man beside her seemed particularly unimpressive, causing Jiang Xinyu to grit her teeth in frustration. However, she quickly adjusted her mindset. Although the older man was not much to look at, he was wealthy, a fact she considered her advantage over Jiang Wanyin. Besides, her goal tonight was to get close to the Gu Group's president. If she could achieve that, she could leave her current companion behind and become the wife of the Gu Group's president. This thought brightened Jiang Sinyu's mood considerably. She linked arms with the man beside her and sweetly asked, "Darling, hasn't the Gu Group's president arrived yet?" The older man, named Wang Zhenhua, was the CEO of Zhenhua Corporation and nearly 50 years old. Jiang Xinyu was with him because, after a series of scornful remarks from Meng Milan, Lu Jingyan had indeed broken up with her. Moreover, Wang Zhenhua was generous with women and could bring her to high-end events like tonight's Gu Group charity gala, which was otherwise beyond the reach of the Jiang family. Wang Zhenhua, pleased by her coquettishness, replied with a smile, "He has arrived. Let's go and say hello." "Sure," Jiang Xinyu said, adjusting her appearance and walking over with Wang Zhenhua, assuming her most graceful posture. When Wang Zhenhua stopped in front of Gu Huaijin and Jiang Wanyin, Jiang Xinyu suddenly had a bad premonition. Then she heard Wang Zhenhua respectfully raise his glass to Gu Huaijin, saying, "Hello, Mr. Gu. I'm Wang Zhenhua. It's a pleasure to meet you." As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Jiang Wanyin, a hint of desire flashing in his eyes. Gu Huaijin's brow furrowed slightly, and he replied coolly hello. His gaze at Wang Zhenhua carried a warning. At this moment, Jiang Xinyu's grip on her wine glass tightened, and her smile froze. In a voice trembling with shock, she asked, You're the president of the Gu Group? Weren't you a soldier?" "Jiang Xinyu, don't be rude," Wang Zhenhua admonished in a low voice, afraid that her outburst might offend Mr. Gu and implicate him. Jiang Xinyu, overwhelmed by the sudden revelation, turned to the composed Jiang Wanyin and demanded, "Jiang Wanyin, how can your husband be the president of the Gu Group?" Jiang Wanyin chuckled and retorted, "Why not? But I'm curious, does Lu Jingyan know you're here with this gentleman?" Seeing Jiang Xinyu with Wang Zhenhua, Jiang Wanyin was also a bit surprised, as their intimate gestures suggested an unusual relationship. "I've already broken up with Lu Jingyan," Jiang Xinyu hurriedly explained, fearing that Wang Zhenhua might misunderstand. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Wanyin's eyes flickered with surprise, followed by a disdainful smirk. Jiang Wanyin inwardly scoffed, recalling how Jiang Xinyu had once confidently declared her affection for Lu Jingyan, even going so far as to use underhanded tactics to lure him away. Yet, in the end, she succumbed to material temptation, now with a man old enough to be her father. The irony of the situation filled Jiang Wanyin with a sense of derision. At that moment, a few guests approached Gu Huaijin, eager to exchange pleasantries. Gu Huaijin immediately turned to greet them, ignoring Wang Zhenhua. Jiang Xinyu heard Gu Huaijin introducing Jiang Wanyin to the guests. "This is my wife, Jiang Wanyin." She watched as Jiang Wanyin stood beside Gu Huaijin, radiant and embraced protectively, feeling a pang of envy twist her heart. She inwardly raged. Why does Jiang Wanyin get all the good things? "Boss, sister-in-law." He Jinzhou and Zhou Yanqing approached together, interrupting Jiang Xinyu's thoughts. "Hello," Jiang Wanyin responded with a smile. He Jinzhou's gaze swept over Jiang Wanyin, and he clicked his tongue in admiration. "Sister-in-law, you're truly the belle of the ball tonight. Those socialites can't compare." Jiang Wanyin, flustered by the compliment, waved her hand modestly. "Don't exaggerate." "How is it exaggerating?" He Jinzhou lightly nudged Gu Huaijin's arm. "Boss, isn't sister-in-law the best in the room tonight?" Gu Huaijin looked down at Jiang Wanyin beside him and nodded without hesitation. "You look the most beautiful tonight." He recalled the moment he first saw her all dressed up, feeling a stunning admiration. For a brief second, he regretted bringing her to the event, not wanting other men to witness her beauty. Jiang Wanyin, hearing her husband's praise, responded with a smile, "And you look very handsome." He Jinzhou made a timeout gesture, teasing, "Enough, this is a charity gala. No public displays of affection allowed." Zhou Yanqing chimed in, "Boss, your tie looks nice tonight." Gu Huaijin, hearing this, proudly adjusted his tie, boasting, "Wanwan gave it to me." Ever since receiving it from Jiang Wanyin, he hadn't taken it off for days. Zhou Yanqing shook his head in resignation, silently regretting his comment. While the four of them enjoyed their camaraderie, elsewhere in the ballroom, someone was feeling increasingly uneasy. Xia Chang'e, clad in a purple evening gown, stood in a corner of the banquet hall, her eyes like a hawk's, fixed on Gu Huaijin and Jiang Wanyin, who had just entered. Her eyes glimmered with malice and envy, especially when she saw Jiang Wanyin wearing a champagne-colored off-shoulder gown. The flames of jealousy burned even brighter. That gown, Xia Chang'e recognized instantly as Master Lei Qid's most outstanding design of the year. This masterpiece, meant only for display and not for sale, was now worn by Jiang Wanyin. Clearly, Zhang Yiling had kept her promise and secured this unique design for Jiang Wanyin. What fueled Xia Chang'e's anger even more was Gu Huaijin's demeanor. He maintained a distant air with other guests, but when his gaze fell on Jiang Wanyin, his eyes filled with tenderness. Every time he introduced Jiang Wanyin as his wife, the pride in his voice pierced Xia Chang'e's heart. "This should have all been mine," Xia Chang'e raged inwardly, downing her glass of red wine in one go. Just then, Gu Yanji approached with a wineglass in hand, looking at her with an amused expression. What, still not reconciled? Don't forget, tonight you're my date. His words were like a cold shower, quelling Xia Qiang's impending outburst. She quickly regained her composure, recalling the agreement she had made with Gu Yanji 2 days prior. Through her investigation, she knew that despite his gentle facade, Gu Yanji was actually insidious and ruthless. From a human nature perspective, such a person was more likely to succeed. Xia Qiang restrained her emotions and replied softly, "Since I agreed with you, I'll play my part well." She glanced once more at Gu Huaijin and Jiang Wanyin in the distance, then took Gu Yanji's arm. "Aren't you going to introduce me?" Gu Yanji squinted at her for a few seconds, a sardonic smile curling his lips. "Let's go." At that moment, He Jianzhou was the first to notice Gu Yanji and Xia Qiang approaching, raising his eyebrows in surprise. How come those two are together? The others turned to look, a flicker of astonishment crossing their faces. Gu Yanji reached the group, feigning ignorance. "Cousin, is this lovely lady your new secretary?" Although he was well aware of Gu Huaijin and Jiang Wanyin's marriage, since Gu Huaijin hadn't made it public, he pretended to be clueless. Gu Huaijin glanced at them, his eyes darkening, and introduced coldly. "This is my wife, Jiang Wanyin." Gu Yanji feigned surprise. "Cousin, when did you get married?" He pondered for a moment before asking, "Is sister-in-law from the capital?" "I don't recall any Jiang family in the upper circles here." His words carried a clear undertone of disdain for Gu Huaijin marrying an ordinary woman. Gu Huaijin's face darkened. "How is that any of your business?" Jiang Wanyin, though unfamiliar with the fact that Gu Huaijin had a cousin, quickly sensed the discord between the two. Faced with Gu Yanji's mockery, she merely smiled calmly and replied, "I am indeed from the capital, just not from any illustrious family." "But are you from the Gu family?" "I haven't heard of you." Her words hit Gu Yanji's sore spot. The well-known Gu family typically referred only to Gu Huaijin's immediate family. As a member of a collateral branch, few recognized Gu Yanji, and even fewer treated him with the respect accorded to Gu Huaijin. This was all because he was not the heir to the Gu family. Seeing Gu Yanji's expression change drastically, Xia Cheng'e quickly tightened her grip on his hand, signaling him to stay calm. She then raised her glass to Gu Huaijin, saying, "Huaijin, congratulations on your marriage. Best wishes to you both." Gu Huaijin had no intention of engaging with her, thinking they didn't need her blessings. Gu Yanji also regained his composure and took the opportunity to introduce. "I forgot to introduce you all. This is my girlfriend, Xia Cheng'e, the heiress of the Xia family." This revelation surprised everyone present. It was widely known that Xia Cheng'e once had a relationship with Gu Huaijin, and now she was Gu Yanji's girlfriend. Somehow, seeing them together gave off an impression of a shady alliance. He Jianzhou, known for his candor, blurted out, "What a perfect match, trash and trash can." Gu Yanji retorted coldly, "Mr. He, what do you mean by that?" He Jianzhou shrugged, responding nonchalantly, "Nothing much, my language skills are poor. I just meant to say you two are perfectly matched, a match made in heaven." Even though Gu Yanji and Xia Qiang could detect the underlying sarcasm, they couldn't refute it. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a voice with an accent suddenly broke in. "Hi, Mr. Gu." Everyone turned to see a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign man in a sharp suit, smiling brightly as he approached with a glass of red wine. Gu Huaijin greeted him fluently in French, "Hello, Mr. Henry." This was Henry, a renowned French jewelry tycoon. Gu's G brand had long hoped to collaborate with him, and Gu Huaijin had specially invited him to tonight's charity gala during his visit to the capital. Gu Yanji, recognizing Henry, greeted him in English despite not knowing French. He was secretly plotting that if he could win Henry over to collaborate with his own nascent jewelry company, it would be a double win. Hearing Henry speak French, Xia Cheng's eyes lit up. She knew she had learned some French, and as far as she knew, Jiang Wanyin, though a translator, was only proficient in English and Spanish, and likely couldn't understand French. She rejoiced inwardly. Even if Jiang Wanyin dressed like a wealthy wife, she was still just a bystander, unable to assist Gu Huaijin. Xia Cheng'e immediately greeted Henry in French, "Hello, Mr. Henry, I'm Mr. Gu's girlfriend. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've always been interested in jewelry design and hope to learn from you someday." She deliberately spoke ambiguously, not specifying which Mr. Gu she was referring to. Henry, misled, assumed Xia Cheng'e was Gu Huaijin's girlfriend and complimented him, "Mr. Gu, your girlfriend is beautiful and speaks French." Xia Cheng'e was secretly pleased, thinking Gu Huaijin wouldn't expose her identity for the sake of face, especially since Jiang Wanyin couldn't understand their conversation. However, unexpectedly, Gu Huaijin stepped forward with Jiang Wanyin in his arms and said in French, "Mr. Henry, she is not my girlfriend. Let me introduce you to my wife, Jiang Wanyin." "Wife? Mr. Gu, you're married." Henry's blue eyes widened in surprise, and he courteously greeted Jiang Wanyin, "Mrs. Gu, hello. You're very beautiful and a perfect match for Mr. Gu." While his earlier praise for Xia Cheng'e was merely polite, his admiration for Jiang Wanyin was genuine. To Henry, Jiang Wanyin's beauty was complemented by an aura of elegance and nobility. Then Henry turned his gaze to Xia Qiang'a, curiously asking, "And you are?" Xia Qiang'a felt utterly embarrassed, her cheeks flushed with a hint of red. Gu Huaijin's disregard left her at a loss, forcing her to muster the courage to point at Gu Yanji, her voice slightly stiff. "I'm this Mr. Gu's girlfriend." After speaking, she shot a challenging glance at Jiang Wanyin, who had been silent, feeling a smug sense of triumph. "So what if Gu Huaijin protects you? You can't even understand what we're saying." Jiang Wanyin pretended not to notice Xia Qiang'a's disdainful look and slightly curled her lips into a smile. She responded in fluent French, "Mr. Henry, thank you for your compliment. You're welcome to join the banquet tonight." Henry's eyes lit up with delight. "Mrs. Gu, your French is excellent." Jiang Wanyin modestly replied, "Mr. Henry, you're too kind. I'm a translator by profession, specializing in English and German. French is just a hobby, and I know a little." Henry shook his head with a smile. "No, no, Mrs. Gu, your French pronunciation is as authentic as any native French speaker." Gu Huaijin and his two friends were visibly surprised by Jiang Wanyin's fluent French. Gu Huaijin was inwardly amazed, realizing that he didn't know his wife as well as he thought. The way Jiang Wanyin confidently conversed with Henry was more poised than many wealthy heiresses. At this moment, Xia Qiang'a felt as if all eyes around her were mocking her, and her face burned with shame. She hadn't expected Jiang Wanyin's French to be even more proficient than hers. Her plan to embarrass Jiang Wanyin had backfired, leaving her humiliated instead. She clenched her fists, her chest heaving with anger. Although Gu Yanji couldn't understand French, the expressions on everyone's faces gave him a good idea of what was happening. He smirked slightly, a hint of sarcasm in his smile. No wonder Gu Huaijin hadn't chosen Xia Qiang'a, perhaps he had long seen through her insincere nature. But the more envious a woman like her is, the easier she is to manipulate. Just then, the host took the stage to announce, "Ladies and gentlemen, the charity auction of tonight's gala is about to begin. Please proceed to the auction hall." Guests rose from their seats and moved towards the adjoining auction hall. The items up for auction were donated by the attendees, and all proceeds would be given to remote mountainous areas. This was not only a charitable event but also a stage for the wealthy to compete. The person who donated the most valuable item would undoubtedly gain a reputation for status and prestige. Gu Huaijin led Jiang Wanyin to the front row, while Xia Qiang'a and Gu Yanji were seated in the second row. Watching the couple in front of her, Xia Qiang'a clenched her fists, feeling increasingly resentful that even her seat was inferior to Jiang Wanyin's. Gu Yanji whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, the item you donated will surely make you shine." Hearing this, Xia Qiang'a's tense body relaxed slightly, and a smile appeared on her lips. She nearly forgot that she had spared no expense for this auction, donating a cherished painting. She doubted that someone like Jiang Wanyin, with her humble background, could present anything noteworthy. The auction officially began. After the auctioneer explained the process, the first item was brought out, a piece of pottery donated by the Ji family, with a starting bid of $500,000. The bidding was enthusiastic, and it finally sold for $1 million. Next, a jade piece was up for auction with a starting bid of $1 million. Jiang Wanyin admired the translucent jade and casually remarked, "This jade must be rare, it's quite beautiful." Gu Huaijin immediately raised his paddle, $5 million. Jiang Wanyin looked at her husband in surprise. "Do you like this jade piece?" Gu Huaijin smiled. "Didn't you say it's beautiful?" "It is. But I didn't say I wanted to buy it," Jiang Wanyin replied, half amused. "And everyone else is increasing by 50,000, but you jumped to 5 million. You're such a spendthrift." Gu Huaijin shrugged, unconcerned. "If it's beautiful, I'll buy it. It's for charity too. If it makes my wife happy and helps a good cause, why not?" Knowing it was for charity, Jiang Wanyin didn't argue further. However, she became cautious, wary of complimenting any more items, as Gu Huaijin would bid on anything she admired. Sitting further back, Jiang Xinyu felt nothing but jealousy and frustration after learning Gu Huaijin's true identity. How could she possibly compete with Jiang Wanyin, now the wife of the richest man in Beijing? Watching Gu Huaijin spend exorbitantly to win several items in just an hour, she couldn't help but lament the unfairness of it all. As one item after another was auctioned off, the event neared its climax. The host excitedly announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the last two items of the evening, which are also the most valuable. First, we have Ms. Xia Qiang'a's donation, the Cloud Mountain painting, with a starting bid of 10 million. The Cloud Mountain painting was brought out, immediately capturing the attention of the entire room. Everyone's interest peaked, eagerly anticipating the bidding spectacle to follow. This is the final work of Mr. Wu Dao, a legendary painting titled Cloud Mountain. The auction room buzzed with excitement as bids flew in from all directions. The price quickly soared to 20 million. Xia Qiang'a beamed with pride. Her item was leading for the moment. Just then, Gu Yanji raised his bidding paddle, 25 million. As soon as his voice trailed off, another bidder immediately countered with 30 million. Gu Yanji was about to raise his paddle again when Xia Qiang gently stopped him, whispering, "I only bid 20 million for this painting, and the price is already very high. Let's not continue." Her goal was merely to make a splash, as charity was not her primary concern. Jiang Wanyin rested her chin on her hand, squinting as she studied the painting closely. She wasn't well versed in calligraphy and painting, so she couldn't discern much. Noticing her focused expression, Gu Huaijin was about to raise his paddle when Jiang Wanyin quickly stopped him. "Do you like it too?" Gu Huaijin asked. "I don't like it," Jiang Wanyin explained. "I've just never seen such an expensive painting before, so I wanted to take a closer look." Suddenly recalling something, she turned to Gu Huaijin and asked, "By the way, why haven't I seen your donated item?" Although she wanted to contribute to charity, her possessions weren't valuable enough for such an event, so she refrained from participating. Gu Huaijin smiled mysteriously and said, "You'll find out soon." In the end, the Cloud Mountain painting sold for an astounding 40 million, setting the highest bid of the night. Immediately after, the auctioneer announced, "Now, we will auction the last item of the evening, the Heart of the Ocean, donated under the name Jiang Wanyin, starting at 50 million. The announcement sent the entire room into a frenzy, with people whispering and speculating. The same question was on everyone's mind. Who is Jiang Wanyin, and how does she possess the Heart of the Ocean? The Heart of the Ocean necklace was said to have been a treasured possession of the first queen of country Y. It gained widespread attention when it was displayed in an exhibition a few years ago, later being acquired by a mysterious buyer. Little did anyone expect it to appear at tonight's auction." The auctioneer added, "I forgot to mention, Miss Jiang Wanyin is Mr. Gu's wife." As soon as the words were spoken, the room buzzed with excitement. Guests who had previously doubted the authenticity of the Heart of the Ocean were now reassured upon learning Jiang Wanyin's identity. All eyes turned to Jiang Wanyin, surprised to discover she was Mrs. Gu. No wonder Gu Huaijin valued her so highly. The guests appraised the couple closely. Gu Huaijin, with his distinguished demeanor, and Jiang Wanyin, graceful and captivating, truly a perfect match. The crowd was filled with looks of admiration, though some couldn't hide their envy. Standing to the side, Xia Qinji and Jiang Xinyu wore dark expressions. They knew well that Jiang Wanyin couldn't possibly own the Heart of the Ocean. It must have been donated in her name by Gu Huaijin. What kind of charm did this woman possess to earn such affection from him? Jiang Wanyin was equally surprised by the auctioneer's words. She turned to Gu Huaijin, who remained calm, and asked softly, "Was this your donation?" Gu Huaijin shook his head and explained, "I originally bought this necklace for my grandmother's collection. To be precise, it was Grandma who decided to donate it in your name." Jiang Wanyin was puzzled. Why would Grandma donate her collection in my name? Meanwhile, the bidding for the Heart of the Ocean had soared to 60 million. Mr. Henry, a jeweler who had long admired the necklace, raised his paddle and bid 80 million. Gu Huaijin twirled the auction paddle in his hand, chuckling softly, "Because Grandma wanted to announce your identity as the Gu family's daughter-in-law this way." He explained that the Gu family annually donated collectibles at charity galas, usually in the name of the Gu family or the matriarch. This year, the matriarch decided to donate the cherished Heart of the Ocean necklace in Jiang Wanyin's name to publicly acknowledge her status and position within the family. Gu Huaijin had planned to reveal Jiang Wanyin's identity at the gala anyway, and thought his grandmother's idea was a good one, so he agreed. Hearing this, Jiang Wanyin felt a warmth in her heart, grateful for her grandmother-in-law's affection. Suddenly, Gu Huaijin's deep voice resonated, 200 million. The crowd gasped in astonishment. As expected from the wealthiest man, his bid left no room for others to compete. Jiang Wanyin's eyes widened, and she whispered, "Gu Huaijin, you're bidding too? Even for charity, isn't this a bit too much?" Gu Huaijin simply nodded with a smile, offering no further explanation. The auctioneer excitedly announced, "Mr. Gu has bid 200 million. Any more bids?" When no one responded, he began the countdown. 3 seconds later, he struck the gavel. "Congratulations to Mr. Gu for winning the Heart of the Ocean at 200 million. Mrs. Gu has also become the highest donor of the evening's charity gala. Thank you, Mrs. Gu." Once again, all eyes were on Gu Huaijin and Jiang Wanyin, puzzled by the turn of events. As the auctioneer handed the Heart of the Ocean to Gu Huaijin, he couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Gu, who is the necklace for?" Gu Huaijin placed the necklace in Jiang Wanyin's hands, saying calmly, "It's for my wife, of course. She wanted to donate it for charity, but I thought it suited her perfectly, so I bought it back for her." The auctioneer commented enviously, "I see. Mr. Gu is truly devoted to Mrs. Gu. She must be very happy." Gu Huaijin gazed at Jiang Wanyin with deep affection and said gently, "I'm the lucky one to have married her." Jiang Wanyin couldn't help but squeeze Gu Huaijin's hand tightly, feeling incredibly fortunate to have married him. The rumored aloof and cold-hearted CEO of the Gu group was, in reality, a man deeply in love with his wife. Nearby, Gu Yanji watched with a sly smile. This Jiang Wanyin is impressive. Even a Gu family heir can't resist the allure of a woman. After the auction concluded, Guests either left or continued socializing. Gu Yanji sipped his wine and remarked to Xia Qianji, "Are you envious? But your chance is gone. My cousin made it clear tonight that Jiang Wanyin is the one for him, and he won't turn back." Xia Qianji sneered. "Haven't you heard that flaunting love leads to quick downfall?" Gu Yanji raised an eyebrow. "Xia Qianji, if you hadn't been so greedy back then, all of this could have been yours. So don't be too greedy." Xia Qianji, stung by his words, retorted, "What are you trying to say?" Gu Yanji's smile deepened. "I mean, since we're working together, don't let greed ruin our plans by trying to win Gu Huaijin back." Xia Qianji frowned. "Mind your own business. Use your time to think about how to take over the Gu group." With that, she downed her drink and left the hall. Gu Yanji glanced once more at Gu Huaijin, a cold glint in his eyes. Meanwhile, after dealing with the guests, Gu Huaijin turned to Jiang Wanyin and asked with concern, "Are you tired? Shall we go home?" Jiang Wanyin smiled and shook her head. "I'm fine. You're the host. Can you leave?" Despite not enjoying such events, she knew she needed to accompany him as his wife. Gu Huaijin wrapped an arm around her waist, his eyes full of tenderness. "It's all right. Ji Yuan can handle the rest. Let's go home." "Okay." Jiang Wanyin followed him towards the exit of the hall. Just as they stepped out, Jiang Wanyin heard a familiar voice coming from the direction of the elevator, sounding pained. Curious, she took a few steps towards the sound and saw a tall, plump, curly-haired middle-aged woman pulling the hair of another woman. To her shock, the woman being attacked was Jiang Xinyu. A middle-aged woman, appearing to be in her 40s and adorned with various pieces of jewelry, seemed to be a wealthy lady. Her face was full of anger as she grabbed Jiang Xinyu's arm, her nails nearly digging into the flesh. "You little vixen, have you no shame? So young and already a homewrecker. Today, I've finally caught you," she spat venomously, her voice dripping with spite. Jiang Xinyu, petite and fragile, seemed even more delicate under the woman's grip. She struggled desperately but couldn't break free. "Let go, you old hag. Help, someone help." Her cries echoed through the banquet hall. The sudden commotion quickly drew the attention of the nearby guests, who gathered around, whispering among themselves. From the exchange between the two women, it didn't take long for the crowd to piece together the story. Jiang Xinyu was a mistress caught red-handed by the man's wife. Faced with such scandalous behavior, the onlookers watched with a sense of schadenfreude, unwilling to intervene. Some even nodded in silent agreement, feeling the mistress deserved her comeuppance. Jiang Wanyin watched the spectacle unfold with a detached amusement, thinking to herself that Jiang Xinyu seemed quite practiced in her role as a homewrecker. At that moment, Jiang Xinyu's eyes landed on Jiang Wanyin in the crowd. She called out desperately, "Sister, sister, help me." However, the middle-aged woman gave Jiang Xinyu no chance to plead for help. She shoved Jiang Xinyu to the ground and began tearing at her clothes. "You think you can seduce men just because you're young and pretty? Let's show everyone what you've got." Jiang Xinyu tried to protect herself, but her evening gown was thin and quickly became disheveled, revealing more than she intended. "No. Let go of me, old woman," she screamed, but it was in vain. Jiang Wanyin frowned slightly and turned to Gu Huaijin beside her. Gu Huaijin averted his eyes from the chaotic scene, focusing instead on his wife. He whispered, "Don't worry, someone will be here soon." Just as he finished speaking, Wang Zhenhua hurried over, trying to separate the two women. "Honey, let go. This is a public place," he urged, attempting to calm the situation. Jiang Wanyin realized with a start that Jiang Xinyu was Wang Zhenhua's mistress. She sighed inwardly, marveling at how people could debase themselves for money and gain. She looked at Gu Huaijin with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Did you have anything to do with this?" Gu Huaijin cleared his throat, a bit embarrassed, and explained, "I just happened to send her a photo and the address. When I saw Jiang Xinyu with Wang Zhenhua at the start of the banquet, I had Ji Yuan check it out. I thought I'd be a good Samaritan and sent the banquet details and their photos to Wang Zhenhua's wife. After all, Jiang Xinyu has been trying to cause you trouble." Jiang Wanyin smiled, taking his hand. That was a well-timed favor. At this point, Jiang Xinyu, seeing Wang Zhenhua as her savior, began to wail, "Zhenhua, save me. Make this old woman let go, she's hurting me." Wang Zhenhua was a business partner of Jiang's company. Once when Jiang Jiangguo and his family were dining out, they happened to meet him. Wang Zhenhua had been infatuated with Jiang Xinyu ever since. Although Jiang Xinyu wasn't interested in older men like Wang Zhenhua, she had just broken up with Lu Jingyan and was feeling down. One night, after getting drunk, she ended up with Wang Zhenhua at the bar. To make matters worse, Jiang Xinyu found herself unexpectedly pregnant after that night. She had no intention of keeping the child, so when she met Jiang Wanyin at the hospital, it was because Meng Milan was accompanying her for an abortion. Afterward, realizing she had no chance of reconciling with Lu Jingyan, she resigned herself to being with Wang Zhenhua. At least he was willing to spend money on her and take her to events like tonight's banquet. Although Jiang Xinyu knew Wang Zhenhua was married, he had assured her his wife was not in the city, so she didn't worry. Little did she know she would be caught in the act tonight. Seeing Jiang Xinyu disheveled and distressed, Wang Zhenhua lifted her protectively. The middle-aged woman, seeing this, became even more furious and slapped Wang Zhenhua hard across the face. Wang Zhenhua, you heartless bastard. You've been keeping a mistress right under my nose. Do you think I'm dead? She screamed, livid with rage. The onlookers had mixed reactions, some sneering, others reveling in the drama. But one thing was certain. In this age of social media, they would undoubtedly be trending by tomorrow, and Jiang Xinyu would face a storm of online backlash. Wang Zhenhua, humiliated by the slap, looked furious yet intimidated by his fierce wife. He spoke in a low voice, trying to reason with her. Honey, everyone's watching. Let's talk about this at home. Wang Zhenhua, you had the nerve to cheat, and now you're worried about people knowing? Today, I want everyone to see what this little vixen looks like. Get out of my way, the woman shouted, caring little for decorum. After all, with Wang Zhenhua's betrayal, she had no intention of continuing their marriage. With that, she lunged at Jiang Xinyu again. Jiang Xinyu, terrified, hid behind Wang Zhenhua, shrieking, "You old hag, come any closer and I'll call the police." "Call the police and let them judge," the middle-aged woman screamed, her voice seething with fury. "Stop, honey." Wang Zhenhua hurriedly tried to intervene, but it was too late. In an instant, the three of them were entangled in a fight, turning the hotel lobby into chaos. Punches and kicks flew, accompanied by screams and curses, drawing the attention of the surrounding guests. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, the hotel manager arrived with a few burly security guards, forcefully separating the trio. "This is a public place. If you want to fight, do it at home," the manager scolded sharply, impatience flashing in his eyes. The middle-aged woman, panting heavily, disdainfully brushed a few strands of hair from her hand. She looked around and saw more and more people gathering to watch the spectacle, a smug smile curling at her lips. Her goal was achieved, publicly humiliating the adulterous pair, making it difficult for them to show their faces here again. After tidying her disheveled clothes, the woman pointed at Jiang Xinyu, spitting insults, "Homewrecker. If you dare seduce Wang Zhenhua again, I'll beat you every time I see you." Then she turned to Wang Zhenhua and ordered, "Come home with me." With that, she dragged her husband away without further ado. As the commotion subsided, the crowd gradually dispersed. Jiang Xinyu, now battered and bruised, was left standing there, overwhelmed with pain. Yet, the physical injuries paled in comparison to the humiliation from the judgmental stares and whispers around her. Struggling to hold back tears, she clumsily adjusted her clothes, ready to flee this suffocating place. Just then, she noticed Jiang Wanyin standing not far away, watching everything with a calm gaze. Anger flared within Jiang Xinyu, her eyes reddening with resentment as she glared at Jiang Wanyin. "Jiang Wanyin, how could you just stand by and do nothing? Aren't you part of the Jiang family too?" She couldn't believe Jiang Wanyin had simply watched the whole scene unfold. Jiang Wanyin smirked slightly, a hint of mockery in her expression. "Jiang Xinyu, are you addicted to being a mistress? If you have the courage to be one, then have the courage to face the consequences." She then turned to Gu Huaijin beside her, speaking softly, "Let's go." Gu Huaijin nodded, wrapping his arm around Jiang Wanyin's waist as they walked away. Jiang Xinyu was completely ignored, her fury boiling over as she shouted, "Jiang Wanyin, who do you think you are, pretending to be so righteous, you?" Before she could finish, Gu Huaijin suddenly turned back, his cold gaze piercing through Jiang Xinyu like a dagger. That look sent a shiver down her spine, forcing her to swallow the rest of her words. Bearing the pain throughout her body, Jiang Xinyu fled in disgrace. Just as she was about to escape this nightmare of a place, a voice suddenly called out from behind, "Jiang Xinyu." Jiang Xinyu turned around, her gaze landing on Xia Qiange, who was walking gracefully towards her. The unfamiliar woman wore a smile, her steps elegant. Jiang Xinyu furrowed her brows, searching her mind for any recognition of this face, but found none. Xia Qiange approached Jiang Xinyu and gently draped her shawl over Jiang Xinyu's shoulders. "My name is Xia Qiange," she said, her voice as gentle as a breeze. Jiang Xinyu glanced down at the unexpected warmth around her shoulders, then warily looked back at the woman before her. "Do we know each other?" she asked, a hint of caution in her voice. Xia Qiange's lips curled into a slight smile. "Miss Jiang, have you ever heard the saying, 'The enemy of my enemy is my friend'?" Jiang Xinyu's frown deepened as she scrutinized Xia Qiange's face, finally asking, "Who is your enemy?" Instead of answering, Xia Qiange lightly adjusted Jiang Xinyu's disheveled hair and asked, "Why do you think that woman just happened to know you and her husband would be at this event?" Realization flickered in Jiang Xinyu's eyes. "Are you suggesting someone set me up?" "It must be Jiang Wanyin." The name slipped out almost instinctively. Xia Qiange inwardly chuckled at Jiang Xinyu's naivety, but remained composed outwardly. "Jiang Wanyin doesn't have that kind of power. She just got lucky marrying Gu Huaijin," she said, contemplating how Jiang Xinyu could be used as a pawn. Although the appearance of the middle-aged woman was only a suspicion, Jiang Xinyu's simple-mindedness clearly hadn't considered this layer. Sure enough, Jiang Xinyu indignantly said, I knew it was too much of a coincidence. Jiang Wanyin must have had Gu Huaijin do it. She paused, then looked at Xia Qiang'a with renewed suspicion. Do you know Jiang Wanyin? What's your grudge against her? Xia Qiang'a let out a cold laugh. Everything she has now was originally mine. Do you think I should take it back? Jiang Xinyu pondered for a moment before finally speaking. How do you propose we work together? She knew that with Gu Huaijin by Jiang Wanyin's side, it would be difficult to cause her any trouble. Remembering Gu Huaijin's cold gaze from earlier, she still felt a shiver down her spine. Xia Qiang'a smiled. No rush, I'll contact you when the time is right. Let's get you home. You're in no shape to stay here. She feigned concern, while internally plotting how to make Jiang Xinyu lower her guard completely and become her pawn. In the depths of winter, the capital was gripped by biting winds and swirling snow. However, the trending topics on Weibo were ablaze. The hottest topic these days was none other than Jiang Wanyin is the wife of the CEO of the Gu Group. The Gu family had timely released a statement, officially confirming Jiang Wanyin's identity, which was undoubtedly the best protection and respect for her. Reactions to this news varied widely. Lu Jingyan went from shock to sudden realization, finally understanding that all the misfortunes he had encountered since returning to the country were orchestrated by Gu Huaijin. Looking at the news photos of Jiang Wanyin and Gu Huaijin looking so well matched, he gritted his teeth, vowing to make Gu Huaijin taste the same bitterness he had experienced. In the Jiang family villa, Meng Milan burst into the study in disbelief, showing the explosive news to Jiang Jiangguo, who was already overwhelmed with company affairs. Jiang Jiangguo was so shocked by the news that the tablet slipped from his hands onto the desk. Is this true? Jiang Jiangguo asked, incredulous. The Gu family has issued a statement. How could it be fake? Meng Milan's voice trembled. Honey, we treated that girl so poorly before. Now that she's married to Gu Huaijin, do you think she'll retaliate against us? Jiang Jiangguo recalled the time he tried to offer Jiang Wanyin to Mr. Mo and how Gu Huaijin had reacted in anger. He was still a bit apprehensive. He tried to reassure himself, saying, she probably won't. After all, I'm still her father. Meng Milan's eyes shifted, lighting up with excitement. That's right, Jiang Wanyin is your daughter, so the Gu family is our in-laws. They married a daughter from the Jiang family without even paying a bride price. She looked at the news image of Jiang Wanyin, elegant and beautiful, and secretly regretted that it wasn't her own daughter who had married into the wealthiest family in the capital. But since Jiang Wanyin had married into the Gu family, they might as well benefit from it. Jiang Jiangguo carefully mulled over Meng Milan's words, his brows furrowed in thought. Wang Zhenhua's wife had discovered the situation with Jiang Xinyu, causing Wang Zhenhua to withdraw his investment in the Jiang family's company. Now, their only hope seemed to rest on Jiang Wanyin. However, thinking about Jiang Wanyin's cold attitude towards him, Jiang Jiangguo couldn't help but sigh, scratching his head in frustration. Getting money from that stubborn girl won't be easy, he muttered. Especially now that she has Gu Huaijin backing her up, she cares even less about us. Meng Milan slowly sat down in a chair, her eyes narrowing as she pondered. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as if she had thought of a brilliant idea. Isn't Jiang Wanyin's grandmother currently hospitalized in the capital? She whispered. If we get her grandmother to speak up, the Gu family wouldn't refuse a bride price, would they? This suggestion seemed to invigorate Jiang Jiangguo, who slapped his thigh in excitement. I almost forgot. I actually have some matters to discuss with that old lady. This makes things much easier. He added thoughtfully, I need to ask Wang Shufan about a few things. Then hurry up and go, Meng Milan urged. But Jiang Jiangguo waved his hand confidently. No rush, I need to prepare a few things first. Come on, let's go have dinner. Seeing hope for resolving the company's financial issues, both of them wore smiles on their faces as they walked out of the study with a spring in their step. Meanwhile, in the Zhengyi company, an entirely different scene was unfolding in Jiang Wanyin's office. Today, a new hot topic had exploded in the entertainment world. The popular idol Zhou Ziyu was spotted spending the night at home with a young woman. Jiang Wanyin rarely paid attention to entertainment news, but seeing Zhou Ziyu involved, she took a closer look. The more she looked, the more familiar the girl with Zhou Ziyu seemed. Jiang Wanyin called Gu Shiqing into her office and got straight to the point. Shiqing, is this you? Gu Shiqing lowered her head, her eyes darting nervously, unable to meet Jiang Wanyin's gaze as she stammered. No, it can't be. Seeing her guilty reaction, Jiang Wanyin had a pretty good idea of the truth. She chuckled softly and said in a gentle tone, it's normal to date, but Zhou Ziyu is a celebrity, and dating him can be challenging. Having known Zhou Ziyu for over a decade, Jiang Wanyin was well aware of his personality. Although he seemed flirtatious on the surface, he had never been in a serious relationship. However, since Gu Shiqing now called her sister-in-law, Jiang Wanyin felt it was her responsibility to keep an eye on her and offer support. I'm not dating him. Gu Shiqing's cheeks flushed pink, and her voice trembled slightly. I just went to his place to play video games. She explained that she did spend last night with Zhou Ziyu, but it was just for gaming. Somehow she ended up drinking too much and fell asleep at his place. However, she emphasized that it was purely sleeping, and nothing else happened. Gu Shiqing nervously added that although the paparazzi caught a photo, it was only of her back, so most people wouldn't recognize her. Jiang Wanyin raised her eyes to see Gu Shiqing's shy expression, a slight smile playing on her lips. She gently teased, "Nowadays, you're free to love who you want. Just make sure you understand your feelings." But she lowered her voice slightly, "Remember to be safe." Gu Shiqing nodded quickly, a hint of pleading in her eyes. "Sister-in-law, can you please not tell my brother? If Gu Huaijin finds out, he'll probably lecture me again." Jiang Wanyin was about to respond when her phone rang. It was Zhang Yi, the caregiver, calling. Zhang Yi's urgent voice came through the receiver. "Mrs. Gu, you need to come to the hospital. Someone claiming to be your father is here, and your grandmother's condition isn't good." A sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Wanyin. She quickly hung up and turned to Gu Shiqing. "Shiqing, I have to go to the hospital." "Sister-in-law, what's wrong?" Gu Shiqing asked, her face mirroring Jiang Wanyin's sudden anxiety. Without answering, Jiang Wanyin hurriedly left the room. Half an hour earlier at the hospital, Zhou Yanqing had just finished administering an injection to Wang Shufan and instructed Zhang Yi to feed her some soup. After a period of treatment, Wang Shufan's spirits had improved, but her body remained frail. Zhou Yanqing smiled and advised her to rest before returning to his office. Seeing that Wang Shufan was about to sleep, Zhang Yi went to the hospital cafeteria to get some food. Shortly after she left, Jiang Jianguo arrived at Wang Shufan's ward, carrying a fruit basket. He had already inquired at the nurse's station and knew she was in a VIP room. Jiang Jianguo knocked twice, but hearing no response, he let himself in. He noticed that Wang Shufan looked much thinner than before, her mouth slightly askew from the illness's toll. "Mom," Jiang Jianguo called. Wang Shufan slowly opened her eyes. Despite her current state of partial paralysis and slower thinking, she recognized Jiang Jianguo immediately. This man had once caused her to lose her daughter, forcing her to bury her own child. A wave of disgust surged within her. What was he doing here now? Jiang Jianguo had already learned about Wang Shufan's condition, knowing she was mostly immobile and had difficulty speaking. He began talking. "Mom, I heard you were hospitalized, so I came as soon as I could. How are you feeling?" Wang Shufan stared at him steadily, her fingers unable to fully relax, resting on her chest without speaking. Jiang Jianguo continued. "By the way, did you know that Wanwan got married? And do you know who she married? The richest man in Beijing. Can you believe she got married quietly, without a wedding or dowry? It's such a pity. What do you want?" Wang Shufan's eyes widened at the mention of Jiang Wanyin, her fingers trembling. Calm down, Jiang Jianguo urged. "Wanwan is my daughter too. I wouldn't harm her. It's just, my company isn't doing well lately, and since Wanwan married into such wealth, it's only right for her to help me out, don't you think?" Wang Shufan remained silent, her fingers trembling even more. Jiang Jianguo, with a shameless grin, added, "Here's the thing. You should tell Gu Huaijin to give a 1 billion dowry. For him, that's nothing. With that, my company can be saved." "You it?" Wang Shufan was so infuriated by Jiang Jianguo's words that her whole body shook, but she was unable to move. Jiang Jianguo seemed unfazed by Wang Shufan's reaction, smiling as he said, "Mom, I know your daughter transferred her shares to you to eventually pass on to Wanwan. If you don't ask Gu Huaijin for the dowry, I'll have no choice but to take those shares back and sell them. They're worth something at least." Hearing this, Wang Shufan was filled with rage, unable to speak, glaring at Jiang Jianguo's vile face. She recalled how her daughter had fallen into depression because of him, and she had always suspected her daughter's death wasn't a suicide. Now, Jiang Jianguo had the audacity to demand the company shares back. She wished she could jump out of bed right then. Jiang Jianguo, unfazed by Wang Shufan's hatred, continued, "Mom, you're not well. Don't be so stubborn. You have two choices. If it were me, I'd definitely ask Gu Huaijin for 1 billion. For the Gu family, that's nothing." According to the current market value, the shares Wang Shufan held weren't worth much, so Jiang Jianguo was using this as leverage to force her to ask Gu Huaijin for the dowry. He was unaware that those shares had already been transferred to Jiang Wanyin when she came of age, a precaution her mother had taken, anticipating Jiang Jianguo's potential schemes. Wang Shufan struggled to speak, her voice weak yet filled with pain. "You're selling your daughter." Jiang Jianguo shrugged, a hint of helplessness and feigned hardship on his face. He spoke softly, "I have no choice. You wouldn't want to see your daughter's hard-earned company go bankrupt, would you?" He paused and continued, "Besides, after she committed suicide and left Wanwan behind, it wasn't easy for me to raise her. I'm just asking for a dowry to help the company." Jiang Jianguo glanced around the high-end facilities of the hospital room, hinting, "If you ask, I believe Gu Huaijin will give it. Isn't it only right to give a dowry? By the look of this luxury ward, Gu Huaijin treats you well." Hearing her daughter's mention, Wang Shufan's eyes immediately reddened. Her voice trembled with anger. Jiang Jiangwo, do you dare swear? My daughter? Did she really commit suicide? This sudden question took Jiang Jiangwo by surprise. A flicker of panic crossed his face, but he quickly regained composure. You must be confused from illness, he said, forcing calmness. Your daughter set the fire herself. Tears slipped down Wang Shufin's cheeks, her hands gripping the bedsheet, shaking with emotion. It was you. You're the murderer? Her voice was filled with anguish and fury. I'm not, don't talk nonsense. It was her own doing, Jiang Jiangwo retorted, a slight tremor betraying his unease. He quickly pulled out a document from his bag, raising his voice. Since you won't ask Gu Huaijin for the dowry, then transfer the company shares to me. The document was a pre-prepared share transfer agreement from his lawyer, just in case. At that moment, Aunt Zhang returned with a meal, witnessing Jiang Jiangwo shouting at Wang Shufan. She hurried over, warily asking, Who are you? What do you want? Jiang Jiangwo, seeing someone enter, immediately tempered his demeanor and said nonchalantly, I'm her son-in-law, Jiang Wanyin's father, just here to check on the elderly. Aunt Zhang eyed him suspiciously before turning to Wang Shufan. Alarmed, she noticed Wang Shufan's chest heaving and her labored breathing. Aunt Wang, what's wrong? Aunt Zhang asked anxiously. With her last ounce of strength, Wang Shufan gritted her teeth and uttered, Make him leave. As soon as she finished, her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Aunt Wang, Aunt Wang. Zhang Yi's urgent calls echoed through the hospital room as she rushed to the bedside bell. Jiang Jiangwo looked at the unconscious Wang Shufan and felt a jolt of panic, but he quickly steeled himself. He knew if he missed today, he might never get another chance. He swiftly pulled out the prepared ink pad and forcibly grabbed Wang Shufan's limp hand, attempting to press her fingerprint onto the document. Hey, what are you doing? Zhang Yi turned around after pressing the bell and caught Jiang Jiangwo in the act. She rushed forward to stop him. Jiang Jiangwo, undeterred, pushed Zhang Yi aside while holding tightly onto Wang Shufan's fingers, almost about to press them onto the paper. At that critical moment, the hospital room door burst open. Wang Shufan's attending physician, Zhou Yanqing, rushed in and pulled Jiang Jiangwo away. What do you think you're doing? He demanded sternly. Jiang Jiangwo, being older, fell to the ground with Zhou Yanqing's shove, making it impossible for him to continue trying to get Wang Shufan's fingerprint. Dr. Zhou, please check on Aunt Wang. She seems to have fainted from anger, Zhang Yi said anxiously, pointing to Wang Shufan on the bed. Zhou Yanqing immediately went to examine her, opening her eyelids and carefully checking her pulse. His frown deepened. The situation is very serious, he said, turning to the nurse who had followed him in. Quick, prepare for surgery. He then instructed Zhang Yi, notify the family. As he was about to leave, he noticed Jiang Jiangwo still sitting on the floor and said angrily, I don't care who you are. You'd better stay here and wait for the police. Zhang Yi, keep an eye on him and call the police. Time was of the essence, and Zhou Yanqing had to prepare for the surgery. Hearing the mention of the police, Jiang Jiangwo scrambled out of the room while Zhang Yi was on the phone. Jiang Wanyin and Gu Huaijin arrived at the hospital almost simultaneously. Seeing Zhang Yi pacing anxiously outside the operating room, Jiang Wanyin's voice trembled as she asked, Aunt Zhang, what happened? How is my grandmother? Zhang Yi still seemed shaken. Mrs. Gu, when I returned from the cafeteria, I saw a man pressuring your grandmother to agree to something, which made her faint. That man claimed to be your father. She paused before adding, Dr. Zhou said your grandmother's condition isn't good and she's already been taken in for surgery. The words, isn't good, were like a bolt from the blue for Jiang Wanyin, causing her knees to buckle. Fortunately, Gu Huaijin caught her in time. Don't worry yet, with Yanqing there, Grandma will be okay, he reassured her softly. Jiang Wanyin looked up at the glaring sign of the operating room, clutching Gu Huaijin's hand tightly, whispering, She'll be okay, Grandma will be okay. Suddenly, Zhang Yi remembered something and told Jiang Wanyin, Mrs. Gu, when I entered the room, I heard your father shouting something about suicide and murder to your grandmother, and he was forcing her to sign some document. Hearing this, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of both Jiang Wanyin and Gu Huaijin. Where is Jiang Jiangwo? Jiang Wanyin asked urgently, adding, the man from before. Zhang Yi shook her head. Dr. Zhou asked me to call the police, but after I called you, I hadn't had the chance to do it before he ran away. Gu Huaijin immediately said, you stay here and wait for Grandma to come out. I'll call someone to find him. We'll definitely track him down. Jiang Wanyin nodded. Gu Huaijin settled her on a bench in the hallway and stepped aside to call Xiao Feng, giving a series of instructions. Before long, the door to the operating room opened, and Zhou Yanqing emerged. Jiang Wanyin immediately stood up and approached him. How is my grandmother? Zhou Yanqing glanced at Gu Huaijin before turning to Jiang Wanyin, full of hope, and sighed, Sister-in-law, you should go in and see her. Jiang Wanyin's heart ached, but she held back her tears, not wanting her grandmother to see her cry. With Gu Huaijin by her side, Jiang Wanyin entered the operating room. Wang Shufan lay there pale, wearing an oxygen mask, her life ebbing away as indicated by the faint lines on the heart monitor. Jiang Wanyin took a deep breath, holding her grandmother's frail hand, forcing a smile. Grandma, it's Wanwan, your little girl. Perhaps in a moment of clarity, Wang Shufan slowly opened her eyes, filled with reluctance, helplessness, and guilt. Grandma, don't worry, I'll be fine, Jiang Wanyin said with a smile, not wanting her grandmother to worry. Wang Shufan struggled to speak, and seeing this, Zhou Yanqing removed her oxygen mask. Jiang Wanyin leaned closer, catching her grandmother's fragmented words. Be careful. Jiang, murder. Suddenly, the room filled with the piercing alarm of the monitor, and Wang Shufan's hand fell limp. Zhou Yanqing looked at the clock. Time of death, 5:32 p.m. Grandma. Jiang Wanyin collapsed to the floor, all her strength crumbling, tears flowing uncontrollably. From this moment on, she no longer had a grandmother. Gu Huaijin knelt down, holding her tightly. In this moment, words were meaningless. He gently stroked her back, offering silent support with his presence. As a doctor, Zhou Yanqing had long become accustomed to the cycle of life and death. With a gentle sigh, he calmly said to Jiang Wanqing, sister-in-law, my condolences. For someone suffering from paralysis, this is a form of release. Take good care in preparing the funeral arrangements. His words were steady, even bordering on cold, but Jiang Wanqing understood this was the reality. Holding back her grief, she wiped her tears and choked out, Grandma loved cleanliness. I want to wash her and change her into clean clothes. Gu Huaijin gently helped Jiang Wanqing to her feet, speaking softly. All right, I'll arrange everything for Grandma's funeral. Jiang Wanqing took it upon herself to tend to her grandmother's remains. She carefully washed her grandmother's body and dressed her in the newly bought burial clothes, each movement filled with reluctance and affection. Throughout the process, Gu Huaijin remained by her side, offering silent support. As night fell, Jiang Wanqing sat quietly by the bed, gazing at her grandmother's peaceful face, as if trying to etch this final moment into her memory forever. Gu Huaijin didn't disturb her, staying by her side the whole time. The next morning, the Gu family gathered. Madame Gu Huaijin's parents, and Gu Shiqing all wore black, their expression solemn. Madame Gu looked at Jiang Wanqing's worn face and comforted her. Wanwan, your grandmother loved you so much, she'll continue to watch over you from above. Zhang Yuling patted Jiang Wanqing's shoulder and sighed. Wanwan, take care of yourself. Let Xiaojin handle the funeral arrangements. Remember, you still have us. These words struck a chord in Jiang Wanqing's heart, and tears welled up once more. Gu Huaijin held her hand tightly, speaking gently. Wanwan, let Grandma go peacefully. Jiang Wanqing fought back her sorrow, softly replying, okay. At the funeral home, due to Gu Huaijin's efforts to keep things private, only close friends and family came to bid farewell. Zhou Ziyu was also present, wearing sunglasses but unable to hide the grief on his face. Standing beside Zhou Ziyu, Gu Shiqing watched Jiang Wanqing calmly greet the guests and couldn't help but worry. Is sister-in-law really alright? She was so heartbroken yesterday, yet today she seems so composed. Zhou Ziyu gave Jiang Wanqing a long look and said softly, she's been through immense pain before. She'll get through this too. He recalled the scene from many years ago when Jiang Wanqing witnessed her mother's tragic accident and believed she would find the strength this time as well. At that moment, Gu Yanji suddenly appeared, disrupting the solemn atmosphere. He approached Jiang Wanqing and Gu Huaijin, saying, cousin-in-law, my condolences. Gu Huaijin's expression turned cold and he demanded, what are you doing here? Gu Yanji smirked dismissively, retorting, everyone in the Gu family knows, and I am part of the Gu family, aren't I? Jiang Wanqing quickly intervened to prevent any potential conflict, slightly bowing to Gu Yanji and offering a faint thank you. Just as the farewell ceremony was about to conclude, a group of reporters burst in, thrusting microphones and cameras at Jiang Wanqing and Gu Huaijin. They bombarded them with a barrage of sharp questions about Jiang Wanqing's family background and personal privacy. These questions cut through Jiang Wanqing like knives, causing her face to turn pale and her body to tremble. Gu Huaijin immediately shielded her, shouting, Xiao Feng, get them out. Gu Huaijin suddenly realized something and turned to look at Gu Yanji. Their eyes met, and though their expressions remained calm, a deep-seated wariness and unspoken hostility simmered beneath the surface. Gu Shiqing was furious when she heard her sister-in-law being slandered. She grabbed her purse and hurled it at the reporters, shouting fiercely, what nonsense are you spouting? Get out of here. Although Zhou Ziyu was equally enraged, he knew that as a public figure, his every move could become tomorrow's headlines. He suppressed his anger, quickly put on a mask, and rushed to shield Gu Shiqing, preventing her from getting hurt in the chaos. The once solemn funeral hall instantly descended into noise and disorder. Everyone frowned and glared at the uninvited guests, except for Gu Yanji, who remained calm, with a barely noticeable smile playing at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, Xiao Feng arrived with a team, surrounding the reporters and commanding coldly, delete all the photos immediately and then get out. However, one reporter, undeterred, stood tall and retorted, we are journalists. We have the right to report the news. Who are you to make us delete our photos? Someone nearby chimed in. That's right. Just because you're from the Gu family doesn't mean you can strip us of our rights. Gu Huaijin stepped forward, casting a cold glance over the clueless reporters. His voice was calm yet authoritative. Is it also your freedom to intrude on a funeral uninvited? Fabricating facts is what you call freedom of the press? If those behind you haven't taught you how to be responsible journalists, then today, the Gu family will give you a lesson. With that, he signaled to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng immediately stepped forward, seized the camera from a reporter, removed the memory card, and sneered, "This contains all your slanderous actions today. We will sue you." The reporters were visibly flustered. They were merely doing a job for money and didn't want to lose their employment over this. One reporter argued, "We came because of a tip-off, not knowing you refused interviews. We were here to verify the news about Mrs. Gu." Jiang Wanyin's attention was piqued by this. She frowned and walked over to Gu Huaijin, calmly fixing her gaze on the reporter and asking, "You said you received a tip-off. Who gave you this information?" "The details about my grandmother and my mother are known to only a few. No one would stir up trouble without reason unless it's someone close to me and bearing a grudge." The reporter stammered, avoiding Jiang Wanyin's gaze, clearly guilty. Jiang Wanyin didn't press further and turned to Gu Huaijin, saying, "Huaijin, I want grandmother to rest in peace." Gu Huaijin held her hand, nodded in agreement, and instructed Xiaofeng, "Take these people away." Xiaofeng and his team expelled the troublesome reporters, and those lingering at the door were also driven away, restoring peace to the funeral hall. Following the proceedings, Wang Shufen's body was sent for cremation. As the coffin slowly slid into the furnace, Jiang Wanyin, who hadn't slept for 2 days, collapsed into Gu Huaijin's arms. The next day, heavy snow blanketed the capital. Jiang Wanyin awoke in a room at the villa on the hillside, staring at the opulent crystal chandelier above her. Remembering that she would never see her grandmother again, tears streamed down her face. "Wanwan, you're awake," Gu Huaijin said as he entered the room. Seeing Jiang Wanyin in tears, he gently helped her sit up and tenderly wiped her tears away. "Don't cry, sweetheart." Madame Gu and Zhang Yuling, who had rushed over, were also moved by the scene. They understood the pain of losing a loved one deeply at their age. Madame Gu approached the bed and comforted her softly. "Dear, you still have us. Don't cry. Crying isn't good for the baby." "Baby?" Jiang Wanyin stopped her tears, looking at Madame Gu in surprise. "Grandma, you're pregnant," Madame Gu said with a smile. Jiang Wanyin instinctively placed her hand on her flat stomach and looked at Gu Huaijin, her eyes filling with tears again. "Huaijin, am I really pregnant?" Gu Huaijin nodded, gently tucking her loose hair behind her ear, and said softly, "The doctor discovered it when you fainted yesterday. You're already 3 weeks along. You've been too upset and sleepless these past few days, and with the pregnancy, that's why you fainted." He had been stunned for a long time when he first heard the news. The thought of becoming a father was both exciting and nerve-wracking. Jiang Wanyin felt a complex mix of emotions, having just lost her grandmother and now expecting a new life. Perhaps this was the cycle of life. Madame Gu continued, "Dear, we may not be superstitious, but your grandmother's passing has brought you a child to accompany you. It's her wish for you to live happily. You must believe that people will reunite someday." Jiang Wanyin gently caressed her flat belly. Although she hadn't felt any signs of pregnancy yet, she could already imagine a new life quietly growing inside her. Suddenly, a trace of worry crossed her mind. She turned to Gu Huaijin, her voice tinged with unease. "My emotions have been unstable lately. Could it affect the baby?" Gu Huaijin held her hand, comforting her softly. "Don't worry. The doctor said you're just a bit weak. Just make sure to get enough nutrition." He paused, then changed the topic. "Wanwan, have you thought about what to do with Grandma's ashes?" Jiang Wanyin lowered her gaze and, after a moment of silence, replied quietly, "Grandma loved peace. I want to take her ashes back to the countryside for burial." "All right, I'll make the arrangements and go with you." Gu Huaijin nodded in agreement. Zhang Yuling, standing nearby, chimed in, "Yes, it's best for Huaijin to accompany you, especially now that you're expecting." Just then, Gu Huaijin's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, his brow furrowing as he stood up to take the call. "Have you found out?" After listening to the response, his expression grew more serious. "An hour has passed, and those news stories still haven't been suppressed? Okay, I'll return to the office immediately." After hanging up, Zhang Yuling asked with concern, "Haven't you found who released those reports?" "No, it's clear they're well prepared," Gu Huaijin replied, his brows knitted tightly. Jiang Wanyin, who had just woken up and was still unaware of the situation, asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Gu Huaijin gently stroked her hair, trying to mask his worry, and said calmly, "There's an urgent matter at the company that I need to handle." Jiang Wanyin nodded, trying to stay composed. "You should go." "I'm fine. Even though Grandma is gone, we need to keep moving forward." She understood that Gu Huaijin was facing a difficult issue and didn't want to be a burden. Gu Huaijin gave her a reluctant glance, then turned to his grandmother and Zhang Yuling, instructing, "Grandmamum, please take care of Wanwan." Feng Yuling responded, "Don't worry, we'll take good care of her." Gu's grandmother said sternly, "Huaijin, as the CEO of the Gu Group, we will support any decision you make." Gu Huaijin nodded slightly and quickly left the room. Feng Yuling turned to Jiang Wanyin and asked gently, "Mama, do you want to rest a bit more?" Jiang Wanyin pulled back the covers and sat up, saying softly, "No, Mom, I'm fine. I want to freshen up and continue taking care of Grandma's affairs." "All right, just don't overexert yourself. I'll have the kitchen prepare some of your favorite dishes and call you when they're ready," Zheng Yuling said, helping Gu's grandmother downstairs. On the other side, at the headquarters of Gu Group, Gu Huaijin pushed open the door to the CEO's office, his footsteps alerting Ji Yuan, who was focused on his computer screen. Hearing the noise, Ji Yuan looked up and instinctively said, "Mr. Gu." Gu Huaijin went straight to his side, his eyes fixed on the screen filled with flickering lines of code. As the code continued to scroll, a string of ID numbers appeared. Ji Yuan quickly traced these numbers, and a few minutes later, he spoke with a hint of surprise, "Mr. Gu, I found it. It's Yao Di from New Era magazine." Yao Di. Gu Huaijin frowned slightly. Ji Yuan swiftly pulled up surveillance footage from the funeral home, pointing to a woman in staff uniform on the screen. He explained, "She's just a junior reporter, but yesterday she disguised herself as staff at the funeral home. Look, she stood at the entrance of the hall greeting guests all along. When the reporters caused a scene, she seemed inactive, but she had a micro camera and recorded everything." Gu Huaijin narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the details in the video. Ji Yuan continued to report, "The edited video caused this morning's trending topic. Gu family abuses power, seizes reporters' equipment to cover up the truth, and assaults reporters." It went viral, instantly topping the trending charts. After the stock market opened, Gu Group's stock price dropped several points. The shareholders are restless, demanding a general meeting. A cold glint flashed in Gu Huaijin's eyes as he murmured, "Interesting. Clearly, someone is orchestrating this whole thing from behind the scenes, aiming to use the shareholders to oust me from the CEO position." He turned to Ji Yuan, "Find this Yao Di." Ji Yuan immediately responded, "I've already sent the information to Xiaofeng." He paused, then added, "Mr. Gu, those reporters also confessed. They were instructed by a woman to go to the funeral home at that time. We traced the account that transferred money to them. The surname is Xia." A thoughtful look crossed Gu Huaijin's face as a name flashed in his mind, Xia Chenji. But he quickly dismissed the thought, reasoning that Xia Chenji couldn't possibly know so much about Jiang Wanyin's affairs on her own. There must be others behind her. Ji Yuan cautiously reminded, "Mr. Gu, all the shareholders are waiting in the conference room. How do you plan to handle this?" Gu Huaijin calmly asked, "Have all the news reports been suppressed?" Ji Yuan nodded in confirmation. "The PR department has cleared the online discussions and issued a statement." Gu Huaijin glanced at the time, speaking with a steady tone. "Then let's go to the meeting and see what these people intend to do." With that, he walked unhurriedly toward the conference room, with Ji Yuan following closely behind. In the large conference room, the long table was surrounded by Gu Group's shareholders, all engaged in a heated discussion. Some complained about Gu Huaijin's tardiness, others questioned his competence, while a few defended him. The room was filled with tension and unease. Amidst the noise, only Gu Yanji remained composed, fiddling with a pen as if he was indifferent to everything around him. As the debate grew more intense, the conference room door swung open. Gu Huaijin's cold voice cut through the clamor. "It seems everyone is quite dissatisfied with me." Silence fell instantly, and everyone exchanged glances. Gu Huaijin calmly took his seat at the head of the table, his sharp gaze sweeping over each person present, lingering briefly on Gu Yanji before he withdrew it. He spoke lightly, "Go ahead. Why have you all united so suddenly to organize this shareholders' meeting? What do you want to discuss?" An elderly shareholder was the first to break the silence, speaking with discontent. "Mr. Gu, the meeting was scheduled for over half an hour ago. Is it not disrespectful to us for you to show up only now?" Gu Huaijin met his gaze, his voice deep and assertive. "If sitting around was all it took to earn dividends, I would have gladly arrived half an hour early to wait for everyone. For some, it's better to let them cool their heels." Some shareholders couldn't help but feel personally attacked, their brows furrowed, staring intently at Gu Huaijin. A middle-aged shareholder couldn't hold back, his voice tinged with obvious dissatisfaction. "Mr. Gu, what do you mean? Because of your family's issues, the company's stock dropped 5 points. Don't you think you owe us an explanation?" Hearing this, Gu Huaijin smirked coldly. He slowly rose to his feet, planting his hands on the conference table, his gaze sweeping over each shareholder present. "I own 60 of Gu Group." His voice was deep and commanding. "Do you really think I need to explain myself to you?" He glanced at Ji Yuan, who immediately understood. Ji Yuan quickly operated his tablet, and the conference room's large screen lit up, displaying a complex chart. "This is the stock price trend of Gu Group over the past 3 years. Gu Huaijin pointed at the screen, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. "I trust everyone here can understand these numbers. The stock price has risen over 20 points in 3 years, and you've all received significant dividends annually. Why didn't anyone need an explanation then? His gaze fixed on the shareholders who were stirring up trouble, his voice as sharp as a cold blade. If you're afraid, you can sell your shares. I'll buy them at double the market price. His tone carried a hint of disdain, as if saying, money is no object. Everyone understood that this was not just a threat but also an opportunity to clear out those aligned with Gu Yanji. These words hit like a heavy hammer, instantly turning the smug shareholders' faces pale. An older shareholder, referred to as Uncle Li, stood up in fury. You've managed Gu Group well these past years, but we're the old guard of the company. Even your grandmother wouldn't dare speak to us like this. Gu Huaijin's smile deepened, but his eyes grew colder. His voice was low and threatening. Uncle Li, if you're truly the old guard, then enjoy your retirement quietly. Forming factions is no longer suitable for you. This was like a cold bucket of water, leaving Uncle Li speechless. Other shareholders exchanged glances, dissatisfied but silent. Gu Huaijin looked around, his long fingers tapping lightly on the smooth table. Suddenly, he stood up, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. I will increase Gu Group's stock price by 10 points within 2 months. If I fail, you may raise any objections then. If there's nothing else, this meeting is adjourned. With that, he strode towards the door. Just as he was about to leave the conference room, Gu Huaijin suddenly turned, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Gu Group allows for democracy but not factionalism. If anyone has other intentions, I advise you to abandon those thoughts quickly. This impromptu shareholders meeting ended as abruptly as it began. Shareholders left the room in small groups, some quietly complaining about who had organized the meeting. What a pointless exercise. A subtle tension lingered in the air, as everyone realized that the power dynamics within Gu Group might be quietly shifting. At this moment, Gu Yanji was the only one left in the conference room. 2 shareholders quietly approached him, whispering about the next steps. Gu Yanji narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing within them. He knew that to increase the stock price by 10 points within 2 months, the only hope lay in the Qianwan project. If he couldn't secure this project, he would lose everything. The 2 shareholders immediately understood his implication, exchanging knowing looks. They realized that if Gu Yanji failed, they would have ample reason to impeach him. Let's go, Gu Yanji said, rising and leaving the conference room. He was aware that today's shareholder meeting wouldn't significantly affect Gu Huaijin. His real aim was to let Gu Huaijin trap himself. Meanwhile, after handling urgent company matters, Gu Huaijin hurried back to the hillside villa. He opened the door to find Jiang Wanyin not in the room, nor in the bathroom. Just a moment ago, Zhang Yiling had told him Jiang Wanyin was resting in the room, yet now she was nowhere to be seen. A wave of panic surged in Gu Huaijin's heart. He immediately thought of something and quickly ran to the room with the tent. However, the room was still empty. Just as he was about to take out his phone to call Jiang Wanyin, her voice came from behind him. Huaijin, you're back. Gu Huaijin turned to see Jiang Wanyin standing there, holding a box left by her mother. His heart finally settled as he took a few steps forward to embrace her. What happened? Jiang Wanyin gently patted his back, sensing his unease. Nothing. Gu Huaijin released her. I just got worried when I didn't see you in the room. Jiang Wanyin smiled and explained. I went to the study to get this box and took care of some work. All right, Gu Huaijin replied softly. Make sure to rest. Jiang Wanyin understood his concern and held his hand gently. Don't worry, I'm fine now. Grandma would want me to be happy. Now that we have a baby, I'll take good care of myself and the child. Hearing this, Gu Huaijin's tense nerves slightly relaxed. Seeing her sadness these past few days had left him feeling helpless, and that sense of powerlessness lingered in his mind. He gently stroked Jiang Wanyin's hair, his gaze falling on the box she held. What are you planning to do with that box? Jiang Wanyin hugged the box tightly, a hint of coldness in her eyes. I plan to reclaim the Jiang family's villa and company shares. She had originally held some familial affection, intending to spare Jiang Jiangguo for a while, but since he forced her grandmother to death, she decided he should experience losing everything. Gu Huaijin held Jiang Wanyin's hand firmly, saying, I'll help you. Whatever she wanted to do, he would support her wholeheartedly. He added, Jiang Jiangguo hasn't shown up since leaving the hospital. My people are still searching for him, and we should find him soon. Also, I've arranged for us to take Grandma's ashes back to the countryside for burial tomorrow. Jiang Wanyin nodded softly, looking up at Gu Huaijin with gratitude. Thank you. Without him, she wouldn't have known how to get through these past few days. Gu Huaijin playfully tapped her nose and smiled. No need to thank me. I'm your family. A warm feeling flowed through Jiang Wanyin's heart. She smiled and asked, by the way, how's the situation at the company? She had heard from Zhang Yiling about the news causing the stock prices to drop. It's been handled, Gu Huaijin said lightly, not wanting her to worry. You should trust your husband's capabilities. Just then his phone rang. Seeing it was a call from Xiao Feng, he told Jiang Wanyin, I need to take this call. On the balcony, Gu Huaijin answered the call. Xiao Feng reported, Boss, we've found Yao Di. Under pressure, she confessed it was Jiang Xinyu who instructed her. Jiang Xinyu. Gu Huaijin said, watching the snowflakes fall outside, analyzing calmly. She doesn't have the brains for this. She's probably just a scapegoat. Could it be Xia Qianga behind all this? Xiaofeng speculated, considering the account that transferred money to those reporters. Gu Huaijin pondered for a moment, then said calmly, whether or not she's the mastermind, she's definitely involved. What should we do? Xiaofeng asked. Since she's chosen to play these games, she must bear the consequences, Gu Huaijin said, a cold smile on his lips. The Xia family has been thriving in the jewelry industry lately. It's time to curb their momentum. Xiaofeng, hearing this, sounded excited. Understood. I'll handle it right away. Gu Huaijin added, find Jiang Jiangwo as soon as possible. I won't be in the capital for the next couple of days. Call me if anything comes up. Got it, Xiaofeng replied, hanging up to start dealing with the Xia family's matters. The next day, Gu Huaijin accompanied Jiang Wanyin to take her grandmother's ashes back to the countryside. They thought it would just be the two of them in Jiyuan, but Gu Shiqing and Zhou Yanqing also joined them. Gu Shiqing said she wanted to accompany her sister-in-law and see the countryside, while Zhou Yanqing was specifically arranged by Gu Huaijin, worried that the pregnant Jiang Wanyin might encounter unexpected situations. As they drove onto the highway, a flashy sports car followed them. Zhou Ziyu called Jiang Wanyin, Wanwen, I'm joining you to see Grandma off. He had learned last night about Jiang Wanyin's trip to the countryside and cancelled all his engagements to make it. Jiang Wanyin glanced back at the sports car and smiled helplessly. You're already here. Drive safely. Sitting next to her, Gu Huaijin noticed his wife chatting happily with another man. His brows furrowed, and after Jiang Wanyin hung up, he casually asked, is that Zhou Ziyu? What's a big star like him doing going to the countryside with us? Jiang Wanyin nodded. He's visited the countryside with me a few times to see Grandma. They had a good relationship, so he wants to say goodbye. Hearing that Zhou Ziyu had previously visited with Jiang Wanyin, Gu Huaijin's brows furrowed even more. You've known Zhou Ziyu for a long time? Jiang Wanyin thought for a moment. About 10 years. That's practically childhood friends. Gu Huaijin's tone suddenly turned a bit cold. Jiang Wanyin noticed his unusual demeanor, turned to look at him for a few seconds, and chuckled. Gu Huaijin, are you jealous? No, I don't get jealous. Gu Huaijin avoided her gaze, pretending to be nonchalant. This conversation made Ji Yuan, who was driving in the front, struggle to hold back his laughter. He thought, his boss certainly is stubborn, clearly jealous but too proud to admit it. Jiang Wanyin didn't expose Gu Huaijin's thoughts. Instead, she went along with his words and smiled. Yes, you're not the jealous type. But Zhou Ziyu and I are really just good friends. Our relationship is as pure as plain water. She explained softly, a hint of tenderness in her eyes. Between husband and wife, it's important to lay everything out in the open. Hearing his wife's words, Gu Huaijin's tense expression softened immediately. He reached out and pulled Jiang Wanyin into his arms, murmuring, it'll be about 2 more hours before we arrive. You can rest against me. Okay. Jiang Wanyin leaned against her husband's broad shoulder, though deep in her eyes lay a trace of unnoticeable sorrow. After they took her grandmother back to the countryside for burial, they would be separated by life and death. Due to the snow on the road, the journey that was supposed to take a little over 3 hours stretched to 4. By the time they arrived at Wangjia village, it was already dark. With no hotels in the village, they had to stay at her grandmother's house. Aunt Wang had already heard about their visit and had prepared a hot meal in advance. Jiang Wanyin looked at the group of well-to-do young people around her, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, the conditions in the village aren't great, so I hope you don't mind staying here tonight. She glanced around apologetically. Fortunately, my grandmother wanted to live in the countryside before, so she built this 2-story house. It's modest, but quite decent for the village. Having visited a few times before, Zhou Ziyu seemed quite at ease. He casually sat on a small stool nearby and said lazily, that's how it is in the countryside. Some people who are used to living in villas might find it hard to adjust. To Gu Huaijin, Zhou Ziyu's words were somewhat displeasing. He glanced at Zhou Ziyu and said in a flat tone, I have no trouble adjusting. Wherever Wanyin stays, I stay. Gu Shiqing curiously observed the surroundings, without any airs of a spoiled young lady. I think it's nice here. The air is especially fresh. Aunt Wang came over to invite everyone to eat. It's cold. Everyone should eat first. It's just simple food here. Please don't mind. Thank you for your trouble, Aunt Wang, Jiang Wanyin said gratefully. Aunt Wang waved it off and sighed softly. Oh, who would have thought about your grandmother? Jiang girl, don't be too sad. Your grandmother always said she loved your smile the most, said it was the most beautiful in the world. Hearing this, Jiang Wanyin felt a tightness in her throat. I know, Aunt Wang. Seeing this, Gu Huaijin silently took his wife's hand, offering silent comfort. Look at me, saying all these things. You all should eat. Aunt Wang smiled and hurried back to the kitchen. The meal, though simple and made from homegrown vegetables, was steaming hot, and everyone enjoyed it thoroughly. After the meal, they rested briefly before Jiang Wanyin, carrying her grandmother's urn, headed to the cemetery with the others. The cemetery was located on a hill in Wangjia village, a common resting place for the villagers. This time, Jiang Wanyin planned to bury her grandmother next to her grandfather, so they could be together. The people Gu Huaijin had arranged expertly handled the burial of her grandmother's ashes. Jiang Wanyin knelt before the tombstone, tears streaming down her face, while the others stood in silence, unable to hide their sorrow. After a long while, Zhou Yanqing, considering his duty as a doctor, approached Gu Huaijin and said softly, "Boss, it's cold. If she stays like this, she might get sick, which isn't good for the baby." Gu Huaijin glanced at the time. It was already 5 in the afternoon, and the sky was growing darker. He told the others, "You should head down the mountain first. It'll be hard to walk when it gets dark." "What about you and sister-in-law?" Gu Shiqing asked, her nose red from the cold wind. Gu Huaijin looked at his wife, still kneeling by the grave, his eyes full of heartache. "I'll take her back in a bit. Then we'll wait for you at the bottom," Zhou Yanqing said, and the group started down the mountain. Having been pampered from a young age, Gu Shiqing felt frozen after being buffeted by the mountain wind for over an hour. After just a few steps, she tripped over a stone and nearly fell, only to be caught by a pair of strong arms around her waist. Startled, Gu Shiqing grabbed the man's clothes and breathed a sigh of relief, looking up to meet Zhou Ziyu's amused eyes. "A young lady can't even walk properly," he said with a hint of concern in his tone. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Gu Shiqing quickly pulled away. "I just didn't see the stone." She kicked the offending stone in frustration, only to hurt her own foot, inhaling sharply in pain. Zhou Ziyu shook his head, "Really clumsy." "I'm clumsy, so go find someone smart," Gu Shiqing retorted, suddenly annoyed, and stomped off ahead. Zhou Yanqing, puzzled, called after her, "Shiqing, why are you walking so fast? Be careful not to slip." "Mind your own business," she snapped, quickening her pace. Zhou Ziyu touched his nose and murmured softly, "Such a child." On the mountain, Gu Huaijin knelt beside Jiang Wanyin, gently rubbing her hands to warm them. He said tenderly, "Wanyin, let's go back. It's getting dark." Jiang Wanyin sniffed, her voice choked with emotion. "I won't have the chance to be with grandma anymore." Gu Huaijin gently reassured Jiang Wanyin. "How could that be? If you miss your grandmother in the future, I'll come here with you." He looked at her slightly rounded belly with concern. "It's cold at night and you're pregnant, so be careful not to catch a cold." Jiang Wanyin gently caressed her belly. Although there was just a tiny embryo inside, it gave her immense strength. She stood up and softly said, "Yes, let's go back." Gu Huaijin immediately took off his coat and draped it over her shoulders, carefully supporting her as they made their way down the mountain. The path was rugged, and they proceeded slowly and cautiously. As they reached the foot of the mountain, footsteps could be heard in the distance. A few figures approached, and suddenly someone exclaimed, "Jiang Wanyin." Jiang Wanyin and Gu Huaijin stopped and turned around. To their surprise, the two people leading the group were Lu Jingyan and his mother, Su Qiuyu. Jiang Wanyin blinked in surprise, wondering why they were also in Wangjia village. She merely nodded slightly and quickly averted her gaze. Lu Jingyan was equally taken aback to encounter Jiang Wanyin there. They were visiting the village to explore the possibility of signing an agreement to start an agricultural project in the spring. The Lu family business was facing bankruptcy, and they had to consider diversifying. When he saw the familiar figure from afar, Lu Jingyan was hesitant to believe it was her. It wasn't until he got closer that he recognized Jiang Wanyin and Gu Huaijin. Jiang Wanyin was wrapped in a large coat, with Gu Huaijin holding her close, walking side by side in a scene of warmth and happiness. This sight stirred an uncontrollable jealousy in Lu Jingyan's heart. Su Qiuyu stared at Jiang Wanyin for several seconds before recognizing her. Jiang Wanyin now had an even more outstanding aura and a more captivating appearance. Su Qiuyu's face instantly turned sullen, and she spoke in a sharp, bitter tone. "Jiang Wanyin, now that you're married into a wealthy family, what are you doing in this countryside?" Jiang Wanyin frowned, ignored her, and continued walking forward with Gu Huaijin. Feeling disregarded, Su Qiuyu became even more infuriated and raised her voice to hurl insults. "Jiang Wen, you shameless woman. Just because Jingyan broke up with you, you have to ruin him like this? I should never have let you be with my son in the first place." Upon hearing his wife being insulted, Gu Huaijin's face immediately darkened. His brows furrowed, and he was about to speak when Jiang Wanyin gently tugged at his sleeve. Memories from years ago flashed through her mind. After moving out of the Gu family and severing ties, Su Qiuyu came to her, demanding she leave Lu Jingyan. However, reality was far harsher than any TV drama. Su Qiuyu was too stingy to even offer a check. All this simply because Jiang Wanyin had lost her status as the Jiang family's young lady and no longer held any value in Su Qiuyu's eyes. At that time, Jiang Wanyin seemed blinded by love, stubbornly refusing to leave Lu Jingyan, even promising to support his research abroad. The Lu family business was already in trouble, and upon hearing this, Su Qiuyu temporarily gave up on forcing Jiang Wanyin to leave. Looking back now, Jiang Wanyin realized Su Chuyue might have known about Lu Jingyan's indiscretions with Jiang Xinyu but chose to keep it from her. To that family, she was nothing more than a fool to be toyed with. Despite the turmoil of emotions within her, Jiang Wanyin decided to face these past events alone. She slowly lifted her gaze, coldly staring at Su Chuyue, and asked deliberately, "How did I harm him? If it weren't for your betrayal, would those people have investigated Jingyan's papers and research? Wasn't it simply because you wanted revenge for Jingyan breaking up with you? You ruined his future. You're truly despicable." Su Chuyue became increasingly agitated, her face flushed, and if Gu Huaijin weren't standing like a mountain beside Jiang Wanyin, she might have already lashed out. Jiang Wanyin snorted coldly, her tone calm but powerful. "Mrs. Lu, first of all, I wasn't the one who exposed this. Secondly, if Lu Jingyan had genuinely earned those research achievements, why fear an investigation? His future was ruined by his own hands, not by anyone else." She paused, her gaze shifting to the silent Lu Jingyan. "Lu Jingyan, I've said all I needed to say. Please, both you and your mother, don't disturb my life anymore." Her words sparked murmurs among the surrounding villagers, who began casting curious glances at Lu Jingyan. So it was academic fraud? Someone whispered, and the villagers started worrying about whether leasing their land to the Lu family might lead to deceit. Lu Jingyan felt the scornful and suspicious looks from all around, his face turning pale with a mix of anger and embarrassment, yet he dared not argue due to Gu Huaijin's presence. Turning to Su Chuyue, Lu Jingyan whispered, "Mom, let's go back." But Su Chuyue, oblivious to the changing atmosphere and unaware that Gu Huaijin was the president of the Gu Group, continued her tirade. Recently, Lu Jingyan's academic fraud scandal not only led to an industry ban, but also left the Lu family struggling to find partners, pushing their company into unprecedented difficulties. They had no choice but to turn their attention to these remote villages, hoping for a breakthrough in agriculture. All the setbacks and anger Su Chuyue wanted to vent on Jiang Wanyin. She glared at Jiang Wanyin with malice, gritting her teeth. "You think saying it's not your fault makes it so? You've ruined our family. Are you happy now? No wonder the Jiang family said you're a jinx, bringing disaster upon your mother." These words struck Jiang Wanjin's most vulnerable spot, as relatives had indeed slandered her as such after her mother's death. Her face instantly turned pale, her body trembling slightly. Gu Huaijin could no longer hold back. He stepped forward, shielding Jiang Wanyin, and with a cold gaze fixed on Su Chuyue and her son, he demanded, "Who are you calling a jinx?" His voice was deep and filled with an intimidating force, like the blade of a knife. Su Chuyue felt a chill run down her spine under his gaze, but having lived her years, she wasn't easily intimidated. She feigned kindness, advising, "Young man, you're her husband, right? Jiang Wanyin may be pretty, but she's bad luck. You should divorce her quickly." "Mom, stop talking." Lu Jingyan hurriedly tugged at Su Chue's sleeve, lowering his voice. "He's from the Gu family." "Which Gu family?" Su Chuyue frowned, asking. Lu Jingyan explained, "Jiang Wanyin is now the wife of Gu Huaijin, the president of the Gu Group. This is Gu Huaijin himself." Su Chuyue, too busy to keep up with the news recently, was unaware that Jiang Wanyin had married into the wealthiest family in Beijing. Realizing now that the man protecting Jiang Wanyin was the president of the Gu Group, she finally understood the intimidating aura he exuded. Su Chuyue was secretly astonished at how Jiang Wanyin had managed to marry such a prominent man. Knowing Gu Huaijin's identity, Su Chuyue immediately toned down her arrogance, offering a forced smile to Gu Huaijin. "Mr. Gu, I'm sorry, I wasn't targeting you. I've known Jiang Wanyin longer than you. Just giving you a sincere warning not to be fooled by her looks." Gu Huaijin shot her a cold glance, his voice icy. "I don't need you to tell me about my wife. Take care of your own affairs, and if you disrespect my wife again, you'll face the consequences." The threat in his words was unmistakable. Given Su Chue's attitude and words today, he could easily plunge the Lu family into deeper trouble. Lu Jingyan, knowing Gu Huaijin wasn't bluffing, quickly urged Su Chue, "Mom, let's go." Though reluctant, Su Chue was dragged away, still casting a spiteful glare at Jiang Wanyin and muttering under her breath, "Just relying on a man, ruining our family like this, she'll get her comeuppance." The accompanying villagers exchanged glances and quietly followed suit. Gu Huaijin turned, looking down at Jiang Wanyin with concern, noticing her pallor, and asked tenderly, "Are you all right?" Jiang Wanyin forced a small smile, softly replying, "I'm fine, let's go." They rejoined Zhou Yanqing and the others, heading back to their lodging together. As night fell and the air grew chilly, Aunt Wang lit a bonfire in the yard and set up a barbecue grill, preparing a cozy barbecue party for them. For Gu Shiqing, it was her first time experiencing such an event, and her excitement washed away the earlier gloom. She cheerfully called out, "Everyone, come warm up by the fire." She brought chairs to sit around the fire, making sure Jiang Wanyin, who was pregnant, sat next to her, saying considerately, "Sister-in-law, you're expecting, take a rest." Ji Yuan, being from the north, was reminded of his childhood by the sight of the charcoal grill. Enthusiastically rolling up his sleeves, he declared, I'll do the grilling tonight. Aunt Wang and two village women brought out trays of marinated meats, seafood, and vegetables, all arranged by Gu Huaijin beforehand. Zhou Ziyu joined in at the grill, showing no signs of celebrity airs, and smiled. Let me show you what I've got too. Not to be outdone, Zhou Yanqing picked up some chicken wings and started grilling. Aunt Wang, unaware of their identities, was simply delighted to watch such handsome men at work, feeling full just from the sight. Gu Huaijin brought over a blanket, gently draping it over Jiang Wanjin's legs, and pulled her closer to him, worried that the flying sparks might harm her. Gu Shiqing noticed this, her voice full of admiration. Sister-in-law, I've known my brother for years and never knew he could be so caring and thoughtful. Jiang Wanjin glanced at Gu Huaijin, her heart warming, and she smiled at Gu Shiqing. Someday, someone will treat you this way too. Upon hearing this, Gu Shiqing's gaze instinctively drifted towards Zhou Ziyu, who was focused on grilling, but she quickly looked away, changing the subject with a smile. Brother, did you see the news about the Xia family? Gu Huaijin responded with a faint a trace of coldness flickering in his eyes. Gu Shiqing was scrolling through her phone when she suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, there's a major scandal with the Xia family's jewelry brand." She quickly handed her phone to Gu Huaijin, the screen displaying a sensational news headline. The renowned Xia jewelry brand has been exposed for using toxic elements in their accessory materials. Gu Huaijin took the phone and swiftly scanned through the news article. The whistleblower not only pointed out the harmful elements in Xia jewelry, but also provided detailed test reports as evidence. The news caused an immediate uproar online. Good thing I've never bought their jewelry, Gu Shiqing said with relief, keeping a close eye on the unfolding events. Angry netizens flooded in, criticizing Xia's irresponsible actions. As a well-known brand in the industry, Xia's products were widely popular, and this revelation dealt a severe blow to consumer trust. As the public backlash grew, Xia's stock price plummeted, plunging the company into an unprecedented crisis. At the same time, Xia Cheng'e also saw the news. Her face turned pale as a thought flashed through her mind. This was likely Gu Huaijin's doing. She recalled that the company had indeed added trace amounts of toxic metals to the materials to enhance craftsmanship and appearance. Although the levels were minimal, someone had clearly been prepared to exploit this. As Xia Cheng'e was lost in thought, her phone rang. The caller ID showed it was Gu Yanji. She answered the call with irritation. What do you want? Gu Yanji's voice was unsettlingly calm. Have you seen the news about your family? Of course I've seen it. Xia Cheng'e almost growled. The company's stock has already dropped 8 points, and those netizens are tearing us apart. It was Gu Huaijin, Gu Yanji stated bluntly. He found out about the funeral home incident. Xia Cheng'e was furious. What do you mean it was my doing? Didn't you say it wouldn't be traced back to us? She was even more enraged that Gu Huaijin, who once cherished her, was now ruthlessly striking back. Gu Yanji scoffed. Weren't you with him before? You should know his capabilities. It was only a matter of time before he found out. Regret consumed Xia Cheng'e. If she had known Gu Huaijin was the heir of the Gu family, she would never have broken up with him. But it was too late for regrets now, so she anxiously said, "You planned all this, and now our family is taking the fall. You need to fix this." On the other end, Gu Yanji remained unusually composed. Don't worry, I've already smoothed things over with the relevant authorities. The news will die down in a few days, and then you can release some test reports to prove the products are safe. Xia Cheng'e felt a bit relieved but quickly grew concerned again. Now that Gu Huaijin knows I was behind harming him, what if he retaliates against me directly? Gu Yanji paused for a moment before speaking softly. In a few days, it's my grandmother's birthday. We'll go celebrate with her together. Xia Cheng'e immediately grasped the implication, a hint of delight in her eyes. All right, we'll do as you say. After hanging up, Xia Cheng'e promptly informed her father that Gu Yanji was already taking steps to handle the situation. Meanwhile, in Wangjia village, Zhou Ziyu approached Jiang Wanyin with a plate of freshly grilled golden chicken wings. Wanwan, your favorite chicken wings. Just as Jiang Wanyin reached out, Gu Huaijin took the plate first. She can't eat these. Zhou Ziyu asked in confusion why not. Gu Shiqing rolled her eyes at him and answered succinctly, "Sister-in-law is pregnant." "Are you pregnant, little darling?" Zhou Ziyu exclaimed with delight, eagerly grabbing Jiang Wanyin's hand. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and his voice trembled slightly with emotion. "Why didn't you tell me?" Gu Huaijin's expression darkened at the scene, and he quickly pulled his wife's hand away from Zhou Ziyu's grasp. His tone was noticeably displeased. "Why should my wife's pregnancy be any of your business?" Zhou Ziyu, unwilling to back down, scoffed. "I knew Wanwan before you even came into the picture. So what? Wanwan is my wife now," Gu Huaijin retorted, a hint of jealousy creeping into his voice. Jiang Wanyin looked at the two childish men before her and shook her head in exasperation. She spoke gently, trying to ease the tension. "All right, you two. I only found out yesterday and didn't have a chance to tell you." Her gaze was involuntarily drawn to the enticing aroma of the chicken wings, and she swallowed involuntarily. "I should be able to eat this barbecue, right?" Maybe we should check with Dr. Zhou. Zhou Yanqing, overhearing their conversation, immediately replied, Big brother, sister-in-law can eat it, just not too much. Jiang Wanyin's face lit up with happiness at his words. She reached out to take the chicken wing from Gu Huaijin, only to see her husband take a bite himself. Gu Huaijin frowned, his tone still displeased. It's terrible. I'll grill you a new one. He turned to leave, a subtle hint of jealousy in his eyes. Zhou Ziyu looked puzzled and tasted his own chicken wing. What do you mean, Mr. Gu? It's not bad at all. It's too salty, Gu Huaijin replied without turning back. Wanwan, wait a moment. I'll grill some for you now. Jiang Wanyin saw through her husband's little ploy but didn't call him out. She smiled and nodded. Okay, I'd love to try your cooking. Encouraged by his wife's endorsement, Gu Huaijin shot Zhou Ziyu a triumphant glance and headed briskly towards the grill. Zhou Ziyu shook his head helplessly. Wanwan, your husband is a bit stingy, isn't he? Beside them, Gu Shiqing sighed softly, though her voice carried a touch of envy. My brother is indeed under his wife's thumb. Hearing this, Zhou Ziyu turned his gaze to Gu Shiqing and offered her another skewer of chicken wings, his tone slightly probing. Care to try some? Gu Shiqing met Zhou Ziyu's gaze from last week but quickly looked away, sulking. No, didn't my brother say it was too salty? Zhou Ziyu gave a helpless smile, realizing the girl was still upset. He gently asked, what would you like to eat? I'll grill it for you again. Gu Shiqing unceremoniously ordered. Eggplant, chicken skewers, corn. Alright, wait here. Zhou Ziyu stood up and then turned to Jiang Wanyin. Wanwan, is there anything you want to eat? Jiang Wanyin shook her head. My husband is grilling. Zhou Ziyu felt a pang of disappointment. He shouldn't have asked. She already had a husband and didn't need him as a friend anymore. He quietly walked away to prepare the food Gu Shiqing had requested. Once Zhou Ziyu left, Jiang Wanyin asked Gu Shiqing in a low voice, did you two have a fight? No, Gu Shiqing replied, sounding a bit frustrated. Jiang Wanyin asked directly, do you like Zhou Ziyu? Although it wasn't her place to meddle in their feelings, Gu Shiqing seemed troubled. Gu Shiqing glanced over at Zhou Ziyu and sighed. He doesn't like me. Did he say that? Gu Shiqing was even more frustrated. Yeah, he said he doesn't like dumb girls or ones that are too young and childish. Jiang Wanyin couldn't help but chuckle. Do you really believe that? Gu Shiqing stared at the crackling bonfire in front of her, shaking her head. Even though he always calls me dumb and a kid, I know he doesn't dislike that kind of girl. He just doesn't like me. As the eldest daughter of the Gu family, she was used to being adored by everyone, except for Zhou Ziyu, where she always hit a wall. She was deeply frustrated. Jiang Wanyin patted her head comfortingly. I've known Zhou Ziyu for many years. From what I know about him, it's not certain he doesn't like you. Maybe he just hasn't realized it yet. Really? Hope reignited in Gu Shiqing's eyes. Jiang Wanyin pondered for a few seconds, then said seriously, Shiqing, if you like him, don't give up. You're still young. Even if Zhou Ziyu really doesn't like you won't lose anything. You'll gain an experience. Yeah, I get it. Gu Shiqing's mood brightened instantly. She curiously asked, sister-in-law, Zhou Ziyu is so handsome. How come you never fell for him all these years? Jiang Wanyin couldn't help but glance at Gu Huaijin, who was grilling, and smiled. Don't you think your brother is more handsome? Really? Gu Shiqing propped her chin, observing the two men. Although my brother is handsome, Zhou Ziyu seems a bit more handsome and younger. Jiang Wanyin just smiled. Maybe beauty is in the eye of the beholder, or perhaps it's fate. But liking someone is something you know at first sight, regardless of looks, because your heart doesn't lie. At that moment, Gu Huaijin, who was being called old, couldn't help but sneeze. Zhou Ziyu, standing next to him, looked at the nearly burnt chicken wings and laughed. Mr. Gu, are you sure these wings are fit for Wanwan? Should I grill some for her instead? Gu Huaijin pressed his lips together. He could cook, but he had never grilled before and couldn't quite master the technique. Zhou Yanqing also joined, teasing, Big brother, maybe you should just sit with sister-in-law instead of wasting food. Ji Yuan conveniently handed over a plate of perfectly grilled skewers. Mr. Gu, I've got some ready skewers here. Take them to your wife and her friends. Gu Huaijin glanced at his own attempt and reluctantly accepted Ji Yuan's skewers. For the sake of his wife's health, it was better not to let her eat what he'd grilled. While Zhou Ziyu continued to turn the skewers, he said, Mr. Gu, there was a time I had feelings for Wanwan, but she always saw me as a good friend. Now I only see her as my best friend, so you don't have to worry or be jealous. Gu Huaijin gave him a calm look. I know. Even if you liked Wanwan, it wouldn't matter. My charm is greater than yours. Wanwan would definitely choose me. Yeah, right, Zhou Ziyu scoffed with a smile. If you ever make her unhappy, watch me win her back. You'll never have the chance, Gu Huaijin retorted, taking Ji Yuan's skewers to feed Jiang Wanyin. Zhou Ziyu chuckled to himself, murmuring, hope you keep your word. Let me help you grill. Gu Shiqing approached him. Her sister-in-law was right. Since she liked Zhou Ziyu, she should try harder. Zhou Ziyu frowned slightly. You go eat. Don't come here and make a mess. He was worried this pampered young lady might accidentally burn herself. My brother and sister-in-law are being all lovey-dovey. I don't want to be a third wheel. Gu Shiqing said with a playful smile, aren't you grilling for me? I'll just wait here. She handed him a bottle of seasoning. Here, add some chili powder. I like it spicy. Zhou Ziyu glanced at the seasoning in her hand, amused. Missy, that's cumin powder. Is it? Cumin is fine too. Gu Shiqing laughed awkwardly. Zhou Ziyu chuckled helplessly but still took the chili powder and sprinkled it on the skewers. Watching him, Gu Shiqing's eyes sparkled, thinking, even sprinkling chili powder, he looks so handsome. Truly the man she had her eyes on. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanyin was happily eating the skewers Gu Huaijin had brought over. It had been a while since she had barbecue, and Ji Yuan's grilling skills were excellent, so she ate quite a few. Don't eat too much. I had Aunt Wang make some soup for you. Gu Huaijin handed Jiang Wanyin a napkin, looking at her indulgently. Jiang Wanyin finished her last bite. Okay, I won't eat anymore. Since she was pregnant, it was better to eat less barbecue for the baby's sake. Gu Huaijin stood up and extended his hand to her. Let me take you somewhere. Where to? Jiang Wanyin asked curiously, as she was more familiar with Wangjia village than he was. You'll see, Gu Huaijin said mysteriously. Okay. Jiang Wanyin placed her hand in his warm one, stood up, and let him lead her. Though she didn't know where Gu Huaijin was taking her, she trusted him completely. Gu Huaijin called out to Ji Yuan, who was still enthusiastically grilling. Ji Yuan immediately understood, took off his gloves, and walked towards the car. Gu Huaijin led Jiang Wanyin out of the yard to an open area in front of the house. Ji Yuan approached, holding something resembling a sky lantern. Mr. Gu, here you go. Ji Yuan handed it over respectfully. Gu Huaijin took it and then gave it to Jiang Wanyin, explaining softly, I heard that releasing a sky lantern can bring blessings and convey your thoughts to those you miss. So I prepared this lantern for you to send your words to your grandmother. Jiang Wanyin looked at the lantern, her eyes moistening. This man was always so considerate, thinking of her and understanding her feelings. Thank you, Jiang Wanyin said gratefully. Gu Huaijin gently patted her head. You're my wife. There's no need to thank me. You can write what you want to say on it. Ji Yuan promptly handed over a pen. Here you go, ma'am. Jiang Wanyin took the pen, locking eyes with Gu Huaijin for a moment before lowering her head to write on the sky lantern. The small surface of the lantern couldn't contain all she wanted to express, so she left it with a simple message. Grandma, I'm doing well. Don't worry about me. Gu Huaijin handed her a lighter, and Jiang Wanyin lit the lantern herself. Together, they lifted it high and released it into the night sky as a cold breeze blew by. Jiang Wanyin's moist eyes followed the lantern as it drifted further away, silently conveying her thoughts. Grandma, I hope you're at peace in heaven. Gu Huaijin treats me very well, and I'm soon to be a mother. Please bless my child to be born safely, and watch over Gu Huaijin in all his endeavors. Gu Huaijin wrapped his arm around Jiang Wanyin's slender waist. Standing shoulder to shoulder, they gazed at the lantern floating away. His deep eyes also carried a prayer. Grandma, please bless Wanyin with safety, health and happiness. At the courtyard gate, Gu Shiqing held up her phone, recording this heartwarming scene with envy in her eyes. So romantic. I want to release a sky lantern too, she sighed softly. Zhou Ziyu, with his arms crossed, watched Jiang Wanyin and Gu Huaijin nestled together, his previous worries now dissipated. He glanced down at Gu Shiqing and said calmly, too many sky lanterns can cause wildfires. Gu Shiqing glared at him. Aren't you an idol? You've acted in so many romance dramas, yet you don't have a romantic bone in your body. Zhou Ziyu flicked her forehead lightly, smiling. Little girls shouldn't watch so many romance dramas. They're all fake. Zhou Ziyu, I'm not a little girl anymore, Gu Shiqing retorted angrily, yet she looked especially adorable. Zhou Ziyu chuckled. Alright, you're a grown-up. Let's head back, it's freezing. Meanwhile, at the other end of Wangjia village, Su Qiyu and Lu Jingyan settled into a newly built house arranged by the village chief. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the room. Su Qiyu, seething with anger, kicked over the kettle, growling, why did these villagers suddenly refuse to lease the land to us? We came all this way, and now they just say no? Are they playing with us? Lu Jingyan's face was grim. They had spent the day inspecting the area and were quite satisfied. But when they returned to discuss the contract, the villagers suddenly changed their minds, saying they wanted to farm the land themselves. Lu Jingyan thought it was a matter of rent, so he gritted his teeth and offered an additional 10%. Still, the villagers politely declined without explanation, merely stating they didn't want to lease it for the time being. He couldn't understand why their attitude had changed so drastically when they had been so eager that morning. Mom, could someone be sabotaging us? Lu Jingyan asked. This suggestion calmed Su Qiyu, and the image of Jiang Wanyin and Gu Huaijin from that afternoon flashed through her mind. Her expression changed as she speculated. Could it be Gu Huaijin interfering? With his capabilities, it would be easy for him to block us from collaborating. Lu Jingyan frowned deeply. You spoke to Jiang Wanyin like that this afternoon, so it's likely Gu Huaijin wants revenge. Jiang Wanyin, always Jiang Wanyin, Su Jue fumed. That woman has been a curse to our Lu family. She then pointed at Lu Jingyan, reprimanding, you were bewitched by her looks back then. You should never have gotten involved with her. How was I to know she'd end up marrying Gu Huaijin? Lu Jingyan regretted deeply, but he regretted breaking up with Jiang Wanyin even more. If they hadn't split, Jiang Wanyin wouldn't have married Gu Huaijin, and he might have smoothly entered the Gu Corporation, avoiding their current downfall. But there's no what if in life. So what do we do now? Should we look for another village? Lu Jingyan suggested. Su Qiu's eyes turned cold. We can find another village, but some people need to be taught a lesson. Our Lu family's current troubles are all because of that troublemaker Jiang Wanyin. Lu Jingyan was startled. Mom, what are you thinking? A cruel glint flashed in Su Qiu's eyes. It's freezing, and the roads are icy and slippery. The road back to the city is a winding mountain path. A small accident wouldn't be surprising.
Mom, you mean?
Lu Jingyan, usually cautious, had never dared to entertain such bold ideas despite his hatred for Gu Huaijin and Jiang Wanyin. Mom, the Gu family is incredibly powerful in the capital. If we act against them, it would be like throwing eggs at a rock. We could end up worse off. Su Qiu gave him a sidelong glance. If they have an accident, who can blame anyone else? There are no cameras on the mountain road, so what can an investigation do?
But
Lu Jingyan hesitated. The Gu family's power was not to be underestimated. Su Qiu squinted, weighing the options. If we miss this chance, we'll have no hope of dealing with them in the capital. Can you swallow this humiliation? Besides, Gu Huaijin made the first move against us. Lu Jingyan frowned, conflicted. But accidents on mountain roads can be serious.
what if?
Su Qiu interrupted him. That's up to their fate. If we hesitate, we'll only be bullied, and the Lu family will be finished. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Su Qiu immediately fell silent, exchanging a wary glance with Lu Jingyan, then called out, who is it? A villager's voice replied, Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu, we've prepared some food. Would you like to have some? Realizing it was just the villagers, they both relaxed. Lu Jingyan responded, all right, we'll be there soon. The next morning, Su Qiu and Lu Jingyan packed up and left Wangjie village. With no opportunities here, they needed to find another suitable village. As they drove away, their cars passed by Jiang Wanyin's grandmother's house, seemingly signaling to Gu Huaijin that they were leaving. However, Su Qiu had already learned that Gu Huaijin and his group were also planning to return to the capital today. Zhou Yanqing happened to be taking a walk outside the courtyard and noticed the luxury cars passing by, clearly not belonging to the villagers. He took a second look but thought nothing more of it. At noon, Aunt Wang prepared another sumptuous meal for them. After the meal, Jiang Wanyin and the others began packing their luggage, preparing to return to the capital. Aunt Wang, thank you for everything these past few days. This is for taking care of my grandmother. Please accept it. Jiang Wanyin handed Aunt Wang a thick envelope. Aunt Wang waved her hands. Wanyin, there's no need. Mr. Gu has already given me a generous amount. Jiang Wanyin turned to look at Gu Huaijin, who was packing their belongings. He nodded, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. Gu Huaijin was always so considerate, thinking of every detail for her. Jiang Wanyin, filled with gratitude, said to Aunt Wang, thank you, Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang gave a warm, simple smile and waved her hand dismissively. No need to thank me. Just come by and visit when you have time. Gu Huaijin walked over and gently took Jiang Wanyin's hand, speaking softly, Aunt Wang, whenever Wan misses Grandma, we'll come over. Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he frowned slightly and stepped aside to answer the call. Aunt Wang watched Gu Huaijin's retreating figure, then turned back to Jiang Wanyin with an even kinder smile. Wanyin, your husband is a good man. Your grandmother can rest easy now. Jiang Wanyin's gaze followed Gu Huaijin instinctively, a happy curve appearing on her lips. Yes, he's very good to me. Gu Shiqing hurried over and gently reminded, sister-in-law, it's time to get in the car. Jiang Wanyin bid farewell to Aunt Wang and then got into the car. The convoy slowly began to move. Ji Yuan was driving the car with Gu Huaijin and Jiang Wanyin, while Zhou Yanqing and Gu Shiqing were in another car. Zhou Ziyu had already left earlier due to a morning engagement. Big brother, I'll drive in front, Zhou Yanqing called out to Gu Huaijin. Gu Huaijin nodded in agreement but still cautioned, the mountain road is slippery, drive carefully. Don't worry, Zhou Yanqing made an okay gesture and started his car first. After Gu Huaijin got into the car, Ji Yuan also started the engine. After leaving Wang family village, the convoy quickly entered the mountain road. The road was bumpy, and Gu Huaijin pulled Jiang Wanyin into his arms, letting her lean against him. Are you feeling uncomfortable? He asked worriedly, concerned she might get carsick. Jiang Wanyin smiled. I'm okay for now. Despite this, Gu Huaijin instructed Ji Yuan, drive smoothly. Yes, Mr. Gu, Ji Yuan replied, gripping the steering wheel tightly and focusing intently. The mountain road was narrow and winding, with icy patches, requiring full attention. By the way, Gu Huaijin suddenly remembered something and turned to Jiang Wanyin. Xiaofeng called and said they found Jiang Jiangguo. Do you want to see him when we get back? Hearing Jiang Jiangguo's name, Jiang Wanyin bit her lip and hesitated for a moment before saying, there are some things I want to ask him. All right, I'll arrange it, Gu Huaijin said, respecting her decision without asking further questions. As the vehicle ascended the mountain road, the curves became more frequent and visibility reduced. Jiang Wanyin started to feel a bit dizzy, and Gu Huaijin let her lie on his lap to make her more comfortable. Suddenly, Ji Yuan honked the horn sharply, and the car's speed decreased rapidly. Gu Huaijin instinctively shielded Jiang Wanyin and looked up to see a car speeding around the bend from the opposite direction. To avoid a collision, Zhou Yanqing's car in front quickly decelerated and honked to warn. The driver of the oncoming car reacted swiftly, reducing speed and turning the steering wheel, but overcorrected, causing the vehicle to tilt towards the guardrail. Fortunately, the driver regained control in time, averting a plunge off the cliff. Ji Yuan also reacted quickly and avoided rear-ending the car in front. Gu Huaijin exhaled a sigh of relief, reassuring Jiang Wanyin, it's okay now. Though she hadn't seen what happened, Jiang Wanyin could guess and softly reminded Ji Yuan, take it easy, no rush. Yes ma'am, Ji Yuan replied, even more vigilant. Gu Huaijin called Gu Shiqing, are you all alright? Gu Shiqing's voice carried a hint of lingering fear. We're fine. Thankfully Yanqing reacted quickly. Gu Huaijin acknowledged, about to advise caution, when he suddenly heard Zhou Yanqing exclaiming on the other end. This road is really tricky. Can't see the oncoming traffic, damn. Careful, followed by Gu Shiqing's scream and the screech of tires. Before Gu Huaijin could respond, Ji Yuan shouted, Mr. Gu, Mrs. Gu, watch out. Ahead, a large truck was careening towards Zhou Yanqing's car. Zhou Yanqing swerved sharply to the right to avoid a head-on collision, managing to dodge the truck but crashing the car's front into a large roadside rock. The truck, undeterred by the near miss, continued barreling towards Gu Huaijin's car. Gu Huaijin's eyes widened, instinctively protecting Jiang Wanyin in his arms. Jiang Wanyin also bent forward, shielding her abdomen. Ji Yuan reacted swiftly, turning the steering wheel sharply. Knowing a head-on collision with the truck would be catastrophic, he opted to steer left, slowing down to hit the guardrail instead, hoping to avoid a direct collision. A loud crash echoed as the truck smashed into the mountainside, a deafening impact, while Ji Yuan's vehicle slammed into the guardrail. Fortunately, Ji Yuan's control and the guardrail provided a buffer, bringing the car to a halt. Mr. Gu, Mrs. Gu, are you alright? Ji Yuan turned back, his voice trembling slightly from the close call. That was really close. Gu Huaijin quickly looked up and down at Jiang Wanqing, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Wanwan, are you okay? Jiang Wanqing sat up straight and shook her head gently. I'm fine. What about you? And Shiqing and the others? Gu Huaijin responded briefly, I'm okay. Let's get out of the car first. The three of them swiftly exited the vehicle and stood by the roadside. In front of them was a guardrail, beyond which was a bottomless cliff. They all involuntarily took a sharp breath, exchanging a glance filled with lingering fear. Ji Yuan hurried over to the large truck to assess the situation. Meanwhile, Gu Huaijin and Jiang Wanqing rushed over to Zhou Yanqing's car, just in time to see Zhou Yanqing carefully helping Gu Shiqing out of the vehicle. How are you all? Gu Huaijin asked gravely. Zhou Yanqing moved his neck a little and said, I'm alright, but Shiqing's right hand seems to be broken. Gu Shiqing was holding her right hand, her eyes red with pain. Her voice trembled as she said, that was terrifying. I thought it was the end for us. Having been sheltered all her life, she had never experienced such a fright. Jiang Wanqing gently wiped the tears from her eyes, softly reassuring her, it's over now, don't be scared. At this moment, Ji Yuan returned from the truck, reporting, Mr. Gu, the truck's front is severely damaged, and the driver appears to be seriously injured and unconscious. Hearing this, Zhou Yanqing immediately said, I'll go check it out. Ji Yuan, call for rescue. He quickly made his way to the truck and found the driver's head bleeding, trapped in the seat. Zhou Yanqing did some basic first aid to stop the bleeding but didn't dare move him due to the uncertain extent of his injuries, waiting for rescue to arrive. Gu Huaijin surveyed the surroundings, frowning. He quietly said to Zhou Yanqing, brother, don't you think this accident doesn't seem like a coincidence? Zhou Yanqing nodded, his expression somber. Yes, this needs to be investigated. He was pondering the same thing. This mountain road is notoriously difficult to navigate, and most drivers would slow down. But the truck earlier showed no signs of slowing, crashing into Zhou Yanqing's car and then continuing towards Gu Huaijin's car. More suspiciously, this remote mountain road rarely sees traffic, yet today, there were two vehicles. All these clues suggest that this could very well be a premeditated incident. About 20 minutes later, the rescue team arrived at the scene. Gu Huaijin instructed Ji Yuan to stay behind to handle follow-up matters, while they quickly rushed Gu Shiqing to the hospital. Zhou Yanqing drove back to their family hospital at top speed. After a thorough examination, it was determined that Gu Shiqing was lucky to have only suffered a fracture in her right hand, with no other significant injuries. Zhou Yanqing put a cast on her and advised her to rest for a while. Gu Huaijin and Jiang Wanyin were relieved to hear the news. Brother, I suggest we also do a full checkup for sister-in-law, Zhou Yanqing proposed. Gu Huaijin nodded in agreement, considering that Jiang Wanyin was pregnant and the car accident might have had potential impacts. Jiang Wanyin cooperated with the examination, internally worried that the shock might affect the baby. After a series of tests, she waited in the hospital room for the results. Gu Huaijin entered the room with a stack of reports. Jiang Wanyin anxiously asked, "Is everything okay?" Gu Huaijin sat beside her, gently stroking her hair and smiled. "The results show everything is fine." Jiang Wanyin felt relieved, resting her face on her husband's broad palm, murmuring, "Thank goodness everyone is okay." Recalling the moment when the truck barreled towards them, her heart was filled with fear, afraid of leaving Gu Huaijin, afraid of not being able to protect their unborn child. Gu Huaijin gently caressed his wife's cheek, softly replying, "Yes, thankfully you and the baby are safe." Jiang Wanyin looked up and planted a gentle kiss on her husband's lips, sincerely saying, "Gu Huaijin, in that moment of the accident, I suddenly realized how much I love you." This unexpected event made her understand the importance of treasuring the people in her life, to not wait until it's too late to regret. Her sudden confession left Gu Huaijin momentarily stunned, then his eyes turned passionate. "Wanwan, what did you just say?" With a smile on her lips and eyes as tender as spring water, Jiang Wanyin said word by word, "Husband, I love you. Although I don't know when I fell in love with you, I am sure I love you deeply." This gentle confession was like a shooting star falling into Gu Huaijin's heart, stirring ripples within him. The man, his face full of smiles, earnestly replied, "Wife, I love you too. I will love you well for the rest of my life." Before he finished speaking, he leaned in and kissed Jiang Wanyin's lips, a kiss filled with tenderness and a touch of fervor. This man, well into his 30s, seemed to be experiencing the taste of love for the first time, with his body flooding with dopamine, wishing to merge the woman in his arms into his very being. Ahem, ahem. Came a soft cough from the doorway. Grandma Gu and Zhang Yuling were standing there with expressions of satisfaction. Who knows how long they had been watching the young couple. Jiang Wanyin blushed instantly, burying herself in Gu Huaijin's arms, too embarrassed to face them. Gu Huaijin looked helplessly at his grandmother and mother, asking, "What brings you here?" Grandma Gu smiled, "We heard about the car accident and came to check on you." "Is Wanwan hurt?" "No, she's fine. Shiqing injured her hand. You should go see her." Gu Huaijin tried to send them off. Hearing Grandma's concern, Jiang Wanyin raised her head shyly. "Grandma, I had a checkup, I'm fine." Grandma Gu nodded, "As long as you're okay, then we'll go check on Shiqing." Before leaving, Zhang Yuling gave her son a knowing look and advised, "Wanwan is newly pregnant. Some things need to be restrained." Upon hearing this, Gu Huaijin and Jiang Wanyin both felt too embarrassed to respond. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain highway, traffic police had already sealed off the scene. The traffic accident involving the president of the Gu group quickly made headlines, attracting widespread attention. The Lu family, mother and son, were also watching the news coverage. The TV showed the horrific collision between a truck and another luxury car. Just as they were about to relax, the reporter announced, "We have just received news from the hospital that the president of the Gu group and his wife are very fortunate to have not sustained serious injuries. Additionally, the truck driver who crashed into the cliff due to excessive speed has suffered severe head injuries but, fortunately, was treated in time and is now out of life-threatening danger." Our reporter reminds all drivers. Lu Jingyan immediately turned to Su Qiumei, panic written all over his face. "Mom, that driver is still alive." "I heard," Su Qiumei snapped, pacing back and forth with a worried expression. "Useless. Absolutely useless. If that driver wakes up and exposes us, Gu Huaijin won't let us off." Lu Jingyan was panic-stricken. This middle-aged man, usually indecisive, still relied on Su Qiumei for many decisions. Su Qiumei took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She had orchestrated this accident, planning for the truck driver to push Jiang Wanyin and Gu Huaijin's car off the mountain road without a trace. But she hadn't anticipated the presence of another car. The truck driver must have mistakenly assumed Gu Huaijin was in Zhou Yanqing's car and targeted it, giving the other car a chance to evade the collision. Jiang Wanyin is truly lucky, even the heavens seem to favor her. Su Qiumei gritted her teeth. "That truck driver took a large sum of money from me, and he has a young child. If we threaten him with his child, he shouldn't expose us." Lu Jingyan wasn't as optimistic, with Gu Huaijin's ruthless methods. What if the driver can't withstand his interrogation? Su Qiumei clenched her fists, a vicious glint in her eyes. "Then there's only one solution." "What solution?" "Make sure he never wakes up," Su Qiumei said coldly. Hearing this, Lu Jingyan stared at his mother in disbelief, unable to fathom her viciousness. Yet he couldn't argue because if the driver exposed them, the entire Lu family would be doomed. What should we do? Lu Jingyan asked. Su Qiumei glanced at her son. You stay out of this. If anything happens, you can claim ignorance. She needed to preserve the Lu family's bloodline. However, they were unaware that the driver hadn't actually escaped danger. Due to severe head injuries, he remained in a coma. The doctors diagnosed that even if he survived, he might end up in a vegetative state. This was just a false rumor spread by Ji Yuan under Gu Huaijin's orders. If this incident was indeed orchestrated, the mastermind would panic upon seeing the news and might take further action. Gu Huaijin was waiting for the schemer to walk into his trap. The next day, Gu Huaijin took Jiang Wanyin to the Jiang family villa. As they pushed open the heavy wooden doors, their footsteps echoed in the empty hall. Jiang Jiangguo heard the commotion, looked up, and was overjoyed to see Jiang Wanyin and Gu Huaijin. He almost stumbled as he hurried over to them. Wanwan, you're here. Jiang Jiangguo exclaimed eagerly, hope gleaming in his eyes. Please ask Mr. Gu to let me go. Since fleeing the hospital, Jiang Jiangguo had been hiding for several days. Just as he thought the storm had passed, Gu Huaijin's men caught him and brought him back to the villa, where he found himself a prisoner, unable to step outside. All means of communication, including his phone, had been confiscated. The days of confinement felt worse than death. Jiang Wanyin calmly observed Jiang Jiangguo, noting his haggard appearance and disheveled clothing. She sneered inwardly, thinking how those who do wrong eventually pay the price. Jiang Jiangguo, she began, her voice icy. Do you know the crimes you've committed? If we hand you over to the police, do you think you'll ever have a chance to get out again? Recalling how Jiang Jiangguo had driven her grandmother to her death, Jiang Wanyin wished she could tear him apart. But she knew it wasn't the time yet. There were truths she needed to uncover. Jiang Jiangguo's heart raced, but he feigned calmness. Wanwan, I'm not sure what you mean. What have I done? Jiang Wanyin let out a cold laugh, a flash of anger in her eyes. Do you realize you caused my grandmother's death? Jiang Jiangguo, you didn't even spare an elderly woman. Do you have any conscience left? I didn't. I only heard your grandmother was ill and went to visit her. Jiang Jiangguo continued to deny. Do you think pretending to have amnesia will work? Jiang Wanyin's voice trembled with anger. Aunt Zhang, the nurse, saw you force my grandmother to press her fingerprint on a document, which led to her sudden attack and death. She's a witness. Do you still want to deny it? Seeing Jiang Wanyin's agitation, Gu Huaijin gently squeezed her hand, soothing her with a low voice. Wanwan, don't waste your anger on someone like him. He turned to Jiang Jiangguo, his eyes filled with a chilling intensity. Jiang Jiangguo, you'd better tell the truth now, or you might not live to see another day. What were you trying to do at the hospital? Jiang Jiangguo glanced fearfully at Gu Huaijin and then at Xiao Feng, who stood behind him, feeling as if a knife was at his throat. He suddenly fell to his knees, his face contorted with desperation. Wanwan, I never meant to harm your grandmother. I just wanted her to ask Mr. Gu for a dowry, so I could save the company. But she was so sick, and she refused to help me. I had no choice but to try to get her to transfer the shares your mother left behind to me. But she wouldn't, so I... Jiang Wanyin's expression grew darker, her voice shaking with rage. What shares? Your mother left the company shares to your grandmother before she passed, saying they should be transferred to you when you got married, Jiang Jiangguo confessed. Hearing this, Jiang Wanyin was suddenly enlightened, a bitter smile playing on her lips. She took a paper from her bag and threw it at Jiang Jiangguo. My mother knew you were eyeing those shares. They were automatically transferred to me when I turned 18. What? Jiang Jiangguo picked up the paper and read it carefully, then collapsed to the ground in despair. He laughed bitterly. Your mother was truly clever. I was fooled by her. Suddenly, he burst into a harsh laugh. Wanwan, it was your mother who caused your grandmother's death. If she hadn't told me the shares were in your grandmother's name, I wouldn't have forced her to transfer them. So it wasn't me who killed your grandmother, it was your mother. Ha ha. Jiang Jiangguo. Jiang Wanyin glared at him, her voice cold as ice. You caused my mother's death and now my grandmother's, and you want to blame it on my mother? Are you even human? Jiang Jiangguo abruptly stood up. Seeing this, Gu Huaijin quickly shielded Jiang Wanyin behind him. Jiang Jiangguo defended himself. Your mother committed suicide. What does that have to do with me? Gu Huaijin frowned slightly and called out, bring them in. Two men in black brought in Meng Milan and Jiang Xinyu. As soon as Meng Milan saw Jiang Jiangguo, she began to wail, husband, where have you been? We've been locked in a dark room for days by these people. It was terrifying. It turned out that the day Jiang Jiangguo fled the hospital, Gu Huaijin had ordered Meng Milan and Jiang Xinyu to be held in an underground room. They had no idea what was happening, but the days spent in that dark, damp room were a nightmare. Seeing Jiang Wanyin and Gu Huaijin, Jiang Xinyu was smarter this time. She demanded angrily, Jiang Wanyin, did you have us locked up? This is illegal, and we're going to call the police. Jiang Wanyin chuckled and asked, do you want to ask Jiang Jiangguo if you should call the police? No, no police. Jiang Jiangguo quickly interjected, fear written all over his face. Jiang Xinyu looked at her father in confusion. Dad, why not call the police? Even if the Gu family is powerful, they can't kidnap us. That's illegal. Jiang Jiangguo glared at her and barked. Shut up. Jiang Wanyin cast a cold glance at Meng Milan and Jiang Jiangguo, her voice icy. Was my mother's death really a suicide? The question was like a dagger, piercing their hearts. Jiang Wanyin recalled her helplessness as a child, forced to accept the narrative of her mother's suicide. However, a conversation she overheard from Aunt Zhang recently made her question the true cause of her mother's death. Jiang Jiangguo and Meng Milan's faces changed dramatically at her words, and they exchanged a quick, involuntary glance. This subtle reaction did not escape Gu Huaijin's notice, who narrowed his eyes, sensing danger. Behind him, Xiaofeng also felt the increased chill emanating from his boss. After a moment of silence, Jiang Jiangguo feigned calmness and replied, Wanwen, didn't you see your mother being carried out from the fire yourself? Meng Milan quickly chimed in, yes, your mother locked herself in the greenhouse, set it on fire, and couldn't escape. Jiang Wanyin's lips curled into a cold smile, her gaze as sharp as a blade. Meng Milan, you were just a mistress back then and didn't live with us. How do you know so much? Meng Milan was at a loss for words, stammering, I heard it from your dad. Jiang Jiangguo hurried to support her, yes, that's right. I told her about it, and the house staff knew as well. Jiang Wanyin pressed on, even so, wasn't there a watering system outside the greenhouse? Why couldn't it extinguish the fire? Jiang Jiangguo swallowed hard, quickly regaining his composure and putting on a helpless facade. I was at the office at the time, so I don't know the specifics. By the time I got home, your mother was already. He sighed heavily and continued. You know, your mother had depression. She tried to take her life several times. Wanwen, I've regretted it for years. If only I had been home with your mother that day, maybe she wouldn't have taken her own life. Jiang Jiangguo spoke with apparent sincerity, his face full of remorse. To those who didn't know him well, his words might have been convincing. However, Jiang Wanyin had long seen through his deceitful facade. Meng Milan feigned sadness, her voice trembling with insincerity. Depression can sometimes make a person unaware of their actions. Your mother must have been in unimaginable pain to choose suicide. Jiang Wanyin looked at them with cold eyes, filled with sarcasm. Wasn't her pain all thanks to you? If it weren't for you, she wouldn't have developed depression. Jiang Jiangguo defended himself without a hint of shame. Wanwan, I admit I made mistakes, but your mother's death has nothing to do with us. Jiang Wanyin rubbed her ears, tired of hearing their hypocritical words. She knew that without concrete evidence, these people would never admit the truth. She exchanged a glance with Gu Huaijin and said flatly, in that case, let's go. Gu Huaijin took her hand and instructed Xiaofeng behind him, hand Jiang Jiangguo over to the police and throw everyone else out of the villa. Understood, Xiaofeng responded, signaling a group of men in black to enter. Jiang Jiangguo panicked, his voice becoming shrill. What right do you have to hand me over to the police? Gu Huaijin glanced at him coldly, his voice icy. You caused my grandmother's death and expect to continue living freely? Oh, and don't worry about your company anymore. I've already acquired it. What? When did I agree to sell the company? Jiang Jiangguo roared, his face flushed with anger. He had poured his life's work into the company and couldn't accept losing it. Gu Huaijin sneered. Considering the mess your company is in, if it weren't for my wife's sake, I wouldn't have bothered acquiring it. Meng Milan, realizing the situation, hurriedly clutched Jiang Jiangguo's sleeve. The company is gone? What are we going to do now? She turned to Jiang Wanyin, swallowing her pride to plead. Wanwan, please ask Mr. Gu to give the company back to us. Jiang Wanyin raised her eyelids slightly, her tone indifferent. You understand the principle of fair exchange. If you want something, offer me something I want in return. Meng Milan frowned, pondering her words. Jiang Wanyin didn't rush her, simply adding, by the way, this villa was left to me by my mother. You have an hour to pack and leave. With that, she and Gu Huaijin interlocked their fingers and turned to leave. Before departing, Gu Huaijin instructed Xiaofeng, watch them closely, make sure they don't take anything that doesn't belong to them. A few police officers entered the villa. One of them showed an arrest warrant, confirmed Jiang Jiangguo's identity, and handcuffed him. Meng Milan was so shocked by the sudden turn of events that she collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face as she muttered, What are we going to do now? Jiang Xinyu, who had been silent, suddenly burst into a mocking laugh. Her family was in ruins, and she had lost face due to the affair. She blamed it all on Jiang Wanyin and silently vowed that Jiang Wanyin would pay. Outside the villa, Jiang Wanyin glanced back at Jiang Jiangguo, being escorted into the police car, then calmly looked away. Huaijin, do you think any of them will come to me for help? Gu Huaijin nodded confidently. People like them, who are used to living in luxury, won't handle falling from grace for long. The best way to get them to confess the truth about your mother's suicide is to push them to their limits. Desperate to reclaim their status, someone will break and come to us. It's human nature. Jiang Wanyin sighed softly, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. This was once my home. It's laughable. Gu Huaijin spoke gently. Don't dwell on it. Leave the rest to me. You must be tired. Let me take you home. He opened the car door for her considerately. Okay, Jiang Wanyin replied, a faint smile on her lips as she got into the car. 2 days later, Gu Shiqing, who had been in the hospital for a few days, was ready to be discharged. In the hospital room, Zhou Yanqing carefully reviewed all her reports, confirming everything was normal. Be sure to rest at home, and come back in 2 weeks to have the cast removed. Gu Shiqing nodded. Understood. I can't wait to leave this suffocating place. By the way, didn't my brother and sister-in-law say they were coming to pick me up? Where are they? Zhou Yanqing glanced at his watch. Your sister-in-law is having a prenatal checkup. It should be over soon. I'll go check. You wait here. Go ahead, and please get a nurse to help me change clothes. Gu Shiqing waved him off, as changing was difficult with her arm in a cast. After Zhou Yanqing left, Gu Shiqing began unbuttoning her hospital gown. Hearing footsteps behind her, she assumed it was the nurse. Nurse, could you help me? She turned around mid-sentence and froze when she saw who it was. A second, 2 seconds. After a few moments, Gu Shiqing snapped back to reality, hurriedly clutching her half-open gown, exclaiming, Zhou Ziyu, what are you doing here? Zhou Ziyu rushed over, covering her mouth. Keep it down, or do you want everyone to know I'm here? He had gone to great lengths to disguise himself and sneak in. Gu Shiqing could only glare at him, her mouth covered. Seeing this, Zhou Ziyu released her and removed his sunglasses and mask. Gu Shiqing took a deep breath and asked in a low voice, why didn't you knock? Zhou Ziyu's gaze fell on her tightly held clothes, teasing, it's not like I haven't seen it before. Yeah. Gu Shiqing's face turned red as she recalled the time he had changed her clothes when she was drunk. She quickly changed the subject. What are you doing here? Zhou Ziyu sat on the hospital bed lazily. I heard you got hurt and happened to have some free time today, so I came to check on you. In truth, he had several engagements today, but upon hearing from Jiang Wanyin that Gu Shiqing was being discharged, he couldn't help but rush over after finishing one. A sly look crossed Gu Shiqing's eyes. You wouldn't be worried about me, would you? Zhou Ziyu smirked. You're overthinking it. I just came out of concern for a little kid. But since you're fine, I'll be on my way. As he made to leave, Gu Shiqing suddenly pretended to wince in pain. My hand. What's wrong? Zhou Ziyu immediately looked worried, not noticing her overacted performance. It hurts. Gu Shiqing feigned agony. You might have bumped it earlier. Zhou Ziyu frowned, recalling if he had been too rough when covering her mouth. Wait here, I'll get a doctor. No. Gu Shiqing quickly grabbed him, smiling sheepishly. It's not that bad. No need to bother the doctor. She didn't want her little ruse to be exposed. Ziyu Zhou squinted his eyes, belatedly realizing that Shiqing Gu was putting on an act. He reached out and tapped her forehead, his voice tinged with inexplicable annoyance. Shiqing Gu, joking about your own health is really childish. Shiqing Gu pouted, feeling wronged. I just finally got to see you and wanted you to stay a little longer. Ziyu Zhou stared at her in silence for a moment, just about to speak when the door swung open and a nurse walked in. He quickly put on sunglasses and a mask, murmured, I have to go, and left in a hurry. He couldn't risk being recognized. The nurse watched his departing figure with curiosity and asked, Miss Gu, who was that? Shiqing Gu sighed inwardly and replied nonchalantly, a friend. The nurse didn't press further and instead said, Dr. Zhou asked me to help you change clothes. Thank you, Shiqing Gu responded, her emotions mixed. She couldn't quite figure out Ziyu Zhou's feelings for her, but one thing was clear, being a celebrity meant having no freedom. Meanwhile, Huaijin Gu was accompanying Wanyin Jiang for her prenatal checkup. It was her first, and naturally, she was a bit anxious. She worried that her recent emotional fluctuations and the car accident might affect the baby. However, Huaijin Gu seemed even more nervous than her. Usually calm and composed, he was now staring intently at Wanyin Jiang's arm as she rolled up her sleeve for a blood draw, his expression serious. When the thin needle pierced her vein, Wanyin Jiang couldn't help but frown slightly. Huaijin Gu held her hand, unintentionally tightening his grip, his sharp gaze fixed on the nurse drawing blood. The nurse, intimidated by his intense stare, felt a shiver despite his silence. Wanyin Jiang squeezed Huaijin Gu's hand gently, smiling to reassure him it doesn't hurt. Huaijin Gu's expression softened a bit but soon tensed again. Watching her have 3 vials of blood drawn, he asked in a deep voice, Do you always have to take this much blood? The nurse cautiously replied, Yes, more or less. It depends on the tests required. Sometimes, not as much as needed. She could feel the coldness emanating from him and feared saying more would only worsen it. After the blood draw, Huaijin Gu helped Wanyin Jiang to a nearby seat. She looked at his furrowed brow, reached out to smooth it, and teased, Why are you more nervous than me when I'm the one having blood drawn? While pressing on her needle site, Huaijin Gu murmured, Wan, let's not have more kids after this one. He couldn't bear seeing her undergo such discomfort. Wanyin Jiang felt touched yet amused. She placed his hand on her abdomen, speaking softly, "This is our child. A little discomfort is worth it." Huaijin gently stroked her flat belly, addressing the unborn baby. "Baby, behave and don't trouble your mom." At this moment, he wasn't feeling the reality of impending fatherhood, just overwhelming concern for his wife. Wanyin Jiang's lips curved into a warm smile, feeling cherished and loved. After the checkup, as they prepared to pick up Shijinggu, Huaijingu's phone rang. He answered to hear Feng Zhao's voice, "Boss, someone's here." Huaijingu's eyes darkened instantly, and he responded briefly, "I'm on my way." After hanging up, he told Wanyin Jiang, "Wan, I need to meet Yanqing. You go to Shijing's room first. I'll come to get you both soon." Wanyin Jiang nodded. "All right, go ahead." After Huaijingu left, Wanyin Jiang took the elevator down to the inpatient department to find Shijinggu. As she walked towards the room, responding to messages from her company's management, she didn't notice 3 children playing in the corridor. "Watch out, Wanyin." Ziyu Zhou, just exiting Shijinggu's room, saw a child running straight towards Wanyin Jiang. He quickly rushed over, pulling her out of harm's way to prevent the child from bumping into her stomach. Startled, Wanyin Jiang looked up to see Ziyu Zhou and sighed in relief. He turned to the child, gently but firmly saying, "You shouldn't run around in a hospital, okay?" The child nodded and ran off. "Are you alright?" Ziyu Zhou asked with concern as he released her. "You're a mom now. You need to be careful." Wanyin Jiang took a deep breath, still shaken. "I'm fine thanks to you." She paused, then teased. "By the way, what are you doing here?" "Visiting Shijing specifically." Ziyu Zhou quickly explained, speaking fast. "I was passing by the hospital and thought I'd stop in." With his sunglasses and mask on, she couldn't see his expression, but she imagined he looked a bit guilty. Playing along, she said, "Dressed like that, you must really be just passing by." Ziyu Zhou cleared his throat awkwardly and hurriedly said, "I have a schedule to keep. Be careful walking." "I will, and I'll take good care of Shijing for you," Wanyin Jiang added playfully. Ziyu Zhou's steps faltered briefly before he quickened his pace to leave. Wanyin Jiang shook her head with a smile and continued to Shijinggu's room. Not far away, a woman with wavy hair looked at the photos she had just taken on her phone, a smug smile playing on her lips. Meanwhile, in Yanqing Zhou's office, Huaijingu entered briskly. Yanqing Zhou pointed to the computer screen showing surveillance footage. "Look, this person seems suspicious." Huaijingu stepped closer, focusing on the screen. A man in a lab coat lingered around the driver's hospital room door, blending in with other doctors at first glance. However, his shifty eyes raised suspicion. Huaijingu narrowed his eyes and asked, "Has Feng gone over?" Yanqing Zhou nodded. "Yes, I had HR check him out. He is indeed one of our doctors." Huaijingu remarked coolly, "When it comes to profit, anyone might give in to temptation." The driver was the one who tried to ram them with a truck in Wangjia village. As part of a plan, Huaijingu had him transferred to Yanqing Zhou's hospital. They observed for days without any moves from the Liu family. So yesterday, Huaijingu spread the news that the truck driver had regained consciousness but was still a bit muddled, and would be able to give a statement to the police after a couple more days of treatment. Sure enough, some people finally couldn't hold back any longer. The truck driver lay in a single hospital room, with police officers guarding the entrance vigilantly. A doctor, dressed in a white coat and wearing a mask, approached the room. The officer on duty stopped him, questioning his purpose. The doctor calmly replied, "I'm here for rounds." The officer scrutinized him closely, checked his ID badge, and then allowed him to pass. The doctor pushed open the door and entered the room. The truck driver lay silently on the bed, an oxygen mask over his face, his head wrapped in bandages, and his leg in a cast. His injuries appeared severe. The doctor couldn't help but doubt whether the driver would regain consciousness, but he quickly dismissed the thought. He glanced around the room, pulled a syringe from his pocket, and was about to inject it into the driver's arm when he suddenly felt a strong hand gripping his wrist tightly. The pain caused the doctor to flinch, dropping the syringe to the floor. He turned to see Xiaofeng, expressionless and stammered in panic. Who are you? What do you want?" At that moment, a cold, mocking voice came from the doorway. "That's the question we should be asking you." Zhou Yanqing and Gu Huaijin entered the room. The doctor stared at them in shock, stammering Gu. "Mr. Gu?" "Dr. Zhou." Zhou Yanqing bypassed him and checked the truck driver, picking up the syringe with a frosty tone. "Dr. Zhao, you haven't answered us. What were you trying to do?" Dr. Zhao hastily defended himself, claiming he was just making rounds and that the syringe wasn't his. Gu Huaijin coldly pointed out that they hadn't mentioned the syringe, questioning whether he knew what was inside it. Dr. Zhao continued to argue, but Zhou Yanqing retrieved a small surveillance device from behind the life monitor, exposing Dr. Zhao's gambling debts. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, Dr. Zhao felt as if he had plunged into an ice-cold abyss. Under Gu Huaijin's pressing interrogation, Dr. Zhao fell to his knees, begging for mercy, and admitted that a woman had ordered him to do it, though he claimed not to know her identity. Gu Huaijin suspected Su Qiumu, but Dr. Zhao insisted he had never met her, only communicating by phone. Ultimately, Gu Huaijin decided to let Dr. Zhao go, instructing him to inform the mastermind that the truck driver had been killed, hoping to lure out the true culprit. Though terrified, Dr. Zhao had no choice but to comply. The following day was Madame Gu's birthday. On their way to the Gu residence, Jiang Wanyin felt a bit anxious, worried that her gift might not please the old lady. Gu Huaijin reassured her, saying she had already given the best gift their Suntoba-born child. Warmed by his words, Jiang Wanyin exchanged a smile with him. Gu Huaijin couldn't resist kissing her, whispering a few flirtatious words in her ear, causing her cheeks to flush as she edged towards the car window. Watching her profile, Gu Huaijin's lips curled into a doting smile. The Gu residence was exceptionally lively today. Mr. Gu's sister, Gu Huaijin's grandaunt, had returned from abroad, coinciding with Mrs. Gu's birthday. In the living room, Mrs. Gu and the grandaunt were engaged in a cheerful conversation. As Gu Huaijin entered the living room with Jiang Wanyin, Mrs. Gu's eyes lit up, and she stood up to greet them. "Wanyin, you're here. Come, have a seat." She led Jiang Wanyin to the sofa, completely ignoring Gu Huaijin. "This is Wanyin. Isn't she lovely?" Mrs. Gu proudly introduced her to the grandaunt. The grandaunt examined Jiang Wanyin closely and nodded with a smile. "Wanyin, I'm Xiaojin's grandaunt. Your grandmother has been praising you." Jiang Wanyin greeted politely. "Hello, grandaunt. Happy birthday, grandma. Wishing you good health." "Thank you, dear," Mrs. Gu replied warmly. "Wanyin, how have you been feeling lately? Any pregnancy symptoms?" Jiang Wanyin replied honestly, "Not yet. I had my first prenatal checkup yesterday, and everything looks good." The grandaunt advised, "Make sure to rest during the early stages of pregnancy. Let Xiaojin handle any heavy tasks." "Xiaojin, did you hear that?" Finally acknowledged, Gu Huaijin nodded. "I understand, grandaunt." Just then, a commotion came from the entrance. Gu Yanji walked in with two women. One was a middle-aged woman dressed elegantly, likely his mother, and the other was the flamboyantly dressed Xia Chenji, causing Jiang Wanyin and Gu Huaijin to pause. Gu Huaijin's gaze lingered on Gu Yanji, his eyes deep and thoughtful. The three approached Mrs. Gu, and the middle-aged woman greeted warmly. Mrs. Gu nodded and asked, "Minghui, when did you get back? Are you staying?" Su Minghui replied, "I returned a few days ago and plan to stay for a while to accompany Yanji." Mrs. Gu smiled. "That's good. Yanji could use some company." She then introduced Jiang Wanyin to Su Minghui. "This is Wanyin, Xiaojin's wife. You haven't met her yet." Jiang Wanyin greeted politely. "Hello, second aunt." Su Minghui gave Jiang Wanyin a once-over and chuckled lightly. "I didn't expect Xiaojin to marry so suddenly. I thought he would marry a socialite." The disdain in her words made Jiang Wanyin uncomfortable, but Gu Huaijin squeezed her hand and retorted coldly, "Second aunt, people with real abilities don't need to rely on marriage for benefits." This remark left Su Minghui speechless, recalling her own marriage to Gu Yanji's father. Sensing the tension, Gu Yanji quickly changed the subject. "Grandma, let me introduce someone." He pulled Xia Chenji forward. "This is Xia Chenji, the daughter of the Xia family, my girlfriend. We've come to celebrate your birthday." Xia Chenji forced a smile, but when she saw Mrs. Gu, her expression froze. She recognized her as the elderly lady she had offended in the restroom at the Shengguiyuan restaurant, leaving her feeling awkward and embarrassed. Seeing Jiang Wanyin's subtle smile only intensified her discomfort, as if she were being mocked. Mrs. Gu's expression soured upon seeing Xia Chenji but quickly returned to normal. She offered a meaningful smile. "Hello, Miss Xia." Xia Chenji maintained her facade. "Happy birthday, Grandma. May you live as long as the southern mountains. This is a gift for you." Mrs. Gu received the gift indifferently and placed it aside. "Thank you." At that moment, Jiang Wanyin remembered she hadn't given her gift yet. She hurriedly took it from Gu Huaijin and handed it to Mrs. Gu. "Grandma, this is from Huaijin and me. We hope you like it." "Really? A gift from you both? Let me see." Mrs. Gu eagerly accepted the gift and opened it with excitement, in stark contrast to her reception of Xia Chenji's gift. Xia Chenji observed this with growing frustration, but had to maintain her composed and gracious demeanor. Jiang Wanyin's gift was a set of purple clay teapots. Although it was a simple gift, Mrs. Gu was delighted. "Wanyin, you truly know me well." Su Minghui picked up the gift box with a pleasing smile and said, "Mom, Xiang'a put a lot of thought into choosing this gift for you. Take a look." Her tone revealed her satisfaction with Xia Qiang'a, considering she was the daughter of the Xia family. Su Minghui was already planning ahead, knowing that Gu Yanji had told her he would soon marry Xia Qiang'a. They would be mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, so naturally, she wanted to support her. She sighed inwardly, thinking about how their branch of the family was not favored by the Gu matriarch. Now, with the old lady showing such a clear preference between her granddaughters-in-law, Su Minghui felt it was a slight against her. The Gu matriarch took the gift with a blank expression, calmly unwrapping it. Inside was a pure gold qilin, glittering under the lights and clearly worth a fortune. Xia Qianga glanced proudly at Jiang Wanyin's gift, thinking it was rather petty in comparison. However, the Gu matriarch's face turned cold the moment she saw the gift. She casually set the qilin aside. Seeing this, Su Minghui hurried to explain, Qianga had this specially made. It symbolizes good fortune. The grandaunt gave Su Minghui a sidelong glance and reminded her in a flat tone, Minghui, your mother was born in the year of the tiger, which clashes with the qilin. At this, Su Minghui's face changed slightly, and she shot Xia Qianga an angry look, thinking how this fool had embarrassed her too. Xia Qianga was clearly unaware of such taboos. She had been focused on the value of the gift and hadn't considered the possibility of such a clash. Hastily, she apologized, Grandma, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were born in the year of the tiger. Although Gu Yanji also felt that Xia Qianga had been thoughtless, she was his girlfriend, and he felt compelled to support her. Grandma, Qianga meant well. I didn't know about the clash either. Please don't be upset. Seeing the situation, Jiang Wanyin gently took the Gu matriarch's arm and softly comforted her. Grandma, today is your birthday. You should be happy. Her words weren't meant to excuse Xia Qianga but rather to keep the matriarch in good spirits. Hearing this, the Gu matriarch's expression softened considerably, and she said warmly, seeing all of you today makes me happy. Miss Xia, thank you for your gift. Though she wasn't the type to trouble young people, she had already seen through Xia Qianga's character upon first meeting. She silently resolved that such a person would never be allowed into the Gu family. The matriarch of the Gu family called out to the butler, Uncle Qin, could you please bring the item over here? Uncle Qin responded promptly, and moments later, he returned holding an exquisite silk box, which he respectfully handed to the matriarch. Everyone present instinctively focused their attention on her, filled with anticipation and curiosity. The matriarch slowly opened the box, revealing a jade bracelet with a deep green luster. Xia Qianga's eyes lit up, her pupils slightly dilating. Wasn't this the extremely rare imperial green jade? She marveled internally at how the matriarch had managed to collect such a precious item. To everyone's surprise, the matriarch did not boast about it but instead handed the bracelet directly to Jiang Wanyin. Wanyin, you married into our Gu family, and I haven't given you a gift yet. This bracelet is for you. Jiang Wanyin was taken aback by the kindness and quickly declined, Grandmother, there's no need. Mom already gave me a welcome gift, and you also donated the Heart of the Ocean necklace in my name. I just gifted you a set of purple clay teapots, and now receiving this valuable bracelet feels a bit too much. The matriarch insisted, what your mother gave you is from her. This is from your grandmother. She then placed the bracelet in Gu Huaijin's hands. Xiaojin, help Wanwan put it on. Gu Huaijin looked at the bracelet, a subtle smile forming at the corner of his lips. This was one of grandmother's cherished possessions, and now she was gifting it to Jiang Wanyin, showing his wife's remarkable charm. He gently took Jiang Wanyin's hand and carefully put the bracelet on her, saying with a smile, if grandmother gives it to you, just accept it. Seeing the bracelet already on her wrist, Jiang Wanyin could only graciously accept the generous gift and sincerely said, thank you, grandmother. Standing aside, Xia Qianga watched this heartwarming scene, a glint of jealousy flashing in her eyes as she clenched her teeth. She felt like an outsider, with jealousy threatening to consume her rationality. Su Minghui noticed this and frowned slightly, showing her displeasure. She couldn't help but voice her concern, Mom, you've given Xiaojin's wife a welcome gift. Since Qianga is here for the first time, shouldn't she also receive one? The matriarch looked up at Su Minghui with a calm expression and asked, is Miss Xia your daughter-in-law now? She consistently referred to Xia Qianga as Miss Xia, indicating she only saw her as a guest. Su Minghui was momentarily speechless. Well, this. At that moment, Gu Shiqing, Meng Milin, and Gu Zhenhua entered the room. Gu Shiqing immediately spotted Xia Qianga and couldn't resist making a sarcastic remark. Exactly. She's just a girlfriend. She might get dumped tomorrow. I've never seen a woman so shameless. She dumped my brother before, and now she's after my cousin. Xia Qianga froze upon seeing Gu Shiqing and Zhang Yuling, recalling past offenses at the Shenghua restaurant and the shopping mall incident. She realized she was in a tight spot, entangled in a web of past grievances with the Gu family. Gu Yanji, unaware of the history between Xia Qianga and the Gu family, glanced at Gu Shiqing with a hint of reproach. Shiqing, she's your future sister-in-law. Show some respect. Gu Shiqing snorted dismissively. Is she though? Ignoring his sister's attitude, Gu Yanji wrapped an arm around Xia Qianga, smiling broadly as he announced to everyone present, since everyone is here, I'd like to share some good news. I plan to marry Qianga soon. This unexpected announcement was like a bombshell, leaving everyone stunned. Even Xia Qianga hadn't anticipated Gu Yanji's sudden declaration, but she was inwardly pleased at the prospect of marrying into the Gu family. She calculated that once Gu Yanji regained control of the Gu group, she would become the legitimate wife of the CEO. Gu Shiqing was the first to object, her voice sharp. She didn't know my brother's identity before and left him for someone richer. Cousin, is this the kind of woman you want to marry? This revelation sent another shockwave through the room. Gu Huaijin and Xia Qiang'a had once been a couple? The news was astonishing to everyone present. Xia Qiang'a quickly put on a pitiful expression and hurriedly defended herself. That's not true. I broke up because I felt we were incompatible. Gu Yanji gently patted her hand, looking sympathetic, then turned to the matriarch to explain. I'm aware of Qiang'a and my cousin's past, and it doesn't bother me. Everyone has a past. Since Qiang'a and I are in love now, we should cherish the present. To support Gu Yanji's statement, Xia Qiang'a's eyes reddened, as if she had suffered a great grievance, leaning into his embrace. Gu Huaijin observed this, a cold smile playing on his lips, his eyes narrowing slightly. His voice was low and indifferent. Indeed, Miss Xia and I had a past, but it's over now. Whether you marry or not is none of my concern. However, I advise you to keep any inappropriate thoughts away from those around me. These words made Xia Qiang'a bite her lip in frustration while leaning against Gu Yanji. She couldn't help but lament how heartless men could be, always protecting Jiang Wanyin. The matriarch remained silent for a moment before asking seriously, Yanji, while love and marriage are free choices in our family, making the right choice is crucial. Are you sure you want to marry Miss Xia? Gu Yanji replied firmly, Grandmother, you might not know Qiang'a well yet and may think she's not fit for our family, but she's an exceptional and hardworking girl. She's even taken a position at the grassroots level in our Gu Group's marketing department to hone her skills. The matriarch gave Xia Qiang'a a meaningful look before slowly speaking. I believe I know what kind of person she is. Su Minghui, sensing the underlying message, quickly defended Xia Qiang'a. Qiang'a is the daughter of the Xia family. Surely, she's more suitable than someone from a lesser background, right? Her words were clearly a jab at Jiang Wanyin's background compared to Xia Qiang'a's. Zhang Yuling, unwilling to let her daughter-in-law be disparaged, immediately stood up for Jiang Wan. Minghui, even though our Wanwan isn't from a wealthy family, she's kind-hearted. Your Miss Xia seems to want everything, even a dress I liked. She hadn't intended to bring up the past, but she wouldn't allow anyone to bully her family. Gu Shiqing chimed in. She even tried to cut in line to take our reserved room last time. With Zhang Yuling's support, Jiang Wanyin felt a warm sense of gratitude for having such a protective family. Hearing these past incidents brought up by Zhang Yuling and Gu Shiqing, Xia Qiang'a internally cursed but outwardly maintained a pitiful demeanor. I just really liked that dress at the time. Had I known your identities, I would never have competed with you for it. I'm sorry. Gu Shiqing, straightforward as ever, retorted. So if it were someone else, you'd still fight for it? You've done the deed, so spare us the apologies. Realizing her slip, Xia Qiang'a found herself in an awkward position. Sensing the growing tension, the grandaunt intervened to ease the situation. Since Yanji is set on Miss Xia, we shouldn't interfere too much. Every generation has its own fortune. The elderly Madame Gu turned to Gu Yanji with a calm demeanor. Since you've decided to marry Miss Xia, I won't interfere any further. You two can handle the announcement and wedding arrangements yourselves. She knew that since he had chosen her himself, it was pointless to object. Gu Yanji responded promptly, Thank you, Grandma. I've thought it all through. Since my cousin's wedding hasn't been held yet, why don't we have a joint ceremony? That way, it won't seem like I'm rushing to marry before him. At that moment, Su Minghui suddenly seemed to remember something and asked with feigned concern, By the way, isn't Wanwan's grandmother recently deceased? Is it appropriate to have a wedding now? Her words carried an obvious probing intent. Jiang Wanyin's face stiffened momentarily upon hearing this, but she quickly composed herself. She replied calmly, We don't mind such things. If Huaijin wants to have the wedding now, then that's when it will be. She knew well that Su Minghui and her son were only trying to make things difficult for her. Seeing Jiang Wanyin's indifferent reaction, Su Minghui reluctantly said, Then let's have a joint wedding for both families. It will be more lively. Hearing that Gu Huaijin and the others would also be hosting a wedding, the elderly Madame Gu smiled again. Great, then this wedding should be a grand affair. Xia Qingji couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, her lips curling into a satisfied smile. She was finally about to realize her dream of marrying into the Gu family. Just then, Uncle Qin, the butler, approached to remind everyone it was time to eat. The elderly Madame Gu invited everyone, Come, let's have dinner first. Jiang Wanyin supported the elderly Madame Gu as they walked to the dining room. Xia Qingji attempted to assist as well but was subtly avoided by the elderly Madame Gu. Watching her hand miss its target, Xia Qingji bit her lip in frustration. Gu Yanji wrapped an arm around Xia Qingji's waist, smiling broadly as they followed behind, whispering reassurance. Come on, some things can't be rushed. Xia Qingji glanced at him, secretly disdainful. If Gu Yanji were more favored by the elderly Madame Gu, she wouldn't be facing such a cold reception today. The family dinner appeared harmonious on the surface, yet there were undercurrents of tension. At the table, Gu Huaijin showed his care for Jiang Wanyin by serving her food and peeling shrimp for her, his eyes filled with affection. Xia Qingji watched, burning with jealousy, especially when she compared it to Gu Yanji, who was focused solely on his meal. The difference between love and indifference was stark. After dinner, Gu Huaijin took Jiang Wanyin for a walk around the Gu estate to familiarize her with the surroundings. Gently rubbing her hands, he asked with concern, "Are you cold?" Jiang Wanyin shook her head. "We just ate. I'm not cold." Gu Huaijin continued holding her hand as they walked, pointing out a vegetable garden ahead. "See that garden? Grandma personally tills and plants those vegetables. She loves gardening and taking care of flowers." Jiang Wanyin asked curiously, "Were the greens we just ate picked from there?" Gu Huaijin nodded with a smile. "Yes, Grandma only picks them when we come for a meal." Jiang Wanyin smiled back. "You know, my dream was always to retire somewhere, grow some vegetables, and tend to some animals and flowers. A place like this really opens your mind and brings peace." Gu Huaijin looked at her with admiration and gently stroked her hair. "If that's what you want, we can find a place to live a pastoral life in the future." Jiang Wanyin sighed softly. "You're the president of Gu Corporation. Where would you find the time for a pastoral life?" Gu Huaijin held her hand tightly, speaking with deep affection. "Wherever you are, that's where I want to be. If it's your wish, we can make it happen." Jiang Wanyin gazed into his sincere eyes, understanding the weight of his family and corporate responsibilities. She replied tenderly, "Let's wait until we retire to live that kind of life." "All right, whatever my wife says," Gu Huaijin agreed. Jiang Wanyin suddenly pointed ahead. "Is that a lake over there?" Gu Huaijin looked up. "That's an artificial lake, with some lotus flowers planted, though you can't see them now in winter. Would you like to take a look?" Just as Jiang Wanyin was about to agree, Uncle Qin rushed over. "Young master, it seems the second madam is having an argument with the elderly madam in the study." Gu Huaijin frowned slightly, guessing the reason. Jiang Wanyin released his hand. "You should go check on them." "Okay, I'll have Shurqing accompany you," Gu Huaijin said, concerned about her unfamiliarity with the place. Jiang Wanyin smiled. "It's fine. I'll just walk by the lake and head back in a while." Gu Huaijin took off his coat and draped it over her shoulders. "It's cold, don't stay out too long. I'll come find you soon." "All right, you go ahead." Jiang Wanyin felt a warmth in her heart, finding the feeling of being cherished quite addictive. After Gu Huaijin left, Jiang Wanyin slowly walked to the artificial lake. The surface was as calm as a mirror, reflecting the surrounding scenery like a beautiful painting. In the bleakness of winter, the view gave her a sense of tranquility. However, this peace was soon shattered by a sharp female voice. "Miss Jiang, you seem to be quite at leisure." Xia Chenji appeared behind her unexpectedly. Jiang Wanyin turned around, raising an eyebrow. "Is there something you need?" She knew Xia Chenji's character wouldn't bring good news. Xia Chenji approached with a sneer. "I thought you were just a naive woman, but it turns out you're quite cunning. To secure your position as the wife of the Gu Corporation's president, you deliberately made the Gu family dislike me. I underestimated you. What have I done?" Jiang Wanyin feigned innocence. Xia Chenji's anger flared. "You knew the identities of the Gu family members and still let me offend them by saying those things. Aren't you just afraid I'll take Gu Huaijin away from you?" Jiang Wanyin couldn't help but chuckle. "Whether intentional or not, the fact remains you can't take my husband away. But you really have no shame, turning to another man in the Gu family after Huaijin didn't want you. Since you're marrying Gu Yanji, stop coveting someone else's husband." With that, Jiang Wanyin turned to leave. Xia Chen grabbed her arm mocking. "Jiang Wanyin, how high and mighty can you be? Married to Gu Huaijin, but still entangled with other men." Jiang Wanyin furrowed her delicate brows upon hearing the words, about to speak when a familiar voice interrupted. "Xia Chang'e, what are you doing?" Gu Shurqing hurried over, seeing Xia Chang'e tugging at Jiang Wanyin. Realizing it was yet another act of bullying against her sister-in-law, she quickened her pace. Xia Chang'e turned to see Gu Shurqing and replied unkindly, "I'm just having a chat with Jiang Wanyin." Despite her displeasure, she dared not offend the only granddaughter of the Gu family too much. "Is pulling and tugging necessary for a chat?" Gu Shurqing questioned coldly, forcefully pulling Xia Chang'e's hand away. Her strength caused Xia Chang'e to stagger back a couple of steps. This shove completely infuriated Xia Chang'e. As a pampered young lady, she had never been treated this way. Her arrogant nature flared, and she disregarded the other's status, snapping, "Gu Shurqing, don't push it." Gu Shurqing rolled her eyes disdainfully and with her uncasted hand, hooked Jiang Wanyin's arm, saying, "Sister-in-law, let's go back. The air here is too polluted." Though devoid of any vulgarity, her words were cutting. "All right," Jiang Wanyin responded, turning away with Gu Shurqing. Xia Chang'e dug her nails into her palms, a flash of malice and jealousy crossing her eyes. As the two turned, she discreetly stuck out her foot to trip Gu Shurqing. Caught off guard, Gu Shurqing stumbled, her body pitching forward. Jiang Wanyin was alarmed, worried that Gu Shurqing might injure her casted hand, and quickly grabbed her wrist. In the ensuing chaos, Jiang Wanyin felt a push from behind, catching her off guard. Still holding on to Gu Shurqing, she lost her balance and fell toward a nearby rockery. Jiang Wanyin collided with the rockery, instinctively protecting her stomach, but her left side took a hard hit, causing her to groan in pain. Sister-in-law. Gu Shiqing exclaimed, quickly crouching down to check on her. She asked worriedly, "Are you all right? Can you stand?" Jiang Wanyin's face was pale, her left side throbbing with pain, but her concern was for her unborn child. Braving the pain, she said, "Shiqing, help me back and have your brother call a doctor." Xia Qianga hadn't expected her slight push to have such consequences. She panicked for a moment but quickly regained her composure. Pretending to help, she ran over, saying, "Oh dear Wanyin, how did you fall?" Gu Shiqing pushed her away in disgust. "Don't touch my sister-in-law." At that moment, Zhang Yuling and the grand-aunt approached while on their walk. Xia Qianga, noticing them, glanced at the artificial lake behind her, a calculating look in her eyes. She thought if something bigger happened to her, attention would shift, and Jiang Wanyin's minor injury wouldn't garner much sympathy. So, Xia Qianga feigned an attempt to help Jiang Wanyin. Jiang Wanyin, in her current state, didn't think much of it and was about to take Xia Qianga's hand to stand. Unexpectedly, before she could exert any force, Xia Qianga let out a scream and fell backward into the artificial lake. With a splash, Xia Qianga hit the water, sending droplets flying. The suddenness left everyone stunned. Though Zhang Yuling saw Xia Qianga fall into the water, her focus was on Jiang Wanyin, sitting on the ground. She hurried over. "Wanwan, what happened?" Gu Shiqing quickly explained, "Mom. Sister-in-law hit the rockery. I'm worried she might have hurt her stomach." Her voice trembled with concern. Hearing this, Zhang Yuling's expression turned anxious. "Wanwan, don't move." She immediately took out her phone to call Gu Huaijin. Meanwhile, in the study of the Gu family matriarch, the atmosphere was tense. Su Minghui, tearfully accusing, said, "Mom, the Gu group owes half its success to Yan's father. Now you're giving the CEO position directly to Shaojin. Isn't that unfair? Both are your grandsons." The matriarch looked at her calmly. "What's unfair? Though I've been overseeing the Gu group, it's been Shaojin managing everything behind the scenes, making it the leading enterprise in the capital. His appointment as CEO is well-deserved." Su Minghui knew the truth but had returned to fight for her son's rightful share. Wiping her tears, she said, "Shaojin may be capable, but that doesn't mean Yan isn't. They should have a fair competition. If not for your unfair treatment back then, Yan's father wouldn't have passed away so young." "Mom." Gu Yanji interjected, stopping his mother from bringing up the past. That event was a taboo for the Gu family, not to be mentioned again. As expected, upon hearing those words, Madame Gu's face instantly turned dark. She slammed the table with a loud bang, her voice filled with rage. "Su Minghui, do you not know why Yanji's father is no longer here? You lost a husband, but I also lost a son." Madame Gu's face flushed with anger, and her breathing became rapid. Seeing this, Gu Jinhui quickly stepped forward, gently patting her back and soothing her. "Grandma, please calm down." He then turned to Su Minghui, his gaze icy, and warned, "Aunt, think carefully before you speak." Su Minghui felt a chill under Gu Jinhui's sharp gaze, and was about to speak when Gu Yanji interrupted. "Grandma, my mom is only thinking of me. Please don't be upset," Gu Yanji said, adding, "But my mom isn't wrong. The heir of the Gu family has always been chosen based on ability. My capabilities over the years have been evident." Upon hearing this, Gu Jinhui let out a cold laugh, his eyes slicing toward Gu Yanji. "You want fairness? Fine. Aren't you secretly bidding on the Front Bay project too? Let's see who secures the project, and the CEO position will go to that person." "What?" Madame Gu was even more furious upon hearing this. "Yanji, are you competing with Gu Group for a project? Is this what you call ability?" Since the matter was exposed, Gu Yanji no longer hid his intentions and said frankly, "I do plan to bid for the project, but if I secure it and become the CEO of Gu Group, it's as if Gu Group has won the project." These words were undoubtedly meant to pressure Madame Gu. Not wanting to see his grandmother become angry again, Gu Jinhui spoke in a calm tone. "Grandma, let's leave it at that. If he really secures the South Suburban project, I can step down from the CEO position. But Gu Yanji has to be able to handle it." Madame Gu was silent for a moment, finally sighing and waving her hand weakly. "Fine, you decide." She knew that Gu Jinhui wouldn't make such a decision unless he was confident. Just then, Gu Jinhui's phone suddenly rang, displaying a call from Zhang Yuling. As he answered, before he could speak, Zhang Yuling's anxious voice came through the receiver. "Shaojin, come quickly to the artificial lake. Wanwan has fallen." Gu Huaijin felt a sudden jolt in his heart and replied briefly, "I'll be right there." After hanging up the phone, he hurriedly told his grandmother, "Grandma, Wanwan's in trouble." Before he even finished speaking, he had already dashed out of the study. Upon hearing this, Grandma Gu's face turned pale, and she quickly got up. At that moment, Uncle Qin, the butler, hurried over with a grave expression reporting, "Madam, Miss Xia has fallen into the water." Gu Yanji, who hadn't been concerned about Jiang Wanyin's situation, immediately realized the seriousness of the matter when he heard that Xia Qianga was also in trouble, and he quickly followed suit. By the artificial lake, the situation was more complicated than anticipated. Xia Qianga stood shivering in chest-deep water, having underestimated its shallowness in her attempt to feign drowning. The crowd on the shore was entirely focused on Jiang Wanyin, ignoring her plight in the lake. Fortunately, Aunt Gu noticed her predicament and asked with concern, "Miss Xia, aren't you cold? Come up quickly." Only then did Xia Qianga realize she couldn't climb ashore on her own and had to ask Aunt Gu for help. However, the elderly aunt was unable to assist, promising instead to find someone to rescue her. Just as Xia Qianga was about to despair, she saw Gu Huaijin striding over with a worried expression. Excitedly, she waved at him, calling out, "Huaijin, help me up." However, Gu Huaijin merely glanced at her before heading straight to Jiang Wanyin, crouching down to ask with concern, "Maman, what happened? Are you hurt?" Jiang Wanyin clung to Gu Huaijin's hand, her voice trembling. "Huaijin, I fell and hit the rockery. I'm worried about the baby." Gu Huaijin felt a pang of worry but remained calm, gently reassuring her, "Don't worry. I'll take you back first. Dr. Zhou is on the way." With that, he carefully lifted Jiang Wanyin and hurried back inside. Left behind in the lake, Xia Qianga let out a cold sneer. However, a sneeze interrupted her thoughts, reminding her of her precarious situation. Just as Xia Qianga was nearing despair, Gu Yanji finally arrived. Standing at the shore, he asked with a smirk, "Not willing to come up yet?" Xia Qianga glared at him angrily. "Do you think I can get up on my own? What took you so long? Hurry and pull me up, I'm freezing." Gu Yanji reached out and helped her onto the shore. Noticing her lips turning blue, he draped his jacket over her. He asked quietly, "What happened to Jiang Wanyin?" Wrapping herself tightly in the jacket, Xia Qianga complained, "Gu Yanji, I'm your fiancé now. Shouldn't you be concerned about me first?" Gu Yanji glanced at her teasingly, "You seem fine to me. Trying to set someone up in the middle of winter without knowing the situation. Only the other side of this lake is deep. Here, it's only 1.5 meters. Xia Qianga had no retort and grudgingly headed back to the house. Gu Yanji watched her leave before turning his gaze towards Gu Huaijin's house, his eyes deep and unreadable. Inside Gu Huaijin's room, the atmosphere was tense. Gu Huaijin gently placed Jiang Wanyin on the bed, carefully tucking her in. He leaned over, gazing at his wife's pale face and softly asked, "Wanyin, where do you feel uncomfortable?" Jiang Wanyin furrowed her brow slightly, instinctively placing a hand on her lower abdomen. "My left waist hurts. I protected my stomach when I fell. Huaijin, the baby will be okay, right?" Her voice was filled with worry, clearly most concerned about the child she was carrying. "It'll be fine," Gu Huaijin reassured her, lifting her shirt slightly to check her waist. When he saw the alarming bruise on her fair skin, his eyes darkened. He turned to Gu Shiqing, who was standing at the door, his voice tinged with barely concealed anger. "Shiqing, what happened? Didn't I ask you to look after your sister-in-law?" Gu Shiqing had been anxious ever since Jiang Wanyin fell, and her brother's reprimand only added to her guilt. She lowered her head, unable to meet Gu Huaijin's eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Wanyin gently tugged Gu Huaijin's hand and softly said, "It's not Shiqing's fault." She then briefly recounted what happened by the artificial lake, adding, "I was focused on helping Shiqing and didn't notice anyone else. I did feel a hand push me, but I'm not sure if Xia Qianga did it on purpose." Gu Shiqing bit her lip, interjecting indignantly, "It was her. She first tried to trip me, and when that didn't work, she pushed my sister-in-law." Gu Huaijin's expression grew even darker at this. He frowned and asked, "Then how did Xia Qianga end up in the lake?" "She fell in by herself. It had nothing to do with me or my sister-in-law," Gu Shiqing quickly explained. Jiang Wanyin tried to recall the scene, her brow slightly furrowed. "Xia Qianga suddenly wanted to help me up. I intended to use her support to stand, but before I could touch her, she just fell backward." She looked up at Gu Huaijin, a hint of unease in her voice. "I really didn't touch her." Her almost apologetic tone made Gu Huaijin's heart clench. He realized that the once carefree Jiang Wanyin, who never cared about others' opinions, now worried about being misunderstood by him. This realization filled him with both heartache and guilt. Gu Huaijin nodded without hesitation, looking at Jiang Wanyin with unwavering eyes. "I trust you," he said. He knew deep down that the Jiang Wanyin he knew would never do such a thing. Without needing to think much, he understood the reasons behind everything. He was just frustrated that he hadn't been able to protect his wife and child better. At that moment, Zhang Yuling hurried into the room with Zhou Yanqing, followed by an obstetrician. Zhou Yanqing's brows were slightly furrowed, clearly having brought an expert just in case. Seeing Jiang Wanyin's somewhat pale face, Zhang Yuling immediately asked with concern, "Sister-in-law, where are you hurt?" Gu Huaijin responded urgently. She hit her left side and stomach when she fell. "Please check her quickly." Jiang Wanyin weakly interjected, "Check the baby first." Without a word, Zhou Yanqing began to take Jiang Wanyin's pulse, signaling the gynecologist to conduct an examination. The room fell silent, everyone holding their breath awaiting the results. Moments later, Zhou Yanqing exchanged a look with the gynecologist before speaking. The fetus was disturbed, but it's not serious. I'll prescribe some medicine for sister-in-law, and she needs to rest well for a while. He paused and added, the left side was hit quite hard and will need some ointment to reduce bruising for a few days. Jiang Wanyin immediately asked anxiously, will the medicine affect the baby? Zhou Yanqing gave a reassuring smile. No, you can trust my medical skills. Hearing this, the atmosphere in the room noticeably lightened. Jiang Wanyin's tense nerves relaxed slightly as she gently caressed her belly, silently praying, baby, please be alright. Zhou Yanqing packed up his medical instruments and turned to Gu Huaijin. Brother, find someone to come with me to get the medicine. Gu Huaijin nodded in agreement, and then looked at Zheng Yuling. Mom, please take care of Wanwan for me. Yanqing, come with me. As the sun set, the Gu family's living room was brightly lit. Everyone gradually gathered in the living room. Xia Qiang'a entered following Gu Yanji. She had taken a hot shower and drunk ginger tea after falling into the water, and now wrapped in a blanket, she feigned weakness, trying to portray herself as the true victim. Gu Huaijin escorted Jiang Wanyin in slowly, with Zhou Yanqing following closely behind. Zhang Yuling quickly stood up and helped Jiang Wanyin to sit beside her. The old lady of the Gu family asked with concern, Wanwan, are you feeling better? Jiang Wanyin nodded gently. Much better. Thank you for your concern, Grandma. Xia Qiang'a's gaze swept over Jiang Wanyin, her lips curling into a barely noticeable sneer. Gu Shiqing noticed this subtle expression and couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly. The old lady surveyed the room, ensuring everyone was present, before speaking slowly, what exactly happened today? Shiqing, you explain. Gu Shiqing promptly recounted the events truthfully, without embellishment, maintaining an objective stance. The old lady turned her sharp gaze to Xia Qiang'a. Miss Xia, is this true? Xia Qiang'a, feeling guilty, avoided the old lady's eyes and mumbled, Grandma, I didn't do it. I have no grudge against Shiqing. Why would I harm her? Su Minghui chimed in, yes, Mom. Why would Qiang'a do something so childish? Maybe there was a stone on the ground, and Shiqing accidentally tripped. Gu Huaijin looked coldly at Su Minghui. Aunt, Shiqing isn't a child. Surely she can tell what tripped her. Su Minghui was at a loss for words and could only respond vaguely, who knows. Gu Yanji attempted to change the subject. Cousin, even if Qiang'a accidentally tripped Shiqing, it's not a big deal. It shouldn't have anything to do with cousin-in-law falling, right? Gu Huaijin's expression grew darker. Are you sure there's no connection? He turned to Xia Qiang'a, his voice icy. Xia Qiang'a, do you know the consequences of that push? Yanqing, tell her. Zhou Yanqing calmly stated. Sister-in-law is less than 3 months pregnant. Your push caused her to hit her stomach, disturbing the fetus. If she doesn't recuperate properly in the coming days, it could. Zhang Yuling couldn't help but interject, Miss Xia, if anything happens to my grandson, you better be prepared. Gu Shiqing added. I think she's just jealous that sister-in-law is pregnant and wants her to lose the baby. Under the barrage of questions, Xia Qiang'a's face grew paler, her fingers clenching the blanket as her composure began to crumble. She frantically defended herself. I didn't know Jiang Wanyin was pregnant. Gu Huaijin pressed on. So you're saying that if you knew Wanwan was pregnant, you would have been even more ruthless? No, I just gave her a gentle push. Xia Qiang'a blurted out in agitation. Gu Yanji immediately squeezed her hand, stopping her from saying more. The old lady sternly looked at them. So you did push Wanwan on purpose. Xia Qiang'a bit her lip, trying to calm down. What I meant was I grabbed her. I saw her about to fall while supporting Shiqing, so I reached out to grab her. Maybe Miss Jiang misunderstood and thought I pushed her. Gu Yanji quickly added. Grandma. Later Qiang'a kindly tried to help cousin-in-law up, but maybe cousin-in-law thought Qiang'a pushed her and got emotional, pushing Qiang'a into the lake. Luckily, the lake wasn't deep, but Qiang'a caught a cold because of it. Xia Qiang'a cooperated by sneezing a few times. Hearing this version, Jiang Wanyin couldn't help but laugh coldly. You really know how to twist the truth. Shiqing trips and you say she can't tell if she was tripped by a stone or a foot. I get pushed and you say I can't tell if it was a push or a pull. Xia Qiang'a falls into the lake and claims I pushed her. Do you take us for fools? Her tone was filled with sarcasm. I can overlook Xia Qiang'a's usual provocations, but now that she's endangered my unborn child, as a mother, I won't let it go. Gu Shiqing silently applauded her sister-in-law. Her words were sharp and satisfying. Gu Yanji, Xia Qiang'a, and Su Minghui were left speechless, a trace of embarrassment flashing across their faces. Xia Qiang'a's eyes flickered with a hint of reluctance in her voice. You clearly pushed me. That's why I fell into the lake. I'm not stupid enough to jump in myself in this freezing weather. Gu Huaijin frowned slightly, his gaze sharp as he looked at Xia Qiang'a, his voice rising unconsciously. Are you sure it was my wife who pushed you? Xia Qiang'a bit her lip, insisting, I'm sure. Anyway, there are no witnesses or evidence. Gu Yanji already said there are no cameras there. Gu Huaijin had a faint smile on his lips, but his eyes were chilling. He suddenly turned his head and called out towards the door, "Uncle Qin, check the surveillance." This statement was like a thunderbolt, leaving both Gu Yanji and Xia Cheng stunned. Wasn't there supposed to be no surveillance? Seeing their confusion, Gu Huaijin explained coldly, "Originally, there wasn't any surveillance there, but a while ago, a servant accidentally slipped into the lake. For safety reasons, cameras were installed around the area." Uncle Qin came over upon hearing the call and respectfully asked, "Young master, around what time should I check? It would be faster if I know the time frame." Gu Shiqing quickly answered, "I remember, it was between 2 and 3 o'clock." She was scrolling on her phone before she went to find Jiang Wanyin. Seeing that the old madam of the Gu family did not object, Gu Yanji realized that Gu Huaijin was not bluffing. He quickly said, "Uncle Qin, there's no need for that. We're all family. It doesn't have to be unpleasant." Maybe Chang'e just remembered it wrong. However, Gu Huaijin was relentless, his eyes piercing as he stared at Xia Chang'e. "Is a simple, I remembered it wrong enough? Xia Chang'e, was it you who pushed Wanwan? And did you fall into the water on purpose to frame Wanwan?" Xia Chang'e glanced nervously at Gu Yanji. Seeing he didn't speak up for her, she had no choice but to say in a low voice, "I might have remembered it wrong. I slipped and fell into the lake myself. But I didn't mean to push Jiang Wanyin. I was trying to pull her." She insisted on this point because, even with surveillance, it couldn't capture the details clearly. If she admitted, she would lose her chance to enter the Gu family. Su Minghui, though inwardly blaming Xia Chang'e, still tried to smooth things over. "Xiao Jin, it's not that serious. Wanwan is fine now, isn't she? With Dr. Zhou here, the baby is also fine." And Chang'e apologized to Wanwan. Although Xia Chang'e was unwilling, she had no choice but to stand up and reluctantly say to Jiang Wanyin, "I'm sorry. I got it wrong and wronged you." Su Minghui looked at Jiang Wanyin and said with a smile, "Woman, Chang'e was wrong in this matter. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against her. I also apologize on her behalf." She used her status as an elder to pressure. Jiang Wanyin smiled gently, "Auntie, as long as it's cleared up. But if Miss Xia can forget something like this, perhaps you should have her see a doctor, so it doesn't happen again." Hearing this, Xia Chang'e was so angry her eyes nearly bulged out. This was clearly a veiled insult suggesting she had a problem with her memory. Gu Shiqing couldn't help but laugh. She liked her sharp-tongued sister-in-law more and more. Although old Madame Gu was advanced in years, her perception remained keen. Her eyes held a trace of anger, but she did not show it. She sternly said, "Since you are to marry into the Gu family, rid yourself of those vile thoughts and schemes. Wanwan is right. If your memory is poor, see a doctor soon. That's enough for today. If you want dinner, eat, if not, leave." With that, she got up and returned to her room. The originally joyful birthday celebration was now ruined. Xia Chang'e, burning with anger, had no appetite left. She stood up with a look of grievance to leave, and Gu Yanji followed suit. Just as they were about to leave, Gu Huaijin suddenly said, "Oh, I just remembered, we do need to add surveillance around the artificial lake, but it hasn't been installed yet." Xia Chang'e and Gu Yanji froze, realizing they had been outwitted by Gu Huaijin once again. That evening, Gu Huaijin and Jiang Wanyin stayed at the Gu residence. As soon as they returned to their room, Jiang Wanyin's phone rang. It was a call from Aunt Wang. "Aunt Wang," Jiang Wanyin answered the call. Aunt Wang's voice came through. "You're still up, right?" "No, Aunt Wang, is there something you need?" Jiang Wanyin asked. "It's like this Wang Jun from Wangjia village, I don't know if you know him. He said he has something important to tell you, but he doesn't have your contact information, so he found me. I'll let him speak to you." There was a brief silence on the other end before a man's voice came through. "Hello, I'm Wang Jun from Wangjia village. When your grandmother was still around, we used to interact frequently." Jiang Wanyin thought for a moment but couldn't recall Wang Jun. But then again, she wasn't originally from Wangjia village, so it was understandable not to know him. She asked, "Uncle Wang, Aunt Wang said you had something to tell me. What is it?" Wang Jun's voice came through the phone, tinged with hesitation. He took a deep breath, as if organizing his thoughts. "Wanyin, you're married to that Gu Huaijin now, right?" He paused before continuing. "I saw on the news a few days ago that you were in a car accident on your way back from Wangjia village. Are you alright?" Jiang Wanyin felt a jolt of anxiety as Wang Jun suddenly brought up the accident. She sensed there was something beneath his words. Remembering that Gu Huaijin had mentioned the crash might have been deliberate, she immediately became alert. Jiang Wanyin quickly pressed the speakerphone button and glanced at Gu Huaijin, who was nearby. Clearing her throat, she cautiously replied, "Uncle Wang, my husband and I were lucky and weren't hurt, but our sister was injured." She paused, probing, "Do you know anything about the accident?" There was silence on the other end. Jiang Wanyin and Gu Huaijin held their breath, the air thick with tension. Finally, Wang Jun spoke slowly. "When you came to Wangjia village that day, people from Lu Corporation were also visiting. They happened to stay at my house." Upon hearing Lu Corporation, Jiang Wanyin's brow furrowed, and she exchanged a significant look with Gu Huaijin. They both understood Wang Jun was referring to Lu Jingyan and his mother. Wang Jun continued, his voice tinged with unease. That night, I accidentally overheard them mentioning your name in their room. They said if there was an accident on the mountain road, there wouldn't be any surveillance, and it would just be considered an accident. Jiang Wanyin pressed further, her grip tightening on the phone. Did they say anything else? Wang Jun thought for a moment and replied, I didn't dare get too close, so that's all I heard. At the time, I didn't think much of it and assumed they were joking. It wasn't until I saw the news about your accident that I connected the dots. He sighed, his voice filled with guilt. I'm sorry, Wen. I'm just an ordinary farmer, and I was scared of retaliation, so I pretended not to know. But I haven't been able to sleep well these past few days. My conscience won't let me. After much consideration, I felt I had to tell you about this. Wang Jun's words hit Jiang Wanyin like a cold shower, leaving her both shocked and disheartened. She had known Lu Jingyan for 3 years, and even though their breakup was unpleasant, she never imagined he would wish her harm. Standing there, she felt a wave of dizziness, her heart a whirlwind of complex emotions. Gu Huaijin had long known that Su Qiyu and Lu Jingyan were behind the car accident, but he lacked solid evidence. Wang Jun's phone call gave him an idea. After hanging up, Jiang Wanyin turned to Gu Huaijin, her eyes questioning, did you already know that Lu Jingyan and the others planned the accident? Gu Huaijin nodded and explained that mountain road had no surveillance. We couldn't find any concrete evidence before. Jiang Wanyin pressed her lips together and asked, what do you plan to do about them? Gu Huaijin gazed at her, paused for a moment, then asked in return, what if I want to make sure he never recovers in this lifetime? What do you think? His expression was calm, but there was a hint of tension in his eyes. Jiang Wanyin was momentarily stunned but then understood. She grasped his hand and smiled softly, Lu Jingyan and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. You decide what to do. But... Hearing the but, Gu Huaijin involuntarily pressed his thin lips together. Jiang Wanyin continued, but, whatever you do, you must prioritize your own safety. Don't hurt yourself for those who aren't worth it, okay? Gu Huaijin was slightly taken aback, then a smile slowly appeared on his lips. He embraced Jiang Wanyin from behind and whispered in her ear, wife, are you worried about me? Jiang Wanyin chuckled. What do you think? I wonder which little jealous guy is going to get upset again. She knew this seemingly indifferent man was actually very possessive, especially when it came to her ex-boyfriend, Lu Jingyan. Gu Huaijin rubbed his chin against her neck and admitted, yes, I'm the jealous type. I'll take care of the car accident issue. You don't need to worry. All right, Jiang Wanyin replied, everyone must take responsibility for their actions. Gu Huaijin took the opportunity to kiss her cheek before releasing her. You should go take a shower. I'll help you apply the medicine afterward. He handed her a set of pajamas and asked, do you want me to help you? Yanqing said you should move as little as possible these days. Jiang Wanyin quickly shook her head, her face slightly flushed. No, I can do it myself. Seeing her shy demeanor, Gu Huaijin couldn't resist teasing her. Are you sure? I don't mean anything else, just helping you shower. Jiang Wanyin took the pajamas from his hands, resolutely saying, I'm 100% sure. With that, she hurried to the bathroom. Gu Huaijin cautioned her with concern. Take it slow and be careful not to slip. The bathroom door closed with a click. Gu Huaijin shook his head helplessly. To his wife, he seemed more frightening than a lecher. Half an hour later, Jiang Wanyin opened the bathroom door, and Gu Huaijin immediately went to support her to the bed. Jiang Wanyin said with some exasperation, I'm fine. You don't need to be so nervous. Today's events have nothing to do with you. Gu Huaijin replied nonchalantly, I know. I'm just waiting to help you with the medicine. But inside, he felt the guilt Jiang Wanyin had guessed. He took the bruise ointment prescribed by Zhou Yanqing, adjusted the air conditioning, and knelt beside Jiang Wanyin, gently lifting her shirt. The bruises on her waist were darker than they had been that afternoon, the bluish-purple color deepening the somberness in Gu Huaijin's eyes. I'll massage it a bit. It'll help the bruising disperse. It might hurt a little, so bear with it. Okay, go ahead, Jiang Wanyin said, gripping the bedsheet. Gu Huaijin poured the ointment into his palm, warming it before gently applying it to the bruises. Jiang Wanyin involuntarily gasped. Gu Huaijin immediately stopped, asking with concern, does it hurt a lot? Jiang Wanyin forced a smile, not much, just a bit. I'll get used to it. Gu Huaijin continued applying the ointment more carefully, his gaze growing darker. He would repay the injuries Jiang Wanyin suffered today, one by one. After finishing, the exhausted Jiang Wanyin lay down and fell asleep. Gu Huaijin washed his hands, tucked her in, and kissed her forehead. Good night, my love. After turning off the lights, he went to the study to handle work. 2 days later, at an abandoned building in the suburbs, Su Qiyu, wearing oversized sunglasses and carrying a black bag, cautiously looked around before entering. Dr. Zhao, hiding in the shadows, dialed a contact number. The phone rang abruptly in the quiet of the abandoned building. Su Qiyu answered, where are you? Is the money ready? Dr. Zhao replied leisurely, don't rush. That truck driver is already dead, so no one will find out what you did. Cut the crap. Let's trade the money for the goods, Su Chiyue said impatiently. Dr. Zhao hung up and stepped out from behind the wall. Where's the money? I need to check it first. Su Chiyue glanced at him, tossing the black bag at his feet. Hurry up and give me the recording. Dr. Zhao asked curiously, you seem to have a decent life. Why would you do something like hiring someone to kill? Mind your own business. Give me the recording, take the money, and leave. We never met. Su Chiyue glared at him. Dr. Zhao's expression suddenly turned resigned, and he sighed, we can't leave. What do you mean? Su Chiyue's heart filled with a sense of foreboding. A cold, icy voice followed. He means you'll spend the rest of your life in prison. Go. Gu Huaijin. Su Chiyue removed her sunglasses, her eyes wide with disbelief as she watched Gu Huaijin emerge slowly from behind the wall, accompanied by several men in black. The air felt heavy, each step carrying an invisible weight. Instinctively, Su Chiyue took 2 steps back, her back pressing against the cold wall. She suddenly realized that her conversation with Dr. Zhao had likely been overheard by Gu Huaijin. Su Chiyue turned to flee, only to find the doorway guarded by 2 men in black. She halted, resigned to her fate, and turned back to face Gu Huaijin's cold gaze. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Gu Huaijin, was this all a trap you set for me? She recalled Dr. Zhao telling her 2 days ago that the truck driver had been killed and that he had obtained a recording. Initially, she didn't believe him, but after hearing her own voice on the tape, panic set in. Dr. Zhao demanded $1 million in exchange for the recording, forcing her to take the risk and come. Now it seemed the whole scenario had been orchestrated, with Dr. Zhao merely a pawn in Gu Huaijin's game to lure her in. Gu Huaijin smirked coldly. What do you think? Su Chiyue, you orchestrated the car accident and then silenced witnesses. I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. Su Chiyue was silent for a moment, then suddenly turned to Dr. Zhao. Dr. Zhao, was there ever a recording at all? Dr. Zhao, under guard, remained silent, which spoke volumes. A glimmer of amusement crossed Su Chiyue's eyes. Mr. Gu, do you have any evidence that I caused the car accident? Without a recording, no evidence, and no witnesses. Who can prove it? Gu Huaijin's smile was icy. Even if you didn't cause the accident, arranging for someone to be silenced is enough to put you behind bars for life. Besides, he signaled to Xiao Feng behind him. Xiao Feng brought out Wang Jun from behind the wall. Seeing Wang Jun, the light in Su Chiyue's eyes dimmed instantly. Gu Huaijin asked, Wang Jun, what did you hear that night? Wang Jun glanced at Xiao Feng, who nodded for him to speak. That night, I heard Miss Su and her son in the room talking about how Jiang Wanyin had ruined them and that they couldn't let her get away with it. They said if Jiang Wanyin had an accident on the mountain road, where there were no cameras, it would just look like an accident. You're lying. Su Chiyue interrupted angrily. How could you hear what we were saying in our room? Gu Huaijin must have paid you to say this. You rural people will do anything for money. Wang Jun retorted angrily. I'm not lying. I was going to call you for dinner that night and happened to hear your conversation from outside. The houses in our village have poor soundproofing. And even though I'm poor, I wouldn't take money to do something against my conscience. Su Chiyue remembered hearing a noise outside that night but still refused to admit it. The police won't believe you based on your word alone. Gu Huaijin's eyes flashed with cold light. Su Chiyue, let's see if the police believe you or Wang Jun, along with the truck driver and Dr. Zhao. These are witnesses. How long do you plan to deny it? Do you need Lu Jingyan to be brought here before you'll confess? No, this has nothing to do with my son. It's all me. I did it all. Su Chiyue immediately relented upon hearing her son's name. Her weakness was her son, and she was willing to take all the blame to protect him. Gu Huaijin looked at Su Chiyue coldly. I have no personal vendetta against you or your son. Why did you do this? Su Chiyue laughed bitterly. No vendetta? Huh. Mr. Gu, have you forgotten? You hired my son to work for you and then publicly exposed his plagiarism. You were trying to ruin him. Even the project we were supposed to discuss in Wangjie village fell through because of you, and now our family's company is bankrupt. It's all because of Jiang Wanyin. I hate her. If she hadn't wanted to be with my son, none of this would have happened. Gu Huaijin found it laughable. Lu Jingyan's downfall was all Su Chiyue's doing. He replied coldly, Su Chiyue, you and your son can spend the rest of your days in prison. Su Chiyue protested, I did all this. It has nothing to do with my son. Why are you arresting him? That's for the police to decide. Take her and Dr. Zhao to the police station, Gu Huaijin instructed Xiao Feng. At that moment, Gu Huaijin's phone rang. Ji Yuan was on the other end, saying, Mr. Gu, Lu Jingyan has escaped. Send people to find him immediately, Gu Huaijin ordered. Upon hearing this, Su Chiyue's lips curled into a relieved smile. To be safe, she had arranged for Lu Jingyan to hide 2 days ago. Now that they couldn't find him, she was reassured. Meanwhile, at the Xia family home, Xia Qinji had just returned home to find her father pacing anxiously in the living room. Dad, what's going on? Xia Qinji asked. Her father immediately scolded her. Did you offend the Gu family? Xia Qinji frowned. No, I'm Gu Yanji's fiancé. How could I offend the Gu family? Then why did the Gu Corporation's G brand suddenly snatch our orders and poach our senior designers today? Her father had been overwhelmed with the company's issues recently, having just dealt with the toxic element scandal in their jewelry materials, and now this. Xia Qinji furrowed her brows. Are you sure it's the G brand? Our brand is on par with G brand. It shouldn't be easy for them to snatch our orders. Her father sighed. Several suppliers have already chosen to end contracts with us, preferring to pay penalties. I've heard they've already signed contracts with G brand. The Gu Corporation is trying to bankrupt us. Xia Qinji thought for a moment and concluded, it must be Gu Huaijin. And he's doing this because of what happened at the Gu residence. Upon hearing it was Gu Huaijin, Xia's father immediately sat up straight, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Then hurry and plead with him. You are, after all, part of the Gu family now, he urged, his tone tinged with desperation. Xia Qinji shook her head, her brow furrowed. It's useless, she murmured, her voice filled with resignation. What should we do then? Xia's father pressed anxiously, then reprimanded. Why did you have to provoke him? You're already engaged to Gu Yanji. Stop dwelling on the past. His voice grew louder, clearly more agitated. Xia Qinji was also provoked by her father's words. She stood up abruptly, fists clenched. How would I know what to do? Gu Huaijin wouldn't listen to me now, she nearly shouted, then turned and strode quickly toward the stairs. Xia's father shouted angrily after her, useless. Xia Qinji stormed into her room, slamming the door with a loud bang. She lay on the bed, staring intently at the crystal chandelier above, as if trying to bore a hole through it. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in her eyes, and a faint, cold smile curled her lips. If Gu Huaijin is so heartless, she can't blame me, she muttered, reaching for her phone and quickly dialing Jiang Sinyu's number. Meanwhile, in the CEO's office at the Gu Group, Ji Yuan respectfully handed a document to Gu Huaijin. Mr. Gu, this is the team member list for the Qianwan project. Gu Huaijin glanced over the list, pausing briefly on the name Anna. He handed it back to Ji Yuan, saying succinctly, this will do. Ji Yuan nodded. All right, I'll notify them to prepare. He knew the Qianwan project was a recent focus for the Gu Group, warranting a special bidding team. Gu Huaijin stood up, grabbing his coat to leave. Ji Yuan asked, Mr. Gu, are you leaving for the day? Yes, I'm off to pick up my wife for dinner, Gu Huaijin replied casually, as if it were the most ordinary thing. Ji Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He wanted to remind him it was only 5 o'clock, not yet the end of the workday. But then he thought better of it. After all, the entire Gu Group belonged to the boss, and as an assistant, it wasn't his place to say more. As Gu Huaijin left the office, he encountered Gu Yanji, who was also preparing to leave. Cousin, Gu Yanji called out. Gu Huaijin glanced at him, his tone indifferent. What is it? Gu Yanji spoke calmly. You don't have to be so ruthless with the Xia family, do you? Qianji was once your girlfriend. Gu Huaijin's eyes darkened slightly, his tone carrying a warning. You'd better keep your fiancé in check. He stepped into the elevator, looking back at Gu Yanji. You should focus on preparing for the Qianwan project. As the elevator doors slowly closed, a confident smile appeared on Gu Yanji's face. He was determined to win the Qianwan project. Outside Jinyi Corporation, Jiang Wanyin had just exited the building when she saw Meng Mylan looking around nearby, evidently waiting for her. Jiang Wanyin initially intended to ignore Meng Mylan, but she was spotted. Wan, Meng Mylan called out, hurrying over. Compared to their last meeting, Meng Mylan appeared much thinner, looking haggard and with more wrinkles on her skin. It seemed her life had been difficult after being kicked out of the Jiang family. Jiang Wanyin was indifferent to Meng Mylan's plight, asking coolly, what do you want? Meng Mylan hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. If you have something to say, just say it, Jiang Wanyin said, her tone cold, unable to muster any goodwill toward the woman. Meng Mylan took a deep breath and said, Wan, your father is having a hard time in prison. Can you ask your husband to help get him out? Jiang Wanyin scoffed. The prison isn't owned by my husband. Since Jiang Jiangwo broke the law, he should face the consequences. She found Meng Mylan's request absurd. Meng Mylan was at a loss for words, then tentatively added, the Gu family has immense influence in Beijing. If Mr. Gu speaks up, nothing is impossible. Jiang Wanyin cut her off. Even with their power, the Gu family won't break the law. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. She had thought Meng Mylan might explain her mother's suicide, but instead, she was here to cause trouble. Wan, don't be upset. Meng Mylan quickly grabbed her hand, her tone pleading, if you can't help your father, could you at least help Xinyu and me? After you kicked us out of the villa, and with Zhang's company being acquired, we can't eat or sleep well. Life is unbearable. Please help us. Jiang Wanyin swiftly withdrew her hand as if burned, her expression one of disgust. Meng Mylan, you have hands and feet. Can't you support yourself? Or have you gotten so used to the life of a rich lady that you can't manage on your own? But you've come to the wrong person. I won't help you. Wanwan, for the sake of us once being family, help me, Meng Milan continued to plead. You're the Gu family's wife now. If you speak up, the Gu family will help us. Desperation drove her to lower her stance and begged Jiang Wanyin. Jiang Wanyin looked at her with displeasure. Do you remember how you became Mrs. Jiang and how you treated me? I don't have family like you. With that, she turned to leave. Seeing that persuasion was futile, a sinister glint flashed in Meng Milan's eyes as she reached out once more to grab Jiang Wanyin. Jiang Wanyin quickly withdrew her outstretched hand and instinctively took a step back. She hadn't even touched Meng Milan when suddenly, Meng Milan fell to the ground as if someone had pushed her forcefully. This scene was witnessed by passing colleagues, causing quite a stir. Lying on the ground, Meng Milan began to cry dramatically. Wanwan, even if you don't acknowledge me as your stepmother, you can't ignore your own father. How could you be so heartless? She put on an act, squeezing out a few tears and continued to accuse. I just wanted you to help out a bit. If you don't want to, fine, but you pushed me down. Oh, my old bones. Oh, it hurts so much. Jiang Wanyin frowned, feeling utterly perplexed. She hadn't even touched Meng Milan, so how could it have turned into pushing her? Meng Milan's cries drew an increasing number of onlookers, including colleagues who were usually envious of Jiang Wanyin. Seeing this spectacle, a hint of schadenfreude flickered in their eyes. Noticing this, Meng Milan's lips curled almost imperceptibly, and she cried even harder. Wanwan, even if I'm not your biological mother, I've treated you like a daughter and cared for you all these years. Now that you're doing well, are you going to abandon us? Hearing this, Jiang Wanyin's face darkened instantly. Meng Milan, what nonsense are you spouting? Far from being embarrassed, Meng Milan cried even louder. How am I talking nonsense? You sent your own father to prison, kicked us out of the house, and took back the company without giving us a dime. Let everyone judge. How could a child be so ruthless? Huh. A cold, mocking smile played on Jiang Wanyin's lips. She looked down at Meng Milan, who was making a scene on the floor, recalling how she used to appear as the dignified wife of a wealthy family, now reduced to such shameless behavior. Jiang Wanyin enunciated each word slowly. Meng Milan, do you really not know why I sent Jiang Jiangguo to prison? Why I kicked you out of the house? Is it not clear to you? Her voice was filled with suppressed anger, as if it could erupt at any moment. At that moment, a swarm of reporters descended upon Jiang Wanyin and Meng Milan like wolves on prey. Flashbulbs popped incessantly, the sound of shutters was relentless, and microphones were nearly thrust into Jiang Wanyin's face. The reporters vied to throw sharp questions. Miss Jiang, are Meng Milan's accusations true? Did you really send your biological father to prison for revenge? Was it you who pushed your stepmother just now? Are you severing ties with the Jiang family because the Gu family is backing you? It's said that you kicked your stepmother and stepsister out of the house, leaving them homeless. Is this true? Faced with the barrage of questions, Jiang Wanyin was momentarily stunned, instinctively raising a hand to shield herself from the blinding flashes. A reporter immediately seized on this gesture, becoming more aggressive. Miss Jiang, are you feeling guilty? Seeing this, Meng Milan became even more fervent, wiping away non-existent tears while chokingly accusing. Dear reporters, even though I'm just a stepmother, I raised her with great effort. Now she disregards us completely. My heart is truly broken. This is such a sin. Her words fueled the fire, and onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. Some were skeptical, others sympathetic, while some were mocking. Jiang Wanyin closed her eyes, took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and slowly opened her eyes to face the reporters. Her voice was cold and firm. Are you ready to face the consequences of your slander? Just then, a commanding voice cut in. So what if it's true? Huaijin strode over, standing beside Jiang Wanyin and taking her hand. His icy gaze swept over the reporters like a sharp blade. If you had any sense, you wouldn't believe someone like Meng Milan. He raised an eyebrow at Meng Milan, his voice low and menacing. You're in cahoots with her, trying to defame my wife. The reporters involuntarily stepped back, but one mustered the courage to point a microphone at Gu Huaijin. Mr. Gu, there are rumors that you're ruthless in business and even had your father-in-law beaten. Is that true? Gu Huaijin's expression darkened, a hint of menace in his eyes. Who told you that? Did you see it with your own eyes? Didn't that person tell you what Jiang Jiangguo did? With 3 questions in quick succession, the reporter was rendered speechless and retreated. Sensing the unfavorable situation, Meng Milan attempted to slip away, but Gu Huaijin's cold voice stopped her. Meng Milan, my patience is limited. If you harass my wife again, you'll join Jiang Jiangguo. He then turned to the reporters, and as for you, if you continue to spread lies, you'll regret every word you've said today. With that, Gu Huaijin escorted Jiang Wanyin away, and no one dared to speak. Once they had left, the crowd finally exhaled. Meng Milan glared at their retreating figures, inwardly mocking. Let's see how long you can keep smiling. She feigned wiping tears and limped away. Once in the car, Gu Huaijin immediately called Ji Yuan to handle the matter. Jiang Wanyin asked worriedly, will this affect the company? Gu Huaijin gently stroked her hair, smiling. No, don't worry. What brought you here? Jiang Wanyin asked. I missed you and came to pick you up from work, Gu Huaijin replied with a smile. We're connected at the heart. I can sense what you're thinking. Jiang Wanyin laughed. The president of the Gu group believes in that? Gu Huaijin replied softly. When it comes to you, I believe anything. And I know you're hungry now, so let's go eat. They headed to the 1973 restaurant. Due to Christmas Eve, the restaurant was exceptionally busy. However, Gu Huaijin had a private room reserved, and they made their way there directly. The restaurant manager approached, hesitating on how to address them. Gu Huaijin calmly stated, My wife is aware of my identity now. The manager immediately greeted them respectfully. Good evening, Mr. Gu, Mrs. Gu. Jiang Wanyin recalled the previous deception and chuckled. Manager, it must have been hard for you last time. But thank you for waiving the bill. Gu Huaijin cleared his throat, slightly nervous. 1-1. This restaurant belongs to our family. Jiang Wanyin suddenly understood why she found it odd before that a high-end restaurant would waive their bill so easily. Entering the private room, Jiang Wanyin saw the elegantly set long table adorned with flowers and candles, with soft music playing in the background. Did you prepare all this? Jiang Wanyin asked with a smile. On Christmas Eve, Gu Huaijin and Jiang Wanyin sat in a private booth at the best spot in the restaurant. Outside the window, the Ferris wheel that Jiang Wanyin used to ride with her mother as a child was clearly visible. Memories flooded back, and a smile naturally appeared on her lips. What are you smiling about? Gu Huaijin asked, his mood lifted by her infectious smile. Jiang Wanyin rested her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling with fragments of light. Do you think we might have met as kids? This is my favorite restaurant, and it's owned by your family. My mom and I used to come here often. Maybe we passed each other one day. Gu Huaijin gazed at her tenderly. I think it's possible. Although the idea was a bit dramatic, the fact that they were now each other's closest companions was all that mattered. The restaurant manager brought in the dishes, from appetizers to soup, all carefully selected by Gu Huaijin to suit both a pregnant woman and Jiang Wanyin's taste. The main course was steak, which Gu Huaijin cut up for her. Thank you. Jiang Wanyin was about to take a bite when a wave of nausea hit her. She hurriedly put down her knife and fork and rushed to the private restroom to vomit into the sink. Gu Huaijin followed her quickly, gently patting her back while calling Zhou Yanqing. Yanqing, your sister-in-law is vomiting badly. Can you come and take a look? On the other end, Zhou Yanqing was in a noisy bar. Who's vomiting? Your sister-in-law started vomiting while eating. Gu Huaijin raised his voice, his brow furrowed. Jiang Wanyin, having recovered a bit, looked up at her worried husband and couldn't help but laugh. It's just morning sickness. Gu Huaijin suddenly realized he had forgotten about morning sickness. Zhou Yanqing laughed too. You scared me. I thought something serious happened. Morning sickness is quite normal. Isn't there any way to alleviate it? Gu Huaijin asked, pained to see Jiang Wanyin so pale. Zhou Yanqing suggested, just keep her in a good mood. Let her rest more, eat nutritious light food, and have smaller, more frequent meals. Jiang Wanyin had another dry heave, and Gu Huaijin hung up the phone, continuing to gently pat her back. After rinsing her mouth, Jiang Wanyin took the tissue Gu Huaijin handed her. I feel much better. She managed a wry smile. Just a few days ago, I thought I wouldn't have morning sickness. Gu Huaijin helped her back to her seat and poured her a glass of warm water. I'll ask the restaurant to prepare some lighter dishes. He looked at his wife's pale face with concern but felt helpless. Jiang Wanyin felt warmth from her husband's care and softly replied, okay. Soon, the waiter brought in some light dishes. Jiang Wanyin managed to eat about half, apologizing. I'm sorry for wasting your efforts. Gu Huaijin handed her a coat and said gently, it's okay. We'll come back another time. Let me take you somewhere. Where to? Jiang Wanyin asked curiously. You'll find out soon. Gu Huaijin led her to the Ferris wheel nearby. Jiang Wanyin was surprised. Are you taking me on the Ferris wheel? She hadn't ridden it since her mother passed away. Gu Huaijin smiled and nodded, yes, let's go. Seeing his wife so happy, he knew he had chosen the right place. Jiang Wanyin noticed the Ferris wheel wasn't moving. Huaijin, is the Ferris wheel not operating tonight? Tonight, the Ferris wheel is just for us, Gu Huaijin said nonchalantly, as if it were the most ordinary thing. Jiang Wanyin realized that her extravagant husband had rented out the entire Ferris wheel. Gu Huaijin opened the cabin door in front of them and gestured invitingly, after you, my princess. Jiang Wanyin raised an eyebrow with a smile, her eyes brimming with joy. She gently placed her hand on Gu Huaijin's, and together, they stepped into the cabin of the Ferris wheel. As the staff closed the door, the massive structure began its slow rotation. Jiang Wanyin tilted her head back, gazing out through the clear glass window. The scenery transformed with their ascent. The ground receded, revealing the full expanse of city streets and towering buildings. Neon lights twinkled like stars, dazzling and bright. The familiar view stirred her memories, bringing back images of past outings with her mother. Yet now, Sitting beside her was Gu Huaijin, and this unexpected fortune filled her heart with warmth. Gu Huaijin kept his gaze fixed on Jiang Wannin's profile, observing the joy in her eyes, and felt a warm emotion fill his heart. He mused to himself that this was precisely the life he wished to create for Jiang Wanyin, simple and pure, yet incredibly precious. As the Ferris wheel reached its peak, Jiang Wanyin looked up at the vast, deep night sky. Though only a few stars dotted the heavens, the sight was still breathtaking on this chilly winter night. She turned excitedly. Huaijin, look, it's beautiful. Before she finished speaking, her eyes met Gu Huaijin's deep gaze, and she clearly saw her reflection in his eyes. Realizing that Gu Huaijin had been watching her all along, Jiang Wannin's ears turned red. She playfully scolded, "Why are you looking at me instead of the view?" Gu Huaijin smiled, replying softly, "You're more beautiful than the view." His intense gaze made Jiang Wannin's cheeks flush even more. Recalling something she had once heard, Jiang Wanyin looked up into Gu Huaijin's eyes, her own shining like stars, and with a hint of a smile she said, "Gu Huaijin, have you heard that if you kiss at the top of a Ferris wheel, you'll be together forever?" No sooner had she spoken than Gu Huaijin's lips met hers. Her senses were immediately filled with his unique scent. The kiss was gentle yet intense, full of passion and dominance. Gu Huaijin didn't answer with words, but with actions, giving the most direct response. Although he had never believed in such tales meant to charm young girls, he sincerely hoped it was true at this moment. In that instant, they held each other tightly, feeling each other's breath and heartbeat. It was as if the entire world had transformed into a blooming peach blossom forest, where a gentle breeze blew, tender and warm, enveloping them softly. Meanwhile, in another part of town, a terrified scream pierced the air from an apartment in a rundown complex. "Help, Mom, there's a cockroach!" Jiang Xinyu shrieked, jumping onto the sofa, her legs curled up and her face pale with fear. Hearing the commotion, Meng Milan rushed out of her room, gripping a slipper tightly in her hand. "Where is it?" she asked, scanning the room with caution. "There." Jiang Xinyu pointed shakily at the floor, her voice high-pitched with terror. "Kill it quickly." Meng Milan hesitated for a moment, staring at the slowly crawling cockroach, then brought the slipper down with a decisive thwack. "There, it's dead," she sighed in relief. Jiang Xinyu glanced at the crushed cockroach, exhaled heavily, and then suddenly, anger surged within her. She kicked the sofa cushions furiously, yelling hysterically, "What kind of pathetic life is this? I can't take it anymore." Once living extravagantly with no concept of budgeting, the mother and daughter were now left with almost nothing. Jiang Jiangguo had poured all his assets into covering the company's losses, leaving little for Jiang Xinyu and her mother when he was detained. After being forced out of their villa, they survived by selling jewelry and luxury items, but their reluctance to work meant the money quickly ran out. Eventually, they were evicted from their hotel and barely managed to rent a dilapidated apartment in this old complex. The rundown place, frequently visited by cockroaches and mice, was a far cry from their former mansion, making their lives unbearable. Jiang Xinyu was consumed with jealousy when she thought of Jiang Wanyin, who now enjoyed a life of luxury as a wealthy housewife. Meng Milan slipped on her shoes and gave Jiang Xinyu a reproachful look. "What's the point of screaming here? If you were more capable and married a rich man like Jiang Wanyin, we wouldn't be stuck living like this." Jiang Xinyu retorted with irritation, "You think I don't want that? But who would want me now?" Ever since a video of her being beaten as a mistress circulated online, she had become a pariah, with few men willing to approach her despite her good looks. Her anger deepened as she silently cursed Jiang Wanyin for her predicament, blaming her for being discovered by Wang Zhenhua's wife. Meng Milan sighed deeply, feeling helpless about their misfortune. By the way, she suddenly remembered, when is Xia Chonga going to give us the money? Jiang Xinyu casually scrolled through social media on her phone, replying absent-mindedly, she said after it's done. Her voice trailed off as her eyes locked onto a Douyin video. Excitedly, she exclaimed, "Mom, your performance today was great. This video already has over 1 million views." "Really?" Meng Milan eagerly leaned in. The video showed her earlier scene at Jiang Wanyin's company, dramatically airing grievances. Their plan was to have reporters capture and spread news of Jiang Wanyin's unfilial neglect of her family, stirring public opinion. However, Gu Huaijin's intervention led to the reporters being found and forced to delete their footage. Fortunately, they had a backup plan, with someone in the crowd secretly filming and uploading it to Douyin. With the video now amassing over 1 million views, they had effortlessly achieved their goal. Jiang Xinyu was convinced that Jiang Wanyin was now seen by many as a selfish, uncaring daughter. A mocking smile played on Jiang Xinyu's lips. Even with Gu Huaijin's power and influence, he can't undo this now. "What should we do next?" Meng Milan asked, her spirits visibly lifted by the video's success. Jiang Xinyu rubbed her hands together excitedly, her face full of smug satisfaction. "Let's give them another precious gift." She swapped SIM cards on her phone and made a call, lowering her voice deliberately. "I have some dirt on the richest man's wife in Beijing. Are you interested? The person on the other end perked up at the mention of the prominent woman. Is it exclusive? Of course, Jiang Wanyin replied, feigning mystery. The caller was cautious. Send it over for me to check first. Jiang Wanyin tapped her phone, sending a photo to the caller. This news should be valuable enough. The recipient was clearly intrigued by the photo. All right, how much do you want? 50,000, Jiang Wanyin stated her price. 50,000 is too much. We can offer 20,000 at most, the caller countered. Feigning a mutter, Jiang Wanyin said, I make about that much at the hospital. She wanted the caller to think she worked there, making it harder to trace back to her. After a moment of consideration, the caller agreed. Deal. Once the transfer was complete, Jiang Wanyin sent all the photos. Seeing the payment notification, her mood soared and she hummed a tune. But what thrilled her more was the anticipation of tomorrow's news release and the inevitable online backlash against Jiang Wanyin. These seemingly innocuous news pieces could become devastating with enough online outrage. In today's digital age, a little provocation could unleash a torrent of indiscriminate criticism from keyboard warriors. As the saying goes, the tongue has no bones, but it is strong enough to break a heart. Jiang Wanyin couldn't wait to read the scathing comments aimed at Jiang Wanyin. Meanwhile, at the hillside villa, after Jiang Wanyin fell asleep, Huaijin quietly got out of bed and tiptoed to his study. Under the dim light of the desk lamp, he opened the video sent by Jiang. As the footage played, his frown deepened. A few seconds later, Huaijin abruptly hit the pause button and dialed Ji Yuan's number. What is going on? Didn't I ask you to handle this? Huaijin's voice was as cold as ice, sending a shiver down Ji Yuan's spine on the other end of the line. Ji Yuan answered cautiously. The videos taken by the reporters have all been deleted. The video on D sound must have been shot by a bystander. It was during rush hour, and there were too many people, making it difficult to track who posted it. He explained that after receiving Huaijin's call in the evening, he acted immediately but overlooked the crowd. By the time he noticed, the video had been widely shared, and the PR efforts had failed. Huaijin commanded icily, then make sure all videos online are deleted. We're already working on it, Ji Yuan replied, sweating with anxiety. But the video is spreading too quickly. We'll need more time. He knew that the higher the view count, the worse the public opinion against the lady would become, explaining his boss's intense anger. Huaijin glanced at the comments below the video, his expression growing even darker. Malicious words flashed across the screen. Isn't this the woman Huaijin announced as his wife? I can't believe she's like this. She doesn't seem simple at all. How else could someone like her marry into the Gu family? Agree with the above, someone who treats their parents like that can't have a shred of gratitude or kindness. Huaijin should hurry up and divorce her. Huaijin's long fingers tapped on the desk, his eyes glinting with a sharp, dark light. He instructed again in a deep voice, these comments are clearly being manipulated. Find out who's behind this. Understood. I'll get on it right away, Ji Yuan responded, hanging up to begin his investigation. Huaijin leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the computer screen. The night outside grew darker, and the atmosphere in the study became increasingly tense. It was destined to be a sleepless night. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a warm glow on Jiang Wanyin's face. She slowly opened her eyes to see Huaijin's breathtakingly handsome face. He was sitting by the bed, resting his chin on his hand, and gazing at her intently. Awake? Merry Christmas. Huaijin greeted her with a tender smile as he noticed she had woken up. Jiang Wanyin blushed slightly and softly replied, Merry Christmas. Why are you sitting here? She had noticed lately that she had become increasingly drowsy, often struggling to wake even when the alarm went off. Huaijin leaned down, planting a gentle kiss on her lips and whispered, just watching my wife. Jiang Wanyin couldn't help but smile. Don't you see me every day? Not enough, Huaijin said earnestly. I want to see you all the time. Why don't you stop working at your company and come work with me? That way, we can be together every day. His tone carried a sincere expectation. Jiang Wanyin felt a bit bashful from his sweet words and gently pushed him away. I need to get up for work. I'll help you, be careful, Huaijin immediately offered, reaching out to assist her. No need. My belly hasn't started showing yet. Jiang Wanyin waved him off. I've already brought your clothes to the bathroom. Do you want help changing? Huaijin asked considerately. No, Jiang Wanyin quickly refused, squinting slightly as she sized him up. Huaijin, do you have something to say? Otherwise, why are you sticking to me like glue this early in the morning? Huaijin shook his head. No, it's Christmas today. I just want to be with you. Jiang Wanyin studied him for a moment longer, but saw no sign of deceit on his face. She looked around the bedside table for her phone but couldn't find it. Have you seen my phone? I usually like to listen to the news while getting ready. I noticed it was low on battery, so I took it to charge, Huaijin answered promptly. Jiang Wanyin acknowledged his response without overthinking it and walked into the bathroom. When she finished getting ready and came out, Huaijin was still in the room. You're not going to the office? Jiang Wanyin asked, a little surprised. Gu Huaijin smiled. I'll take you there later. Jiang Wanyin assumed he was worried about a repeat of yesterday's incident and said with a smile, Meng Milan won't dare to pull anything like that again. But if you have the time, you can take me. All right, let's go have breakfast first, Gu Huaijin said, taking her hand and leading her downstairs. In the dining room, a bouquet of pink roses caught her eye. Gu Huaijin picked up the bouquet and handed it to Jiang Wanyin, saying gently, Merry Christmas, my love. Jiang Wanyin accepted them happily and tiptoed to plant a light kiss on his lips. Thank you, darling. Gu Huaijin affectionately patted her head. Let's have breakfast. Uncle Li, the butler, served breakfast and casually mentioned, Young madam, the menu has been adjusted by young master to suit your pregnancy. Thank you, Uncle Li. Jiang Wanyin looked at Gu Huaijin, feeling a warm surge of affection for his thoughtfulness. Gu Huaijin scooped a bowl of nutritious porridge for her, speaking softly, if you keep looking at me like that, you might not make it to work. Jiang Wanyin paused, catching the implication in his words, and playfully chided, I'm pregnant, you know. Gu Huaijin chuckled helplessly, I'm just thinking out loud. Eat up, you didn't eat much last night. Jiang Wanyin nodded and began eating. However, she soon felt a wave of nausea. Gu Huaijin quickly fetched a pack of sour plums. Try one. I read online that it might help, he said, having researched remedies for morning sickness and learned that sour foods might be beneficial. Jiang Wanyin took one, and it did help ease her nausea slightly, allowing her to eat a bit more breakfast. After breakfast, Gu Huaijin drove Jiang Wanyin to her office building. Once she was inside, he picked up his phone and called Jian. How's it going? Gu Huaijin asked directly. Ji Yuan sounded busy on the other end. Mr. Gu, the videos from last night have all been deleted, but another news piece about your wife just broke and it's already trending at #1. You should take a look. Gu Huaijin opened the trending topics on social media and saw a glaring headline. Mrs. Gu spotted on a date with young heartthrob at hospital, followed by a subheading Mr. Gu taking the blame. There were several photos attached, showing Jiang Wanyin almost being knocked over by a child at the hospital, with Zhou Ziyu helping her. Someone had captured these moments from various angles. The article also linked to last night's video, exaggerating the situation and claiming Jiang Wanyin was not only unfilial to her parents, but also unfaithful to her husband. The news had ignited a storm of online criticism, quickly climbing to the top of the trending list. Gu Huaijin narrowed his eyes at the photos in the article. If he wasn't mistaken, the man in the mask and sunglasses was Zhou Ziyu, and the outfit Jiang Wanyin was wearing in the photos was the same as the day they went for the prenatal checkup. Gu Huaijin didn't doubt his wife would cheat on him, but seeing her with another man, especially someone as young and handsome as Zhou Ziyu, stirred a hint of jealousy. However, he was unaware of why Zhou Ziyu was at the hospital that day. One thing was clear, the person who took these photos was targeting Jiang Wanyin, not realizing the man was Zhou Ziyu. Gu Huaijin set his phone to speaker and asked, have you found out who's behind this? There's got to be a connection between last night's video and today's photos. When Mr. Gu received the news that a reporter from a small magazine had released some photos, Ji Yuan had just gotten the investigation report. Both of them were filled with rage, wishing they could punish the troublemaker severely. Just when they thought they could catch their breath after last night's video incident, another wave hit them unexpectedly. A cold glint appeared in Gu Huaijin's eyes. Hospital staff? I'll have Zhou Yanqing look into it. You should first get a team to control the online narrative. Someone must be stirring things up. Understood, Mr. Gu, Ji Yuan replied, promptly beginning to handle the situation. After hanging up, Gu Huaijin texted Jiang Wanyin, don't look at the comments online. I'll take care of it. He had been keeping Jiang Wanyin away from her phone all morning, worried she might see the news about last night's video. Despite his efforts, it was unavoidable. Now there was another trending topic, with overwhelming criticism directed at Jiang Wanyin. She had likely already seen it. After sending the message, Gu Huaijin drove straight to Zhou's hospital. Meanwhile, at Zhengyi Company, Jiang Wanyin had just stepped into the office when her colleagues, who had been whispering in small groups, immediately fell silent and pretended to be engrossed in their work. However, their glances at Jiang Wanyin were filled with disdain and curiosity. Jiang Wanyin assumed it was due to Meng Milan causing a scene downstairs at the company yesterday and paid no mind as she returned to her office. Once her door was closed, her colleagues resumed their hushed discussions. How can she act like nothing happened? I saw her being so cold to her stepmother yesterday. I can't believe she's that kind of person. Normally, she's quite reserved but seems to have good values and is very capable at work. Could it be someone spreading false rumors? You know how unreliable online news can be, someone defended Jiang Wanyin. Look at this trending topic, there are photos. It seems like she's hugging some guy at the hospital. Isn't that cheating on Gu Huaijin? Another person countered. You never really know someone. Maybe we don't know her as well as we thought. The office buzzed with speculation, while Jiang Wanyin remained oblivious to the brewing storm outside her door. What are you all chatting about? It's so lively in here, Gu Shiqing asked, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she walked in with her hand wrapped in a bandage. She wasn't supposed to come to work today, but the video incident involving Jiang Wanyin last night had her too anxious to stay away. Meng Milan's shamelessness had infuriated her, leading to a one-handed online argument with trolls until dawn. She was determined to stand by her sister-in-law. Today, she forced herself to come to work to protect her, ready to confront Meng Milan if she dared to show up again. As soon as she entered the company, the lively discussions piqued her curiosity. A colleague leaned in and whispered, "Shirqing, have you seen today's trending topics? Our manager Jiang is in the news again." Gu Shirqing paused, her brows furrowing slightly. She had been dozing off on her way here, driven by the family chauffeur, and hadn't checked her phone yet. She quickly pulled out her phone and opened Weibo. Seeing the photos trending, she tightened her grip on her phone. The man holding Jiang Wanyin was undoubtedly Zhou Ziyu, wearing the same clothes as when he visited her at the hospital. Although she trusted her sister-in-law wouldn't have an affair, Zhou Ziyu's attitude towards Jiang Wanyin made her uneasy. Could it be that his claim of disliking immature girls was because he had feelings for Jiang Wanyin? Noticing her staring at the photos, the colleague asked curiously, "Shirqing, are you shocked too? Manager Jiang always takes you along on business trips. Have you ever seen her meet this man?" "No, she's not that kind of person," Gu Shirqing replied, her mood souring as she defended Jiang Wanyin. The colleague continued, "The photos make them look really close. She's already Mrs. Gu. Why isn't she satisfied? Why have an affair?" "I said, Manager Jiang isn't like that," Gu Shirqing retorted irritably, her voice rising slightly. She then grabbed her water cup and headed to the break room. The colleague, puzzled, muttered to herself, "Why is she mad? It's not about her." Meanwhile, Jiang Wanyin returned to her office and saw the trending news. As soon as she turned on her computer, the news feed displayed the article about her. She clicked through the comments and watched a video uploaded by a netizen from last night, realizing she had been vilified online since then, labeled as an ungrateful and unfaithful woman. No wonder Huaijin had been finding excuses to keep her off her phone this morning. He was trying to spare her from the negativity. She understood now that Meng Milan's stunt yesterday was meant to paint her as a disrespectful daughter-in-law who disregarded her family. But Jiang Wanyin was more intrigued by the photos trending today. Zhou Ziyu had merely supported her at the hospital, yet the photos made it look much more intimate, turning her into the unfaithful woman in the eyes of the public. If she weren't involved, she would have thought the same about the photos. Clearly, the pictures were taken from a deliberately misleading angle. Sighing, Jiang Wanyin closed the news and picked up her phone, noticing a message from Gu Huaijin. A smile tugged at her lips, her mood lifting. She replied, "I've seen the trending news. Don't worry, I'm fine." After a moment's thought, she added, "The man in the photos is Zhou Ziyu. He just helped me a bit." Even though she knew Gu Huaijin would trust her, she felt the need to explain, knowing how jealous he could get. She had to keep her man reassured. Just as she sent the message, Zhou Ziyu called. "Wanwan, have you seen the trending news?" "Yeah. Just finished reading," Jiang Wanyin replied calmly. Zhou Ziyu continued, "The netizens are just being misled. Ignore them. I'll have someone handle it." Jiang Wanyin quickly stopped him. "Don't step in. No one knows the man in the photos is you yet. If you do, everyone will find out, and then we'll both be under fire. Huaijin is already dealing with it. It should be resolved soon." If people found out the man in the photos was Zhou Ziyu, given his current popularity in the entertainment industry, the news would only blow up further. The criticism against Jiang Wanyin would increase, and Zhou Ziyu might get dragged into it too. Zhou Ziyu pondered for a moment, and agreed that Jiang Wanyin had a point. Jiang Wanyin's voice came through the phone, carrying a hint of amusement. "Alright, if Gu Huaijin can't handle it, I'll step in to clear things up." Her tone was filled with trust in her husband. Zhou Ziyu picked up on her relaxed demeanor and playfully complained, "I see. Now that you have a husband, you don't need me as your best friend anymore." Despite the teasing tone, he was genuinely happy for Jiang Wanyin. Jiang Wanyin laughed at his words and quickly reassured him, "Come on, you'll always be my best friend." She paused, then changed the subject. "By the way, how are things with Shirqing? The girl really likes you. Whether you like her or not, make sure to be clear with her. Don't lead her on." There was a brief silence on the other end before Zhou Ziyu's tone turned mischievous. "Jiang Wanyin, you're starting to sound like my mom. I gotta go. The director is calling me." With that, he swiftly hung up the call. Jiang Wanyin looked at the disconnected call, shook her head with a hint of helplessness, and thought, what's he being so stubborn about? The scene shifts to Zhou's hospital. Gu Huaijin strode into the hospital, heading straight for Zhou Yanqing's office. He succinctly explained his purpose, and Zhou Yanqing immediately grasped the seriousness of the situation. They hurried to the hospital's surveillance room to carefully review the security footage from that day. They watched the footage several times but couldn't identify any suspicious individuals taking photos. Zhou Yanqing, rubbing his chin, analyzed the situation. "From the footage, it looks like your wife was about to be bumped by a child, and that man just steadied her. She didn't cheat on you. You can relax." Hearing this, Gu Huaijin shot him a, "Do you think I'm an idiot? Logan coolly replied, "Of course, I trust my wife. But maybe you should spend some time managing this hospital better kids running around and these unreliable, troublemaking staff." Zhou Yanqing was momentarily taken aback and retorted, "And how is this my fault? Are you sure the reporter said it was a hospital staff member who sold the photos?" Gu Huaijin narrowed his eyes, intently watching the footage with a determined voice. Yes, Xiaofeng managed to extract that information, and he wouldn't lie. He paused, then suddenly pointed at the screen and asked, "Based on the angle of the photos, they should have been taken from this direction. Where's the footage from this angle?" Zhou Yanqing leaned in closer and realized, "Oh right, we overlooked this angle issue." He immediately turned and instructed the security guard responsible for the hospital's surveillance. "Quick, find the footage from this other angle." The security guard sprang into action, searching through the myriad of surveillance videos for any that might capture the crucial scene. Gu Huaijin and Zhou Yanqing waited with bated breath for a new lead that could unveil the truth. Gu Huaijin's eyes were fixed on the surveillance footage, his finger hovering over the pause button. When a woman with wavy hair appeared on the screen, he decisively pressed it, freezing the frame. "Zoom in on this woman," he said in a low voice, his gaze sharp. As the image zoomed in, a detail stood out: the woman was holding a phone, pointing its camera in a specific direction. Gu Huaijin squinted. The direction coincidentally aligned with where Jiang Wanyin and the others were. It was obvious that the problematic photo had been taken by this mysterious woman. Zhou Yanqing leaned closer to the screen, scrutinizing the woman's face. He frowned, puzzled, and said, "This woman doesn't look like she works at our hospital." To be sure, he quickly sent a screenshot of the surveillance footage to the HR department for verification. It wasn't long before the HR department confirmed there was indeed no record of this woman in the hospital. Zhou Yanqing breathed a sigh of relief. "I knew we wouldn't have such a troublemaking employee." As he spoke, he thoughtfully added, "She must know your sister-in-law. Otherwise, why take such a photo?" A chill passed through Gu Huaijin's dark eyes. Without another word, he sent the video screenshot to Ji Yuan, instructing him to investigate. Meanwhile, Zhou Yanqing watched the video again and suddenly asked curiously, "But who is this man? He looks familiar." Gu Huaijin glanced at the video and replied coolly, "Zhou Ziyu." "Hey, it really does look like him." Zhou Yanqing realized, then playfully patted Gu Huaijin's shoulder, half-jokingly asking, "Want me to check why he's at the hospital?" implying whether he was there specifically to see his sister-in-law. Gu Huaijin gave him a look. "Do you have too much free time? Why he comes to the hospital is none of my business." Despite his words, he knew that if Zhou Yanqing did investigate, he might learn about his sister's relationship with Zhou Ziyu ahead of time. Zhou Yanqing shrugged. "All right, as long as you don't misunderstand your sister-in-law." Gu Huaijin didn't say much, just waved his phone in front of Zhou Yanqing. "See? Wanyin just sent me a message." On the screen was Jiang Wanyin's explanation about the photo. Gu Huaijin felt secretly satisfied that his wife explained things proactively, showing she cared about his feelings. Although Zhou Yanqing couldn't see the exact content, he could guess, and couldn't help but think to himself, another round of PDA. At that moment, Ji Yuan's call came through. "Mr. Gu, we've traced another person using the journalist's payment account information." Ji Yuan's voice came through the receiver. "Who?" Gu Huaijin asked, a hint of urgency in his voice. "Jiang Xinyu," Ji Yuan replied. Jiang Xinyu was careful this time, using a disposable card, but she overlooked the bank account where she received the money. "We tracked it down to an account under Jiang Xinyu's name." Upon hearing the name, Gu Huaijin's expression turned icy. "It seems I've been too lenient with this mother-daughter duo," he said coldly. "Have you found the woman in the video I sent you?" Ji Yuan responded, still investigating, but so far, it seems she doesn't know Jiang Xinyu. "Interesting." Gu Huaijin's tone was laced with sarcasm. "The person taking the photos and the one selling them to the journalist are not the same. There must be another person involved, the mastermind behind this. Keep digging." His voice was calm but his eyes were steely. He then asked, "Any news on Lu Jingyan?" Ji Yuan answered, "No, our people are still looking. After we captured Su Qiuhua, Lu Jingyan seems to have vanished. We've been searching for days without any luck." Gu Huaijin tapped his fingers lightly on the table, contemplating before issuing a new directive. "Release the truth about the car accident on the mountain road and have the police issue a warrant for Lu Jingyan." This serves two purposes. It can overshadow today's trending topic about Jiang Wanyin and force Lu Jingyan to surface, as it's much harder to hide as a wanted man. Ji Yuan immediately understood his boss's intentions, mentally applauding him. Truly, our boss is cunning. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jiang Xinyu and Meng Milan were gleefully browsing through the trending online comments criticizing Jiang Wanyin, their faces full of satisfaction. Jiang Xinyu sneered, "So what if she's Mrs. Gu? Can Gu Huaijin silence every netizen?" "These comments are so satisfying." Meng Milan's eyes twinkled with cunning as she suggested, "With public opinion on our side, if I go cause trouble for Jiang Wanyin, she might just pay us off." Looking at the lavish spread before them, bought with the money Jiang Xinyu received from the journalist, she was reminded of how easy it was to get used to luxury. She couldn't bear to return to a life of hardship. Jiang Xinyu expressed some concern. Jiang Wanyin has Gu Huaijin by her side now. She's harder to deal with. Meng Milan sighed, then spitefully added, I hope this online abuse drives that girl crazy, and she ends up taking her own life like her depressed mother. Hearing this, Jiang Xinyu was intrigued and asked, Mom, how exactly did Jiang Wanyin's mother die? When Jiang Xinyu married into the Jiang family with Meng Milan, she was too young to understand much, only hearing that Jiang Wanyin's mother had committed suicide. During a previous confrontation at the Jiang family villa, Jiang Wanyin had been pressing Jiang Jiangwo about whether he had a hand in her mother's death. Jiang Xinyu hadn't paid much attention then, but her curiosity was piqued now. Realizing she had almost let something slip, Meng Milan's eyes flickered as she evasively replied, she set fire to the greenhouse and committed suicide, burning to death. Jiang Xinyu noticed that Meng Milan seemed unusually tense, as if she were hiding something. Unable to resist her curiosity, she asked, why did Jiang Wanyin say last time that Dad was the one who killed her mom? Could it be? Don't say such things. Meng Milan quickly interrupted her, casting a wary glance towards the balcony and lowering her voice. This has nothing to do with you. Jiang Xinyu, sensing Meng Milan's unease, became even more convinced that there was more to the story. She moved closer, her curiosity growing stronger. Mom, what's really going on? Tell me. Seeing Meng Milan's hesitation, she added, it's just the two of us here. No one else will know. Meng Milan pressed her lips together, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. She took a deep breath and began to recount the details of the incident. The scene shifts to the ladies' room at the Hyatt Club. Two elegantly dressed society women were touching up their makeup while animatedly discussing the day's trending topics online. Mrs. Wang, have you seen the latest trending topic online? One of the women inquired. The woman addressed as Mrs. Wang nodded. Of course I have. Remember how the Gu family made such a big deal about announcing Jiang Wanyin's identity? Now it's come back to haunt them. Another wealthy lady, Mrs. Liu, expressed her disdain. Everyone thought that when the Gu family married a girl from an ordinary family, she must have something special. But it turns out she's just ungrateful and has a face that lures men. Mrs. Wang laughed derisively. You're absolutely right. I saw her at a banquet recently, and she is indeed beautiful. All the men's eyes were glued to her. You better keep an eye on your husband then, huh? Mrs. Liu teased with a laugh. Just then, a sharp thud interrupted their conversation. A limited edition Chanel bag landed heavily on the sink. Zhang Yuling, with a dark expression, looked at Mrs. Liu and Mrs. Wang and icily asked, did you see my daughter-in-law seducing men with your own eyes? Mrs. Liu and Mrs. Wang turned in shock to see Zhang Yuling. They had assumed the restroom was empty, not realizing she was there. The two women exchanged nervous glances, realizing that Zhang Yuling had likely overheard everything they had said. Mrs. Liu greeted with a forced smile, Mrs. Gu, are you here for the restroom too? Zhang Yuling snorted coldly, her sharp gaze sweeping over the two women. I don't need to use the restroom to hear gossip about my daughter-in-law. Mrs. Wang's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly explained, Mrs. Gu, you've misunderstood. We wouldn't dare do such a thing. We were just saying how awful the things people are saying online are. It's really too much. She looked at Zhang Yuling nervously, worried about angering the powerful matriarch of the Gu family. Zhang Yuling shot them a frosty glance and warned, I know what kind of person my daughter-in-law is, and as long as the Gu family approves, that's enough. If I hear you bad-mouthing her again, don't blame me for being unforgiving. Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Liu nodded repeatedly. We understand, we understand. With that, they hurriedly fled the restroom. Zhang Yuling frowned as she watched them leave, recalling the trending topics from the morning and last night's viral video on D-Sound. The internet was flooded with slander against Jiang Wanyin, but with her experience, she could easily see that someone was manipulating the narrative. She knew Jiang Wanyin well, and those vicious comments made her furious. If Gu Huaijin hadn't said he was handling it, she would have stepped in herself. She initially thought that suppressing the trending topics would calm the situation, but the conversation with those two wealthy wives made her realize that even if things settled online, the prejudice against Jiang Wanyin in their social circle remained. This was detrimental to Jiang Wanyin's future as the mistress of the Gu family. Clearly, some actions needed to be taken sooner than planned. At Zhang Translation Company, during lunch break, Jiang Wanyin stepped out of her office and saw Gu Shiqing listlessly leaning on her desk. Shiqing, what's wrong? Jiang Wanyin asked with concern. Gu Shiqing glanced up at her, bothered by the photo incident, and replied softly, nothing. Sensing something was off, Jiang Wanyin offered, Mom asked me to join her for lunch. Do you want to come along? Gu Shiqing shook her head in refusal. Jiang Wanyin, worried, said, then what will you eat for lunch? Your hand is still injured, so don't go out alone. Let me order takeout for you. No need, don't worry about me. You should go. For the first time, Gu Shiqing didn't want to be around her sister-in-law, afraid she might blurt out her concerns. Jiang Wanyin frowned slightly, sensing Gu Shiqing might have an issue with her, but with time pressing, she let it go. Call me if you need anything. As she exited the company, Gu Huaijin was already waiting. Seeing her calm demeanor, he sighed in relief. Jiang Wanyin smiled and said, "I'm fine." She could easily see through her husband's worry. Gu Huaijin opened the car door for her. "Get in." In the car, Jiang Wanyin curiously asked, "Why did Mom suddenly invite me to lunch?" Gu Huaijin shook his head. "Mom didn't tell me." "Don't worry. She probably just wants to have a meal with you." But he knew that dining at the Hyatt Hua Club meant his mother had other intentions. From what he understood, Zhang Yuling was attending the Gold Elite monthly gathering today, a high-end club for wealthy wives in Beijing to expand their social circles and engage in charity. Jiang Wanyin laughed, "I'm not worried. I also want to have lunch with Mom. By the way, how's the issue with the trending topics going?" Gu Huaijin glanced at her. "The online spread is quite rapid. Ji Yuan is still handling it. But we've discovered that Jiang Xinyu is involved." Jiang Xinyu. Jiang Wanyin was surprised for a moment, then understood. Those mother and daughter are still playing their drama. Yesterday it was Meng Milan's slander. Today it's Jiang Xinyu's rumors. Gu Huaijin continued. The photos were sold to reporters by Jiang Xinyu, but the person who took them has no connection to her. Jiang Wanyin pondered. "You're saying there's someone else involved?" Suddenly, she recalled what Xia Qianga had said at the Gu residence last time. "Jiang Wanyin, how high and mighty can you be? Even after marrying Gu Huaijin, you're still entangled with other men." Jiang Wanyin shared this with Gu Huaijin and asked, "Do you think Xia Qianga might be involved too?" Gu Huaijin's eyes darkened. "It's very likely that Xia Qianga and Jiang Xinyu already know each other. So they're teaming up against me." Jiang Wanyin said angrily, "These two women really think I'm easy to bully." Gu Huaijin reassured her, "Leave this to me. Don't get upset and ruin your health. Just enjoy lunch with Mom." Jiang Wanyin nodded, "Yes, I won't get upset. It's not worth it." But she secretly vowed to confront those two women next time. Half an hour later, Gu Huaijin dropped Jiang Wanyin off at the Hyatt Hua Club and then left. Jiang Wanyin called Jing Yuling and waited in the lobby. Just then, two women walked in, and one of them was Xia Qianga. She was meticulously dressed today, with flawless makeup and a coffee cup in hand. Seeing Jiang Wanyin, who had been harshly criticized online, Xia Qianga felt particularly pleased. As Xia Qianga stepped into the lobby of the Hyatt Hua Club, she unexpectedly spotted Jiang Wanyin sitting there. Instantly, she realized that this country bumpkin woman had obviously been stopped at the entrance. Xia Qianga's lips curled into a disdainful smile as she strode confidently over to Jiang Wanyin. "Oh wow, I wondered who it was, and it's you. Jiang Wanyin, after all the insults you've endured, you still dare to show your face." Xia Qianga's voice dripped with sarcasm. Jiang Wanyin looked up at the woman who had caused her endless trouble in the past, her eyebrows slightly raised. She stood up slowly, her gaze as sharp as a knife as she stared down Xia Qianga. "What have I done that would keep me indoors? But you, with all the bad things you've done, aren't you afraid of something happening to you when you step out?" Jiang Wanyin's voice was icy. A flicker of panic crossed Xia Qianga's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by mockery. "Afraid of what?" Unlike someone who not only sent her own father to prison, but also cheated on her husband. Jiang Wanyin's eyes grew colder, and she replied indifferently, "Xia Qianga, aren't you being childish? Do you think these underhanded tricks will make Huaijin divorce me?" At that moment, a middle-aged woman adorned with jewels approached. It was Xia Qianga's mother, Lu Guifeng. She frowned and rebuked, "Who are you to speak to my daughter like that?" Jiang Wanyin glanced at Lu Guifeng, her tone softening slightly. "Auntie, it doesn't matter who I am. You might want to find out what your daughter has been up to." Lu Guifeng looked Jiang Wanyin up and down, noting her plain attire, and sneered, "My daughter has a good background and upbringing. What could she possibly have done wrong? Whereas you, what is someone from an ordinary family doing at the Hyatt Hua Club?" Xia Qianga chimed in mockingly, "She probably doesn't know this is a members-only place and got stopped outside." Jiang Wanyin chuckled coldly, "Whether I can get in is none of your concern. Xia Qianga, if you still want to marry Gu Yanji, you'd better behave. Don't think your deeds are flawless. One day you'll face the consequences." As she finished speaking, a hint of malice flashed in Xia Qianga's eyes. She seized the moment when Jiang Wanyin turned to tilt her coffee cup. However, Jiang Wanyin seemed to anticipate it, swiftly sidestepping, with only a few drops of coffee splattering on her clothes. Instead, Xia Qianga lost her balance due to Jiang Wanyin's evasion, dropping the coffee cup, which splattered over her shoes. "Oh no, my shoes." Jiang Wanyin. Xia Qianga was furious and raised her hand to slap Jiang Wanyin. But Jiang Wanyin was faster, catching Xia Qianga's wrist with one hand and delivering a slap with the other. "Jiang Wanyin, how dare you hit me?" Xia Qianga stared in disbelief. "I hit you, Xia Qianga," Jiang Wanyin said with a steely gaze. "That slap was for your foolish attempt to spill coffee on me." Lu Guifeng was livid at this sight. "You lunatic, how dare you hit my daughter? Security, throw this woman out." Just then, a cold voice rang out, "I dare anyone to lay a finger on my daughter-in-law." Zhang Yuling walked over quickly, asking Jiang Wanyin with concern, "Are you hurt?" "No, Mom," Jiang Wanyin replied with a smile. Hearing this exchange, Lu Guifeng was struck as if by lightning, finally realizing Jiang Wanyin's true identity. She shot Xia Qiang a furious glance, internally panicking. Offending Zhang Yuling's daughter-in-law was like poking a hornet's nest. Zhang Yuling felt a wave of relief wash over her when she saw Jiang Wanyin unharmed. Her gaze, sharp as a knife, swept over Lu Guifeng and Xia Chenji, and a cold smile appeared on her lips. She looked directly at Mrs. Xia, her tone carrying an undeniable challenge. Mrs. Xia, was it you who wanted the security to throw my daughter-in-law out? Lu Guifeng, ever the diplomat, quickly put on a smooth smile, trying to ease the tension. Mrs. Gu, this is all a misunderstanding. I really didn't know this young lady was your daughter-in-law. You didn't know? Wang Yuling scoffed, then turned her piercing eyes to Xia Chenji. Miss Xia, did you not know either? Xia Chenji suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable, avoiding Jing Yuling's gaze and murmuring an apology. I am sorry, Aunt. Just now, Jiang Wanyin knocked over my coffee, staining my shoes, and even slapped me. My mother just couldn't stand it and said something in anger. Hearing such a twisted version of events, Jiang Wanyin couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. She was about to defend herself when Zhang Yuling beat her to it. Narrowing her eyes, Zhang Yuling's voice was thick with skepticism. Miss Xia, are you certain it was Wanyin who knocked over your coffee? From Xia Chenji's words, Zhang Yuling could tell it was a lie, as she trusted Jiang Wanyin not to initiate conflict. Feeling her mother-in-law's confidence in her, Jiang Wanyin relaxed slightly. Xia Chenji, sensing the situation, could only stick to her story. I might have said something that upset her, and she deliberately bumped into my hand, spilling the coffee on my shoes. My mom saw it too. Lu Guifeng, having no choice, nodded slightly in agreement. Zhang Yuling calmly suggested, in that case, let's check the surveillance footage. If my daughter-in-law did spill your coffee on purpose, she will apologize. But if you've wronged her, you both owe her an apology. At the mention of checking the surveillance, Xia Chenji panicked. She suddenly remembered the clubhouse lobby was covered with cameras, and her actions were undoubtedly caught on tape. This was like slapping herself in the face. She looked at Lu Guifeng frantically, her eyes pleading for help. Internally cursing Xia Chenji for lacking foresight, Lu Guifeng tried to smooth things over. Mrs. Gu, perhaps there was just a small misunderstanding between the young ones. Luckily, the coffee didn't spill on anyone, and your daughter-in-law did slap my daughter. Why don't we just let it go? The gathering is starting, and everyone's waiting. There's no need to check the footage, right? After listening to Mrs. Xia, Zhang Yuling reacted as if she'd just heard a ridiculous joke. Her gaze was sharp as a knife, fixing on Mrs. Xia with a hint of coldness in her voice. Mrs. Xia, if it were your daughter being wronged, would you let it go so easily? She paused, then turned her focus to Xia Qiang, her tone even more severe. Let me ask again. Did my daughter-in-law intentionally spill the coffee? Xia Qiang was so startled by the sudden questioning that her face turned pale, and she instinctively hid behind Lu Guifeng. Seeing this, Lu Guifeng felt a pang of anxiety. She knew it was crucial not to offend Zhang Yuling at this moment, especially if she wanted Xia Qiang to smoothly marry into the Gu family. Now was not the time to fall out with Zhang Yuling. Lu Guifeng gently tugged on Xia Qiang's sleeve and whispered, Qiang, apologize to Miss Jiang. Although Xia Qiang was extremely reluctant, under her mother's pressure, she begrudgingly spoke up. Auntie, it was my carelessness that spilled the coffee, I'm sorry. Zhang Yuling regarded her coldly. Am I the one you should be apologizing to? Feeling wronged, Xia Qiang looked at her mother, and Lu Guifeng quickly signaled her to apologize to Jiang Wanyin. Xia Qiang bit her lip, unwillingly turned to Jiang Wanyin, who stood beside Zhang Yuling, and forced out a few words. I'm sorry, Miss Jiang. Lu Guifeng quickly put on a smile and said, Mrs. Gu, Miss Jiang, my daughter is young and naive. Please be understanding. In her heart, she was also annoyed, but she had to swallow her pride, given the Gu family's influence. Zhang Yuling ignored Lu Guifeng and turned to Jiang Wanyin, her tone much gentler. Mom, let's go inside. Watching Zhang Yuling and Jiang Wanyin walk away, Xia Qiang fumed. Mom, they bullied us like this, and you still put up with it. Lu Guifeng glared at her daughter. We have to endure it unless you become the new mistress of the Gu family. She pulled Xia Qiang towards the restroom, advising her as they walked, clean up in the restroom, and make sure you perform well in front of Lady Ollie. Once you're part of the elite society, you'll have a leg up over that Jiang Wanyin. After the mother and daughter left, a figure quietly rose from a nearby sofa and headed deeper into the club. In the VIP room 111 of the club, a gathering of the elite society members was underway. This is a global club with the Beijing chapter being just one of its branches, consisting of over 30 members. Today, nearly all members were present because the founder, Lady Ollie, was visiting. When Zhang Yuling entered the room with Jiang Wanyin, a flicker of surprise crossed the faces of those present. Most had seen the trending news about Jiang Wanyin and assumed the Gu family would distance themselves from her. However, Zhang Yuling personally bringing Jiang Wanyin to the gathering signaled her importance to the family. Zheng Yuling seated Jiang Wanyin next to her and introduced her to everyone. Let me introduce you to my daughter-in-law, Jiang Wanyin, the future mistress of our Gu family. She's young and might occasionally offend or be wronged, so I hope you all will look after her. The attendees were quick to catch on to Zheng Yuling's implied message. Jiang Wanyin is the Gu family's future mistress, and the online rumors are false and not to be believed. Someone immediately chimed in, you can't trust everything you read online these days, especially at our age. Exactly. Young Mrs. Gu doesn't seem like that kind of person at all. Everyone agreed, eager to curry favor with Zheng Yuling. Although it was Jiang Wanyin's first time attending such a gathering, she quickly understood Zheng Yuling's intentions. She greeted everyone politely and confidently. Hello everyone, I look forward to getting to know you all. Just then, Lu Guifeng entered the room with Xia Qiang'e. Their seats were arranged at the far end of the long table, in stark contrast to Zheng Yuling and Jiang Wanyin, who sat near the host. Mrs. Wang greeted Lu Guifeng and, looking at Xia Qiang'e, inquired, Mrs. Xia, who is this young lady? My daughter, Xia Qiang'e, Lu Guifeng introduced. Mrs. Wang remarked, Miss Xia seems to be about the same age as young Mrs. Gu. Lu Guifeng glanced at Jiang Wanyin and with a smile, said, yes, soon they might even become sisters-in-law. Her words hinted at Xia Qiang'e's potential marriage into the Gu family, which indeed warmed the others' attitudes. At that moment, a distinguished-looking woman in her 50s, with blonde hair and blue eyes, entered the room. Everyone rose to their feet to greet her. Hello, Lady Ollie. Lady Ollie beamed and nodded, responding in broken Chinese, hello everyone. She walked to the head of the table and warmly embraced Zheng Yuling, speaking in Spanish, Mrs. Gu. It's been a long time. How have you been? Zheng Yuling replied in fluent Spanish, everything is well. It's a pleasure to see you. Jiang Wanyin was pleasantly surprised by Zheng Yuling's proficiency in Spanish, a hint of admiration in her eyes. Lady Ollie's gaze fell on Jiang Wanyin, and she asked curiously, and who is this? Zheng Yuling gently nudged Jiang Wanyin forward and introduced her. This is my daughter-in-law. Seeing them converse in Spanish, Jiang Wanyin greeted Lady Ollie in Spanish as well. Hello, Lady Ollie, my name is Jiang Wanyin. Upon hearing Jiang Wanyin speak fluent Spanish, Mrs. Alice's eyes lit up with surprise. She gave a thumbs up and praised in Spanish. Hello, your Spanish is excellent. Jiang Wanyin smiled humbly, indicating that she still needed to learn more from Mrs. Alice. Mrs. Alice looked at Jiang Wanyin intently and thoughtfully said, Miss Jiang, you resemble someone I've met before. Jiang Wanyin assumed it was just a polite remark, so she responded courteously, it seems we are destined to meet. Haha, indeed destiny. Mrs. Alice laughed heartily, her eyes reflecting genuine delight. Although the others couldn't understand Spanish, the cheerful expressions and lively conversation among the three made it easy to guess that they were enjoying each other's company. The wealthy ladies present gazed with envy, silently regretting not having learned an additional language. Xia Qiang'e, however, felt disdainful, thinking Jiang Wanyin was merely lucky to encounter Mrs. Alice, who spoke Spanish. Nevertheless, this did not deter Lu Guifeng from making her presence felt. She pulled Xia Qiang'e to the front, her face beaming with a smile, and introduced in Chinese, Mrs. Alice. This is my daughter, Xia Qiang'e. Mrs. Alice's gaze swept over the mother and daughter, and she responded in English with a faint smile. Miss Xia is very beautiful. Although she could understand Chinese, she didn't speak much of it. At this moment, Zheng Yuling interjected appropriately, Mrs. Alice, shall we start with the meal and chat as we eat? Mrs. Alice nodded in agreement. Zheng Yuling then instructed the waitstaff to begin serving the meal, which was a Western menu featuring appetizers, steak, and dessert. Xia Qiang'e quickly took the menu from the server and gracefully approached Mrs. Alice. She introduced the dessert options in fluent English. Mrs. Alice, which dessert would you prefer? We have soufflé, tiramisu, and Mont Blanc. Personally, I think the Mont Blanc here is quite exceptional, with a unique flavor that is sweet but not overwhelming. Mrs. Alice nodded slightly. Let's go with the Mont Blanc, then. Certainly, Mrs. Alice, Xia Qiang'e replied politely, then turned to relay the order to the server. Her composed demeanor and elegant manner earned the admiration of the wealthy ladies present. Lu Guifeng was quite pleased with Xia Qiang'e's performance, especially the good impression she left on Mrs. Yali. However, Zhang Yuling was secretly disdainful of this mother-daughter duo for stealing the spotlight, thinking that any club attendant could speak English and there was no need for Xia Qiang'e to act as a translator. Nonetheless, she couldn't be bothered to interfere and instead focused her attention on Jiang Wanyin. Considering Jiang Wanyin's recent severe morning sickness, Zhang Yuling had previously arranged with the club staff to prepare a special meal suitable for pregnant women. When the food was served, Lu Guifeng noticed that Jiang Wanyin's dish was different and deliberately mocked. Mrs. Gu, why is your daughter-in-law getting special treatment? Why isn't she eating Western food? Is she not accustomed to it? The implication was a jab at Jiang Wanyin's humble origins, suggesting she couldn't even eat Western cuisine. Hearing this, Xia Qiang'e smirked disdainfully, thinking to herself, what a bumpkin. Zhang Yuling shot Lu Guifeng a cold glance and retorted, "My daughter-in-law is pregnant and eating lighter meals. Is that a problem? You, as a Chinese, were you raised on Western food?" Lu Guifeng was momentarily speechless and awkwardly focused on her own meal. At this point, Jiang Wanyin gracefully explained to Mrs. Yali in fluent Spanish, "Mrs. Yali, I've been experiencing severe morning sickness recently. My mother-in-law is concerned for me, so she arranged these light dishes." Mrs. Yali responded with surprise and delight, "You're pregnant? You must take good care of yourself." Jiang Wanyin thanked her politely. As they dined, the group discussed the club's affairs for the month. Eventually, the topic shifted to the induction of new club members. Mrs. Yali began, "According to the rules, the club adds new members once a year. But this year there is only one spot. Does anyone have a candidate in mind?" No sooner had she finished speaking, Lu Guofeng eagerly recommended, "Mrs. Yali, I would like to nominate my daughter to Xiaqiang. She studied abroad from a young age, speaks multiple languages, and will eventually take over our Xia Corporation. She's also set to marry into the Gu family soon." She eagerly listed Xiaqiang's qualifications, hoping to win the support of those present. The group nodded in agreement, acknowledging Xiaqiang's impressive credentials as the Xia family's heiress and future daughter-in-law of the Gu family. Not to be outdone, Zhang Yuling spoke up, "Mrs. Yali, I'd like to recommend my daughter-in-law." She didn't elaborate on Jiang Wanyin's background, confident that her presence beside Jiang Wanyin was enough for everyone to understand Jiang Wanyin's prominent status. Indeed, the wealthy ladies present were well aware that Jiang Wanyin, as the future matriarch of the Gu family, had an unmatched background, making Xiaqiang a pale in comparison. Seeing the tide turning towards Jiang Wanyin, Lu Guofeng hurriedly interjected, "Mrs. Yali, I recall that becoming a member requires good character as well as background, right?" Mrs. Yali nodded noncommittally yes. Sensing an opportunity, Lu Guifeng continued with a hint of satisfaction. "Everyone has been following the news these past few days, right? We've all seen what people are saying about Miss Jiang, haven't we?" Someone questioned. "News online can be misleading. Those stories about Miss Jiang might not even be true." Mrs. Lu immediately countered, "There's no smoke without fire. I think there's some truth to it." Zhang Yiling's eyes darkened slightly as she retorted, "If a father cheats and drives his wife to her death, and then for profit tries to ruin his mother-in-law, is sending him to jail considered unfilial? And as for those online photos, is a man helping my Wanyin when she's nearly knocked over by a child considered infidelity?" Feigning helplessness, Lu Guofeng said, "Mrs. Gu, these are all your words. Miss Jiang is your daughter-in-law, so it's hard for us to discern the truth." At that moment, Jiang Wanyin calmly took out her phone, played a video, and handed it to Lu Guifeng. "This shows what happened. A child almost ran into me, and that man kindly helped me, which was then maliciously photographed." Others gathered to watch. After viewing the video, Lu Guifeng was at a loss for words, surprised that the Gu family had swiftly obtained evidence to clear up the matter. Meanwhile, Xia Qiang'a felt a wave of panic, realizing that Gu Huaijin must have identified who took the photos. She quickly sent several messages on her phone, attempting to cover her tracks. Mrs. Yali listened quietly before speaking, "Since there are two nominees, let's vote. Those in favor of Miss Xia, please raise your hands." The group exchanged glances, and slowly, some raised their hands. These supporters were those who usually had close ties with Lu Guifeng. Mrs. Yali then said, "Now, those in favor of Miss Jiang, please raise your hands." The remaining people gradually raised their hands. In the end, Jiang Wanyin had 4 more votes than Xiaqiang'a. However, Mrs. Yali had not yet voted, and if she allocated all 5 of her votes to Xiaqiang'a could still secure the membership spot. Mrs. Yali looked silently between Jiang Wanyin and Xiaqiang'a as everyone awaited the result anxiously. Xiaqiang'a glanced confidently at Jiang Wanyin, convinced that Mrs. Yali's votes would go to her. After a moment, Mrs. Yali spoke, "Miss Xia, I have a question for you." Xiaqiang'a immediately sat up straight, her face full of anticipation. "Please, Mrs. Yali." "In the lobby, who deliberately spilled the coffee?" Mrs. Yali asked calmly. This question puzzled those unaware of the incident but left Xiaqiang'a and Lu Guifeng visibly pale. Jiang Wanyin was also slightly surprised, wondering if Mrs. Yali had witnessed the entire incident. Stammering, Xiaqiang'a replied, "I accidentally knocked it over." She was gambling that Mrs. Yali hadn't seen anything. Unbeknownst to her, Mrs. Yali had indeed witnessed Xiaqiang'a's attempt to splash coffee on Jiang Wanyin, while falsely accusing her of causing the spill, all while she was on a phone call in the lobby. Mrs. Yali smiled faintly. "Mrs. Xia, you mentioned that character is one of our membership criteria, and your daughter doesn't quite meet that standard. I'll be giving my 5 votes to Miss Jiang." With the decision so clearly stated, Lu Guifeng felt utterly humiliated. The others exchanged knowing glances towards the mother and daughter. Mrs. Yali stood and extended her hand to Jiang Wanyin. "Miss Jiang, welcome to our exclusive club." Jiang Wanyin smiled as she shook her hand. "Thank you, Mrs. Yali." Turning to Zhang Yuling, Mrs. Yali praised, "Mrs. Gu, your daughter-in-law is remarkable. Composed and unflappable, she embodies the poise and attitude one should have when facing challenges. Jiang Wanyin nodded without modesty. I think so too. After the party, Jiang Wanyin returned home, turned on her computer, and logged into her Weibo account. Taking a deep breath, her fingers flew over the keyboard as she posted a thought-provoking message. The innocent have nothing to fear. Right or wrong, the truth will prevail. Accompanying the post was a photo from the Gold Collar home gathering and a close-up of Jiang Wanyin's club membership certificate. Almost simultaneously, Huaijin issued a clarifying statement through the official Weibo account of the Gu Group. These two Weibo posts hit like a punch, swiftly changing the tide of public opinion. Netizens began to speak out for Jiang Wanyin, with supportive comments pouring in like a tide. It turns out Jiang Wanyin's father not only cheated, but also drove her grandmother to death. Such a scumbag deserves the worst. That Meng Mylan is just a homewrecker, and she still dares to slander Jiang Wanyin. I heard the mistress who got beaten up online, Jiang Xinyu, is Meng Mylan's daughter. Like mother, like daughter. I suspect those photos accusing Jiang Wanyin of infidelity were also their doing. The direction of public opinion shifted rapidly, with the focus soon turning to Jiang Xinyu and Meng Mylan. The two, who were previously relishing in the turmoil, never expected the storm to engulf them in the end. At Jiang Xinyu's home, she angrily pummeled the sofa cushions, her curses unending. Meng Mylan's face was livid with anger, but she quickly turned her thoughts to a more pressing issue, asking worriedly, Xinyu, did Xiaochanga give you the money? Things didn't go as planned, and I'm afraid she'll try to cut ties with us. These words hit Jiang Xinyu like a wake-up call. She hurriedly picked up her phone to dial Xiaochanga's number, only to hear a cold, automated response. Sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service. Unwilling to give up, she tried several more times, but the result was the same. She opened WeChat to send Xiaochanga a message, only to realize she didn't even have her contact information. If she still didn't understand what had happened by now, she truly was beyond help. Jiang Xinyu collapsed onto the sofa, feeling as if all her strength had been drained. Seeing this, Meng Mylan quickly asked, what happened? What did she say? Jiang Xinyu let out a near-hysterical scream, sweeping everything off the coffee table. They're all liars. She blocked me. What? Meng Mylan's voice shot up. We did everything she asked, and now she's turning her back on us? No way, we need to find a way to get that money. Jiang Xinyu clenched her fists, hitting the sofa hard, gritting her teeth. If she's ruthless, she can't blame me for being unkind. Meanwhile, in a modest hotel far from the city, Lu Jingyan was also cursing under his breath. He had been hiding there for some time. When Su Chua arranged for the truck driver to be silenced, she told Lu Jingyan to hide as a precaution, promising to contact him once things calmed down to sever all ties. Considering Gu Huaijin's capabilities, Lu Jingyan hadn't dared to use his phone. But over half a month had passed, and Su Chua remained silent, increasing his unease. Just moments ago, he accidentally saw a news report on TV and was horrified to discover he had become a wanted man. The news stated that Su Chua had been arrested and confessed to orchestrating the mountain road accident and hiring a hitman. Although she did not admit Lu Jingyan was an accomplice, testimonies from villagers pointed to him as a primary suspect, and a warrant had been issued for his arrest. Realizing he couldn't stay at the hotel any longer, Lu Jingyan quickly packed his things, donned a mask and hat, and quietly slipped out. However, with both the police and Gu Huijin's people searching for him, he had no idea where to hide. Suddenly, a recent news story came to his mind, sparking an idea. He entered a nearby convenience store and used a payphone to dial a number. Meanwhile, inside MD Bar, the soft lighting and gentle music created a peaceful ambience. Unlike other noisy bars, this place offered comfort and relaxation. Gu Shiqing sat alone in a booth, drinking in a gloomy mood. Given her alcohol tolerance, she was already half drunk. Zhou Ziyu, wearing a baseball cap, entered the bar, scanning the room until he spotted Gu Shiqing in a corner. He hurried over, frowning at the sight of the inebriated woman. Your hand hasn't healed, and you're out drinking, he silently scolded her in his mind. Half an hour earlier, he had received a call from Gu Shiqing. On the other end, she was slurring her words, clearly drunk. Fortunately, she retained enough clarity to tell him the name of the bar, allowing him to find her. Gu Shiqing looked up at Zhou Ziyu for a while before recognizing him. She called out excitedly, Zhou Ziyu, you're here. Zhou Ziyu quickly covered her mouth, warning in a low voice, do you want to be on entertainment news tomorrow? Gu Shiqing pushed his hand away and raised her glass, saying, come, drink with me. Zhou Ziyu snatched the glass from her and asked the server for a glass of warm water for her. Kids shouldn't drink so much. I'm not a kid, Gu Shiqing immediately retorted, puffing out her chest proudly. I'm an adult. Zhou Ziyu's eyes unintentionally glanced at her chest before he quickly looked away. Does she even realize what she just did? He sighed inwardly. Suddenly, Gu Shiqing leaned in close, her softness almost pressing against Zhou Ziyu's arm. Her eyes, tinged with drunkenness, inexplicably filled with a hint of grievance. Zhou Ziyu, who had been somewhat distracted, suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. He frowned and asked, Gu Shiqing, what's wrong? On the other end of the line, Gu Shiqing sniffled, her voice tinged with both alcohol and hesitation. She slurred, Zhou, do you not like me because you like my sister-in-law? She paused, her tone turning into a warning. I'm telling you, you're not allowed to steal my brother's girl. Zhou Ziyu was taken aback, and it took him a few seconds to understand why Gu Shiqing would ask such a thing. Clearly, today's trending photos had led to her misunderstanding. He chuckled helplessly and explained, your sister-in-law and I have been good friends for years. Earlier, Gu Shiqing had seen the trending photos and felt increasingly upset. After work, she headed straight to a bar, hoping to drown her sorrows, but the more she drank, the worse she felt. In the end, she couldn't help but call Zhou Ziyu and vent her frustrations. Under the influence of alcohol, Gu Shiqing's mind was hazy, and her ability to think was significantly impaired. She blurted out a question that had long been buried in her heart. Do you like me? Zhou Ziyu's pupils contracted slightly at her words. Then he calmly replied, we're not a good match. Why not? Gu Shiqing, emboldened by the alcohol, poured out all her emotions. You don't have someone you like, and I like you. How are we not a good match? If you have no interest in me, why do you care about me and make me misunderstand? Zhou Ziyu looked at her and said in a steady tone, you're Wanwan's sister, and I see you as my sister too. That sentence hit Gu Shiqing like a bucket of cold water. She could no longer hold back her emotions, and tears streamed down her face. She wobbled to her feet, trying to wipe away her tears. Zhou Ziyu quickly got up to study her, asking with concern, where are you going? I want to go home, Gu Shiqing said, stumbling towards the door, but she almost fell after just a couple of steps. Zhou Ziyu swiftly caught her arm. Once she regained her balance, she struggled to push him away, muttering, I can do it myself. But Zhou Ziyu held on tighter, his tone firm. Do you want to injure your other hand too? I'll take you home. With that, he gently but firmly guided Gu Shiqing out of the bar, carefully helping her into the car and fastening her seatbelt. Ziyu Zhou sat in the driver's seat and turned to look at Shiqing Gu, who was in the passenger seat. Frowning, he asked, where do you live? The last time was still fresh in his mind, and he definitely didn't want to take her back to his place again. Shiqing Gu was heavily intoxicated, her head buzzing as if mosquitoes were buzzing around her ears. Annoyed, she waved her hand, accidentally landing a heavy slap on Ziyu's face. Shiqing Gu. Ziyu glared at the incoherent woman. Don't make noise, stupid mosquito, Shiqing mumbled incoherently. Rubbing his sore cheek, Ziyu silently vowed never to let her drink again. After thinking for a moment, he took out his phone and called Wanyin Jiang, then started the car and headed towards the mountainside villa. Meanwhile, at the mountainside villa, Wanyin Jiang was busy in the kitchen. She had gotten off work early today and decided to cook a meal herself. Just as Huaijin walked in, she brought out the last dish. You're back? Just in time for dinner, Wanyin said with a smile, pulling him to the table. Huaijin looked at the familiar home-cooked dishes on the table, raising an eyebrow slightly. You made these? Yeah, I got off work early today and thought I'd cook, Wanyin said as she sat across from him. But I can't handle strong smells lately, so I made something light. Huaijin looked at her with concern. You're pregnant now. You should rest. Let Uncle Qin handle these things. Wanyin picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks and smiled. I just wanted to cook for you today. Go ahead and try it. Huaijin put down his chopsticks and studied her for a moment, a smile tugging at his lips. Wanwan, is there something you want to tell me? He had a feeling his wife was trying to please him. Wanyin was taken aback, then smiled sheepishly. I just thought you worked hard dealing with the online news these past few days and wanted to reward you. It wasn't hard, Huaijin replied calmly. Is there anything else? Wanyin pursed her lips and spoke softly about the photos. Are you talking about Ziyu Zhou? Huaijin asked directly. Yes, Wanyin nodded. I texted you, but you didn't reply. Were you jealous again? Huaijin chuckled, picking up some food with his chopsticks for Wanyin before speaking slowly. So you thought I was jealous and angry and decided to cook for me? Don't you like the food I make? Wanyin recalled the days they spent in the Xiangshan apartment. Huaijin smiled meaningfully. I do, but I prefer it when you make up to me in other ways. Before Wanyin could react, he stood up, walked over to her, and lifted her into his arms, kissing her passionately. After a moment, Huaijin released her, his gaze lingering on her lips, now rosy and glistening, as he fought to control his desire. Honey, I believe you and Ziyu are just friends, but I'm glad you explained things to me. Breathless from the kiss, Wanyin glared at him after catching her breath. You did that on purpose. Huaijin smiled indulgently. No, I trust you, so I didn't make a big deal out of it. I'm your husband now, and Ziyu has no chance. Wanyin pushed him away, a mischievous glint in her eyes as she teased. Well, you never know. I've known Ziyu longer than I've known you. Huaijin's expression darkened. Before he could say anything, Wanyin's phone rang. The screen flashed Zhu Zhou, and Huaijin's gaze grew even more intense. What a coincidence, Wanyin said, surprised by the timing. She glanced at Huaijin nervously and answered the call on speakerphone. Zhu asked for Wanyin's address, saying he needed to drop off Shiqing Gu. After the call ended, Wanyin noticed Huaijin's expression had worsened. Shiqing got drunk, and Zhu is bringing her over, Wanyin explained. Huaijin simply nodded. I heard. Let's eat first. Wanyin sensed his mood had shifted, but it didn't seem to be solely because of her. Half an hour later, Zhu's car pulled up to the villa. He carefully helped Shiqing out of the car. Normally lively, she was unusually quiet, her delicate features scrunched up from discomfort due to the alcohol. Zhu, Wanyin and Huaijin came out, and she hurried to help. Huaijin held her back. I've got it. He took Shiqing from Zhu and, looking at his sister's drunken state, turned to Zhu and asked sternly, Did you let her drink that much? Zhu let out a cold laugh. Mr. Gu, you don't think I got your sister drunk on purpose to take advantage of her, do you? I assure you I wouldn't dare. Huaijin, protective of his only sister despite his stern demeanor, would never let anyone off easily if they dared to harm Shiqing. As the cold wind blew, Gu Shiqing shivered and opened her bleary eyes. She mumbled in a daze, Zhu, why don't you like me? Tell me, why don't you like me? Her words caused the expressions of the three people around her to change instantly. Gu Huaijin's gaze was as cold and dark as a winter night, fixed on Zhu. He said icily, Mr. Zhou, you must think quite highly of yourself. Clearly he assumed that Gu Shiqing was drunk because Zhu had rejected her. Zhu glanced at Gu Shiqing, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. He didn't bother to explain and simply said, It's cold. You should take her inside. Then he turned to Jiang Wanyin and briefly said goodbye. Moment, I'm leaving. Sensing the tension between the two men, Jiang Wanyin quickly intervened. All right, you head back. We'll take care of Shiqing. She gently patted Gu Huaijin's arm and softly said, Let's go inside. It's cold out here. Be careful with Shiqing's injured hand when you carry her. Gu Huaijin finally tore his gaze away from Zhu, nodded slightly, and carefully picked up Gu Shiqing, carrying her inside. After Jiang Wanyin had settled Gu Shiqing to sleep, she returned to their room with Gu Huaijin. He looked at her, his voice tinged with complexity. Wanyin, did you know all along that Shiqing liked Zhu? He felt like he had been kept in the dark. Jiang Wanyin caught the emotion in his words, smiled wryly, and took his large hand in hers. I noticed it before, but since they weren't together, I didn't mention it. Besides, your sister is an adult and has the freedom to make her own choices. We just need to make sure she doesn't get hurt. Gu Huaijin let out a light snort, frowning slightly. Even my sister gets rejected. Zhu sure has some nerve. He pondered that while the Zhou family might rank in the top 5 in Beijing, they certainly couldn't surpass the Gu family. Gu Shiqing, as the eldest daughter of the Gu family, chasing after Zhu only to be rejected, subtly altered Gu Huaijin's opinion of Zhu. On one hand, he thought Zhu had some backbone. On the other hand, he felt Zhu didn't know what he was missing out on.